Hello, everyone. Welcome to another episode of Web Audio TV. If you enjoy my content, make sure to subscribe to my channel and hit the like button.
Cha Jin-hyuk paused for a moment. She wanted this to happen? What does that mean? Before his regression, Han Sae-rin often spoke in an illogical way. Many times, her words held profound insights as the words of a navigator, and they often gave Jin-hyuk substantial inspiration. Ah, I get it. Lightly landing on a tree branch, Jin-hyuk surveyed the scene below. The hump-tailed lizard was trying to claw its way up the tree but kept slipping and falling. This tree is really slippery. The hump-tailed lizard could not climb the tree. Upon closer inspection, Jin-hyuk realized that the tree was secreting slippery sap in response to the presence of external life forms. And it was the same for the area beneath his feet. But I'm holding someone right now. Remarkably, despite holding Han Sae-rin, he had no difficulty maintaining his balance. It seemed Sae-rin had read this situation perfectly. Sae-rin is such a formidable navigator. Jin-hyuk concluded that she had thoroughly calculated both the hump-tailed lizard's path and his path to predict the best way to dodge the monster's attack. And she tested how well I can stand on this slippery tree. It is essential for a navigator to test out the abilities and limitations of their party members. Jin-hyuk felt that this was like a test, which he had passed with flying colors. Nestled in his arms, Sae-rin asked, "Why are you smiling?" "Because I'm happy." Happy? Yes. Very. For some reason, Sae-rin chose not to speak any further, but Jin-hyuk didn't particularly mind. First, let's get away from the lizard and find a safe place to land. He leaped across a few more trees while holding Sae-rin, proving beyond a doubt that he could effortlessly execute such maneuvers. Time to set her down, I guess. He attempted to set Sae-rin down but failed. She was holding on to him tightly. What's going on? Why isn't she getting down? What more does she want to test? Keep holding me, she said. Why? Do you not realize this is the most efficient way to move around? Sae-rin was currently only around level 110, yet Jin-hyuk kept comparing her to the level 200 version of Sae-rin he knew before his regression. Of course, it's far more efficient and quicker for me to carry her. How could I overlook that? Once again, her perceptiveness impressed him. I apologize. I was being short-sighted, he said. Okay. Jin-hyuk held Sae-rin tight and started to move again. Look at your 11 o'clock direction. No, a little more to the left. Like handling a ship's wheel, Sae-rin subtly tugged at the collar of Jin-hyuk's clothes, steering him in the right direction. Jin-hyuk was collaborating with Sae-rin in this way for the first time, yet their efficiency was remarkably good. As expected of Sae-rin. After a while, they discovered a village surrounded by a large wooden fence. Over there, Sae-rin said. Jin-hyuk and Sae-rin moved toward the fence. Sae-rin's face was flushed in a peculiar way, which made Jin-hyuk pleased. This kind of rapid and efficient cooperation must be a first for her, too. He was no longer a simple swordsman. As a streamer, he had learned to empathize and understand players of various jobs. The thrill when a plan you have only imagined becomes a reality. The immense satisfaction a navigator gets when they safely cut through the shortest route must be incredible. However, something seemed off. They had reached their destination, but Sae-rin was still lightly holding onto Jin-hyuk's clothes as if she found it somewhat regrettable. Is she missing the thrilling sensation of steering me by pulling on my clothes? With a broad grin, Jin-hyuk said, "We will do this again next time. n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om." Sae-rin's cheeks flushed even more, and Jin-hyuk felt as if he completely understood her. She was indeed excited. Suppressing his sense of pride, he walked toward the wooden fence. "Warriors who guard the wooden fence, hear me? We have come to meet your esteemed elder, Aliharam." The next instant, an arrow flew toward Jin-hyuk's forehead. "From here on out, I will show the world my strategy of a regressor." Jin-hyuk planned to show them a livestream of an entirely different dimension compared to Egan Paul's show, a show he was convinced was scripted, although this was yet to be confirmed. A livestream of exceptional quality. Is this the way he went? 5 crystals ran with labored breaths, intently moving forward. Here there's a trace of him. Just then, she encountered a significant threat. Hump-tailed lizard. It was the hump-tailed lizard from earlier, furious at having lost its prey. Keek! The level 77 monster hissed aggressively. Using Broadcaster's barrier, 5 crystals successfully defended against its attack. Don't get in my way. Although the monster's level was considerably lower than hers, 5 crystals found herself struggling somewhat. After several fierce exchanges, she bit her lip tightly. I have to chase after Kim Chulsu. You have used the mystery fanatical obsession. Her eyes and fingernails turned red. Hot steam escaped from her mouth. Soon enough, her eyes and nails reverted to their original colors. I told you not to interfere. With a disdainful spit, she flung a piece of the hump-tailed lizard's flesh aside. Next to her lay the brutally mauled lizard, which was still bleeding. 5 crystals' eyes flickered between red and black. I'm hungry. A monstrous hunger flooded her senses. She buried her head into the lizard's flank and feasted on its innards. In a trance, she revealed her true desires. I want to eat. Kim Chulsu. Snapping back to reality at once, she tilted her head in confusion. What was I doing? Right, I have to chase after Chulsu. Having regained her senses, she resumed her pursuit of Chulsu. Jin Hyeok already knew that an arrow was coming. Using Broadcaster's barrier, he shielded his hand and caught the arrow mid-flight. Which coward shot this arrow? Annoyed, he threw the arrow back toward the wooden fence. Thunk! The arrow lodged itself into the wood. If you are a true warrior, fight me like one. With swords and spears, not with bows? Do you not even know the honor of a warrior? He shouted, surprised at the volume of his own voice. Was my voice always this loud? His voice resonated as if he was using a microphone. His words had probably reached even the warriors behind the fence. Come out, let's duel like warriors. Jin Hyeok drew his greatsword of Lagon and looked up at the fence. The threat of another arrow seemed of no concern to him. Soon, the one who shot the arrow will reveal themselves. He had a few moments to spare, and he took this time to indulge in some theatrics. The streamer knew his lines had impressed Lee Hyen-sung and Choi Gang-byeok before, and he took great pride in his dramatic dialogues. The black flame sword in my right hand is thirsty for battle. Thanks to the phoenix heart he had eaten, his ability to control fire had tremendously improved. Furthermore, his affinity for fire had increased after he had signed a contract with Elines, the Spirit King's daughter. I need to think about the Spirit King's tainted flame. Although he was still working on how to incorporate fire in his attacks, Jin Hyeok could at least create a fire effect. Black flames flickered around the blade of the greatsword. It works. Though not particularly practical, it was visually impressive. He was very pleased with the swirling black flames. Soon, the fence gate opened, and a hulking warrior stepped out, a long red beard trailing down his face, an axe in one hand and a wooden shield in the other. Hey, what is your name? The warrior asked. I am not going to speak with anyone who is not a warrior, Jin Hyeok replied. Jin Hyeok lowered his greatsword, making it clear he had no intention to fight. Someone who comes with a shield is hardly a warrior. Seemingly embarrassed, the warrior shuddered once and threw his shield away. I guess you are more of a warrior than I thought, Jin Hyeok said. The warrior took a deep breath and channeled his mana into his axe. Show me the black flame sword you hold in your right hand. With a powerful leap, the warrior charged at Jin Hyeok at an incredible speed. Jin Hyeok also planted his feet on the ground, locking his gaze forward. I will block it head-on. He was properly wielding his sword for the first time after acquiring the Munchkin trait. His heart pounded in anticipation. Here it comes. The warrior's attack was straightforward, a charge like a rhinoceros followed by a powerful swing. It was the trademark attack of Albangbang, the warrior from behind the fence. I will block his attack without using any skills. I will use only my strength. Recklessly receiving such an attack wasn't to Jin Hyeok's taste. As a swordsman, he would never directly counter such an attack, but he was a streamer now. Clang! A shower of sparks erupted as the axe blade collided with the greatsword. Thick veins bulged on Albangbang's neck and forehead. Krya! A contest of brute force unfolded. Although Albangbang was considerably larger, he was being pushed back. With sheer strength, Jin Hyeok pushed aside Albangbang's axe, reading his timing. And now, at that moment, the opponent's balance subtly collapsed. Jin Hyeok did not miss this perfect opportunity, informed by his countless experiences. On top of that, he squeezed in a corny line in the live stream. I will be the one to cut your warrior's pride. Whoosh! A massive wind pressure burst forth as the greatsword of Lagon traced a black trajectory. Soon, the blade of Jin Hyeok's greatsword touched Albangbang's shoulder, eliciting a short scream from the warrior. Cook! Thud! The arm holding the axe fell to the ground. Surprisingly, the one who found this absurd was Jin Hyeok himself. I didn't mean to do that. He had intended to inflict a deep wound on the shoulder, not sever the arm. It seemed he needed a bit more time to adapt to his overpowered attributes. Well, what's done is done. Not showing any signs of his internal disarray, Jin Hyeok pointed his great sword at Albangbang's throat. A warrior has dropped his weapon. What a shameful act. You have lost your pride as a warrior. Albangbang uncontrollably trembled. Losing an arm was one thing, but losing his weapon amid a battle was a disgrace. If you are aware of your shame, then guide me to the esteemed elder, Alaharam, Jin Hyeok added. Sae-rin was stunned by the battle between Albangbang and Jin Hyeok. Has he become even stronger, she thought. Typically, combatant streamers plateaued around level 100. Yet, Jin Hyeok seemed to grow stronger and stronger with time. Albangbang, who had lost his right arm, clutched his shoulder while leading the way. Follow me? Very well. Jin Hyeok walked behind the warrior with his greatsword stowed in his inventory. Sae-rin followed suit but could not tear her eyes away from Jin Hyeok for even a second. As I expected. He is beautiful. None of the swordsman class players Sae-rin had seen had ever demonstrated such beautiful play. She was certain that even the anus destroyer Lee Hyen-sung, who held the rank of Korea's number swordsman, could not display such elegance. So beautiful. Unconsciously, she licked her lips and savored the taste in her mouth. A difficult-to-define sense of possessiveness wriggled within her. Gulp. She unconsciously gulped, capturing every nuance of Jin Hyeok in her eyes. Moments when she had been in his arms earlier flashed through her mind. I want to have him. Soon after, a notification sounded. You have entered the field Alikum tribal village. Entering the field, Han Sae-rin looked around. Civilization is definitely less advanced here, she thought. Inside the wooden fence, several young warriors were burning with fighting spirit, watching Jin Hyeok. Not one of them had a smartphone. Even spirits use smartphones, yet such a civilization exists. feels like the Joseon era. 1. Instead of smartphones, these young warriors held wooden swords and slingshots. Al Bang Bang spoke in a stern voice. This man defeated me through legitimate means. Make way. The warriors surrounding Jin Hyeok stepped aside. Passing by wooden huts, Jin Hyeok's group headed toward the square. Near the square, a small ablaze altar caught their eyes. Over there, beyond the altar, is where our Lord Aliharam resides. Jin Hyeok and Sairin continued to walk. You have entered the field Aliharam's hut. This notification signified that Jin Hyeok was on the correct route. If they had entered the field without meeting certain conditions, they would not have received it. The inside of the hut was rather humble, with the hut having only a worn bed and chair. On the bed lay an old man. I heard that there is a tradition among the warriors of Scanorbia, Jin Hyeok said. It was a fact not yet widely known on the Earth server and or universally for that matter. However, the information was accessible to anyone interested. I would like to undergo the Great Warrior Ritual. Jin Hyeok had undergone a similar ritual before his regression. As for why he would do that, there were 2 reasons. To obtain the warrior's will trait for completing the Great Warrior Ritual. To fight with a top-tier warrior, Khan. Although the second reason was more important, the first could not be ignored as well. Either way, going through this ritual would eventually lead Jin Hyeok to Khan. Nov. L.B//JNN. This bastard. I will expose that he plotted with Egan Paul. How dare he tarnish the sacred realm of Livestream. Jin Hyeok felt he needed to step in, as this was related to the honor of all streamers. When he had been overshadowing Egan, he had never thought about the honor of streamers. However, now, he was an advocate for the integrity of the livestream and the honor of streamers. Aliharam slowly got up from his bed. He was an old man with long white eyebrows that covered his eyes. A foreigner? Why? Do I need a reason to challenge the honor of the great warrior? The white eyebrows twitched. Aliharam has activated the skill Perceptive Eyes. Broadcaster's barrier has blocked Perceptive Eyes. You are an enigmatic young man. Are your words genuine? Aliharam asked. Of course. I also want to fight the great leader. I have heard that becoming a great warrior leads you to Khan. Aliharam turned and gingerly placed his emaciated legs on the ground. I cannot read your mind, but I can read the sincerity in your eyes. You have the eyes of a warrior. However, to challenge the Great Warrior Ritual, you need deep recognition of a warrior. Can you handle the many trials required for that recognition? Jin Hyeok grinned. This was actually a K strategy. The term K strategy referred to a play focusing only on efficiency and maximum reward. I already have recognition from Albangbang, the warrior who guards the wooden fence. This was the most efficient and quickest strategy. Albangbang kneeled and kissed the feet of Aliharam. I have no choice but to fully acknowledge this man. This was the K strategy. From what Jin Hyeok knew, the Great Warrior Ritual quest was next. However, the standard flow of quests had twisted this time. This man is more of a warrior than anyone else. I confess, Lord Aliharam, that I felt more overwhelmed when I met this man than when I met the great leader, Khan. Albangbang opened his inventory and offered his severed right arm. I offer my right arm as a mark of a warrior. Please grant him the honorable recognition of a warrior. This was an unfolding of events even Jin Hyeok had not seen before. The quest Great Warrior Ritual has been created. The Great Warrior Ritual. Go forth and prove that you carry the heart of a great warrior and should be recognized as one. Only a great leader can appoint you another great leader. As the quest activated, Aliharam handed Jin Hyeok a map and a small pouch. You have acquired the quest item map to the capital. He also received an item he did not know about before his regression. You have acquired the quest item Aliharam's leather pouch. Aliharam said, in truth, I was once a great warrior. Now, I am but an old man of the wilderness. Jin Hyeok already knew about this story, but he feigned interest for the sake of his viewers. They talked for quite some time. So, you were Khan's mentor, and this pouch contains a message you have for him. Exactly. With this map, you will be able to find Khan. And with this pouch, you will be able to meet him. Thank you. I will strive to become a great warrior, honoring your wishes. Remember, do not open the pouch until you meet Khan. Jin Hyeok felt exhilarated because this was new content that he had never seen in his past life. Experiencing something no one else had was thrilling. Now, I would like to rest. Be on your way. Jin Hyeok left Aliharam's hut, following the guidance of Albangbang, and went back to the wooden fence. The blood on Albangbang's shoulder had stopped, and the warrior said, "Thank you for reminding me of the mindset a warrior must have." You're welcome. Jin Hyeok patted him on his left shoulder. From now on, don't carry a shield. I will remember this. Jin Hyeok left the village feeling uplifted. He handed the map to Sairin, who looked at the map with intense excitement. What's got you so excited? Jin Hyeok asked. Look at this. The arrow on the map moves in real time, like a GPS. The city of Dawn, which Khan ruled, could be found only with the help of such a map. So even the best navigator would not be able to get to the capital without this. Let's see. The capital is called the City of Dawn. I think we are the first Earth players to find it, she said. It seems so, Jin Hyeok replied. I bet Mole Man doesn't even know it exists. Jin Hyeok could feel that Sairin was speaking to him while purposely trying to make eye contact with him. I bet Mole Man has never even heard of the City of Dawn. Ho ho ho, she said it again while leading the way with a light step. Clearly, she was taunting Mole Man through Jin Hyeok's livestream. After they left the village and walked for a while, a much denser forest began to appear. The trees are so thick, it's really dark inside. You have entered the field central forest of Scanorbia. This field felt like a massive tropical rainforest. The deeper they walked in, the more humid it became, and the trail gradually started to disappear. There are no artificially maintained paths anymore. Ah, there is a sign over there. Warning, turn back. This palace was an incredibly vast forest. According to navigators and explorers, it was hundreds of times larger than the Korean peninsula. Rin spoke with a somewhat gloomy expression. It looks like we will have to go through this forest. Do you think it's possible? We will need to make substantial preparations. If we had something to fly on, it would have been a different story. Rin's perception was sharp. The central forest of Scanorbia was not an area meant to be traversed on foot. Even seasoned navigators and explorers had given up on walking through it. They were supposed to fly over it. I think we need to find something to fly on, Jin Hyeok said. It was about time to get a mount. Usually, players got mounts around level 150, but getting one a bit earlier would not be a problem. Can you even get one? Mounts were still a novel concept to Earth server players. Few of them operated mounts, and those who did were tamers. In other words, no non-tamer player had a mount. There should be a large cliff somewhere in the central forest of Scanorbia, where small wyverns are said to reside. Maybe we can tame one of those. Subduing a high-intelligence mount typically required a tamer's help. However, taming a small wyvern felt doable. Is that possible? Rin asked. I've seen players from other servers do it. Should we give it a try? Rin's eyes twinkled. Jin Hyeok felt a bit strange seeing her so excited about taming a small wyvern. The current Rin seemed rather innocent compared to the Rin from before his regression. Alright, I will go look for the small wyvern's habitat. It's easier for me to scout alone, so wait here, Rin said while moving toward an unknown destination. Jin Hyeok decided to sit on a rock and take a brief rest. Come to think of it, before his regression, Jin Hyeok had heard rumors that Park Terse, known as Earth's strongest tamer, had tamed a thunder dragon in the Scanorbia server. It would be nice if I could tame a thunder dragon too. Jin Hyeok knew it was an absurd thought. It was just wishful thinking, no different than people fantasizing about winning the lottery even while knowing they would never win it. What if I actually encounter a thunder dragon here? Damn, just thinking about it gives me goosebumps. Thunder dragons are truly majestic. Among all the magical and mythical monsters Jin Hyeok had encountered, the thunder dragon was the most radiant being, coursing with high-voltage electricity. The thrill he felt when their eyes met was indescribable. The truly terrifying thing is that they devour mysteries. If he could tame a thunder dragon, he would be ecstatic. Of course, an encounter with an adult thunder dragon would mean instant death, but it would be a different story with the younger ones. Even the daughter of the powerful Spirit King was born as merely level 80. Maybe the thunder dragon would be young and a lot weaker, which would make it much easier to tame. I doubt that would happen though. Jin Hyeok decided to stop indulging in useless fantasies. Still, it felt good to imagine that, even for a moment. 5 Crystals' heart began to race. She asked, which way did he go? Over there. Al Bangbang seemed indifferent to 5 Crystals, neither fond of her nor aggressive toward her. Perhaps it was because she had voluntarily identified herself as a streamer. Attacking a non-combatant class player like a streamer went against a warrior's pride. Thank you. 5 Crystals also moved toward the forest. She had come to know through Chulsu's livestream that without the map, navigating through the central forest of Scanorbia was impossible. I need to find him before he goes in too deep. She had to reunite with Chulsu, come what may. You have entered the field central forest of Scanorbia. It was a dense forest where sunlight hardly reached the ground. As soon as she stepped in, she lost her sense of direction. Where am I? Even after looking at Chulsu's livestream, she could not make head or tail of her location. After stumbling around for what seemed like forever, she eventually found a familiar signpost. Warning, turn back. This is the same sign that Chulsu saw. She grew anxious. Chulsu found this sign not long after entering this field. The time gap between us is too large. Soon, Pathfinder would probably find out the habitat of the small wyverns. Chulsu, who was probably waiting somewhere, seemed increasingly likely to leave. You have used the mystery fanatical obsession. Her eyes turned blood red. She sniffed the air loudly, flaring her nostrils. I have to find Kim Chulsu. 5 Crystals ran like a 4-legged beast. Consume. Kim Chulsu. Kim Chulsu. Kim Chulsu. Kim Chulsu. Kim Chulsu. Saliva dribbled down the corners of her mouth. The Joseon era was the last dynastic kingdom of Korea, lasting a little over 500 years, from around 1400 to 1900. Waiting in the forest, Jin Hyeok felt the tension drop a notch. Sensing that the livestream was becoming a bit tedious, he even considered ending it. I need to think. Is this really the best I can do? Skipping the dull moments was a decent enough strategy, but he wondered if there was something even better to captivate the viewers. It would be nice if something unexpected happened. For instance, if a powerful monster came flying from the sky, a mysterious portal appeared out of nowhere, or a lost NPC appeared and asked for help, such situations would have been amazing for his livestream. Jin Hyeok snapped back to reality. I can't always rely on external factors. He was a streamer and a content creator. While unplanned events spicing up his planned content would be nice, waiting for external events to make his livestream interesting was not the way to go. Kong Miene would have scolded him if she knew what he was thinking. Jin Hyuk had a lot to learn. At that moment, an idea popped into his head. To obtain a mount, I would need a skill related to taming. By around level 150, players could subdue a small wyvern without any specialized skills. It was similar to how people tamed horses or interacted with dogs, but having the skill would be better than not having one at all. It would be revealed in the future that most people had at least one skill related to taming. Not everyone was a professional tamer, but everyone had some sort of innate abilities related to taming. This was also a defining feature of the Earth server. I'm sure I have one too. Jin Hyuk had experienced many mounts before his regression. He started with small wyverns, moved to medium, and then to the large ones. The bigger they got, the more comfortable the ride became. I'm fairly certain. Jin Hyuk closed his eyes and began to meditate. Meditating on stream could be risky if an unexpected variable came into play, but that would also make for good content. Let's find my talent. Exploring the small universe within him, he found a twinkling star. Such quick discoveries were rare, but the Munchkin trait had probably helped him this time. Keeping his concentration, he slowly opened his mouth. I am going to use the unleashing technique. Oh, it worked. Jin Hyuk was now able to speak while meditating. It created a slight disturbance in his inner universe, but it was still a significant leap forward. I've grown again. The old Jin Hyuk could not even twitch while meditating. And now, here he was, meditating and live streaming simultaneously. He had once again surpassed his past self. You have activated the mystery unleashing technique. Jin Hyuk did it. You have activated the latent skill taming, physical. You have acquired the skill taming, physical. Kim Chul-soo's play was nothing short of a spectacle. Before his play, the trending topic in the Korean region minor gallery had been Egan Paul's stream, but Chul-soo had triumphantly snatched back his place on the list. The trending topic now was, is it possible to live stream while meditating? Hey guys, is that such a big deal? Even on the Arvis server, one of the strongest servers in the universe, no streamer has succeeded in doing that. What Chul-soo just did is supposed to be impossible. Looks like Chul-soo is the only one who can do this in the entire universe. If you break your concentration while meditating, the death rate is said to be 72%. 72%? What the hell are you talking about? Stop spreading fake news. Here's the source. High-level players, in particular, were extremely cautious about doing anything else while meditating. As one's level increased, so did the concentration required for meditation and fortifying their inner universe. Breaking that state led to severe consequences, with a staggering 72% chance of death. There is also a 20% chance of becoming a cripple. Chul-soo seems to be doing just fine though. Well, Chul-soo is. Various opinions converged into one conclusion on the Korean region minor gallery, a buzzing online forum. n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. Chul-soo is insane. He would not hesitate to kill himself for the sake of his live stream, lol. This is how intense man should be. LMAO. I don't know why calling him crazy triggers him, though. Lol. He is not insane. He is intense man. Many users erupted into laughter upon seeing Chul-soo unlock the taming, physical, skill. The situation amused even Choi Gap-soo, who was engrossed in the live stream. Ha ha ha, to think he would discover and unlock such a skill. Gap-soo said, Chairman, is that really something to laugh about? Lilia felt a sense of unease. She wished Gap-soo would take things more seriously. Every skill is useful if you use it right. And there is almost no player who uses that skill well. Taming, physical, was like a double-edged sword. Gap-soo explained, it's a disciplinary skill that forces monsters to obey you by inflicting severe pain on them. But use it too much, and the monster dies, too little, and it rebels. It's all about finding that sweet spot, especially when dealing with volatile monsters. And how many players do you think can do that? Lilia bit her lip. You can do it. Rooting for Chul-soo, she took to the Korean region minor gallery to give the users ridiculing Chul-soo a piece of her mind. Do you all even know what you are talking about? Chul-soo has always been this intense, and he always finds a way. All your ridicule will only tire your fingers. Why mock someone who has acquired such a great skill? May you all trip and fall into poop. Written by Chul-soo's GF 486. Her distinct writing style, not quite in tune with the forum's tone, drew attention, catapulting her to fame as one of the KRMG's named users. Jin Hyuk was no expert in taming skills, and he had no idea how valuable the taming, physical, skill could be. Only hands-on experience would tell. Is Sa-Rin still not here? Being new to this field, Sa-Rin was taking longer than expected to return. But Jin Hyuk felt something approaching him. Killing intent. That was not an accurate description. The sensation felt oddly familiar, but he could not describe it. It's more like madness. It felt like something insane was coming toward him. Perhaps the visceral memories from before his regression were the reason he could recognize this feeling. But why does it feel so familiar? It felt like an energy he had encountered before. His gaze shifted toward the rustling bushes in the distance. A shadowy figure was sprinting toward him through the trees. It looks like a four-legged monster. The distance was still too great to get a clear look, but the presence was unmistakable. However, I do not sense the typical aura of Monsaint. The four-legged creature entered his field of vision. However, it was not a monster, it was a human. Jin Hyeok's memory flashed, and he remembered who 5 Crystals was before his regression. She was the villain who wanted to eat me. Jin Hyeok had killed countless villains who had tried to attack him during his time as a swordsman, so remembering them all was hard. However, the dark energy swirling around the four-legged human sprinting at him jogged his memory. Back then, I just thought she was another villain and killed her. The memory of the villain swinging her crimson nails toward his heart resurfaced. She had been quite ferocious, but far too weak than the others after him. I want to eat, she growled as if she were some kind of wolf, crawling toward him on all fours. Her body had swelled up, indicating that she had drunk a lot of blood. It's 5 Crystals, one of the players I met earlier. She appears to be infected by something strange. I will use broadcaster's clairvoyance to get a more accurate read. Oh, and since 5 Crystals is too long of a name, I am just going to call her Gluttony. Jin Hyeok felt significantly different from his swordsman days, and this lifted his spirits. Back then, he would have cut her throat without a second thought. He was contemplating the situation more carefully, even considering how to make good content for his LTube channel. I don't see any parasites inside her. Whoosh! Gluttony's attack scratched Jin Hyeok's face. As her nails had made slight contact with his skin, he felt a tingling sensation. Her attacks are quite strong. Jin Hyeok had deliberately taken that hit. Those red nails flying toward his face looked pretty gruesome, which provided good content. Her movements are quite slow and predictable. It feels like she is relying on instinct as she lacks combat abilities since she is just a streamer. But something feels off. Through broadcaster's clairvoyance, he noticed something peculiar. That does not look like true madness. Her state was different from the madness that Sairin and Mianai exhibited. It felt like someone had forcibly injected this madness into her. It's neither a parasite nor magic. The problem seems to be within Gluttony herself. Yikes. Jin Hyeok bent down to dodge Gluttony's nail attack. Having learned from before, Gluttony twisted her waist and swung her nails at him again. While her earlier attacks were single, isolated moves, this time, she unleashed 2, then 3 consecutive swipes. Jin Hyeok was grateful for the extra effort. She is learning while attacking. She was becoming more streamlined in her movements, likely influenced by observing Jin Hyeok. It seems like she is learning how to move by watching me. A villain growing this quickly while fighting him was rather exciting. Jin Hyeok hoped that she would grow strong enough to become a real challenge. However, there must be a limit to what she can do as a streamer. Streamers are inherently weak. Gluttony's attacks were becoming more ferocious, and Jin Hyeok intermittently used broadcaster's barrier to block them. He counterattacked when he could, but she used her broadcaster's barrier to defend against his greatsword as well. Her learning speed was impressive. She is even showing brawler-like movements now. While Jin Hyeok was momentarily distracted by the live stream, Gluttony lunged at him. He had expected another nail attack, but this time she did something different. She bit his arm. A bite attack. For a moment, he contemplated using the star shield. With it, he could completely block the attack. But losing a bit of flesh would not hurt that much, would it? It would make good footage, too. Instead of using the star shield, he activated time-lapse recording, capturing Gluttony in great detail at 0.8x speed. Her teeth have elongated like hooks. Even if I try to shake my arm free, they don't come off easily. It's like I am snagged on a fishing hook. He kicked Gluttony hard in the abdomen. Thud. Sent flying. She crashed into a rock, but a sizable chunk of Jin Hyeok's flesh was also torn away. My arm is in shreds. It's quite painful. Jin Hyeok smiled. He had been worried that the tension would drop without Sairin. However, Gluttony's appearance was like a blessed rain after a drought. But dragging this on too long could become tedious. Jin Hyeok calculated the best way to perform and conclude this event in his mind. Tasty. Your blood. Gluttony's tongue elongated as she licked up the blood spattered on her face. It was a bizarre but exhilaratingly provocative sight. I want more. Give me more. Her red eyes were glued to him, flickering with artificial madness. Ah, I see it now. Her mystery was forcefully activated. Jin Hyeok's mood suddenly soured. Why is she acting like she is truly mad when she is not? Gluttony roared as she ripped open the front of her shirt. Ki-ee-ee-aok. Beastly fur sprouted from her chest, and she bulked up, taking on a bear-like shape. Her elongated, red nails looked extremely impressive. Huh? There's a second face. Wait a minute. I hope my voice sounded sufficiently shaky just now. He had grown a lot lately, so it probably had. Wang Yumi had a smile on her face. Strong guy, intense man is intense again. LOL. Walnut Prince, he is intense as always. As usual, the Chulsu verse was exceptionally intense. The viewers on Kim Know-It-All TV thoroughly enjoyed and empathized with Kim Chulsu's intensity. On the screen, Chulsu spoke. Whew, I have a moment to breathe. I will heal my wounds with a potion? Angelina Jelly, what's he doing? Freak out, he should just attack that weird-looking monster? Walnut Prince, the way he pretends it's urgent is hilarious. LOL. 5 Crystals, who seemed to have entered the second phase, had many weak points. She looked like an easy target, but Chulsu was not attacking her. Donkey Saint, but it does seem like he is quite injured, haha. Strong guy, right? He is so calm about it that the injury seems minor. LOL. Walnut Prince, isn't that beyond just pretending? Chulsu disinfected his wounds with a potion. Appa do it, why is he disinfecting his wounds? It obviously looks like he is trying to waste time. The viewers might have wanted Intense Man's raw intensity, but they quickly called him out on his overly staged intensity. Yumi sent Jin Hyuk a secret message. It might be good to tone down the fake intensity _. Cha Jin Hyuk immediately took the feedback, quickly healing his wounds. Standing firmly on his feet, he looked at the wailing 5 crystals and said, "We are in the Scanorbia server, the land of warriors. When in Rome, do as the Romans do. I will act as a warrior should. Attacking while transforming would not be warrior-like." Jin Hyuk unconsciously smirked. Although he had just stated a plausible reason for not attacking, his heart was pounding. This is again good content for my LTube channel. Acing according to the culture and style of each server. It's a good concept to have. And 5 crystals even entered the second phase. Jin Hyuk was excited to witness her second phase, something he had not encountered before his regression. Attacking an enemy during their transformation lacks style, he said to the viewers. Really? Is there actually a pervert who attacks during transformation? The viewers of Kim Know It All TV truly lived up to their name. They knew Jin Hyuk quite well. They instantly flooded the Korean region minor gallery, investigating Cholsu's past behavior and posting screenshots as evidence. I've always wondered, wouldn't the perfect time to attack be during a transformation? The current Cholsu and the Cholsu who had faced off against Jonprich were starkly different. Back then, he had said that attacking during a transformation was a good strategy. Now, he said it lacked style. What the hell? LOL, this guy can't make up his mind? Seriously? Is Cholsu really that impressive? He changes his standards whenever he wants. LOL. Written by, No Overpackaging Please. Joseph, named No Overpackaging Please on the gallery, did not stop there. He created a meme from what Cholsu had said earlier and uploaded it. However, there must be a limit to what she can do as a streamer. Streamers are inherently weak. What is this nonsense? He is even admitting that streamers are inherently weak? He just called himself the weakest man on earth, LOL. Nope, that's you. He is weak by Intense Man's standards. By the standards of average top-ranked players, he is really strong. Even a level 999 with SSS rank would be weak by Intense Man's standards. Joseph's post again rallied many users, and most of them did not seem to mind Cholsu's fluctuating standards. After all, the me from yesterday and today are different. Haha, agreed. Just yesterday, I decided to go on a diet, but right now, I'm eating fried chicken. LOL. Is there anyone who actually consistently lives by their own standards? Oddly enough, Cholsu's inconsistency appealed to most users. He is so down to earth. How can a person be so charming? Even Cholsu's inconsistency is so adorable. Kim Cholsu is the best. Awesome. Red heart. This Nuna has to be over 60, with the way she talks. Seems like she is well over 60, LOL. You should just call her ma'am and not Nuna. Her concept is on point. LOL. The user CholsusGF486, who was Lilia, became so famous that her posts started to appear in bold font. Gluttony's second phase seemed to be stronger than before. She has become faster and much stronger, Jin Hyuk said. However, Jin Hyuk was still disappointed. Given her lengthy transformation time, he had expected something more special, but nothing of the sort seemed to have happened. Why isn't she getting any stronger? He felt like he were facing an ordinary martial arts class player of around level 100. He even used broadcaster's clairvoyance to search for any unique skills Gluttony might possess, but there wasn't anything remarkable. This is no fun. Jin Hyuk contemplated ending the fight, but it looked like Han Sae-rin would not be returning anytime soon. In the meantime, he had to think of an appropriate narrative for his viewers. Guess it wouldn't hurt to practice taming. Taming generally did not work on entities with high intelligence. Moreover, using taming skills on a human was, ethically and morally, somewhat frowned upon. But it's hard to see her as a human in her current form. Gluttony looked similar to a bear, but her posture resembled that of a feline creature. She was more like a monster, with incredibly long and sharp teeth and nails. I will try to fight for real this time. Players often referred to this as serious mode. Anyway, Jin Hyuk engaged with Gluttony, raising the stakes in their fight. After a while, Gluttony lay on the floor, spitting blood. Her chest was riddled with sword cuts, and every spot on her arms or legs had wounds on them. Those wounds are not going to kill her. The injuries were not too severe. They looked gruesome, but they weren't serious enough to impede her movement. The look in her eyes was also very much full of life. If I use the blade, it might be fatal for her, so I will hit her with the blunt side of the sword. However, that felt like disrespecting the sword. A sword was meant for slashing and stabbing, not for hitting. Even though Jin Hyuk was no longer a swordsman, he had to show a basic level of respect that one should have for the weapon. I have a better item for this. The rule breaker. I am going to use this hammer. Shaped like a hammer, rule breaker was optimal for striking Gluttony. Kiyaak. Gluttony growled in defiance. Still got some fight in you, I see. You have activated the skill taming, physical, Taming, physical, has failed. Thump. Rule breaker landed squarely on Gluttony's forehead. There was a sound of something breaking, but she still seemed to be okay. See, if she were seriously injured, she would have not been able to see clearly, but she is looking straight at me. A trickle of blood flowed down her face, but it was fine. That also fell under minor injuries. Activate Star Shield. Jin Hyuk effortlessly blocked 5 crystals' claw attack. When using taming, physical, subduing one's target both physically and mentally was essential. So Jin Hyeok decided that it would be better to suppress her completely. The back of her head seems to be a weak point. He struck her there. Thump. The sound was considerably louder this time, and it seemed like the blow had done its job. Gluttony fell, foaming at the mouth and trembling. Finally, it looks like we're getting somewhere and /o/vel/b//in.c//om. She shuddered as she lay on the ground, finally subdued. I think that's enough damage for now. Though not critical by any means, Jin Hyeok assumed this would be enough to tame her. You have activated the skill Taming, Physical. Taming, Physical, has failed. Jin Hyeok was about to say, looks like more beating is in order, but stopped himself, opting to maintain his dignity as a streamer. I think a more physical approach is required. Although he thought he was still weak, he believed he was more sensitive to death than anyone else. She didn't look like she was on the verge of death just yet. He wagered that beating her near death should make Taming, Physical, more effective. Kiyaak. Gluttony let out an inhuman scream. It sounded like the final gasp of a dying animal, confirming that Jin Hyeok had pushed her to her limit. You have activated the skill Taming, Physical. Taming, Physical, has succeeded. Jin Hyeok realized something peculiar at that moment. Wait, I didn't tame Gluttony. It's something else. Gluttony was displaying fake madness. Clearly, she had been under the control of someone or something else. Jin Hyeok saw the true entity that had been behind this fake madness reveal itself. Bleg. Gluttony spat out something. It appeared to be a red object at first, but a closer look revealed that it was a green object that looked red only because of the blood. It seems to be a mystery. Fanatical obsession. Jin Hyeok could not hide his excitement over this discovery. A chill flowed through his brain and down his spinal cord. I think by using the taming skill, I made her spit out her mystery. In a few incidents, players spat out their mysteries after being knocked unconscious. Jin Hyeok assumed this was a similar situation. Wait, can this work on other people? Please, let that be true. That would be amazing. Come to think of it. Does this make me similar to the players who hunt the awakened? These players hunted the awakened and stole their abilities. What Jin Hyeok had done seemed fairly similar, but he thought more experimentation would be necessary. Trembling with excitement, he continued with his live stream. That is a mystery, likely a form of power that eats at the body and soul. Before he knew it, Gluttony started to regain her original appearance. He sprayed a healing potion all over her, poured more into her mouth, and covered her with a blanket he bought from the broadcaster's shop. His actions were not out of pity, but were rather a reward for enhancing his live stream and offering him a new hope. It seems a faint connection still exists between her and the mystery. This fanatical obsession seemed to have its own will. It appeared as if the mystery desperately wanted to enter Gluttony's body. It's fascinating to feel something like this. Seems like the taming process was a success. Having conjured excellent content, Jin Hyeok was quite satisfied with today's live stream. Just as he thought it was a good time to wrap up and take a break, he chanced upon an extraordinary stroke of luck. Crack! Lighting descended from the sky. This seems familiar. Jin Hyeok found the energy quite familiar, akin to the lightning energy used by the thunder dragon that Park Terse had tamed. This doesn't look like natural lightning. Lightning surged around him. Crack! Crack! Yellow bolts descended on the ground, yet miraculously, they did not set the trees ablaze or damage the forest. The densely grown branches swayed as if they were under some invisible influence. Then, a space opened up suddenly, revealing the blue sky. Look there. In the center of the blue sky, a dragon wreathed in golden electrical currents became visible. Compared to the dragons Jin Hyeok had seen and knew of, this one was considerably smaller and seemed less imposing. LV-132/Thunder Dragon/Baby of the Central Forest/Prince. Jin Hyeok realized that Terse had indeed tamed a thunder dragon in Scanorbia. Furthermore, right now, that dragon was just level 132. Jin Hyeok had a hunch about why the dragon had revealed itself. Its eyes, emitting a green glow, were fixed on the fanatical obsession mystery. Although the mystery didn't show any changes, Jin Hyeok felt that it was trembling as if it had met its predator. It seemed desperate to hide within Gluttony, whom Jin Hyeok had subdued earlier. Jin Hyeok grabbed the mystery and absorbed it. You have acquired the mystery fanatical obsession. Jin Hyeok had extracted an untamed mystery from another being. Since he had tamed and absorbed this mystery, he was confident he could call upon it to activate it. The thunder dragon seemed enraged at his actions. Damn, it's so bright my eyes hurt. When he used broadcaster's clairvoyance, his eyes tingled uncomfortably. The thunder dragon has activated the skill Thunder Dragon Roar. The surrounding trees withdrew as if they were living beings, making crackling sounds. What was once a dense forest had now transformed into a small barren area. Kroa! The young thunder dragon roared, and dark clouds gathered in the sky. A fierce and powerful aura loomed, eliciting a small grin from Jin Hyeok. He sheathed Rule Breaker and took out his primary weapon, the greatsword of Logon. I am going to have a conversation with the thunder dragon. The young thunder dragon was a disappointment. It looks flashy, but is nothing but a show. Jin Hyeok felt that the level 132 dragon had capabilities under level 100. While its innate power and abilities corresponded to those of a creature at level 132, the dragon seemed unable to harness any of those. The reason for this could be that the dragon was still a baby. How much longer should I keep taking its attacks? The sparkling effects were somewhat cool, which made Cha Jin Hyeok put up with its attacks. However, even that was becoming tedious. Why is it so weak? Jin Hyeok never had the chance to properly fight with a thunder dragon before. The ones he had met were usually accompanied by Park Turs and never fought with him. Let's see how it feels to get hit directly. Crack! He let himself get hit by the thunder dragon's thunderbolt. A disappointment as expected. The attack said to consume an enormous amount of stamina, but possessing unparalleled destructive power among elemental attacks felt like a slightly strong static shock. It was a bit uncomfortable, but he felt no strain on his body. Jin Hyeok even wondered if he had such a high resistance to electrical attacks. That hadn't been the case even back in his Sword King days. I think I need to meditate and do some inner exploration, Jin Hyeok said to the viewers. The only way to know for sure would be meditation and self-exploration. It feels like the Phoenix Heart is somehow involved in all this. Ever since he had consumed the Phoenix Heart, he had gained complete immunity to fire. And with the addition of my Munchkin trait, it feels like my resistance to other elemental attacks has improved as well. While he needed to research this further, the crucial point was that he had significant resistance to electrical attacks. Suddenly, he heard a voice. Give it. It was a shrill voice. N/O/vel/b/jn.c//om. Oh, you can talk. Give it to me now. While precise communication seemed difficult, the young thunder dragon was ardently expressing its desires. Every taming process has its time and place, and one must know when to use the carrot and when the stick. It was well known that if a subject's attention was somewhere else, it could not properly hear the tamer's voice. Jin Hyeok was no expert tamer like Park Turs, but he decided to give it a shot. Get out. He took a deep breath and then exhaled. The fanatical obsession mystery within him tried to cling on like glue, but its efforts did not matter much. It could have been due to the taming, physical, skill, but his control over the tamed mystery was excellent. The green pattern materialized in the air. Fanatical obsession. Hey, do you want to eat this? Give it. As someone who aimed to be a versatile streamer and who was obligated to provide a variety of content to his viewers, Jin Hyeok needed to seize this moment. The story of how an SSS-tier young thunder dragon, consumed by hostility, was moved and amazed by the goodwill of a player from the Earth server. LOL? I don't think this can be considered nationalism. It's more like Earthism. Haha, you're right. I think I'm getting drunk on this Earthism. Oh waiter, another bottle of Earthism, please? On the screen, the young thunder dragon curiously examined the green pattern before it, then greedily licked it. Tasty. The dragon grabbed the pattern and sucked on it as if it were candy. LOL. I didn't know dragons did mukbangs. 1. But it's kinda cute. I find reptiles adorable. While users from the Earth server were engrossed in this spectacle, longtime users from other servers expressed concern. If a baby thunder dragon is there, its mother must be near too. Yup. He needs to be careful. If you get caught by the mother thunder dragon, you're toast. Wang Yumi collected this information and secretly messaged Jin Hyeok. Ah, the mother could be nearby. Jin Hyeok contemplated his options. Even if I successfully tame it by tempting it with food, if the mother appears, it's game over. There was no chance of him defeating the mother thunder dragon. But I really want to tame this one. What should I do? The thought of losing the precious mystery, which had not really been precious before but had suddenly become so, seemed concerning. The cost-benefit ratio was not to Jin Hyeok's liking. I have to tame it, but if I get caught by its mother, I'm dead. Just then, a new figure emerged on the scene. I have come to lend my strength, Molly. Prompted by Pathfinder's taunt, Mole Man hastily appeared before Jin Hyeok. With an excited expression, he said, So, you want to know where the small wyvern's nest is, Molly? No need to reject my favor. I ask for nothing in return, Molly. I simply wish to wholeheartedly assist you, Kim Chulsu. You want to help me? Yes, Molly. Jin Hyeok made a request to the passionately enthusiastic Mole Man. If you're here to help, could you take that lady back to the Earth server for treatment? That crazy woman, you mean? She is not crazy anymore. She was just temporarily crazy due to the mystery. If Mole Man had not appeared, Jin Hyeok would not have cared too much. However, since Mole Man was here, Jin Hyeok decided to show a bit of consideration. Before my regression, I thought she was a villain and simply killed her. In retrospect, although 5 crystals had charged at Jin Hyeok, she was not a villain who had harmed others. The prospect of killing her without much thought bothered Jin Hyeok a little. This is the generosity of the Earth server's best player? The true top dog is always generous to the underdog. He is so cool. Please take me, Appa. I love you. Mole Man seemed somewhat displeased. But, you said you wanted to help me. Well, that's correct, Molly. Show the dignity of being the top-ranked player, then. Top-ranked. Mole Man checked his ranking. Just like 30 minutes ago, he was still the top-ranked player. That's right, I am number 1, Molly. So, Chulsu, let me ask you a question. Who do you think is the best navigator in Korea? Numbers do not lie. Look at the ranking. You are number 1. So, can I call myself the navigator recognized as number 1 by Kim Chulsu, Molly? You are number 1, Mole Man. He. With a brisk stride, Mole Man picked up the fallen 5 crystals. He then waved at Jin Hyeok, though, in his mind, he was waving at Jin Hyeok's viewers and Han Sa-rin. I am the true top-ranked player, Molly. He formed a V with his fingers. Pathfinder is second, Molly. Mole Man left the area laughing heartily. Not long after, it began to rain. Rain. Jin Hyeok felt chills running down his spine. He looked at the sky through broadcaster's clairvoyance, and his eyes began to hurt. Boom! It felt like something had exploded, like a light bulb bursting due to an overload. Ouch, my eyes. Rumble! A clap of thunder rang out. Wow, now it's hard to breathe. Jin Hyeok knew what this feeling was. This is the aura of a thunder dragon. He felt the aura coming from a considerable distance, yet he was already having trouble breathing. The air around him seemed heavy, as if it was crushing him. The clouds formed a whirlpool-like pattern, and then a huge storm cloud appeared. Hundreds of bolts of lightning flashed in the sky. The density of the mana around me seems to be increasing. It feels like I have fallen underwater. Possibly due to his nervous system being on high alert, his body became stiff. Jin Hyeok raised his hand. My hand is trembling against my will. I can feel only one thing right now, something overpowering is approaching, something I can't face with my current strength. He looked at the sky again with broadcaster's clairvoyance but saw nothing. Cook. Jin Hyeok felt a heavy, oppressive sensation as if he were sinking into the dark depths of the ocean. Then, a voice like thunder echoed in his head. What have you done to my son? A few minutes ago, the great leader of Scanorbia, Khan, knelt before someone and bowed his head. I apologize, my lord. Due to Scanorbia being connected to the Earth server, Khan should have found many mysteries, but he did not. Or rather, he had chosen not to. He had made a deal with streamer Egan Paul and the United States government, securing food and resources for the hungry citizens of Scanorbia. I spared you because you are useful, Khan. I am aware. Prove me that you are useful. I will find high-quality mysteries in abundance. Just grant me more time. The Thunder Dragon before Khan, Adna, was a significant reason behind Khan's rise to power in Scanorbia. Adna was the true ruler of Scanorbia. At that moment, Adna felt that something was off. What's going on, she thought. She always maintained a mental link with her son Aden, the young Thunder Dragon. Aden was still weak by her standards and required much protection. Adna sensed that her offspring, who was playing in the central forest of Scanorbia, was being tainted by something strange. With one of her claws, she gripped Khan tightly. My lord? I don't taste that good. Adna flapped her gigantic wings. Electrical energy flickered, causing whirlwinds to swirl around. Do you carry any herbs that induce vomiting? I have some that humans use, my lord. That will do. The massive Adna soared into the sky. Khan swallowed hard and looked down. So high, he thought. In just a couple of flaps, they had already reached the clouds. Adna flew toward the central forest at a speed that seemed faster than light. From a distance, she sensed her son and the impurities around him. Human, she thought. The one around her son was not a Scanorbian, he seemed to be a human from Earth, which had been recently connected to her server. What have you done to my son? She spat out the words in a lash of fury but immediately regretted it. She could feel that she had released too much draconic energy. It would be difficult for a mere human to withstand such immense presence. Did he faint? Khan, whom she had gripped in her claw, had already fainted. But then, a strange voice reached her ears. The Thunder Dragon has appeared? It's enormously huge. I think it's the one that caused those gigantic thunder clouds. The human seemed to have lost all sense of fear and was babbling non-stop. It's so overwhelming that it's hard to breathe. My whole body is tingling even though the electrical energy did not hit me. It's like I have plunged into a sea made of electrical energy. How can something be so overwhelming? If the end of the world had a feeling, this would be exactly that. It was a truly strange event. Adna observed that the human before her looked excited, rather than frightened. One mukbang is a type of live stream in which the streamer, or the host, consumes various quantities of food while interacting with the audience. It is very popular in Korea. When Adna laid eyes on Cha Jin Hyeok, she saw a man whose aura flickered with a peculiar madness. Annoying, she thought. However, the urgent matter at hand was her son. Adna's eyes were tinged with red. Incompetent fool, bring out the herbs. Adna called for Khan, but Khan was still unconscious. Her presence had significantly affected his mental state. Agitated, the Thunder Dragon tossed Khan aside and approached Aden. Aden was wheezing and stumbling about as if he were under a spell, like a dragon intoxicated due to drugs. Tell me what has happened to my son. The dragon is trying to speak to me. The pressure from her presence has lessened a bit, Jin Hyeok said to his viewers. Adna found this ridiculous. Is he laughing? The human was cheerfully walking toward her with a smile. It was a situation Adna found a bit perplexing for their first encounter. I will try to interview her, Jin Hyeok said. I asked what my son has eaten. He ate a mystery. Adna was annoyed by Jin Hyeok's lack of respect toward her, but she did not make a big issue of it. Her priority was checking on her son's condition. Can I touch you? Your body is flickering with the electrical energy. It looks interesting. Summoning her draconic energy, Adna exerted her presence on the audacious human in front of her. An invisible force weighed down on Jin Hyeok, making his breathing rugged and sweat pour like rain. He looked visibly distressed. I asked you what you have fed him. Oh, this feels good. To Adna, Jin Hyeok looked like a madman. A bit more. Make it a bit stronger. Getting a coherent response from this madman seemed difficult. You are annoying. Adna decided just to kill him. It was the nature of thunder dragons to eliminate whatever irritated them. However, Jin Hyeok's next words stopped her. Your son ate the mystery called fanatical obsession. It was a close call. Though Jin Hyeok himself was unaware of it, this was a testament to his true talent for survival. What? Fanatical obsession. Jin Hyeok's eyes narrowed. A tingling sense of anticipation that he might be able to tame a thunder dragon flashed through his mind. He replied, yes. Was it something that the young thunder dragon wasn't supposed to eat? Even the most powerful beings could show vulnerability before their offspring. While his broadcaster's clairvoyance previously showed all information about Adana as question marks, he could now read her status. Adana had fallen into a state of extreme panic. Hashtag why did it have to be a tainted mystery? Hashtag what should I do? Hashtag there is no time. Hashtag there is no way out. The intense emotion was so overwhelming that a sense of immense despair flowed into Jin Hyeok. If not for imperial resilience, he would have plunged into depression and panic. That was how desperate Adana felt. She might be a formidable being, but it seems she lacks experience as a mother. Adana did not hear Jin Hyeok's words. Novice mom Adana's mind went blank. Thunderbolts incessantly rained down from the sky, reducing everything they struck to ashes. The one expansive forest was being flattened. If she decides to really attack me, I will be done for in a single blow. Jin Hyeok found this razor-edge tension quite thrilling. He grinned. I think there might be a way to save him. Speak. But you might not like it. Speak. Any wish you have, I will grant. I can force him to vomit the tainted mystery, but it will be a bit unsightly. Are you okay with that? Jin Hyeok was thinking more of a physical approach. You have to swear in Draconic that you will just watch whatever I do to your son. In return, if I fail to save your son, you are free to take my life. Moved by the sincerity of Jin Hyeok's words, Adana nodded. I swear. Kim Naotal's chat was going wild. Is he betting his life against the Thunder Dragon? I knew he was crazy, but this is next level. LOL. Is the Thunder Dragon really that strong? Even the strongest players on Arvas cannot guarantee victory against a Thunder Dragon despite forming teams of dozens. It's one of the most powerful beings in the universe. And he is risking his life against that? Sincere intense man mode has descended upon us. The sentiment that this was Kim Chol-soo's sincere intensity, not just a concept, gained traction. Wang Yumi gulped, keenly observing the viewer's reactions. What Jin Hyeok lacked was just one thing. To her, Jin Hyeok was perfect in all aspects except for one. Conveying a sense of crisis. It was hard to find any sense of crisis in Jin Hyeok. Heroes usually found themselves in crises, it was overcoming these situations that made them shine. Sincere intense man mode, LOL? That's rich. What if something goes wrong? If something goes wrong, he's screwed, obviously. Well, players dying isn't really a new thing. Keeping the stream in first-person perspective, Jin Hyeok commenced his ruthless physical interactions with the young Thunder Dragon. Kreia. Adana turned her head away, closing her eyes shut, finding it hard to watch Jin Hyeok's taming, physical. This lunatic. What is he doing to my son? The sky unleashed even fiercer thunderstorms. The clouds that once covered the nearby area expanded, enveloping the entire central forest. All animals held their breath, the trees themselves seemed to shrink. Before the overwhelming presence emitted by Scanorbia's supreme being, all things withered. The only life form that remained unaffected was Jin Hyeok. Tears streamed down Adana's tightly shut eyes. I did swear in Draconic. She could not stop him. Jin Hyeok exclaimed in sheer excitement, the dragon is incredibly sturdy. It felt good to hit the dragon. He found hitting such a robust creature thrilling. The mental barrier of this dragon is quite strong too. It's completely nullifying my taming skill. Jin Hyeok kept reveling in new realizations, ecstatic about his ongoing discoveries. Such a robust mental barrier, yet it got tainted by a mere fanatical obsession. No matter how strong one's power was, if one could not utilize it effectively, it was meaningless. The young Thunder Dragon was living proof of this. Although it had a strong mental barrier, it seemed incapable of using the barrier. On the other hand, fanatical obsession was making good use of that mental barrier. Still, I'm stronger. The young Thunder Dragon was utilizing his abilities well in his fight against Jin Hyeok. However, Jin Hyeok was also someone who effectively used his abilities. You have activated the skill taming, physical, dot. Please fail. It failed. You have activated the skill taming, physical, dot. Please fail. It failed again. Jin Hyeok smiled as he continued his rapid strikes. Attacking with his primary weapon, the greatsword of Logon, felt completely different from using the rule breaker. If I strike now, I will be able to successfully tame him. In essence, the young Thunder Dragon had become an excellent tool for him to practice his taming skill. Having continually practiced against the creature, Jin Hyeok was getting the hang of it. If I use it now, then I will definitely be able to tame him. Jin Hyeok took a momentary pause. And if I strike now, I will fail. You have activated the skill taming, physical, dot. Having tried every possible approach and practiced against the young Thunder Dragon, Jin Hyeok felt he had become quite adept at using taming, physical. Let's finish this. In the end, Jin Hyeok succeeded in drawing out fanatical obsession, just as he had done with 5 crystals earlier. It did not just stop at subduing the mystery, Jin Hyeok's proficiency seemed to have increased significantly. You have successfully tamed Aten. Above Aten's head, a halo shaped of the golden headband formed. As it appeared to settle on Aten's head, it expanded, scanning him once. The golden halo then burst into light and vanished. The taming contract has been established. Oh, this was not a new feeling for Jin Hyeok. This feels similar to being mentally linked with the Golden Guardian Tree. Suddenly, the Mother Thunder Dragon, Adna, spoke. Human, break the contract. Wow, this is no joke. Jin Hyeok had almost subconsciously obeyed Adna. The authority imbued in the words of the Mother Thunder Dragon was indescribable. It was simply extraordinary. She must have used Draconic, he thought. Jin Hyeok was about to decline when the Mother Thunder Dragon spoke again. I shall inherit that contract. Just like before, a wave of intense emotions flooded into him. Hashtag not my son. Hashtag not him. Hashtag freedom comes at a cost. The desperation of an inexperienced mother was quite overwhelming. Tears started to fall from Jin Hyeok's eyes, without his will. Is this even possible? It was a first-time experience for Jin Hyeok, to share emotions this strongly. If you refuse. Suddenly, it felt like his eyeballs were going to burst. He did not need to hear her complete the sentence. Clearly, the Mother Thunder Dragon was willing to annihilate the entire forest, wiping out every life form in a magnificent blaze of fury. It seemed like the sentiment of a mother who could not bear to see her son robbed of his freedom. Why is she so self-conscious? What does she think I'm going to do with her son? At most, Jin Hyeok was planning on using Aten as a mode of transport. He had no idea why she was being so sensitive. He was not even a professional tamer. He did not have the skill to fully draw out the power of a thunder dragon. Even a tamer at the level of Park Turs had said that handling a thunder dragon was difficult, and that was with the help of the golden headband. I am not going to refuse. Jin Hyeok felt like he understood how Turs had tamed an adult thunder dragon. He had to have tamed this young thunder dragon first, then the mother thunder dragon could not stand to watch that and thus inherited the contract. The contract shall be inherited. A halo of golden light, incomparably more intense than before, materialized. Thunderbolts wavered around the halo. As the halo enveloped the mother thunder dragon, it burst into light, filling the entire world with a blinding white light. Whoa, thought I was going blind there. It took Jin Hyeok a long while to open his eyes again. The contract has been inherited. You have established a taming contract with the thunder dragon Atna. Notifications came in quick succession. A portion of the thunder dragon Atna's power has been transferred to you. The mother thunder dragon was so strong that just making a contract with her had transferred some of the dragon's enormous strength to him. You have leveled up. You have leveled up n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. Current level, 144. Jin Hyeok hit level 144 in a blink of an eye. This kind of rapid leveling was something he had not experienced in a long time, and he could not help but feel elated. You have acquired the major achievement Thunder Dragon contract. Would you like to register your major achievement in the Hall of Fame? I bet Egan Paul is watching this exhilarating moment of me achieving this major achievement. Are you watching, Egan Paul? Yes, I want to register it. The moment he decided to register the new major achievement, he realized something. I've lost sight of my initial goal. However, right now, losing sight of that initial goal felt okay. How can anyone maintain their initial goal every single day? No human could do that. Just for today, he decided not to adhere to his initial goal. The major achievement Thunder Dragon contract has been registered in the Hall of Fame. This was his first entry into the Hall of Fame. However, that was not the end. The Hall of Fame is evaluating/reviewing this major achievement. Could it be? The Hall of Fame has dedicated this major achievement to the astonishing list. Jin Hyeok had managed to do something he could not even do back in his days as a Sword King. Did I really accomplish this? The notifications kept coming. Making it onto the astonishing list was the dream and ultimate goal of every player. However, there was no concrete information available on how an achievement could enter the astonishing list. Before his regression, Jin Hyeok would always complain about the vague criteria for earning a place on the astonishing list. Back then, among the Korean swordsman class players, Lee Hyeon-sung was the only one who had made it onto the astonishing list. This had infuriated Jin Hyeok. Jin Hyeok had surpassed Hyeon-sung in many aspects, yet Hyeon-sung was the one who had made it onto that coveted list. Not many achievements were worthy of the astonishing list, and naturally, Jin Hyeok was convinced that the selection criteria were garbage. Maybe the criteria are quite reasonable after all. However, now that one of his achievements was on the astonishing list, he understood. The criteria were not unreasonable. An astonishing invitation has been sent to the one who has earned a spot on the astonishing list. A ticket arrived in his inventory. It was a ticket to a festival held once a year and exclusive to players who had made it onto the astonishing list, commonly known as the Glory Society. I finally did it. n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. Jin Hyeok remembered what Hyeon-sung always used to say to him before his regression. I have the experience of attending the Glory Society, Jin Hyeok. Hyeon-sung would flaunt his attendance at the Glory Society whenever he felt cornered. With this invitation, Jin Hyeok would not have to hear such nonsense in this life. The major achievement Thunder Dragon contract comes with special benefits. The Thunder Dragon, Adna, solemnly spoke. You are lucky, madman. I am. The weight of the responsibility of someone with great power is very heavy. Adna began to explain, but it was not anything complicated. So what you are saying is that, normally, moving between servers is hard for you, right? Under normal circumstances, it is difficult for one to leave the Scanorbia server, but the special privilege granted by the astonishing list removes those restrictions. Yes, but some restrictions still exist. Adna chuckled. Regrettably, you will not be able to fully utilize my power. Fine by me. Pity, but you have to. What? What the hell is she talking about? What I mean is, you will not be able to fully harness my almighty Thunder Dragon powers in other servers. Almighty, my ass? You can't even save your son from being tainted. What's so almighty about that? I will not be able to assist you in battles. I do not know how long this restriction will last, but it is likely related to your growth. What the hell are you talking about? Do I look like a tamer to you? Jin Hyeok tried to convey the situation to his viewers as objectively as possible. The Thunder Dragon seems to be a little confused. I am not a tamer, and I have no intention of summoning it for something grandiose. Jin Hyeok was not planning on using the Thunder Dragon's power as Park Terse had, maximizing the potential of Adana's power. Even for an adept tamer like Terse, wielding the Thunder Dragon's power was a huge burden. So, attempting to fully utilize the dragon's power would be overly ambitious for a streamer like Jin Hyeok. Madman, you also desired this contract with me. I sensed your fervent wishes through my draconic eyes. Are you going to deny that now? I did wish for the contract. Jin Hyeok had never seen a mount as impressive as a Thunder Dragon. The Thunder Dragon could summon thunderstorms and tear through the skies. It was a great mount with an overwhelming power that took people's breath away. Nothing could compare to it, not even a Ferrari. You are the most fantastic mount in the world. Thunder Dragon Atna found herself engulfed in confusion for a while. Over the course of thousands of years, many humans had attempted to form contracts with her, all with the same objective to dominate the world with her power. A lucky few even became the most powerful heroes of their time, thanks to her assistance. Did he just say I am the most fantastic mount in the world? It took her a moment to grasp the meaning of those words. She had never met a human mad enough to consider her merely a mount. Mount? You want to use me as a mount, madman? Yes. Me? A mount? Of course. And why is that? It looks cool. Adna scowled. Jin Hyeok was an utterly incomprehensible human. So you have no complaints about being unable to utilize my power in battles. I just need the cool factor. In truth, if the contractor wished, some of the restrictions could be released. Adna was willing to do that much as a favor for the man who had saved her son. She had expected Jin Hyeok to beg for her power or to release those restrictions, but that did not happen. To actually say something like that, Adna still found it difficult to believe those were Jin Hyeok's true thoughts. However, thousands of years of beliefs could not be overturned in a single moment. She tried to understand Jin Hyeok in her own way, through her own eyes. Is he perhaps considering my well-being? Jin Hyeok had risked his life to save Adan. He had even repeatedly warned Adna to stay still so as not to interfere with the healing process. Yes, perhaps he is a warm-hearted madman, one who would risk his life to save a dragon. Adna considered it carefully. Every human in the world would covet the power of a thunder dragon and regret being unable to use it for battles. Then why is he like that? He is being considerate because I am a mother. Young dragons were vulnerable in many ways. They could easily lose their lives due to the tainted mystery. That was why they always needed their mother by their side. From the start, this madman never intended to make use of me. In her perspective, Jin Hyeok had thought of her as a novice mother struggling with child care, so he did not find it too regrettable that he was unable to actively use her power. Deeply moved, Adna transmitted this intense emotion directly to Jin Hyeok. Perhaps due to the contract, Jin Hyeok could precisely sense Adna's feelings. Oh, knowing how Adna felt, he decided it was wise to win the dragon's favor. He said, well, you are a mother. I have no intention of dragging a mother raising a young child into battles. I see. So you are a considerate madman, after all. Feeling Adna's newfound fondness, Jin Hyeok grinned. All I wanted was to look cool while riding a dragon. Jin Hyeok had never intended to use the Thunder Dragon's power in the first place, regardless of the objective difficulty in doing so. Using the Thunder Dragon's power would essentially mean using cheat codes in his play. Where is the fun in using cheats? That was far removed from the style of play Jin Hyeok pursued. I see Khan has come to his senses. I will go have a chat with him, Jin Hyeok said to his viewers. He then slapped Khan, who was groaning softly. The chat window of Kim Know-It-All TV was as lively as ever. LOL, that slap was personal. The great leader of Scanorbia getting slapped? Haha, if I remember correctly, the level difference between Chulsu and Khan is over 50, yet Chulsu is slapping Khan like Khan is his younger brother. LOL, is this for real? He's got guts? Khan soon regained his consciousness and glared at Jin Hyeok. You fool. Khan tried to stand up and kick Jin Hyeok, but he couldn't. Do you wish to die? Adna, the true ruler of Scanorbia, spoke in a chilling voice. I was. Jin Hyeok grinned and slapped him again. Snap out of it, Khan. Smack, smack. Jin Hyeok slapped him left and right, alternating between cheeks. Dash, he already woke up. What's the problem? LOL, you still don't know who Chulsu is, do you? Some hardcore users even dug up old videos of Chulsu. See, the enemy is already dead, but Chulsu keeps stabbing him. He said it was to confirm the kill, but I don't know. LOL, but he already got the notification that he defeated the enemy. LOL. The consensus is that he kept stabbing the enemy because he wanted to. So, right now, Chulsu was slapping Khan because he wanted to. Casual users of Kim Know-It-All TV and newbies gained this insight. Wake up, Khan. Smack, smack. Only after several more slaps did Chulsu stop and speak. Oh, you're awake now, you little. Khan was furious, but his fear of Adna prevented him from showing it. Now, let's proceed with an interview with the great leader of Scanorbia, Khan. Is that okay, Khan? Who are you? Kim Chulsu. Kim Chulsu? You mean the good friend of Kim Pyongbyum? That Kim Chulsu. Khan clenched his fist, then shouted, where is Pyongbyum? Show yourself, you coward. The next moment, an earthquake occurred. Adna roared in immense fury. If you dare insult my contractor and the one who saved my son, I will make sure you die painfully. Boom! Lightning struck. Flash! Khan's vision cleared, and only then did he look around. The forest is gone. The central forest, the largest forest in Scanorbia, had disappeared. All he saw was an expansive plain. Even the horizon was visible in the distance. The forest vanished. Khan thought, trembling. This was the power of a thunder dragon. Khan immediately knelt, adopting a respectful posture. I apologize, contractor of the Thunder Dragon. I will comply with the interview. Did you do a staged live stream, or not? Excuse me. Egan Paul, Humphrey Millen. Do those names come to mind? Jin Hyok checked his current viewer count on his live stream, a staggering 200,000. When did it increase this much? He thought. Jin Hyok could not exactly determine the specific formula, but it seemed some of the viewer limit restrictions were lifted as his level increased. I will show the world the true meaning of fair live streaming. It was not that Jin Hyok was angry because someone was trying to take his #1 spot. He just wanted to show everyone that. With that thought, Jin Hyok asked Khan again. You don't know those names? Khan pondered the question for a moment, but he could not lie. If he did, the Thunder Dragon would easily detect it. So, he said, I know them. Did they ask you to do a staged live stream with them? I'm not sure if it was staged, but the United States wiping out your army with its might, that was staged, right? Khan remained silent for a moment but eventually spoke under Jin Hyok's, or rather, the Thunder Dragon's pressure. He earnestly requested, could you please pause your live stream for a moment? Why? There are some things that are difficult to discuss. Jin Hyok shook his head. Stopping the live stream at this point would be an unforgivable move in terms of production. Although Khan looked quite pitiful, that was not Jin Hyok's concern. I want you to say those things that are difficult to discuss. Why? Did you make a secret pact with Egan Paul? Like getting support for food and medical supplies. You guys are suffering from starvation due to your barren land, so their offer must have been tempting. Jin Hyok deeply sighed and continued, but even if that was the case, why would you do that? There are things like ethics and laws in this world. If everyone live streamed like that, then anyone could be a streamer, don't you think? Khan began to feel that something was off. It doesn't seem like he is questioning me about invading the Earth server and exploiting humans. The great leader Khan had zeroed in on one irrefutable point. Kim Chulsu is not asking me to take responsibility for the invasion at all. In Scanorbia, the winner took all that the loser had. Ever since the Thunder Dragon had sided with Chulsu, Chulsu had become the de facto victor. Being the loser, Khan would have had to yield to all of Chulsu's demands. Thankfully, it seemed that such a situation was unlikely. But, the things he is saying do not feel like they are directed at me. So, whom were they meant for? If Chulsu was not criticizing Khan's invasion, then what was this all about? What did Chulsu want? Who is he talking to? Finally, Khan arrived at a conclusion he could hardly believe. Is he really just mad at the staged live stream, like he says? At first, Khan thought there had to be some hidden meaning behind Chulsu's words, but as he listened on, that did not appear to be the case. Chulsu was genuinely angry about the staged live stream. Why is he making such a big deal about it? Khan was a capable ruler who had unified Scanorbia and prided himself on his skill at reading others. However, he had utterly failed to fathom the depths of Chulsu's mind. Manipulating things like that isn't just, wouldn't you agree? Cha Jin Hyok said. Wait, is justice a concept that reigns over both his mind and body? Khan thought. Why yes, I agree. Confused, Khan decided to go along with it for the time being. So you admit that it was a staged live stream, right? Yes. There was still no mention of the terms of Khan's agreement with Egan Paul and Humphrey Millen, nor of any benefits Khan might have gained. So, the situation still left Khan bewildered. Don't fall for such dark temptations next time. I will keep that in mind. Only then did Chulsu smirk. Finally, he felt a sense of relief. See, Egan Paul, the truth can never be defeated by lies. Oh, and one more thing. Chulsu had precisely pinpointed why Egan's staged live stream had succeeded. It was because Egan had perfectly met Khan's needs. Only because Egan's and Khan's interests had aligned so well had a staged live stream been possible. I won't let that happen again. How dare he try to take my #1 spot? Chulsu thought. A voice within Chulsu, which even he did not recognize, took control of his mind and body. He said, document your admission of the staged live stream officially. I want you to provide evidence if you have any. Khan's face visibly darkened. If he were to violate the confidentiality clause first, all promises and assistance from Egan would vanish into thin air. The countless warriors of this land would remain in starvation. In exchange, I will take responsibility for your food supply. The considerate mad saint, Kim Chulsu, had made his official first move. N/O/vel/B/jn.C//OM. Jang Michelle, a member of the Trinity Club who was living another life on the Earth server, was exhilarated. Can we really deploy these players into the field this soon? This was a golden opportunity for the players nurtured by the MK Foundation to gain real-world experience. I've been wanting to develop players with less popular jobs anyway. Copying what everyone else was doing was no fun. Michelle was actively participating in play, and sticking to mainstream strategies would make it dull. So she had spared no effort in supporting players with less favored jobs, including those related to agriculture. This is going to be fun. Players with newly awakened talents in farming, based on the Earth server's advanced agricultural civilization, were deployed to the Scanorbia server. They're really giving us land. Yes, they really are. A considerable number of farmer-class players made their way to Scanorbia. I heard the land there is too barren for farming. That's true, but we do have special skills related to farming, so it should be okay. They are also giving us land, and they said they will give us subsidies if farming fails. How's that possible? Apparently, it is. Scanorbia had almost no land suitable for agriculture. However, things had changed due to the recent rampage of a certain thunder dragon. Wait, there's more fertile flat land than we thought. It looks like this area used to be an expansive forest. The central forest had been flattened, transformed into a vast plain that stretched as far as the eye could see. The MK Foundation is even providing support from water elementalists. They told us to dream big. Wow, the support is really solid. There was no reason for farmer-class players to reject the opportunity to go to Scanorbia. Players from the MK Foundation gradually transitioned to the Scanorbia server to gain real-world experience, passing on their skills to the Scanorbian warriors. In the process, the abilities of the MK-affiliated players improved by leaps and bounds, to say the least. This made Michelle very proud. It seems like we will see significant results in the not-so-distant future. Ho ho ho. Are you pleased? Jin Hyeok asked. Absolutely. It feels like raising many avatars. I knew she would love this, Jin Hyeok thought. Michelle was very interested in this project. The members of the Trinity Club spared no expense when it came to their entertainment, even if that meant running at a loss. As long as they were enjoying themselves, nothing else mattered. Jin Hyeok sneakily glanced at Maria, who was demurely sitting beside Michelle. She looks better than before. Maria looked more relaxed than when she had been with the National Intelligence Service. Sure enough, once her budgetary issues had been resolved, her face had brightened up. Michelle stood up from her seat. I need to take a look around the Great Plains of Scanorbia. Our players are said to be doing exceptionally well, so it's worth checking out. Humming a tune, she left, leaving Jin Hyeok and Maria alone. Why are you bestowing so much favor upon the Scanorbia server? Maria asked Jin Hyeok, curious about his actions. I don't particularly remember bestowing any favor. Recently, Jin Hyeok's livestream had been continually trending on YouTube, breaking the view count record. He had now reached 300 million subscribers. Who would have thought you would use the Thunder Dragon for terraforming? Well, Jin Hyeok had not asked the Thunder Dragon to do that. It was more like the Thunder Dragon had terrorized the area on her own accord. Jin Hyeok stopped himself from saying that. He just let Maria interpret it as she pleased. You have not only instilled a sense of hope in the Scanorbia server but also significantly increased goodwill toward the Earth server. This will have a very positive impact on future server connections. Well, that's good then. However, you should be careful about pressure and containment from the United States side. They were humiliated this time. Khan had spilled the beans. Egan Paul and Humphrey Millen had secretly approached him, proposing a scheme. Not keen on entering the Korean region, Khan had accepted their offer and received support from the United States. As a result, Egan and Humphrey had gained fame, and America could once again flaunt its prowess as the world's superpower. The United States government is blaming everything on Egan and Humphrey, but I'm sure it was involved in some way, Maria said. Yeah, probably. Jin Hyeok did not seem to consider that a big deal. You might want to be cautious, Maria said. Are you worried about me now? And no, not particularly. In Jin Hyeok's Sword King days, he had fought against various skilled players to survive. They had employed intricate and meticulous tactics against him, using traps and decoys to target him. The United States government is nothing compared to them. At most, they will send assassins as a warning. Just like this, Jin Hyeok pulled a small dagger from his pocket and threw it toward the ceiling. Cook. With a short scream, an assassin from the Avengers army, Black Butterfly, fell to the ground. The fallen assassin grumbled in a voice that sounded like she was dying. You almost hit my heart. If you can't even dodge that, can you really call yourself an assassin? Jin Hyeok removed the dagger lodged in Black Butterfly's chest. I told you not to attempt anything while I'm in the Korean region. Do you think you can hurt me? I didn't attempt anything. Black Butterfly sounded a little wronged. She had not intended to attack, she had just been observing Jin Hyeok. For a moment, Jin Hyeok seemed flustered, but he shamelessly retorted, getting caught is the same as attempting. What kind of twisted logic is that? Black Butterfly wanted to argue but decided against it, seeing no benefit in that. If you think it's unfair, just don't get caught next time, Jin Hyeok said. This is your 6th assassination attempt. You have one chance left. You got it. Fine. Jin Hyeok carelessly picked up Black Butterfly and threw her out of the window. They were only on the 6th floor, so she would be fine. Now, where were we? Egan tore at his hair, letting out a wail. Kim Chulsu. It felt like everything was falling apart because of Chulsu. Countless people were mocking and ridiculing Egan's staged livestream. Moreover, the United States government had shifted all the blame onto him and Humphrey. Egan was at his wit's end. He had no choice but to forcibly insert the text "This video has been staged with prior agreement" into his past video. LOL. Scripted. Scripted, what a loser? Too late for a disclaimer, LOL. Get this loser out of here? Egan developed a temporary social phobia. It was the greatest hardship of his live streaming career. For days, he remained cooped up in his room, avoiding all human contact. Then, one day, Humphrey paid him a visit. Egan, I have a good idea. Good idea. Remember how the MK Foundation dispatched farmers to Scanorbia, led by Chulsu? So, what if they were found dead overnight? We could send Chulsu into the abyss. It would backfire on him for recklessly pushing this endeavor for his own glory. Wait. That's a bit. As much as he despised Chulsu, Egan knew where to draw the line. He had no intention of pushing innocent people to death. Just imagine, without Chulsu, you could be the most outstanding streamer on the Earth server. Humphrey pulled a pocket watch from his coat and swung it back and forth. What are you doing? I am going to calm your anxious mind. As if he were casting a spell, Humphrey whispered, all you need is for Chulsu to be gone. Then you will be the most outstanding streamer on Earth. The most outstanding streamer? Egan's eyes began to lose focus. Just like on Earth, extremist armed forces also exist in the Scanorbia server. Using them would make things much easier. If you send me, I will contact them, Humphrey said. Without Kim Chulsu. Yes, without Kim Chulsu. Egan's eyes were dyed black. To do so, we need to create an event that will divert Chulsu's attention. A sort of decoy operation. Decoy operation. The world is currently showering the farmers with special skills with expectations and praise. Egan's body slumped. Laid bare to Humphrey's psychic attack, he was almost as good as half dead. But we also have exceptional lumberjack class players in our ranks. They are also armed with special abilities. I know an outstanding lumberjack. He is from my hometown, and his level is staggering 200. Let's use him to cut down Soul's golden guardian tree. If we succeed, it will make headline news, and if we fail, we would still have diverted Chulsu's attention. Either way, it's a win for us. Egan twisted his body as if he was resisting, shaking his head from side to side. However, Humphrey swayed his pocket watch back and forth, whispering, if only Kim Chulsu were not around, you would be the top streamer. All you have to do is sign off on the operation plan. I will take care of the rest. Humphrey extended a piece of paper. Then, he lifted Egan's thumb and stamped the paper with it. Humphrey took the stamped paper, turned his back, and walked away with a sinister smile. Kim Chulsu, I will never forgive you. Chulsu was his sworn enemy. Chulsu had killed Humphrey's only friend, John Pritch, and ruined the experiments and plans they had been working on. Humphrey had no intention of forgiving Chulsu. I will make you feel that you would rather be dead. Having completed the brainwashing, Humphrey Millen exited Egan Paul's office and headed for a meeting room arranged in a secret bunker. Good, no one is tailing me, he thought. Navigating through the maze-like hallways and passing several magical barriers, he arrived at the meeting room. In the center of the room lay a large crystal orb. When Humphrey touched it, he received a series of notifications. Agent Humphrey Millen's identity has been verified. Network Black is now active. Humphrey was an agent of Black, an alliance active across the universe. Hailing from the Seaf server, he had joined the Black Alliance more than a decade ago and took on various field missions. His level was in the mid-150s, and he specialized in secretive tasks such as infiltrating newly connected servers to acquire hidden items. Holograms flickered into existence, revealing a few humanly shadowy figures. Is John Pritch confirmed dead? I guess our mission to tame the Spirit King's daughter is scrapped then. This mission on the Earth server had been the largest and most crucial one that Humphrey had ever undertaken. Even for a player in the level 150s, the project was enormous. Moreover, this mission had become available only due to protocols protecting the new Earth server, which he and John Pritch were assigned to. Well, I never had high expectations to begin with. I saw this coming. The mission involved meddling with the Spirit King and the Spirit Realm. It was a heavy burden for just 2 level 150 players. Even the higher UPS at the Black Alliance did not have much hope. So you're telling me that you want to take down the Golden Guardian Tree? And you are asking for military support to provide a distraction? What's the meaning of that? You are not planning to use the organization for petty revenge, are you? Visibly startled, Humphrey dismissively waved. How can I dare make suggestions based on such disrespectful intentions? I live for the Black Alliance, and I will die for this organization. Humphrey paused before continuing. The Golden Guardian Tree on the Earth server has yet to fully take root. It has only just sprouted. Moreover, it is weakened at the moment due to several forced adjustments. We have ample opportunity to take it out and plant it somewhere else. A man wielding a pair of enormous axes on his back strolled through downtown New York. The axes were large enough to draw attention, but on a planet where players had become commonplace, the sight was not entirely foreign. He took off his sunglasses in a coffee shop. It's been a while, Humphrey. Indeed. I thought you never wanted to see me again. I do not like you. That hasn't changed. But your skills are admirable. Named Rumble, this man was a lumberjack class player with a level in the 190s. Coming into this server was a pain in the ass, so you better make it worth my while. Due to the new server protection protocol, movements of high-level players to a fairly new server, like the Earth server, were considerably restricted. The only server officially connected to the Earth server was Scanorbia, and breaking into the Earth server in a shady way required significant resources. Here. This is the key to a 5-star hotel. You will get the beautiful night view that you wanted. And the escorts. I am going to send 1 incubus and 2 succubi. Good. Are they all blonde? Like I asked. Yes. Seemingly satisfied, Rumble chuckled before inquiring about the mission. Is the intel solid? Very. The Guardian Tree has just evolved. We can discuss the details at the hotel. Upon arriving at the hotel, Humphrey spread out a map. This is the area covered by the Guardian Tree. Wow. Rumble was shocked by the scale of the area. That's over 500 square kilometers. It's actually over 600. It's too large of an area for this level of a Guardian Tree to cover. Never accepted a metropolis of this scale on a server where the average level is around 70. Rumble grabbed a can of beer from the hotel mini-fridge and said with gleaming eyes, it would be hard for a Guardian Tree to settle its roots covering a city of this scale. He continued, I think I can chop that tree down. Who is the planter? Kim Chulsu. Kim Chulsu? I've heard that name before. He is an up-and-coming streamer. A streamer is the planter? This should be easy then. I can just kill him first. Don't underestimate him. He is stronger than he looks. How strong can a streamer be? In the end, he is just a streamer, Rumble said with a laugh. What, you need an army just to cut down a golden Guardian Tree grown by some streamer? And you even need a decoy for it? You've gotten too scared after John Pritch died. Don't be cocky. It's been approved by the higher UPS. Whatever. A streamer who is also a planter. What a world we live in, haha. The plan was that mid-level players dispatched from the Black Alliance would attack Seoul from 3 directions. In the ensuing chaos, Rumble would cut down the Guardian Tree. Then some Scanorbian warriors would massacre the Earth players working in Scanorbia. I can't believe I get to chop down a golden Guardian Tree myself. Don't underestimate Chulsu. He took down John Pritch. John Pritch was weak. He was born a loser who couldn't do anything but leech off of other people. Humphrey clenched his fist, and Rumble just laughed. What, are you going to hit me now? Try it, and I will cut you in half. The lumberjacks were classified as non-combatant class players. They were the closest to combatant class players among them. The higher UPS want a more secure operation. They are going to pair you up with a Sheenerist, Humphrey said. A Sheenerist? Why? Rumble scowled as if he did not like where this plan was going. Sending a Sheenerist for a newbie server with an average level of 70 is just absurd. With scenarios active, Rumble's stats would skyrocket. After all, he was a scenario lumberjack, a player whose abilities were maximized when participating in a scenario. It's a decision from the higher UPS, Humphrey said. Fine by me. It'll only make me stronger anyway. Sheenerists were players with special abilities. They were rated as the weakest in terms of combat power among all players and were notorious for dying young due to the stress of their roles. However, they had the authority to forcibly activate quests and scenarios with specific narratives. Some exceptional Sheenerists were even directly scouted by the system to serve as GMS. They're going to activate a scenario. The name of the scenario is going to be The Fall of Yin Huidong. Surprisingly, the system approved it quicker than I thought, Humphrey said. At midnight, Keel showed up at Cha Jin Hyeok's door and said, a scenario is about to be activated. It is an unplanned one. You think wearing your hat low like that will keep you from being recognized? They don't monitor low-level GMS like me, anyway. For a low-level GM, you seem to possess a lot of information. Keel bit his lip tightly. That's because I get dumped with all the work. Surchin, that son of a bitch, offloads so much work onto me. It's unbearable. For Keel, who valued work-life balance, it was a nightmare. This is all because that bastard is my senior. If you hate it so much, why not just frag one him? Have you seen his muscles? Keel shook his head, trembling. The mere thought of the overly passionate Surchin had sent chills down his spine. Those muscles are just for show, Jin Hyeok said. He benches 400 kilograms. He can't fight, though. That's your standard, Keel muttered, clearly dissatisfied. His mood had evidently worsened, probably due to workplace stress. He kept mumbling curses about what kind of streamer Jin Hyeok supposedly was. Anyway, when a scenario is suddenly assigned like this, it is usually because a Sheenerist is involved, Keel explained. A Sheenerist is involved already. They were relatively rare to begin with. Moreover, they were usually part of the system's administrative staff. It got emergency approval. The system probably intends to add a sense of crisis to the Earth server. Having Keel as a spy turned out to be a good decision. He could provide various pieces of information about what was going on with the system. You know, if I get caught, I will be fired without a severance, right? Keel said. Yeah. It seemed like Keel still did not trust Jin Hyeok much. If something goes wrong, I will get you a job at the MK Foundation. Don't worry. At the mention of the MK Foundation, Keel's face lit up. It made Jin Hyeok realize just how much the reputation of the MK Foundation had skyrocketed recently. The development of the scenario was abrupt, to say the least. The sudden scenario Fall of Yin Huidong has commenced. Armies of thousands of players emerged from 3 different directions: Gimpoasai to the southwest, Naongu to the northeast, and Gangnamgu to the southeast. They were all players from other servers. So these wretches dare show their faces and invade the land I guard? I will show them what true terror is, the Guardian Tree declared with bravado. However, its confidence did not last long. A few players in their ranks can be quite problematic for me. Jin Hyeok estimated that these players included those in the lumberjack class, who were a natural counter to the Guardian Tree. They seemed to have done their homework on Seoul. How did they mobilize thousands of players so quickly? Jin Hyeok wondered. Undoubtedly, a significant power was behind all this. Jin Hyeok pondered the possible suspects, and one name came up as most likely. Maybe it has something to do with the Black Alliance. The Black Alliance was a universal alliance infamous for its atrocities against new servers. It was considered a villainous alliance from the Earth server's perspective, and Jin Hyeok had clashed with the Black Alliance players multiple times before his regression. With Shinerists being involved in this situation, Jin Hyeok had to assume a powerful alliance, like the Black Alliance, had to be involved. Has the Black Alliance infiltrated the Earth server? Is their target the Guardian Tree? The chances of them aiming for the Guardian Tree were high. I must unleash my true power. Soon, a notification popped up. The territory of the Golden Guardian Tree has shrunk. Once covering the entire city of Seoul, the Guardian Tree's territory had shrunk. The news spread globally in real time. The downfall of the safety zone of Seoul. Even Seoul cannot guarantee safety anymore. The Guardian Tree's territory had shrunk to a 5-kilometer radius. Only a few districts, like Sidamungu, Mapogu, Yunpyeonggu, Jongno-gu, and parts of Yongsan-gu, remained under the tree's protection. Continuous dungeon breaks, monsters emerge. Abyssal monsters swarm the Gangnam area. N/O/vel/b/jn.c//om. Cities that had once been safe thanks to the Guardian Tree were now enveloped in chaos. Amidst this chaos, players from other servers who had initiated the fall of Yunhuidong demanded a path be cleared. Our target is only Kim Chulsu. Open a path to Kim Chulsu. There is no need to spill pointless blood, players of Earth. The successor to the Hard Movement, Aaron, proclaimed, this is heaven's judgment upon Kim Chulsu. He must pay for leading countless people astray. The invading players began their simultaneous assaults from 3 directions, converging toward Chulsu. All eyes were on him, yet Chulsu didn't react for a long time. Aaron had to shout, where is the overly confident Chulsu? He who said growth comes through risky play is now hiding. He is nothing but a coward and a hypocrite. We must now abandon the misguided standard that is Chulsu and seek true justice. A day later, Chulsu, the steamer with 300 million subscribers, finally went live. Why did players from across the universe flee in horror when an ordinary Earth streamer brought out an SS-tier secret weapon? Jin Hyeok wrote this trendy title at first but shook his head and went for another. Annihilation. Simplicity is best after all. He preferred it this way. Hello, everyone. This is Kim Chulsu. He began with some rather incomprehensible words. It's been a while since I greeted you with some solo mode content. One frag or fragging is military slang for when a soldier kills a superior officer. A while ago, Erin, the successor of the Hard Movement, had a clandestine meeting with her benefactor, who secretly supported and assisted the cause. Though the man wore the deceiver's mask that concealed his true identity, Erin knew who he was. He is a person of utmost integrity and righteousness. This benefactor was none other than Humphrey Millen, a gracious individual who had realized the righteousness of the Hard Movement early on and generously supported it. Erin and Humphrey engaged in a heartfelt conversation. For a long time, only Seoul has enjoyed a peace that others could not, Humphrey said. This has caused significant chaos and inflicted greater damage on other cities. I blame this forced peace on Kim Chulsu. I agree. Erin nodded. Humphrey prodded Erin a bit further. Erin, I understand how pure and beautiful your spirit is. Thank you for seeing me that way. Would you go to Korea to further spread the righteousness of the Hard Movement and prove that Chulsu is wrong? I will cover your expenses. Of course. It's what I have been hoping for. Thus, Erin boarded a plane to Korea. Once in her seat, she clasped her hands and prayed. Seoul must be suffering great damage, she thought. It would be the best situation for Erin if some children lost their parents in the ensuing crisis. That would be a perfect illustration to show the world just how meaningless Chulsu's faux peace was. Erin pulled up a map of Seoul on her phone and studied it intently. Let's see, the greatest damage will likely occur here. Naeungu. She prayed, I hope many children lose their parents. Only then could she teach people what was right and just. Upon arriving at the airport, Erin headed straight to Naeungu. Keel was monitoring the invaders in Gimpoesi. Searchin let out a hearty laugh and patted him on the back. Keel, you have grown enough to even monitor areas outside our jurisdiction now. Well, this is a scenario where even a Shinerist is involved. With that much passion, I think I can give you more work now. I'm glad you're growing. Keel felt the urge to punch Searchin in the face but had to restrain himself due to the imposing muscles of the man. However, it seemed that even Searchin was quite interested in this matter. What's the current situation? A battle erupted on the Olympic Highway, which connects Gimpoesi to Seoul. But the Earth players are holding up much better than expected. Really? Aren't the invaders levels higher than them? Yes. On average, about 15 levels higher. Although some might be keeping their personal information private and manipulating their levels, there's no doubt that in terms of raw power, the invaders have the upper hand. And yet the Earth players are holding up? How? I suspect it's Kim Chulsu's influence. The Korean region was the one most affected by Kim Chulsu. Players native to the Korean region seemed to be adopting his style of play more and more. So you're saying that there are no level grinders? But that wouldn't be enough, right? There isn't a central alliance in the Korean region yet, Searchin said. Officially, there isn't any, but there is the K-Force. The K-Force? What's that? Keel sighed deeply. It was unfathomable that someone so obsessed with work would not know about the K-Force. How can you, as a GM in Seoul, not know about the K-Force? You need to do some studying, Searchin. I'm sorry. Please tell me more about this K-Force. Do you know about Chulsu's original party and its members? I don't watch a lot of live streams, so I don't know. Well, Loser, Baby Shark, Uni Shadow, Dongsang Shadow, Flaming Fist, and some more are the original members of Chulsu's party. They are the central axis of the current Korean region. Korea actually has some other alliances that don't like them, but... Keel tilted his head in confusion. This was something even he found a bit puzzling. But strangely enough, when fighting against invaders, all of them, even those belonging to the alliances that hate Chulsu's original party members, unite as if they are part of one team. Just a few days ago, they were at each other's throats. Yet, when facing the invaders, they were suddenly tightly knit. Displaying unparalleled teamwork, they repelled the invaders. This was a phenomenon difficult to find in other servers. The Earth players are not backing down even when they are up against stronger opponents with higher levels. Moreover, the Healer Alliance led by Baby Shark, also known as the Saint of Freedom, is displaying extraordinary power. If we don't do something about this Healer Alliance, completing the fall of Yunhui Dong scenario will be difficult. Meanwhile, Encyclopedia was analyzing this event in depth. This seems less like a characteristic of the Earth server and more like a unique feature of the Korean region. It's fascinating that they tear each other apart on normal days, but show such strong unity in the face of external threats. Written by Encyclopedia. Once again, the Korean region, just a small region in a new server, began drawing attention. Gimpo SI was well covered by other players, and Yongsan-gu was protected by the Golden Guardian Tree. The problem was the northeastern part of Seoul, Naeun-gu. It's been a while, so I am a bit nervous, Master. No need to be nervous. Today's content is going to be just myself, Jin Hyeok said. He had learned much from Egan Paul. That guy collaborated with not just Humphrey Millen but even the American government to run a staged live stream. The staged live stream had enthralled many people. Even after the live stream had been exposed as fake, Egan still had an overflowing number of loyal followers. His subscriber and real-time viewer counts had increased even more after the staged live stream. Isn't a bit of performance mandatory for streamers? It says right at the beginning of the video that it's staged, so what's the big deal? Over time, more and more people took Egan's side. We should protect our lovely Egan? Will you guys take responsibility if he stops live streaming because of haters like you? Egan's followers were protecting him with unconditional love. Jin Hyeok took great inspiration from this. He learned things like live streaming with a bit of exaggeration and deception, such as telling his viewers that he was going solo even though he was not planning to. Going solo that isn't quite soloing. This is how I'm going to be from now on. Jin Hyeok had brought Nemesis Artillery Shin Uri along with him. Before his regression, she had once been the strongest villain in Korean history. Now, she was a player affiliated with the MK Foundation. She had been affiliated with the National Intelligence Service a while ago, but had changed her allegiance to stay by Maria's side. It's quite reassuring to have her on my side now, considering how troublesome she was as an enemy. It's also good for my LTube content. Jin Hyeok continued his live stream with a serious expression and tone. He invoked the activation phrase of the mythic grade card, to stand at the summit of that path. He added another sentence just to sound cool. Those who fall and crumble, unable to reach the summit, will sing a song of despair as they face the unreachable summit. The first sentence was the real activation phrase, and the second was just something he had made up for the live stream, but it didn't really matter. As long as it sounds cool. Then, he spoke with fitting flair. Grant me great power to my right hand once more. Nice. That sounded cool, too. Jin Hyeok materialized flames wrapped around his right hand. The flames boasted no lethality but were impressive, nonetheless. As they flickered, a mechanical object manifested around his right hand with smooth mechanical sounds. He calmly continued the live stream. Do you guys think those who invaded Seoul were desperate? Had they been desperate, they would not have charged in so recklessly. Sometimes, I wonder, why do people live so thoughtlessly? His viewers on Kim Know-It-All TV cheered. LOL? Live so thoughtlessly? Is he talking about himself? Says the guy who always lives without a plan. Dash, the one who lives the most recklessly but acts like he doesn't. Although it was a controversial statement, many empathized with it and laughed. Jin Hyeok's words transcended into both a joke and a charm point, a quality of his character, intense man. If it were me, I would have studied my opponent more intensely, tirelessly searching for their weaknesses. I would have devised every method possible for maximum efficiency. If I found no weaknesses, I would not have recklessly charged in. Kim Chul-soo, 2x years old, /intense man, doesn't run away even when the angry spirit king appears. Kim Chul-soo, 2x years old, /intense man, tries to fight the thunder dragon. Almost died. LOL, isn't he the most reckless one in the world? Why is he pretending he's not? Didn't he eat the phoenix heart in one bite? Haha, what a guy. He's so hypocritical. Jin Hyeok, who wasn't aware of his own recklessness, was deadly serious. If they had previewed our videos on the battle against the Queen Ant, they would not have done something like this. Jin Hyeok was sincere. He had seen many similar players during his Swords King days, those who boasted of their effort but lacked understanding of dungeons or monsters. They were like moths to a flame, not conducting any research on their opponents. They claimed to have diligently researched me, but from Jin Hyeok's perspective, they had not. They lacked desperation. If they were really desperate, they could have killed me and stolen all my abilities. Among the forces and assassins targeting Jin Hyeok, some players were stronger than him. However, they had all failed. He thought it was because they were not desperate enough. I have grown a lot. My level has increased, too. I have become desperate and intensely strong. But it seems they have not. Those who are not intense cannot overcome those who are. Hiding in a building, Erin recorded a voice message as she observed the situation. Judging the desperation of others so carelessly, such arrogance is unbearable. We are all desperate in our lives, doing our best to live. Yet Chulsu judges the world by his standards and belittles our desperation. This is why we must continue the hard movement. In Erin's eyes, Chulsu was unbearably arrogant. She wondered how he could measure and cut down other people's desperation by his standards. Just because they were not doing something his way, it did not mean that they were not desperate. n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. However, it was a valid point from Jin Hyeok's perspective. You've seen my previous videos, haven't you? Jin Hyeok thought. If it were him, he would not have made the foolish move of using a Shinerist. The duplicating ability on my mythic grade card becomes possible only during plays that involve city-level scenarios. Jin Hyeok had not publicly disclosed this information. He always disclosed only 70% of any information about himself. If it were Han Sae-rin, she would have considered every single possibility and acted accordingly. Even though Jin Hyeok had not revealed the fact that his mythic grade card abilities shone the most when a scenario was in play, anyone truly desperate would have taken that into account. That was his standard. In any case, I should keep that a secret. For now, disclosing that information was not necessary. Jin Hyeok continued with the live stream. A mighty force is stirring in my right hand. The sensation he felt right now was very different from the one he had felt when he had used the duplicating ability at level 92. Mana began to fill Jin Hyeok's right hand. My enemies are about 15 levels higher than me. However, that did not matter to him. Thanks to his mythic grade card, he had already received a 20-level boost, and this was the territory of the Golden Guardian Tree. A cannon began to take shape in Jin Hyeok's right hand, its mechanical parts locking together with clanking noises. This astonished many viewers, who likened it to the transformation of a transformer. Jin Hyeok was quite pleased with his performance. I can control mana better and more easily now. The cannon forming in his right hand grew larger. The artillery of Nemesis quickly advanced to the Tier 2 phase. Just when it seemed the mechanical cannon would spread from his right arm to the rest of his body, it transformed into a spherical shape and burst out of him. The cannon had separated, a phenomenon Jin Hyeok was witnessing for the first time. I have no idea what's going on, but... He spoke anyway, pretending to know what was happening. Scatter, iron powder. The cannon soon disintegrated into fine particles, swirling around like petals floating in the spring breeze. The particles filled the area around him, displaying a dazzling effect. The Korean region minor gallery and the chat window for Kim Know-It-All TV were both abuzz. Does anyone know what is going on? Looks like heavy metal poisoning, lol. Even the famous encyclopedia was silent. At least, it looks insanely cool. He looks like a robot that's transforming. Intense man? He knows exactly what his male audience wants. Let's not get carried away. That just looks like iron powder, not iron powder. Shush, accept the cool lines, Chulsu said with passion, you fools. Moreover, no overpackaging please had not appeared in chat this time. Seems like even no overpackaging please is not picking a fight this time, lol. If no overpackaging please is truly a man, he shouldn't nitpick about that swirling iron power. Haha, even no overpackaging please must have been overwhelmed by the majestic scene. Meanwhile, Jin Hyeok, who had put on a spectacular display for the Chulsu verse, focused on his transformation. I think this is the Tier 3 phase, but... The cannon had revealed a form completely different from the one that had appeared during his battle with the Queen Ant or even the Tier 3 form Uri used during her villain days. I've never seen this before. Jin Hyeok almost drooled unconsciously. It looks so cool. A phenomenon Jin Hyeok had never seen unfolded before him. The swirling iron particles came together to form a cannon. Is the visual effect different from that of the Tier 3 form from before my regression? Streamer Jin Hyeok was more excited by this cool and curious sight than the fact that the artillery of Nemesis had automatically evolved to Tier 3. It's complete. The ultimate weapon that Shin Uri had once wielded, a mobile siege weapon called the Babylon Cannon, revealed itself. Jin Hyeok managed to contain his pounding heart. When Uri used it, her entire body would transform. Jin Hyeok remembered that before his regression, Uri's entire body would transform into a massive cannon when she used this skill. However, this time, a standalone cannon akin to a colossal tank had been formed. This is way cooler. His excitement elevated the tension of the live stream. He began to speak faster. This is the third tier of the cannon I briefly showed you before. He received a secret message from Wang Yumi at that moment. She had sent him the old data and videos he had been searching for, organized chronologically and categorically. Trust Yumi to get it right. With how neatly everything was organized, it was clear that former NIS member AHNG1 had joined the team. Just the file names and formats were enough to tell Jin Hyeok that G1 had a hand in organizing them. The cannon I showed you back then was smaller and lacked many features. Jin Hyeok's excitement grew higher and higher. Also, I had difficulty handling the Babylon cannon at that time, so I had no choice but to use my defensive mystery. The corresponding video was also well organized, so Jin Hyeok immediately displayed it on the screen. Once the data was up on the screen, links were automatically generated, making it convenient for the viewers to access them. Jin Hyeok relished the joy of harmonizing with his team, and his heart throbbed. But this time, it is going to be a bit different. He decided to show the viewers just how much stronger he had become. Erin sensed something was off. There are no corpses. Naoungu was far from what she had envisioned. She had thought she would find a city in ruins, children crying over their lost parents. However, the area was surprisingly intact. It feels like a ghost town. Everyone seemed to have evacuated in advance. Erin felt as if her understanding of the world had shattered. How is this possible? Great Britain had also experienced invasions from another server. The Scannerbian warriors had wreaked havoc across the British region, damaging the city and destroying even human dignity. The British government did recommend evacuation, but people didn't listen well. Managing a crowd in a crisis was never easy. Riots would break out, hoardings would take place, protests would be organized, and demagogues would lead people astray. Society would plunge into chaos. But, something is weird about the Korean region. The absence of people on the streets meant only one thing: everyone had evacuated. There was no other explanation. How could this happen? Erin was not well acquainted with the situation in Korea and Seoul. Naoungu was an area rich in apartment buildings and underground parking lots, which served as makeshift bunkers. With additional help from a few barrier manipulators dispatched by the NIS, most civilians had already finished evacuating. NIS, which had been proactively participating in the play led by Maria, had now shifted its role to providing support. This was because all the top-tier players affiliated with Maria had transferred to the MK Foundation. Interestingly, the NIS preferred and excelled in civilian support rather than direct intervention in play. The agency and its affiliated players skillfully evacuated civilians, who complied well, minimizing damage and preventing societal chaos like riots. I hate excessive nationalism. Still, I can't help but acknowledge this. Wow, this is the epitome of civic consciousness? People abroad are already saying that this quick evacuation is supposed to be nearly impossible. Hats off to the Koreans. In the French region, we opposed evacuation. We even had a festival. Then the dungeon break happened, and everyone died. The K-Force is insane. The Korean region is the best. Their unity during a crisis is crazy. LOL. Foreign media focused on Korea's crisis response capabilities. The unique attributes of the Korean region in the face of external threats became a subject of study, promising great benefits for other countries as well. Yumi of Kim Know-It-All TV, who had now gathered a considerable number of team members, had a special request for the newly recruited team leader AHNG1. I like nationalism, but I need you to maintain it so that it does not go overboard. It can cause a backlash. Understood. I will also let the media know so that people don't get too overexcited. I will pay special attention to the public opinion. You really read my mind, Yumi replied. When she looked at the livestream, even the composed Yumi felt her jaw drop. Wow, so that's the Babylon cannon. Chulsu fired the Babylon cannon. The next moment, a massive beam of light melted over half of the invading force, which numbered in the hundreds. The light beam left a giant crater in its wake, as if a tremendously large serpent had destroyed everything in its path. Chulsu commented, "It's weaker than I thought." The cannon was powerful enough, but Jin Hyeok could not control it to its full extent. According to him, if he could not utilize his strength properly, then he was weak. LOL. Well, this is considered weak if we're talking about the Chulsu verse. Very weak. Half of them are dead. LOL, see how serious Intense Man looks. So funny. Jin Hyeok felt both disappointment and awe toward his ability. He was disappointed that he could not fully harness the skill, yet amazed by his growth. It won't be long before I can use this power effectively. He felt he could soon exhibit artillery skills almost comparable to that of Uri, who had once been the Empress of Villains. Moreover, he was now stronger than when he had faced the Queen Ant, and this brought him great joy. I have realized that using this skill against a small number of enemies is not very efficient. Experience was always the best teacher. Thinking about something and doing it were two entirely different realms. A couple of hundred enemies is a small number by Intense Man's standards. Haha. To Intense Man, 1-on-1 or 1-on-100 feels the same. LMAO. It's because he is always intense. People who had yet to fully adapt to this new age expressed concern. Invasion or not, players still died. Is it really okay to laugh about this on air? I think this is crossing the line. This is not some sort of action movie. This is real life. In the meantime, Jin Hyeok continued, I think it's time to use my defensive mystery. He employed the same method as before, fusing the Babylon cannon with the Phantom Swordswoman. The translucent, ghost-like figure of the Phantom Swordswoman materialized with long, flowing golden hair and pallid skin. 6 torn white wings spread out behind her. It's been a while since I have seen the materialized Phantom Swordswoman. Tears of blood are still streaming from her eyes. On the Korean region minor gallery, people were so captivated by the angelic or perhaps fallen angel-like appearance of the Phantom Swordswoman that they even created fan accounts to celebrate her. n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. Jin Hyeok silently counted to 3 before speaking. As he remembered the lines said by the Phantom Swordswoman previously, he was able to say them exactly at the same time. Grasp the blade of vengeance in your hands. Grasp the blade of vengeance in your hands. Speaking alongside the Phantom Swordswoman made for a cool scene for his live stream. The fools shall meet their death. The fools shall meet their death. The Phantom Swordswoman asked, who is the target of annihilation, my master. At the same time, heroic music played in the background. Jin Hyeok had regretted not having background music for this moment the last time. I succeeded in adding background music this time. He could feel that he had grown since then, thanks to Ji-won's list of potentially helpful BGM files. I need to say something cooler than before to move the audience. Being merely strong was not enough, he had to be creative too. I shall teach these fools who dare encroach upon my domain. He also received an apt suggestion from Yumi. Using words like protect or defend would be effective. Jin Hyeok agreed with her. The Phantom Swordswoman was a defensive mystery, after all. It was wise for Jin Hyeok to give orders that fit her role. Let them understand the true meaning of protection. The defensive mystery Phantom Swordswoman took to the sky. Fused with the Babylon cannon, she displayed her divine powers, slaying the remaining invaders without a trace. Activating the Phantom Swordswoman for such an extended period had taken a toll on Jin Hyeok. Unintentionally, he coughed up blood. When did I overexert myself this much? He was used to pushing himself to the limits, so even a slight overexertion led to side effects like this. Alarmed, Uri quickly supported him. Are you okay, master? One who wishes to protect must bear the weight of that responsibility. But you have pushed yourself too hard. Protection comes at a great cost. Jin Hyeok pondered his next actions for a moment. Should I faint right now, or not? Truthfully, he was not at the point of fainting, so faking it would be like putting on an act. Egan Paul can put on a good fake show, but so can I. However, as a streamer, his last shred of pride rejected the idea of faking it. Cheating was not an option. Holding my breath should do it. I just need to let myself faint. He held his breath forcefully, and ultimately, he did faint. His heroic image was captured on video. Moreover, despite him losing consciousness, his live stream continued uninterrupted. After a little while, a voice reached Jin Hyeok's ears. Master, someone was unable to evacuate. I was too busy to protect them. A death had occurred in Noongu. It was presumed they had died, swept away by the fearsome force of the Babylon cannon. The victim was an unidentified British woman who had ignored the evacuation order and hidden in a building. Master, this could be somewhat dangerous. The guardian tree spoke hurriedly. A madman wielding dual axes had appeared. This smells really dangerous. In his urgency, he even forgot to use his antiquated tone and yelled. Who the hell is that guy? He is trying to cut me down. Just when the forces in Korea, including Jin Hyeok, were spread thin, the scenario lumberjack named Rumble arrived in Yeonhui-dong, accompanied by Egan Paul, the top-ranked streamer from the United States. Egan Paul's vision was blurry. He felt as though he were adrift alone in a vast ocean, enshrouded in thick fog. The dark sea, laden with mist, whispered to him. Kim Chul-soo needs to be gone. With Chul-soo gone, you will be number 1. Only if Chul-soo is gone. The yearning for first place was the driving force behind Egan Paul at that moment. He turned on his live stream and wrote a title, almost instinctively. Let's start the relocation of the Golden Guardian Tree. Numerous viewers logged on to Egan's live stream. Did he just say he is going to relocate the Guardian Tree? Wait a minute, that's our server's named Lumberjack? A named Lumberjack? Is that even real? Of course. You just don't know. Every job has its master. How named is he? He's not a top-tier named player, more like a rookie, but if he actually succeeds in felling the Guardian Tree, he will definitely rise to fame. Some viewers recognized the visage of Rumble, the scenario lumberjack. Wow, this live stream is going to be legendary. Right now, the Guardian Tree has focused all its energy on the southeast part of Seoul. It must be weakened. What a brilliant strategy. The invasion of the other areas was just a decoy. Egan explained the current situation with considerable composure. He declared his intent to move this treasure, monopolized by Korea and Chul-soo, to the great United States. I promise to research it further so that more people can enjoy freedom and peace. The viewers of his live stream were enthralled. Yet, Egan was not as thrilled. He still felt as though he were drifting in that foggy ocean. I just want to create stimulating and excellent content for my viewers. He knew saying these things would excite the viewers, but this was not a narrative he had genuinely constructed. A realization dawned on him that someone was intervening with his consciousness, controlling him. The Guardian Tree has protected Seoul well all this time. Thanks to the tree, Seoul was considered the safest city in the world, its real estate prices soaring far higher than New York. Seoul was a city where countless people could roam without worry. To cut down that Guardian Tree to relocate it somewhere else was an absurd idea. I honestly don't even know if it is possible. Egan wondered if this was the right thing to do and even contemplated how this live stream content could be unethical. However, the voices kept echoing in his mind. You have to surpass Chul-soo. You have to beat Chul-soo. Do you want to be in second place forever? Egan knew very well that being anything but first was meaningless. Although the world of live streaming was not a zero-sum game, it was undoubtedly structured so that the winner took all. He had no desire to be relegated to second place. But this is not right. His last staged livestream had hurt no one. It was a deal that had left the United States, him, and the Scannerbian warriors all satisfied. However, this one was different. Nearly 10 million citizens would lose their guarantee of safety. Stop these pointless thoughts. Focus on the livestream. Look, the viewers are excited, aren't they? Various thoughts and consciousness clashed within, unsettling Egan's mind. His enthusiasm dipped, and the livestream was less smooth than usual. Meanwhile, Rumble approached the guardian tree. Even as I get this close, it can't stop me. How pitiful, said Rumble, raising his axe. Prepare to be cut down. Take it as an honor. My name is Rumble, the man who will be known as the lumberjack of the guardian tree. Just then, lightning bolts began to fall from various points in the sky above Seoul. Crack, crack. The sky turned a shade of purple, and a kind of massive, never-before-seen cloud formed over Seoul. Meteorologists marveled at the sight. A supercell. Various media outlets poured out information about the supercell. A supercell is a form of thunderstorm and a type of cumulonimbus cloud that, an exceedingly large thunderstorm, significantly larger than independent thunderstorms. It seemed as if a calamity had descended upon Seoul. A monstrous cloud, reaching heights of 10,000 meters and a width of 100,000 meters, seemed to have unleashed hell over Seoul's airspace with its purple lightning and explosive updrafts. Typically, strong tornadoes occur around a supercell, but no tornado has been observed around this one. There are also no signs of explosive precipitation, which is one of the characteristics of a supercell. This is not a natural phenomenon. Kong Miene of Miene TV shouted. So, to sum it up, this is what the experts are saying. As you can see, dear viewers, this is astonishing. We have already seen it through Chulsu's previous livestream, but it looks even more incredible in person. Nearby, Bong King could not stop talking either. Guys, look at that. A massive dragon covered in lightning is ascending from the sky. Ascending means going up, lol. Why are you calling something that's descending as ascending? Who cares about the specifics, as long as you get the gist? Bong King, focused on interacting with his viewers, deliberately used incorrect words to engage his viewers, while Miene, who was more story-driven, concentrated on the supernatural spectacle orchestrated by the Thunder Dragon. The giant Thunder Dragon has wrapped itself around the guardian tree, like a snake constricting its prey. Miene was captivated by the overwhelming grandeur of the Thunder Dragon. It's so beautiful. She zoomed in on the scene to capture the expression of Rumble, who seemed to be visibly distressed. He looked to be hastily trying to make a phone call, but the powerful lightning emanating from various points in the sky interfered with the signal. Damn it! No one said anything about this, he shouted. Miene zoomed in on Rumble and maximized the sound to read his every move and word. They said that the Thunder Dragon would not get involved. Damn that Humphrey Millen. All of this was being broadcast in real time through Miene's channel. It confirmed that Humphrey was behind all of this. The Thunder Dragon spoke. I am not getting involved, human. I am merely present here. You are free to do whatever you wish. Rumble bit his lip. I can't give up now. The Thunder Dragon had said that it would not directly intervene. So Rumble drew his double axes. This has been the goal of my lifetime. Cutting down a guardian tree was an unthinkable feat had Earth not been a unique environment. This opportunity might have been beyond his reach forever. This was his one and only chance. I am going to cut it down. Rumble approached the golden guardian tree and took a deep breath. Even if the Thunder Dragon wraps itself around the tree like armor, there have to be gaps somewhere. If he could accurately exploit those gaps, he could succeed in cutting down the guardian tree. Rumble focused his mind, searched for the gaps, and found them. Not yet. He needed a bit more time. Meanwhile, the guardian tree let out a scream. Dash it stings? Please make this Thunder Dragon go away. It feels like I am rubbing against sandpaper. The guardian tree, back to using a childlike tone, pleaded with Cha Jin Hyok. It was unbearably painful. I can't help you right now. Just hang a bit longer. I will be there soon, Jin Hyok said telepathically. Dash, and this Thunder Dragon is female, right? I don't like females. I prefer males. Why are you worrying about gender right now? Do you rather want to be axed? Dash, whether the Thunder Dragon is here or not, that guy will still cut me down. He is going to hack at me with that monstrous axe. Oh, he's coming? He's coming. I know. Jin Hyok was observing the situation through various live streams: Egan Paul's channel, Miene's channel, and Bong King's channel. Rumble, who was deep in thought, suddenly opened his eyes wide and raised his axes. A violet aura flickered in his eyes, and the blades of his axes began to shine. Dash, do something? You're my planter after all. Soon enough, Rumble swung his axes. Whoosh! A powerful slashing sound resonated in the air. Miene precisely captured what Rumble was doing, even briefly applying slow motion to vividly capture the moment. Thud! Rumble had precisely targeted the gap in the guardian tree enveloped by the Thunder Dragon. Thud! Thud! The axe strikes continued. The more he swung, the stronger the violet aura in Rumble's eyes became, and his confidence soared. I can do this, he thought. As long as his axe swings continued, his weapons would become increasingly powerful. The more he persisted, the more he would evolve into an exceptional lumberjack. I will be recorded as the man who logged a guardian tree. With all his might, he swung his axes once more. At that moment, crack, he felt as if something had pierced through him. His vision darkened, and then he saw nothing at all. What in the hell? Rumble could no longer move. He had died on the spot. The first to muster courage was none other than Bong King. I can't fall behind Mianne TV. Today was Mianne's day. On a day when the power of content was overwhelmingly strong, a streamer who was focused on delivery rather than interaction had the advantage. So, Bong King had to take the plunge. He approached the Thunder Dragon. What exactly is going on here, Mr. Thunder Dragon? Humans of Earth are fascinating. Are you not afraid of me? Could you please explain what just happened, Mr. Thunder Dragon? While requesting an interview, Bong King also lightly poked Rumble. Hey, are you okay, Ak? Bong King also became unable to move. The residual energy remaining in Rumble had paralyzed him. I can't lose consciousness, he thought, desperately struggling to remain alert. Chulsu keeps live streaming even if he faints? I can do it too. While he knew he could never be exactly like Chulsu, he had already become a streamer with an incredible following. Yet, he still felt the need to follow in Chulsu's footsteps, however distantly that may be. It was a matter of pride for Korea's top-ranked streamer. Wait, why did she have to come now? n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. The second-ranked Mianne also arrived at the scene. She outdid Bong King and succeeded in securing an interview with the Thunder Dragon, asking, "Didn't you say that you were not going to directly get involved in the situation?" I did not get involved. I merely wrapped myself around the guardian tree and took a break. But the lumberjack died. It is likely due to his attack being deflected. I did nothing. It seems he died due to the deflection of my mana field while trying to cut down the guardian tree. Not long after, Jin Hyuk arrived at the guardian tree. With Rumble's death, the situation seemed to have come to a temporary end. While passing by Bong King, Jin Hyuk whispered, "Well done, Bong King." Hearing those words, Bong King immediately closed his eyes. He had fainted while still standing, but a thin smile remained on his face, and his livestream did not disconnect. Did he just faint? He fainted, but the livestream is still going? LOL. I thought only Chulsu could do that, but Bong King can too? Bong King had met Jin Hyuk's standards. Jin Hyuk walked on, brushing past Mianne as well. Mianne, you did well too. He had carefully watched the livestreams of both Mianne and Bong King on the way. They each had their unique style and had creatively showcased the same content. They were like skilled chefs producing different dishes from the same ingredients. It was also impressive that neither had let the Thunder Dragon's overwhelming presence overshadow their content and had managed to secure interviews with her. Their beautiful competition to outdo each other was quite striking. Hey, Jin Hyuk stood in front of Egan. Many people had assumed that Egan was in the same boat as Rumble and that Jin Hyuk would give him a fitting retribution. Sensing Rumble's demise, Egan too felt he was fated for the same. I'm going to die too, he thought. The fall of Yan Huidong had ended in failure. A notification indicating the failure of the scenario arrived, and Egan prepared for his end. Let's die with style. At least for this moment, I can be remembered as number one. Even if briefly, Egan wanted to be remembered as a streamer who had surpassed Chulsu. Jin Hyuk raised his hand. Slap. His palm fiercely struck Egan's cheek. Hey. Jin Hyuk seemed incredibly angry. Of course, he is angry. We tried to cut down the golden guardian tree, the most precious treasure to him. Slap. Another slap across the face. Jin Hyuk scoffed as he spoke. Are you seriously calling yourself a top-ranked streamer? What the hell is he talking about? I don't think he is angry at what I thought about. Why is your livestream so poor? Is this the best you can do with such content? You call yourself America's number one? Where is your energy? What exactly are you thinking while livestreaming? Have you lost your mind? Jin Hyuk felt a visceral surge of fury, but he could not pinpoint why it was so. Perhaps deep within him, he recognized Egan Paul as his rival. I am disappointed in you, Egan. Egan's performance was starkly different from that of Bong King and Kong Mianne, who had evolved considerably as a streamer. Egan had no unique traits or character, he was just passively capturing the view for the livestream. Did you lose your touch? Jin Hyuk asked. Is this the performance of America's top streamer? When Jin Hyuk took a closer look at Egan, the latter seemed to be affected by, perhaps, a mental attack or brainwashing. It was puzzling why a streamer would be affected by such an attack, as any real streamer should have imperial resilience, but Jin Hyuk had no idea what Egan was doing. How is this guy my rival? How dare he eye my top spot? Jin Hyuk slapped Egan again. The strange thing was, with every slap, Egan's eyes became clearer. Hit me, Egan said. What? I said, hit me again. If you insist. Jin Hyuk wrapped his arm in flames and repeatedly slapped Egan. After just a few hits, Egan's lips burst with blood and his cheeks swelled. Don't you do any physical training? Jin Hyuk asked. Wow, it's so disappointing. How can a streamer not do any physical training? How does he plan on live streaming in extreme conditions? He isn't relying solely on his skills, is he? Unable to hide his disappointment, Jin Hyuk slapped Egan again multiple times. This is a rather mysterious phenomenon. Slap, slap. My black flame martial art, or rather, my black flame slap art is purifying Egan's mind. It seems his mind was poisoned. Jin Hyuk assumed it was the doing of Humphrey Millen. Humphrey was known as a famous anesthetic and potion mage when he was working with John Pritch. An expert in handling poisons, he had probably used toxic herbs on Egan and disguised them as mental attacks. How can a top-ranked streamer fall for something like that? Just the thought of it irritated Jin Hyeok. Slap, slap, my black flame devours the deadliest poisons. His flame could remove poison. This was new information for Jin Hyeok as well. He was not just resistant to poison below the Snake King grade, but he could also remove poison from others. Activate Broadcaster's Barrier. At some point, Egan seemed to have regained his senses. Oh, not bad. But that's not gonna stop me. Jin Hyeok paused for a bit and slapped Egan again. Egan momentarily deactivated Broadcaster's Barrier and reactivated it to block his slap. The transition was pretty smooth and quick, which pleased Jin Hyeok. Well, at least he did that correctly. Jin Hyeok could have fooled Egan and hit him again, but he chose not to. Repeating the same things could make the live stream boring. With his senses fully restored, Egan managed to speak. Don't waste your time on me, Cholsu. What does that mean? Humphrey's real target is not the Golden Guardian Tree. Egan had begun to regain his senses the moment Jin Hyeok had started to slap him. When he had somewhat regained his consciousness, he was puzzled. Cholsu is not questioning me about trying to kill his guardian tree at all. Obviously, Cholsu had already figured out who was behind all this. That's why he is healing me with that black flame or whatever. Of course, that had not been the case. Jin Hyeok had wrapped his right arm in the black flames only to make the slap look cooler. The purifying effect of the flame had been activated inadvertently. However, given the situation, it was easy for Egan to misunderstand. And just now, he read my Broadcaster's Barrier perfectly. As the one getting hit, Egan knew this very well. Cholsu could have hit him even more. But he didn't. That meant Cholsu's real intent was not to assault him. Cholsu was waking him up using his purifying effect, allowing him to escape from the fog-filled abyss. He is considerate of me in many ways. Is it because we are players in the same field? Or because we are rivals? Egan could not figure out why Cholsu was being so considerate. I tried to cut down his Golden Guardian Tree. No matter how much Egan had been brainwashed, it was no excuse. And yet, Cholsu was critiquing the quality of Egan's livestream while showing a competitive spirit. Egan was moved. Joseph was right. Egan finally understood why Joseph had left him to assist Cholsu. Today was a complete defeat for him, and Cholsu was the grand victor. I have no choice but to tell him. It was the least he could do. Don't waste your time on me, Cholsu. What does that mean? Humphrey's real target is not the Golden Guardian Tree. Jin Hyeok looked surprised. Seeing his expression, Aegon felt a strange emotion. He's acting? He doesn't seem to be particularly good at it. Then, what is his real target? Jin Hyeok asked. I can't say. It's bound by a contract. Speak. Jin Hyeok lifted his greatsword of Logon and pointed it at Egan's neck. I'm not refusing to tell you. I just can't. I am bound by the system contract. If you don't speak, I will kill your comrade, who you care for. Egan continually felt something was off. Cholsu gave off a strange aura, something he could only sense now that they were face to face. Kill my comrade. Black Butterball. I've forgiven her 6 times and was prepared to do so for another. But depending on your answer, I might not. Egan finally realized the strangeness. This is scripted. The way Cholsu talked was unnatural. Cholsu was definitely spouting lines he thought sounded cool. He is not actually curious about the real target n/o/vel/b/n.c//om. It seemed like Cholsu was only thinking about how to make his viewers more engrossed at that particular moment. Cold sweat trickled down Egan's back. Cholsu already knows that Humphrey's real goal lies in Scanorbia. Pufankuli, one of the great warriors of Scanorbia, gripped his axe. He did not look favorably upon the decisions of the great leader Khan. How could he offer land to players from another server, especially those who are not even warriors? Pufankuli thought. It was an act unacceptable for a warrior. Brothers, take up your arms. Wei. The warriors following him lifted their weapons high. Show the cowards of Earth what a true warrior is. Wei. Leading a force of nearly 100 warriors, Pufankuli headed toward the Central Plains, which used to be called the Central Forest of Scanorbia. There, newcomers from the Earth server, mere farmers, were tilling the soil. How dare these Earthlings invade our territory? We shall slaughter the... Just then, a figure appeared in midair. It was a dwarf-sized old man with a long white beard, someone Pufankuli knew well. Barman. Pufankuli said. Stop this instant. Why is a GM intervening? He will explain everything. A magic circle appeared beside Barman, who used to manage the Central Forest and now oversaw the Central Plains, and a man in a suit appeared. I am Omer, GM number 1 of Gangnam-gu, Korean region, Earth server. What is a GM from another server doing here? We have consulted with GMS from the Scanorbia server to declare the Central Plains a temporary demilitarized zone. A demilitarized zone. Pufankuli frowned. How can there be a demilitarized zone in a land of warriors? What's a demilitarized zone? Pufankuli asked. Simply put, it is a zone of peace. Any form of PvP or hostility against players is prohibited inside it. I have never heard of such a thing in my life. Step aside. I must cleave these Earthlings. Barman struck the ground with his staff. Green lines stretched out in all directions, then light began to leak out of them. The light of peace is enveloping the Central Plains. This place has been declared as a demilitarized zone on the system's authority. This was happening all because a VIP member of the Trinity Club, Choi Gapsu, had visited the central plains of Scanorbia a while ago. I have to see firsthand whether the MK Foundation's player development policies are working, Gapsu said. Gapsu strolled around the central plains, looking pleased as he picked on various issues here and there. Unable to contain her curiosity, Lilia eventually asked, "Why do you look so happy when you keep pointing out issues?" "You don't know. I asked to learn so I can serve you better. Doesn't the M in MK stand for Michelle?" Gapsu was trying to exploit this inspection to get on Michelle's nerves. Lilia felt like she now understood why Gapsu was so delighted. "Now, do you know why I am so happy?" Gapsu asked. "Yes, I think I understand. Why are you here?" Lilia stood in front of Gapsu, ready to protect him. Gapsu chuckled and gestured for her to move, and she did. "Lilia, do you know this man?" "Yes, his name is..." "Allow me to introduce myself." Humphrey interrupted Lilia, bowing deeply. He continued with a steely gaze, "My name is Humphrey Millen. I am the one who planned the fall of Yunhuidong scenario and the Central Plains massacre." "Ah, I see. The fall of Yunhuidong must be the ongoing scenario in Seoul, correct? But what exactly is the Central Plains massacre?" "It is a plan to mobilize the discontented warriors of Scanorbia and slaughter the Earth players who have invaded the Central Plains." Gapsu stroked his chin. "Are you referring to players affiliated with the MK Foundation? You do realize you are discussing this in front of a non-executive director of the MK Foundation. Aren't you curious to see how Chulsu will respond to this? How he will overcome this crisis?" Humphrey spoke quickly, eager to make his point. "Chulsu is dealing with many crises right now. Seoul is likely to be engulfed in significant chaos, and he will face a lot of criticism for that." Both Humphrey and Gapsu had not seen Chulsu's live stream. But what if the MK Foundation's players are massacred here? Chulsu will undoubtedly be stuck between a rock and a hard place. Aren't you curious to see how he will overcome this? It will make for enjoyable content. Give me just one opportunity, and I promise you a great deal of entertainment. That does seem likely, but I need to ask you one thing. "What's that?" "Have you seen this?" Gapsu took a crumpled piece of paper out of his coat pocket. "Humphrey will come to tempt you with something interesting. Do not fall for it because he is not truly desperate." A sensation of being smacked in the head washed over Humphrey. Has information leaked? From Scanorbia? Or from Earth? As he was trying to collect his thoughts, Chulsu's voice echoed in the area. "Hey, old man. I'm here." "Oh, you're earlier than expected," Gapsu said, surprised. Jin Hyeok was about to say that his enemies were weaker than he thought and that half of them had fallen to just a single artillery shot, but he held back. That would reduce the sense of crisis, wouldn't it? Jin Hyeok pondered his next words, especially considering Gapsu was a VIP viewer. "Twists make things more interesting, right?" he said to Gapsu. "That's true." Gapsu chucked, thoroughly pleased with the response. Chulsu continued, "Humphrey Millen, let me prove to you why you lack desperation. A few days ago, Song Ha-young had visited Cha Jin Hyeok. I have something important to discuss." Ha-young had come along with Han Sae-rin. Before Jin Hyeok's regression, Sae-rin would have trembled at the very mention of Ha-young. Now, they were flaunting their friendship as if they were the closest friends in the whole world. "Good timing, Sae-rin. I've been wanting to talk to you," Jin Hyeok said. "With me? Why?" Sae-rin looked at Jin Hyeok with an inexplicably ambiguous gaze, and it was quite uncomfortable. Unable to figure out why she was looking at him like that, Jin Hyeok reluctantly used broadcaster's clairvoyance. "Does he like me? Does he think I'm pretty now? Shall we start dating?" Seeing those ludicrous thoughts, he quickly deactivated the skill. It was profoundly unsettling. A comrade with whom he had traversed battlefields and shed blood and sweat having such thoughts for him gave him chills. "No, Angel Girl informed me that several combatant class players are coming to the Earth server from other servers via unofficial routes. Their numbers are fairly significant, but they do not seem to be making any conspicuous movements. It is as if they are waiting for something, although I can't be sure of what." "And why did you want to discuss this with me?" Sae-rin asked. "I thought you might know what they're after." Sae-rin's eyes widened in surprise. "Why would you think I would know? I'm just a navigator." You're right. Why would I think of you?" Jin Hyeok knew better than anyone that although Sae-rin had started as a navigator, she would grow into a great ruler in the future. He might get annoyed at her odd fantasies about romance, but he did acknowledge her capabilities. "I just thought you would know," he said. "You're saying you sensed my potential. You do have discerning eyes. I am a bit like that. But why do you lack discernment when it comes to women? Let's get back to the point. What do you think they are after?" Sae-rin made relatively accurate predictions about what was going to happen next. "First, I think there is going to be a new scenario, and second..." Just as expected, Sae-rin was smart. She considered all the possible outcomes and even thought of countermeasures. Jin Hyeok felt proud, as if he were looking at the Sae-rin who had been a great ruler in his previous life. "Well, these are just my predictions, anyway." Jin Hyeok then asked, "Do you know a guy named Humphrey Millen?" "Of course, I do. Well, he is really good friends with John Pritch, whom I killed before." "Ah, is that so? And he has been going back and forth to the Scanorbia server lately." Ha-young's face turned pale. "How did you know that? Have you forgotten who created the warp portals after clearing the New World?" Ha-young clutched her head in dismay. So you can know who is moving to which server, n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. If I set up keywords, yes I can. You didn't show that on your live stream. Well, I discovered it when I was taking a break from live stream. At the time, Jin Hyeok had carefully checked the notifications. Adventurer Captain from the American server has requested warp portal access. Navigator Ziun from the Chinese server has requested warp portal access. Adventurer Layla from the Czech Republic server has requested warp portal access. If Jin Hyeok wanted to, he could know exactly who was moving where. There was no need to monitor everything. So far, Jin Hyeok had set up only 2 keywords, one was Egan, and the other was Humphrey. Ha Young seemed quite pleased that they had obtained this new information, her complexion improving. Sa Rin had also heard the conversation and spoke after giving it some thought. The likelihood that Humphrey hates you is high, isn't it? It's possible. Then I know what they are after. Sa Rin laid out a few scenarios. In the end, her predictions turned out to be accurate. One of her scenarios included Humphrey inciting the Scanorbian warriors to massacre the Earth players dispatched to Scanorbia. That day, Jin Hyeok had received a fresh shock and became humble again. I had thought maybe I also have a talent for being a ruler. That was his misconception. If Sa Rin were the sun, he were just a small firefly. I gotta thank Sa Rin for reminding me that I have a lot of room to grow. Jin Hyeok had almost become arrogant. He still had a lot to learn. If Humphrey were really desperate, he would not have used the war portal that I had created. Its usage is fully recorded, so tracking who moves where through it is easy. Humphrey has visited this server several times according to the record, Jin Hyeok said to Choi Gapsu. Humphrey attempted an immediate rebuttal, but Gapsu raised his hand to stop him. Continue, Cholsu. If he really wanted to divert my attention, he would not have brought in so many players from other servers. Even if he had proceeded discreetly, it would have been noticeable given the size of the operation. This too serves as evidence that he was not truly desperate. Go on. He made it too obvious that he was targeting me. It was a very one-dimensional diversionary tactic. Even a mere navigator, not a ruler, noticed it immediately. How can you call a plan this sloppy a desperate one? Gapsu stroked his chin before asking, isn't that a lack of competence rather than a lack of desperation? If one is truly desperate, they have to be competent. Jin Hyeok's voice was filled with conviction. Anyone can see this is not about desperation. Ha ha ha, your standards are indeed strict, Cholsu. Humphrey was fuming. I used hundreds of different routes and moved my troops in small units. I managed everything through a cell organization, evading the information networks of every country. Given the standards of the Earth server, tracking players' movements should have been nearly impossible. This operation was bulletproof. Humphrey thought. What Humphrey did not know was that the average Korean region player, heavily influenced by Kim Cholsu, had grown much more than players from other regions. While the levels of the Korean players were lower, their actual abilities tended to dominate those of players from other regions. Even though we have been caught, it is not because we failed, it is because you got lucky. It's not that we weren't desperate, you were just too fortunate. Jin Hyeok's face remained resolute. He seemed to be scolding Millen for his lack of desperation and saying that Humphrey could never change his mind. Moreover, Humphrey gave away that he has abilities related to dealing with poison, Jin Hyeok said. He deals with poison, you say? Gapsu asked. Yes. He used poison to manipulate Egan Paul. Humphrey involuntarily widened his eyes, shocked that Jin Hyeok had found it out. Gapsu, seemingly intrigued, asked, did you read this through broadcaster's clairvoyance? No, I found it out through my Black Flame slap art. Black Flame what? This. Jin Hyeok raised his right hand, conjuring flames. Thanks to the phoenix heart that the named user Wind Wanderer gave to me, my Black Flame slap art has gained the ability to purify poison. Jin Hyeok was now a skilled streamer, and he never forgot to please his donors. Delighted to hear his name, Wind Wanderer donated 100,000 dias to Cholsu. If Humphrey were really desperate, he would not have been caught using poison. Hey, that's quite a bit of a stretch, Humphrey interjected. What's the stretch? Jin Hyeok asked. Humphrey felt the urge to punch him in the face. That's why my friend, the navigator, contemplated this. Would Humphrey really have only one plan? Perhaps there is a plan following the failure of the first one, a plan involving the Scanorbian warriors. Jin Hyeok said. Humphrey's face started to lose color. Jin Hyeok was spot on. My navigator predicted that Humphrey would resort to poison if the massacre plan failed as well, Jin Hyeok said. That's a reasonable assumption, Gapsu replied. But if it was too obvious, it would be problematic, so it wouldn't be in gas form. And making people eat poisonous solids would be awkward. The easiest method would have been to poison the drinking water. The viewers of Kim Know-It-All TV were engrossed in the live stream. Arguments erupted on whether Jin Hyeok's prediction was correct. However, I was sure that Humphrey would not have used an overly potent poison. He would have chosen a toxin that was odorless, colorless, and left no trace. A level 80 fire spirit was more than capable of purifying such a poison. Jin Hyeok muttered, summon cute Ellie, Tada. An adorable spirit gate materialized, and a small girl enveloped in flames appeared out of it. Ellie wants praise, Eileen said. You did well, Jin Hyeok replied. Jin Hyeok released a new video on the live stream. It involved Ellie and him purifying the nearby well water. Humphrey was speechless. How quickly did he clear the fall of Yun Huidong scenario? Did those mercenaries just take the money and run? How could Cholsu have this much free time? That made no sense to Humphrey. As Jin Hyeok patted Ellie's head, she giggled. How can he be this careless if he were truly desperate? Jin Hyeok asked Gapsu. I see. Gapsu nodded as if he was convinced. He's convinced by this. Humphrey wanted to scream. Viewers watching this through Kim Know-It-All TV felt the same. I think Humphrey's plans were desperate enough. He seemed pretty desperate, in my opinion. However, in the Cholsu verse, this kind of desperation was nothing. From the perspective of the intense man, Milan was too lazy. He got caught because he was not desperate enough. LOL. How not desperate do you have to be to get completely figured out by a mere navigator? You should reflect upon yourself, Humphrey. LOL. The chat also had some comments about self-reflection. I've been living my life all wrong. I reflect on how undesperate I was. In the eyes of the intense man, I am a nobody. We gotta get more desperate, guys. Intense man is watching us. Jin Hyeok nodded. Are you going to accept a proposal from someone who is not truly desperate? It will be boring. Just leave it to me, and I will entertain you with much more exciting content. Gapsu heartily laughed. I will no longer interfere. This is between the two of you, so sort it out. Gapsu thought the ongoing events were too thrilling. He rushed back to Earth to enjoy the live stream in his media room, which was equipped with the best sound system. As Gapsu returned to Earth, the declaration of the demilitarized zone was repealed. Meanwhile, the K-Force had traveled to Scanorbia server via the war portal and joined forces with great leader Khan to undermine Pufankuli's power. Right now, you have two choices, fight for your life or run away, Jin Hyeok said to Humphrey while unsheathing his greatsword of Logon. Shall we have an honorable fight, non-combatant against non-combatant? Humphrey tensed, raising his hands as if he had been expecting this confrontation. Jin Hyeok began to speak in a solemn tone. My sword will show you what true justice. Suddenly, two dark shadows lunged forward and stabbed Humphrey's calves with their daggers. They were none other than Kwok-Do Hyok, the leader of the Black Thorn Alliance, and Black Butterfly, a member of the Avengers Army. Jin Hyeok had used his dialogue with his weapon to divert Humphrey's attention, allowing the others to launch a surprise attack. True justice looks like from behind. Jin Hyeok finished his sentence in the same tone. Why you, coward? Humphrey shouted. The theme of Jin Hyeok's current content was a surprise attack. I didn't expect Black Butterball to be a part of this though, he thought. Regardless, it had worked. If he were a swordsman, he would have never engaged in such tactics, but as a streamer, he was delighted. He could not even begin to describe how worried he had been that the surprise attack might fail. Meanwhile, Du Hyen and Black Butterfly had Humphrey subdued and on his knees. To prevent any chance of escape, they also placed knife points at his thighs. Considering the scale of this operation, you could not have acted alone, Jin Hyeok said. We need to find out who is backing you. Let's start a peaceful interview, Mr. Humphrey Milan. Black Butterfly Kalen was puzzled. Why isn't he killing him? The Kim Cholsu Kalen knew would have killed Humphrey Milan on the spot. He even killed Aaron. Aaron had been one of Kalen's assassination targets. However, it was not due to an order from the Avengers Army, it was because of a personal matter. Kalen could not stand how Aaron, the supposed successor of the Hard Movement, was making noise about Cholsu's wrongdoings. If one were to champion the Hard Movement, one at least needed to have a plan for maintaining peace for humanity. To Kalen, Aaron was an idealist who was all talk and no action and a detriment to the Earth server in the long run. Eventually, Kalen had tracked Aaron to Naungu, only to find her already dead. Aside from a few scraps of clothing, not even a trace of Aaron could be found. Kyan was certain. It's like she evaporated. Kalen had misunderstood Cholsu. He killed her for the sake of peace on the Earth server. In Kalen's eyes, Cholsu appeared more righteous than he actually was, and she thought he was a player who positively contributed to the Earth server. Whether it was fighting against the Queen Ant, lifting the restrictions on war portals, or working with the MK Foundation, it seemed as if he was doing all this for humanity's sake. It might appear like he is working solely for his content, but in reality, he is doing it all for humanity. If this was the case, killing Humphrey on the spot was the right thing. Humphrey was a major threat to world peace. Yet, for some reason, Cholsu was casually interviewing him. If you tell me who was behind all this, I will spare your life, Mr. Humphrey Milan, Jin Hyeok said. Humphrey did not open his mouth. The organization he was affiliated with, the Black Alliance, was not a secret alliance, but speaking about it here would not look good. Wait a minute, HM. The live streaming quality is not very good right now. Wang Yumi, who always paid close attention to Jin Hyeok's live streams, quickly caught on to his intentions. She activated her storyteller skill. You have activated the skill to the Room of Truth, exclusive. Using this skill, a storyteller could emit interference waves around the original provider of the narrative, who was Jin Hyeok here. It was a skill exclusive to storytellers and one that Yumi could use whenever something happening around Jin Hyeok needed to be kept secret, when some truth had to be hidden, or when the flow of the story had to be interrupted. Yumi turned the screen black and spoke. The live stream quality on my end is not that great either. I will get it back up and running. Just hang on a bit. Then she sent a secret message to Jin Hyeok. No evidence will remain. You can unlock the Room of Truth. When Jin Hyeok's live stream resumed, Humphrey's face was blurred out. Jin Hyeok explained, I know he is a rebel who threatened the Earth server's peace, but I still have to respect his right to his image. The users of the Korean region minor gallery expressed their curiosity. All of a sudden, LOL. I know Humphrey has been blurred out, but why is his face so red? N/O/vel/b/jn.c//om. Warm blood flows in intense man's peaceful interview. The chat window on Kim Know-It-All TV overflowed with laughter. LOL. Did he just say that he has to respect the rights of Humphrey's image? What an excuse. Intense man is right. If he doesn't listen, he should be beaten. Intense man's fist can uncover the truth. Initially, the prevailing sentiment was that Intense man's fist had uncovered the truth. However, the tide quickly changed when a user named Money Shower joined the chat, causing a sensation. Money Shower, Intense man's fist is laughable. The sudden appearance of Money Shower, who seldom engaged in chat, captivated the other users. Pinned comment Money Shower, Intense man's fist is laughable. Money Shower up? Wow, it's Money Shower? Hello, Money Shower. Money Shower, but a hammer is not to be taken lightly. Pinned comment Money Shower, but a hammer is not to be taken lightly. Huh? A hammer? LOL, I think he is talking about the rule breaker. He's right. Haha. Intense man's main weapon isn't his fist but a hammer? A hammer is perfect for a peaceful interview. Angry face. Whether Chulsu had used a first or a hammer remained unclear, but it was obvious that Humphrey had powerful backing. As promised, Chulsu released Humphrey. That's it for today's livestream. See you again tomorrow, Jin Hyeok said as he ended the livestream. Only then did Black Butterfly Kalen ask, Chulsu, what? Are you going to stab me right here? Nope. Then what? Jin Hyeok's gaze seemed to say that their relationship involved nothing but attacking and defending, making Kalen feel oddly rejected. May I ask why you didn't kill him? Kalen wondered if there was a bigger plan for the Earth's peace. She thought there had to be some righteous intent. Didn't you hear that the Black Alliance was behind all this? I did, but I didn't mention the name Black Alliance on the livestream. Also, what does that have to do with releasing Humphrey? Jin Hyeok had not specifically mentioned the Black Alliance, only referring to them as some sort of an organization. Content is best consumed bit by bit. A story needs to have a beginning, middle, and end. It loses its charm if you reveal too much at once, Jin Hyeok said. Leaving Humphrey alive might make the Black Alliance contact him, or vice versa. Jin Hyeok grinned slyly. That alone will make great content for my LTube channel. Or perhaps a stronger villain might appear, he added. Weren't you doing this with a righteous intention? Kalen asked. What the hell are you talking about? Jin Hyeok said with a frown. Why would a streamer think about righteous intentions while trying to create good content? Kalen closed her mouth. No, there has to be a righteous intention, she thought. However, when she reflected on it, Jin Hyeok had never once claimed to be doing the right thing, not in his own words. He seems to be shyer than I thought. Kalen stole a glance at Jin Hyeok. But that makes him kind of cute in a way. Kang Miene and Bung King sat across from each other at the table. An awkward silence filled the air. Bung King extended his hand. You go first. No, you go first. Awkwardly timing each other, they spoke at the same time. Have you reflected? Have you reflected? Both nodded resolutely. The tension between them slightly eased. After taking a sip of her coffee, Miene spoke first. I was very happy at first. You were too, right? Of course. It was a compliment from Chulsu. Both Miene and Bung King had received praise, while the supposedly great Egan Paul had received slaps. This had become a topic of conversation, with memes circulating about it. Both were moved by this, but Jin Hyeok's words to Egan Paul had made them reflect on themselves. Miene, have you ever done physical training? Bung King asked. Do you think I did? Initially awakened streamers received a special barrier called Broadcaster's Barrier. With that, they could fend off most dangers, so they typically did not focus on physical training. Exactly, you probably haven't. Bung King, you haven't either, have you? Of course not. Never even thought of it. Jin Hyeok's words had struck a chord in both streamers. Don't you do any physical training? It had made both of them realize that physical training was essential for streamers. Bung King continued. Egan Paul fell for Humphrey's brainwashing attack, but Chulsu didn't. It's not just physical training. Yes, I know. Chulsu has some kind of mental barrier. I don't know exactly what. I heard there is a mystery that forms a mental barrier. Can you find it? If it were that easy, it wouldn't be called a mystery. I will have to pull out all the stops and look into it. Their eyes met. Although they were always competitive, this time, they both thought they should join forces. Shall we work with each other until we find the mystery? I was going to propose the same thing. Let's collaborate until then. They stood up and shook hands. For a moment, they decided to aim for the same thing to become better streamers and better rivals. It was a day of significant meaning for both. Jin Hyeok came home and lay down on his bed. Man, this is exhausting. Creating large-scale content was mentally and physically draining. He had to constantly monitor the fluctuating viewer count and strive to create even better content with the same resources. Every moment was fraught with tension. It was more tiring and challenging than his days as a swordsman, but it was also more enjoyable. Just then, Jin Hyeok heard a voice. May I return now, contractor? Oh, you're still here. It seemed the Thunder Dragon had stayed near the Golden Guardian tree after being summoned. The dragon's powerful aura had disrupted communication networks throughout Seoul. Ah, yes. But before you go, can I ask you something? What is it? Why did you make such a dramatic entrance? What was your intention? Jin Hyeok had to admit that when the Thunder Dragon had appeared in Seoul, he had been awestruck. Although he had also orchestrated moments meant to stir the souls of men, they paled in comparison to the supercell that the Thunder Dragon had conjured. The aura it exuded felt as if it was prophesying the end of the world. However, the Thunder Dragon Atana was usually not this grandiose. I wonder about that myself. So you didn't do it on purpose? Jin Hyeok thought she had intentionally made a grand entrance. I thought she wanted to look cooler than me, but was I wrong? There is no reason for me to do it on purpose. I am limited by many restrictions when it comes to inter-server movement. The act of moving alone is physically taxing. Consciously generating such a massive thunderstorm would be impractical and inefficient. Then why did it happen? One thing I can say is that I am influenced by the soul of my contractor. What? But it's strange. I cannot image you, my contractor, being so irrational. Sometimes, style took precedence over efficiency. Transformers and other shape-shifting robots did not transform dramatically without reason. Perhaps there is a protocol to protect Earth, encouraging me to consume more of my strength and energy to minimize my impact on Earth. If you wish, I can try to minimize such inefficiencies. No, that's okay. You got your hands full with childcare. No need to go to such lengths. Jin Hyeok had a change of heart. The Thunder Dragon was his mount, after all. If she looked magnificent, that reflected well on him. Just like driving a fancy supercar drew attention, having an extraordinary mount would ultimately make him the center of attention. I was about to get jealous of my mount. Jin Hyeok felt more at ease. I am grateful for your magnanimity. How's the childcare going? Scanorbia is a barren land. It is hard to find good mysteries there to feed Aten, but otherwise, everything is fine. The Thunder Dragon returned to Scanorbia, and immediately after, the Guardian Tree spoke. I can't forgive that Thunder Dragon. What happened? How am I supposed to get married now? I've been violated. The Guardian Tree had abandoned its formal tone. The Thunder Dragon wrapped around me entirely, squeezing tightly, and it was a female Thunder Dragon. The tree let out a long, sorrowful howl. Understanding its thoughts was beyond the comprehension of ordinary human logic, so Jin Hyeok decided to ignore it. But, Master, there is a human that insists on meeting you. A lot of people want to meet me. Just ignore them. But this time, it feels like you should meet her. Ahem, my excellent intuition tells me she is an important person. You can trust the Guardian Tree's instincts. Jin Hyeok abruptly stood up. The pure luck mystery within him was giving an intense reaction. The real name of 5 crystals was Oh Soo-young. Ever since the day she attacked Kim Chol-soo under the influence of the corrupt mystery fanatical obsession, Soo-young had not taken a step outside her house. I'd rather die. The memories of her transforming into a monster and muttering how she wanted to eat Chol-soo had been vivid in her mind. It didn't matter how much the tainted mystery had corrupted her at the time, she just could not bring herself to face the world. I should at least apologize. Then one day, she happened to watch a livestream where Chol-soo tried his best to bring Egan Paul back to his senses. Why is your livestream so poor? Is this the best you can do with such content? You call yourself America's #1? Where is your energy? What exactly are you thinking while doing your livestream? Have you lost your mind? Is this the performance of America's top streamer? Soo-young murmured in admiration. She felt the sincerity in Chol-soo's voice, and Chol-soo had ultimately saved Egan. So Egan was poisoned too. That's why he was forgiven. Young realized something. Whether he was facing someone consumed by a tainted mystery or someone afflicted by a poison, if there was a reason worthy of consideration, Chol-soo showed infinitely generosity. The way he scolded Egan made Soo-young feel as though the scolding was directed at her. Chol-soo truly wants the best for Egan. That was why he was so stern. I need to get my act together. Why else would he have saved me? Chol-soo could have killed her easily, but he chose to save her. There had to be something he expected from her. Soo-young felt as though he had taught her a lesson to allow her to live her life the best she could. I need to get up. I need to face the world. I must do something to make sure that his saving me was not in vain. With a sense of apology and gratitude toward Chol-soo, Soo-young resolved to take a step forward in life. She sat on the floor, appearing to be entranced by something. She spent a long time exploring the microcosm within her, focusing on her inner self. Something seemed just within her reach, yet also unreachable, almost visible yet not, making her restless. She left everything to her instincts. I need to find something. She had felt this sensation before. It was just like when she had acquired fanatical obsession. I've never been particularly talented. Yet, she had acquired that mystery. Oddly, back then, she had felt as though the mystery was calling out to her, giving her a mysterious confidence that she could acquire it. I must find something within me, just like how I found that mystery. Suddenly, she touched something twinkling within her microcosm, and the NPC from the Room of Awakening immediately revealed itself. You have met the special conditions. Just like how it had been for Shin Uri and the artillery of Nemesis, Soo-young had triggered irregular awakening. You are now about to be reborn as a mystery hunter. May your will be fulfilled. You've awakened as a mystery hunter. Jin Hyeok could not believe it. Yes, that's right. And it is all thanks to you. You have given me enlightenment. Mystery hunter was a special and extremely rare job categorized as a 9-star job. Mystery hunters were technically considered navigators but were so rare that they did not even have a separate ranking system. However, they were unmatched when it came to finding mysteries. I didn't know it myself, but it seems I have an innate talent for finding mysteries. I meditated, and somehow, I became a mystery hunter, Soo-young said. So that's why you possessed a mystery with your skill level. Jin Hyeok had memories of questioning her ability before his regression, thinking she was exceptionally weak for a villain. Soo-young knelt before Jin Hyeok. I am really sorry for that time. I wasn't myself. Don't worry about it. At least I got a lot of views for that content. Soo-young, who was a relatively reasonable person, felt a lump in her throat. He is saying that everything is okay because he got a lot of views despite my attacks. He cannot possibly mean just that. He is definitely saying it to put me at ease. In Soo-young's eyes, Jin Hyeok's mindset was on another level. After expressing her sincere apologies, she felt a sense of relief. She looked up to see him and found herself staring blankly at his face for a while. He is so handsome. It made sense why the Spirit King's daughter had hugged him upon seeing his face. What's up? Jin Hyeok asked. I am sorry. You're just so handsome that I lost track. Soo-young's words just went in Jin Hyeok's one ear and out the other. He had never thought of the incident with Soo-young in Scanorbia as something important. At that time, he had spared her life just because he felt guilty for having killed her before his regression and not because he knew that she would prove beneficial to him. You know Kang Miene and Bong King, right? Of course. I am going to introduce you to them. You are going to join their team. What? You don't want to? And no, I'm just a little shocked, that's all. Those two are ranked second and third among the streamer class, aren't they? Jin Hyeok tilted his head in confusion. Did their rankings drop a step without me knowing? He checked the ranking board, and Miene was still in first place and Bong King second. It seems that Soo-young is mistaken. Since it was not his ranking and the mistake was not particularly important, he chose not to point out the error. There are limits to what you can do alone. You can't really play by yourself. So, go there, offer help, and receive it. They are currently desperate to find a mystery. I can't play by myself, Soo-young thought. She clearly remembered Chol-soo's past videos where he was killing monsters all by himself. However, she did not bring this up. Kaya! Soo-young screamed suddenly. A ghostly figure had burst out of the ceiling and stabbed Chol-soo. I thought I killed you this time. I pretended to get stabbed since this is the last time. It was Kaylin, also known as Black Butterfly. She had just attempted her 7th and last assassination on Jin Hyeok, ultimately failing. Blood dripped from Jin Hyeok's hand, which had caught Kaylin's dagger. Kaylin sheathed her dagger and said, "Still, it was thrilling and fun. I have quit the Avengers army. Now, I want to be your subordinate." Soo-young found this situation absurd, but Jin Hyeok and Kaylin were calm. Jin Hyeok took a few tissues and wiped the blood from his palm. I'm not a ruler, so how can you be my subordinate? You know Kwak Do Hyung from the Blackthorn Alliance, right? You mean Viper? Yes. I need you to work with him. And whenever I call you, I need you to come as fast as possible. Okay. Kaylin nodded. Kaylin, who had been irreverent before Jin Hyeok's regression due to obsolescence in the Avenger army, had now joined the Blackthorn Alliance. After barely regaining her senses, Soo-young approached Jin Hyeok. Are you okay? Hey, what are you doing? Jin Hyeok said. Kaylin pushed Soo-young, and the latter flew backward like a paper doll and hit the wall behind her. She is a non-combatant class player. You should be more careful, Jin Hyeok said to Kaylin. Sorry, since you are also a non-combatant class player, I keep forgetting the boundary between the combatant and non-combatant classes. Kaylin approached Soo-young and helped her to her feet. The dagger was coated with a deadly poison. If that blood had splashed on you, you would have died in 3 seconds. That's why I pushed you to the side. There are no hard feelings, so I hope there is no misunderstanding. Got it. On a closer look, Soo-young saw holes in the table where the blood had dripped. She tried to stab someone with that? And that someone pretended to get stabbed by it? How can he be so nonchalant about it? Soo-young felt as if she had tumbled into a strange new world. And then a month passed. Thank you. The Thunder Dragon expressed profound gratitude toward Jin Hyeok. The efforts of the Mystery Hunter 5 Crystals were remarkable. Teamed up with Miene and Bong King, 5 Crystals had uncovered numerous mysteries. She collected the ones that were not particularly useful to players and delivered them to the Thunder Dragon. These served as exquisite sustenance for Adon, the young Thunder Dragon, and the Mother Thunder Dragon conveyed her deep gratitude to Jin Hyeok. Your affinity with your tamed subject has greatly increased. Some restrictions on your tamed subject have been lifted. Jin Hyeok frowned. So I can now make the Thunder Dragon retaliate against those who attack me first. This news was not exactly a cause for celebration. By the Earth server's standards, such a counterattack would be akin to cheating. But that was not the main concern. The Thunder Dragon's attack looks cooler than mine. Even if Jin Hyeok tried to maintain a relaxed demeanor, he had to show his viewers that he was vigilant. The protagonist of his livestream had to be himself, and he certainly had to be the coolest. Just the Thunder Dragon's appearance achieved peak viewership, and now it can attack too? That's crossing the line. It's good to be mutually helpful, isn't it? Adon is growing well, I assume. Jin Hyeok said. It's all thanks to you. Jin Hyeok was mentally connected to the Thunder Dragon, so he could feel her genuine gratitude. With the connection, using her as a mount would be much easier now. I'm lucky. Although he was annoyed at the Guardian Tree's constant whining about the female Thunder Dragon's harassment, everything else was progressing smoothly. He had now reached level 150. The Korean region minor gallery was buzzing with talk that Chol-soo had finally hit his limit and that he could not get any stronger as a streamer. However, Jin Hyeok thought differently. I don't have to retire yet. He could become much stronger going forward. He could feel it for sure now that he had reached level 150. But, the players who hunt the awakened will start eyeing me now. The streamer protection treaty would offer him some shelter, but it wasn't infallible. I have no choice. Jin Hyeok was not sure about his initial goal anymore, so he decided to push his retirement level a bit higher. He decided to enjoy playing up to level 200. To do that, I will need to become stronger. There's just no way around it. Once he adjusted his retirement level, he felt at ease. Moreover, the Golden Guardian Tree assured his family's safety on Earth. The tree had been growing rapidly ever since it had been harassed by the Thunder Dragon. It felt like the Guardian Tree had this urge to grow quickly, and it seemed that even trees became stronger when faced with a crisis. What should be the next content? Many ideas immediately sprang to mind, but Jin Hyeok mulled over which one would make his viewers ecstatic. n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. Suddenly, he felt Cha Jin-sol tap him on the shoulder. Appa, it's the weekend. Aren't you going to play as Kim Pyongbyum? Nope, not today. Why not? Just because. Lately, playing as Kim Pyongbyum had lost its appeal for him. It seemed his life as a streamer was now much more enjoyable than his life as a swordsman. The saying that people change turned out to be true in his case. Jin Hyeok thought of a good idea. I was going to retire when I reached level 150. Oh, that's right. Pyongbyum can retire instead of me. Since Pyongbyum was his avatar, this retirement would count as fulfilling his initial goal. Jin Hyeok had been feeling a bit embarrassed for not keeping his promises, but now he did not have to be. Can you help me out just once more as Pyongbyum? For a retirement commemoration, the last play, Jin-sol asked. The last play does not sound too bad. So, what is it? Jin Hyeok asked. Take a look at this first. Jin-sol handed him her phone. The screen showed something happening on the American server, across the Pacific. Isn't that Berserker Olivern? It was about the top-ranked Daoist class player in the United States, named Olivern. Wait, hold on. Jin Hyeok focused on the screen. Jin Hyeok frowned. Isn't that Kim Do-won? The screen showed the player Taekwon V, Kim Do-won, bloodied and his wrists shackled with chains. What is this? Are they filming a movie or something? Jin Hyeok asked Cha Jin-sol. It's not a movie. It's for real. He found the situation incomprehensible. It must be some kind of performance. It's not. After suffering a crushing defeat at Jin Hyeok's hands, Do-won seemed to have had an epiphany and had been honing his skills in the field of performance. Jin Hyeok had found this extremely satisfying. Do-won was an entertainer-class player one whom Jin Hyeok had admired even before his regression, someone who had integrated taekwondo into his play to create flashy and beautiful techniques, standing at a pinnacle different from that Jin Hyeok stood on. Do-won was known as the Werang of the Ashen Cherry Blossom, an impressive nickname in Jin Hyeok's opinion. If this is not a performance, then what is it? Do-won's comrades were also beaten to a pulp and scattered across the floor. Hold on. I need to see when the video first starts. Rewind it for me, Jin Hyeok asked. On the screen, a man with a red beard, Olivern, laughed. Behold. This is the true face of fake martial arts. These are the kinds of trash who are even worse than the fools supporting the hard movement? Jin Hyeok scowled again. Comparing the hard movement with entertainer-class players? What kind of nonsense is this? This trash will be executed at noon tomorrow? What? A combatant class player is about to execute entertainer class players? By what right? You know that Taekwon V is closely associated with the Blackthorn Alliance, right? Jin-sol asked. I know. He is best friends with Kwak Do Hyong. And the Blackthorn Alliance is very close to us too. They are under your command. Under my command. Jin Hyeok said. I don't remember saying yes to that. Yeah, the K-Force. I know you didn't create it, but everybody in the world knows that you are its leader, Jin-sol replied. She did not seem intent on making Jin Hyeok understand. It was as if she just wanted him to silently accept the position of the leader of the K-Force. Jin Hyeok was not a ruler, nor did he have the capability of one. It was a bit embarrassing that they would even suggest this to him. Maybe I should lure Han Saer in later to take the leader position instead of me. Jin Hyeok shook his head in disbelief. You don't know me at all. Since he had come to this realization just minutes ago, it was not strange that Jin-sol was unaware. Kim Pyongbyum has retired, he said. Retired? Pyongbyum. Yes, Pyongbyum is someone who knows how to keep his promises to himself. Jin-sol had misunderstood her brother. She thought Jin Hyeok would consider saving a non-combatant class player pointless and unnecessary. n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. But it's Taekwon V, Jin Hyeok thought. He was a player who set the hearts of many men ablaze, possessing a brilliance that Jin Hyeok could not exhibit and a talent too great just to be left to die here. I'm just a little glad that it's Olivern. Now I can teach him a lesson. Before Jin Hyeok's regression, Olivern had always been somewhere between being a villain and being a hero. He was too ambiguous to be labeled as a clear-cut villain, yet he did too many insane things to be considered a hero. Hence, he was known as the Berserker. While combatant class players being obsessed with strength was a common sight, Olivern had a particular fixation. He relished duels with strong players. He is a guy who isn't satisfied until he has utterly smashed his opponents. Olivern acted as if he bore a personal grudge against his opponents, completely crushing them. We nearly came to blows a few times. Before his regression, Jin Hyeok had wanted to fight Olivern, but was held back by the higher UPS. Every time, Olivern would mock him and say, "The Sword King of Korea is but a cowardly, immature brat." Just thinking about the past ground Jin Hyeok's gears. Back then, Jin Hyeok had been a government official, so he could not freely engage in a fight with Olivern. "I am always ready. I await you on this throne for your pathetic sword to challenge me." Olivern had provoked him multiple times, and Jin Hyeok had no choice but to remain silent. People thought he was afraid and that he had fled with his tail between his legs. Eventually, the system's online community, like Nervar, rated the American berserker higher than Korea's Sword King. Jin Hyeok did not usually remember community reactions well, but those comments were still vivid in his mind. Shouldn't a top-tier player like Jin Hyeok be able to duel at will? But I couldn't. Jin Hyeok desperately needed national support to become stronger, so he had no choice but to follow the government's directives. He's just silent because he is scared, lol. The Sword King got cold feet? Haha. Jin Hyeok felt like he could finally address that past frustration. Right now, I am a non-combatant class player, aren't I? Jin Hyeok started to hum happy tunes. If a non-combatant class player like me defeats the berserker, that would naturally imply that the Jin Hyeok before regression, who was a combatant class player, was stronger than the berserker. The more he thought about it, the more it seemed like a flawless logical proposition. At Andersen Air Force Base in Guam, located in the Pacific Ocean, chaos erupted within the U.S. Space Force Space Operations Command. Something is approaching fast. An unidentified flying object, not discernible to even America's latest radar technology, appeared on their screens. As soon as it was detected, all radar equipment went dead. What's going on? Emergency sirens rang throughout the base. Although the exact cause was unknown, it was suspected to be an EMP attack. The Air Force issued an emergency alert and immediately went into a combat-ready stance. However, the alarm ended as quickly and absurdly as it had begun. Commander Leopold firmly pressed his temples and said, "So you're telling me, it was Kim Chul-soo who flew over, and not a stealth fighter?" "Yes, that is correct, sir. Our strategic assets couldn't detect that, and we found out only because of Chul-soo's live stream. He just flew across the Pacific by himself? Is that what you are telling me?" "He was not just flying, sir. He used a mysterious mount called the Thunder Dragon." "So you're saying he flew across the airspace that our military is supposed to be guarding?" "Yes, sir. I'm going to lose my mind." For Commander Leopold, who held the responsibility of guarding the American airspace, the situation was nothing but sigh-inducing. Meanwhile, the player who had inadvertently caused chaos at Andersen Air Force Base set foot on the U.S. mainland. "Much faster and more comfortable than a commercial plane, am I right?" Jin Hyeok said. "Bleg." Mok Jae-hyun vomited as soon as he touched down at the beach. Jin Hyeok shook his head in disappointment. "How are you going to lead the KSM Alliance if you're this weak?" Jae-hyun couldn't answer and retched for a long time. "Jin-sol, are you okay?" Jin Hyeok asked. "Not really, but I can bear it." Jin-sol was feeling a bit better than Jae-hyun but was considerably disappointed in herself. "I should be able to cure motion sickness if I am to be called a true healer. What if it were my brother?" She thought that by her brother's standards, even motion sickness should be curable. "I still have much to learn." She reflected on her frailty for not being able to cure motion sickness and climbed back onto the Thunder Dragon. Meanwhile, Jin Hyeok continued the live stream. "Olivern, you think you're good at fighting?" After all the flack he had gotten from people before his regression, challenging Olivern to a fight made him feel a lot better. "If you are as strong as you claim to be, why not try to fight me, a non-combatant class player?" Jin Hyeok sighed with a look of incredulity. How pitiful must a person be to drag an entertainer class player into such nonsense? "Aren't you ashamed as a combatant class player?" Not long after the livestream aired, Egan Paul started his livestream. An interview with Olivern the Berserker was underway. "Kim Chul-soo, I saw your pathetic provocation." Olivern heartily laughed for a while. "I heard that you are a non-combatant class player who forgot his place and just happened to catch the public's attention by pure luck." The Berserker garnered a significant response on Egan's livestream. "You are to deceive me with such bizarre play?" Olivern claimed that most streamers' plays were staged, and he was not fooled by fakes. He also expressed his disgust for phonies like Chul-soo. "You were just lucky all this time, thanks to your precious guardian tree. How dare you challenge me?" Olivern described Chul-soo as a bubble too. He mocked Chul-soo, saying that Chul-soo got stronger only because of the guardian tree in Seoul and the special privileges he gained during the server connection. "Luck doesn't last forever, kid." The phrase "you are a bubble" instantaneously became a meme. "And I am the king who will burst that bubble?" Just in case he needed help, Jin Hyeok had brought Jin-sol and Jae-hyun along, but thankfully, things were going smoothly. Olivern announced he would have a one-on-one duel with Chul-soo, and they agreed to meet in a nearly deserted plane in Texas, on the American server. "Appa, are you really sure about this one-on-one duel?" "Oh, wow. Even my sister doesn't believe in me. Do you also think I am an overrated player who is riding on the coattails of the Guardian Tree's power?" "And no, how could I think that? It's just that I am worried about you, that's all." At least Jae-hyun seemed to have a better grasp of Jin Hyeok. He said to Jin-sol, "You shouldn't worry about Hyung. Are you really worrying about him right now? I'm not worried about player Chulsu at all. Then, it's Cha Jin Hyok that I am worried about. Jin Sol had gotten better with the cheesy talks. Jin Hyok rubbed his nose. Hearing Jin Sol say things like that was a bit embarrassing, but he did not exactly dislike it. Anyway, Jin Hyok headed to the location Oliver had mentioned. Ha ha ha. Before he knew it, his subscriber count had reached 350 million. The number was growing exponentially, and the live viewer count had reached a whopping 1 million. It seemed that this content was receiving more attention than he had thought. Soon after, a flock of wyverns appeared in the sky. They were flying in with a roar akin to that of eagles, all tamed by players. Jin Hyok urgently spoke to the Thunder Dragon. Adna, it's time for you to go back and focus on your son. Thank you for everything. Having the Thunder Dragon beside him would have made for a more spectacular scene, but Jin Hyok had to tell her to go back. Wyverns inherently feared Thunder Dragons and could not even spread their wings properly in front of one. If he had not let the Thunder Dragon go, the wyverns would have fallen from the sky. I should avoid live streaming their shoddy appearance. Jin Hyok temporarily stopped the live stream. For good content, enemies needed to appear strong to heighten the tension. Jin Hyok could not present such sloppy content to his viewers. However, Oliver misunderstood his intentions. It appears that even your vaunted Thunder Dragon loses its luster in front of an army of 40 steel wyverns. A mount that cannot attack cannot be considered a good mount? Jin Hyok was so astonished by the berserker's ignorance that he was at a loss for words. Even if there were 400 million wyverns here and not 40, they would have still crumbled and squirmed in front of a Thunder Dragon. Soon, the wyvern army landed on the ground. Is that Park Terse? Jin Hyok wondered who could command so many wyverns at once, and it turned out to be Terse. For some reason, Terse was currently with the Avengers army. In any case, Oliver jumped off from the largest wyvern. Thump! With a loud noise, Oliver landed. It had been a while since Jin Hyok had met him. He was as big as ever but much younger than the Oliver Jin Hyok remembered. Oliver approached Jin Hyok and whispered, "Your king has descended." Jin Hyok saw plenty of opportunities to strike him, but didn't take them. It took a superhuman patience to suppress his instincts as a swordsman. Jin Hyok had flown all the way to the United States, so he had to produce at least a minimal amount of content. But was he always this full of openings? That did not seem likely. Something felt a bit off. When Jin Hyok reflected on it, a few things started to look somewhat suspicious. 1. Previously translated as performance-type player. 2. In Korea, calling someone a bubble means that they are overrated. I would have translated it as such, but then there is an English meme in this chapter, calling the main character a bubble, so I left it like this. From the beginning, something seemed off about Oliver, and Cha Jin Hyok was on the verge of grasping what it was. He doesn't usually wear anything when he fights, right? Oliver was the type who took pride in his size and muscles, and he always fought shirtless. Jin Hyok remembered that Oliver used to claim that the truly formidable did not rely on armor. But right now, he's wearing armor. Before Jin Hyok's regression, Oliver had claimed in an interview that he never wore armor from the very beginning. He had said it was something only cowards and the faint-hearted used, which had his hardcore fans praising him as the epitome of manliness. I guess his younger self wears armor. This meant that Oliver did not always shun armor. As for why he did that later on, Jin Hyok could guess the reason without much difficulty. He must have later acquired a mystery or special ability that makes wearing armor decrease his defensive capabilities. Surprisingly, quite a few such mysteries and abilities existed. This bastard? So he was lying back then. Despite his strong dislike for Oliver, Jin Hyok begrudgingly respected parts of him. Oliver's audacity in discarding his armor and fighting like a wild dog was something Jin Hyok could not help but admire. All that was a sham. Jin Hyok scowled and asked, "Were you fake all along? Is that your way of introducing yourself?" LV-138/Deo King/Skills/Blessing of the Fighting Dog. His job is just an average 9-star job. Oliver was the top-ranking deist on the American server. It would be strange if he did not have a 9-star job. I feel insulted. I thought at least your level would be high, Jin Hyok said. Do you not know that level is just a number? Even so, isn't 138 too low? You fail to realize that you could level up quickly only because you are a streamer. Oliver was not entirely wrong. Jin Hyok was a streamer, and streamers did level up quite faster than players with other jobs. Oliver laughed heartily. Like a coward, you sneak a look at my information. Go ahead, look all you want. I will give you all the time in the world. This was when Jin Hyok sensed something else amiss. From what I remember before my regression, Oliver would have already drawn his axe and attacked without bothering about having a conversation. This Oliver was quite different from the Oliver the world knew before Jin Hyok's regression. Hashtag I will show the world. Hashtag the limits of a fake. Hashtag I can wait as long as you want. This guy knew how to calculate his moves. As things progressed, Oliver only disappointed Jin Hyok. So his madness was just a show. Then what about when he provoked me before my regression, wanting to fight? So he had calculated that thoroughly as well? That I wouldn't be able to fight. When Jin Hyok thought about it, he realized that Oliver the Berserker engaged only in battles he was sure to win. Oliver had never provoked Lee Hyen-sung, who was significantly weaker than Jin Hyok, although Hyen-sung thought otherwise. My head is spinning from the betrayal. At that time, Jin Hyok used to think Oliver was quite decent. Now, it turned out that the berserker had been picking on the weaker ones to obtain fame. That's why he could survive even after pulling off such insane stunts. Even Jin Hyuk could see that Olivern had done too many crazy things. Even after winning his fights, Olivern would still brutally wreck his opponents. So that wasn't an insane frenzy born from battle. It was cold and calculated brutality. You should be ashamed of yourself. Jin Hyuk faced Olivern, meticulously examining him with broadcaster's clairvoyance. This bastard is wearing the Fiolin's necklace. In this world, there was no such thing as an all-purpose item. If an item excelled in one aspect, it was often lacking in another. Some items could be stronger than others, but weaker than different ones. Olivern's necklace of Fiolin was a counter to Jin Hyuk's Berklef necklace. I have to make sure this does not appear on the live stream. Jin Hyuk felt a sense of pride as he edited out this detail. Editing a live stream in real time was a sign of growth in his skills as a streamer. I might need to use this information later, so I better take a screenshot. Fiolin's necklace. A necklace imbued with the magic of the curse mage Fiolin. It adds a curse buff to all damage reflection abilities. However, the wearer's defense is reduced by 20%. Typically, such items always carried a curse that ate away at the wearer's abilities. As Jin Hyuk pulled out Rulebreaker, Olivern's expression soured and he said, "Aren't you going to draw your sword, n/o/vel/b/c/om? To deal with a fake like you, a hammer is more fitting. Then, I too shall not resort to using a weapon." Jin Hyuk laughed as if the situation were absurd. Olivern kept acting as if he were a madman, though he was perfectly normal. True madmen did not have such mundane eyes. "You are similar to me," Jin Hyuk said. "What? You are not crazy, so why pretend to be one? Aren't you sorry for the actual madman?" Jin Hyuk kicked off the ground and leaped. He swung Rulebreaker at Olivern, who stepped back twice to dodge the attack. Too easy. As Jin Hyuk's attacks continued, Olivern began to gain confidence. What is this? He is not as great as I thought. Olivern wondered. The attack patterns were simplistic and the timing obvious. Chulsu was fast for a streamer, sure, but still within expected parameters. The fake can never surpass the real, Kim Chulsu. Jin Hyuk's ferocious attacks kept coming from left to right, then from right to left. Despite the streamer's surprisingly quick and powerful strikes, Olivern gradually became more laid back. Easily dodging the attacks, he said, "You are a bubble." Many watched the battle, and quite a few began to subscribe to the Kim Chulsu bubble theory. Chulsu is attacking so earnestly but not landing a single hit? I've had a similar experience before. When it's like that, it feels like hitting a wall, for real. Was he actually just riding on the coattails of the guardian tree? Jin Hyuk furiously swung Rulebreaker, but none of his attacks even grazed Olivern's clothing. Come to think of it, Chulsu is physically talented, but he has never shown exceptional skill as a swordsman, right? That's the limit of his job. Eventually, as the level increases, streamers like him will inevitably become obsolete. Even if he becomes obsolete, he will still be much richer than you. That's not the point. Why are you trying to pick a fight? Guys, Olivern just started to fight back. After dodging and waiting for an opening, Oliver threw a punch. It landed squarely on Jin Hyuk's forehead. Thud. A hefty impact noise filled the air. Olivern almost winced. What kind of defense does he have? Olivern had broken through the broadcaster's barriers of many streamers before. However, he had never encountered one as solid as this. My fingers are fractured. Olivern had not even put much force behind the attack, yet his bones had broken. Chulsu's broadcaster's barrier was so sturdy it almost seemed like it had the ability to reflect attacks. Wait, are his fingers broken? Jin Hyuk thought. It seemed likely and would explain why Olivern showed such a big opening. Really, is this some kind of joke? Jin Hyuk immediately closed the distance between them and swung Rulebreaker. His attack pattern was the same as before, but Olivern could not dodge it this time. Clang! Rulebreaker struck Olivern's chest with a loud noise. Olivern hastily swung his right arm to create some distance and catch his breath. Hey, Olivern. Do you know what is harder than getting a perfect score on a test? What are you talking about? Jin Hyuk would have been really disappointed if Olivern had taken a potion right then, but Olivern did not seem that desperate. The berserker kept his guard up against Jin Hyuk, ready to draw his axe at any moment. It's getting 0 on the test, and that is so because you have to know all the answers to get 0. Jin Hyuk approached him with the same speed and trajectory as before and swung Rulebreaker again. Many viewers began to snicker and type in the chat. He's doing meaningless things again, lol. Maybe that's the only attack he can do? He's not drawing his greatsword of Logon, probably prepping excuses for losing. Haha, today is the day when the Chulsu bubble bursts, lol. As Jin Hyuk's popularity rose, so did the number of his haters, and today seemed to be the day for them. This is proof that Chulsu is a brainless idiot. He's just a bubble. Can't do anything? Busting his bubble is so refreshing. Without his guardian tree, he is just a nobody. His level means nothing. He always talks shit about level grinders, but he's one himself. LMAO? Closing in on Olivern, Jin Hyuk said, 2 steps back. Olivern immediately retreated 2 steps, and Rulebreaker sliced through the air. And now dodged to the left. Olivern moved as if he were enchanted, following Jin Hyuk's instructions. Now, you will have an opening. Suddenly, Jin Hyuk shifted Rulebreaker to his left hand and tapped Olivern's temple with his right palm. Now, you will jump back counterclockwise in surprise. Jin Hyeok moved first, and Olivern followed suit in the same manner. Jin Hyeok tapped Olivern's forehead with his right hand. Your movements are so predictable. And with that, he kicked Olivern. He had fortified his foot with Broadcaster's barrier, concentrating the energy on his foot. It didn't seem like a very strong kick at first glance, but Olivern staggered back several steps and repeatedly coughed. Do you now understand why scoring 0 is harder than scoring 100? Jin Hyeok could see Olivern's weak points all too clearly. I was trying to get a decent amount of content. He immediately brought up the previous video on the screen again. It was the scene where Olivern had hit Broadcaster's barrier and fractured his fingers. If you expose such a big gap here, I can't really get a good battle scene for my livestream. The gap was too obvious. What gap? What is he talking about? I can't see anything. It seems Cholsu can see something that we can't. Only a veteran swordsman who had gone through numerous battles and had crossed the boundary between life and death countless times could discern such a gap, so it was not easily noticeable to the average user's eyes. It's no fun if it becomes too obvious that I am going easy on you. Why aren't you cooperating? How dare you provoke me with such lowly skills? Jin Hyeok said. Beyond his physical prowess, Olivern lacked a lot as a fighter. He had far too little experience, especially since it appeared he had never fought against an opponent who was better at fighting than himself. Why does someone weaker than the Anal Destroyer act so cocky? Olivern trembled. Thick veins stood out on his forehead and nape, showing his fury. Olivern is pissed. The berserker has appeared, lol. Now it's gonna get real. Cholsu talks big only to get beaten up, lmao. Olivern spat on the ground and drew his twin axes, his prized golden and silver axes. He held the golden axe in his right hand and the silver one in his left. The joke ends here, Olivern said. Oh, it was a joke till now. I will kill you. A mirage flickered around Olivern the berserker. It was a skill known as frenzy, which greatly amplified all his physical abilities. This is somewhat decent to look at. Olivern was fast now, but still slow compared to Black Butterball and the Seo sisters. Having grown accustomed to his party members' speed, Jin Hyeok was not surprised by Olivern's speed. I'll separate your head from your body. The golden axe drew a golden trajectory as it flew toward Jin Hyeok's neck. At the moment when Jin Hyeok tried to use Broadcaster's barrier, the silver axe followed with a slight delay, aiming at Jin Hyeok's head. Egan, who was live-streaming this, applied a slow-motion effect to enhance the viewer's experience. That is Olivern's signature move? The synchronized attack? Cholsu can't dodge this. He was the one insisting on a fierce fight, and now he can't keep up. LOL. Farewell, Mr. Intense Man. Olivern's silver axe touched the top of Jin Hyeok's head. However, Jin Hyeok, as shown on Egan's screen, was smiling. Huh? He's smiling? What? Many speculated the reason behind that. The Berklef necklace? Doesn't that item reflect damage? Wait, Cholsu had an item that powerful? That's crazy. Egan cleverly switched the screen to display his pre-recorded interview with Olivern. In the end, Cholsu will try to use the Berklef necklace, but I also have my plans. I will burst his bubble, and when Egan switched back the screen, it showed Olivern grinning slyly. It seemed he already knew that Jin Hyeok would use the Berklef necklace. I knew it all along, Olivern shouted. However, an unexpected situation unfolded. Olivern prided himself on being exceedingly methodical and superior in his thinking, even though he played like a madman. Kim Cholsu has the Berklef necklace. He will aim to create a dramatic twist for his livestream using his necklace's reflection ability. And that's why I am wearing the Fiolin necklace. Cholsu would think that Olivern fully trusted the power of Fiolin necklace. However, the important part came next. That guy possesses an extremely tricky ability, Broadcaster's barrier. Cholsu was likely to easily discover that Olivern was wearing the Fiolin necklace. Olivern had thought up to this point. The initial confrontation is crucial. I need to carefully observe how he moves while conversing with me. As he talked with Cholsu, Olivern received real-time analysis of Cholsu's livestream from a colleague who was a ruler and also an expert in analyzing videos. Cholsu edited his livestream. It seems like he has discerned that you are wearing the Fiolin necklace, but he has edited that part out. He's smart. Cholsu was pretending not to know about the Fiolin necklace. Olivern calculated and recalculated in his head. Then, he won't use the Berklef necklace. However, to draw out Cholsu's complacency, Olivern shouted, I knew it all along. It was all going as per Olivern's plan. Cholsu had not used the Berklef necklace, instead taking the silver axe to the back of the head. Cholsu has the extra life up his sleeve, Olivern thought. Due to that, Olivern had analyzed many players with traits similar to extra life and compiled statistical data. On average, it takes about 5 seconds to come back to senses after resurrection. However, for those with strong willpower, the time was 4 seconds. For those with very strong willpower, it was approximately 3 seconds. Since Cholsu possesses spectacular willpower, 2 seconds would be a safe assumption. However, even that did not feel safe enough, so Olivern considered the time as 1 second. Reviving with the extra life is meaningless. In that 1 second, Olivern could swing his golden axe 3 times. However, Olivern's plan did not go as he thought. What's going on? His silver axe had pierced the back of Cholsu's head. Yet, Cholsu had not died. Why am I not dead? Cha Jin Hyeok said. Blood dripped steadily from the back of his head, yet he was alive. You idiot! I let you hit my vital spot perfectly, how can you fuck that up? Jin Hyeok shouted. Just as Olivern's plan had crumbled, so had Jin Hyeok's production. Jin Hyeok had predicted that Olivern would not use the violin necklace. He hadn't really analyzed it, it had just been a hunch. Whether Olivern used the violin necklace or not did not really matter, so Jin Hyeok had not paid much attention to it. You should have killed me, Jin Hyeok shouted. He had a plan regarding this fight for his live stream. He was planning on not using the Berklef necklace and dramatically surviving with the extra life trait. Then, he would have launched a counterattack. Having anticipated Cholsu's plan, Olivern would have effectively countered the attack, leading to an intense battle. Jin Hyeok would have won the battle after a fierce fight, achieving victory. Cholsu had been devising a narrative where a non-combatant class streamer would overcome a combatant class deist. However, his plan did not go past even step 1. What's the use of devising a plan when the opponent is so weak? Jin Hyeok thought. Jin Hyeok felt his head split, but he was still conscious. Even though blood continued to gush out of his head, making his back wet, his mind was clear. Do you know what I hate about players like you? Jin Hyeok asked. Although Olivern swung his golden axe, Jin Hyeok could see the trajectory clearly. The streamer dodged the golden axe with minimal movement. Players like you are all flash and no substance. Jin Hyeok closed the distance, dodging the ensuing silver axe attacks, and stabbed Olivern's right foot, then his left foot. He was much faster than Olivern. Olivern screamed as he brought down the golden axe from above, but Jin Hyeok had already backed away. I should have been dead after that attack. You piss me off. Jin Hyeok was too angry to focus on his live stream and production. It was infuriating that Olivern's madness was fake and even more so that it was all for show. You're not even an entertainer class player, yet you act so flashy. Jin Hyeok frowned. Now, I have to beat the crap out of you. The Korean region minor gallery was abuzz with excitement. Wow, Cholsu is just toying with Olivern the Berserker. LOL. Olivern got wrecked. In the face of Cholsu's fierce onslaught, Olivern could not do anything. The content of the live stream was so brutal that it was slapped with a rated R restriction, but this only attracted more viewers. Ugh, I can't watch this. I've never seen Intense Man this mad. It's terrifying. Just from this battle alone, shouldn't we call Cholsu the strongest player who uses blunt weapons? I can't believe the #1 ranked deist in the American server is getting beaten like that. Then something enraged Cholsu even further. What the hell is this? A communication device? You had this on? Why? Were you stream sniping? Olivern's hidden communication device slipped out, making Cholsu furious. I think he might die. Maybe he is already dead. Just because Olivern was about to die, Mok Jae-hyeon and Cha Jin-sol stepped in. Jae-hyeon used his wood fortress to protect Olivern, and Jin-sol blocked Jin Hyeok from attacking. Move, Jin Hyeok said. Now is not the time, Appa. Jin Hyeok didn't care much for Jin-sol's words. Olivern had clearly tried to kill him, so he asked, if I had been weak, I would have died. So why are you stopping me? That was the nature of play. If a player braced themselves to kill an opponent, they had to be prepared to die as well. If they engaged in combat with another player with the intent to kill, it was only right that one of them ended up dead. You still haven't fully adapted to the play, have you? Jin Hyeok said to his sister. That would be very disappointing. Jin Hyeok squinted at his younger sister, prompting her to snap back and say, what do you take me for? I don't care if that musclehead dies or lives. It's his fault for trying to kill someone first. He deserves to die. Jin Hyeok's expression softened a bit. Good. Now you're talking like an actual player n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. But think about your live stream, Appa. By now, the Black and Black Alliance and the Avengers Army would have rescued Taekwon V, right? Right. Are you not going to film the sincere apology content? Are you going to miss out on that? Jin Hyeok took a moment to reflect on himself. He had been so angry that he had forgotten about the content. Only part of his planned performance had gone awry, the overall narrative was not over yet. I still have a lot to learn. He was embarrassed that he had been proud of himself just for doing live edits. You're right. I wasn't thinking straight. I am sorry. Appa, you seem to have lost some of your desperation. I will reflect on that. Jin Hyeok put Rulebreaker back into his inventory. Scratching the back of his head, he asked, but, can you save him? The bloodied Olivern was lying down with his eyes open and tongue sticking out. He was not breathing and seemed to have already died. I'll try to save him. It was a moment when the fame of the name Saint of Freedom soared. An alliance representing the Korean server, the Black and Black Alliance, had collaborated with the Avengers Army, an alliance from the American server, to rescue Taekwon V and his comrades. Egan Paul, for the righteous cause, we cooperated with Olivern. Egan had contacted Olivern to save Taekwon V and live-streamed the latter's situation. Thanks to the Saint of Freedom's miracle, Olivern, who was barely alive, fell to his knees before Taekwon V, weeping and begging for mercy. However, Taekwon V did not forgive him. Ultimately, Olivern died at the hands of Kalen, who used to be a part of the Avengers Army and was now an assassin for the Black Rose Alliance. This became quite an issue. Berserker found dead. So I guess Taekwon V never forgave him. Experts find traces of Black Butterfly on the Berserker's corpse. Black Butterfly is currently known to be associated with Cholsu's Black Rose Alliance. Was Cholsu the one behind the Berserker's death? The debate over the morality of humans killing humans remained heated. Many claimed the world was going mad, while others loudly questioned the right anyone had to take a life. Despite this, people slowly began to get used to new concepts in this new era. The concept of stars also became popular among the people. LOL, a mere 9-star job player provoked Chulsu. Yeah, a 9-star job is too ordinary on the Chulsu verse. Consequently, opinions started to boil over the topic that top-tier players like Chulsu and Egan were establishing order in the world. We need to strictly distinguish between entertainer class players and combatant class players. Combatant class players must respect players from different fields. Until now, people tended to praise combatant class players the most. However, Chulsu, a significant variable, had changed that flow. The new style of play established by Kim Chulsu. This brought about a much larger impact than the hard movement, which had once heated Europe. Combatant class players, who subtly disdained non-combatant class players, became cautious in their actions, and non-combatant class players, who had been in the shadows, started engaging in play more confidently. Experts started to talk about a greater peace approaching as different types of players began to respect each other. Furthermore, the idea that stream sniping was cowardly spread across the world. Stream sniping is such bad manners, lol. Who even stream snipes anymore? That shit is embarrassing. Berserker? More like stream sniper, lol. Meanwhile, Chulsu is God, a named user in the Korean region minor gallery and editor for Kim Know It All TV, was more active than ever. Wanna know something surprising? Chulsu didn't even use his mythic grade card. So you can say that Chulsu was going easy on him. Seriously? I rewatched his videos, and it's true. Nah, you're lying. He must have used it. No, if you look at the original live stream, there was no editing done to that part. He only edited the part where he checked out the file and necklace. No application of the mythic grade card at all. Chulsu is God, whose real name was Kong Chul, laughed while looking at his monitor in his dark room. Now, do you guys believe that my username is true? Ha ha ha. This guy's concept is crazy, LMAO. But it's not like he is wrong. I don't think it's his concept. He's just crazy, lol. Many posted their views on the Korean region minor gallery. Players like Olivern seem to act too tough for their own good. The truly strong players like Chulsu don't show off. A public opinion formed that truly strong players did not boast about their strength, and this had a significant impact on the top-tier players around the world. Many players became humble. Oh Soo-young, who had become active as a mystery hunter, was working with Bong King and Kong Miene. Whenever Bong King and Miene met, they would bicker about who was the better streamer, but Soo-young didn't think their squabbles were bad. I'm starting to think that you two actually get along quite well, she said. Both Bong King and Miene exclaimed in unison. How rude. That's offensive. However, the two of them were aware of it themselves. They did get along quite well. They were not sure about their personal rapport, but as streamers, they had excellent synergy. Bong King was better at communicating and interacting with the viewers, while Miene excelled in creating narrative and providing direction. Soo-young, who had been a perfectly ordinary civilian before her incident, shattered Bong King's and Miene's mindsets. If you watch TV shows, you see multiple people hosting together, right? Is there really a need to insist on live streaming alone? Bong King and Miene were not yet ready to let go of their pride. No matter how good it is, I will not collaborate with that person. Besides, I am currently the top-ranked streamer. Why would the first place need to join with the second place? Hey, you only got to the top because I let you take all the credit for the recent content on finding that mystery. Before that, I was in first place. Who cares? I'm in first place now, so this is what I get for helping you. You don't even appreciate my help. Blah blah blah. I can't hear anything. Soo-young shook her head in disbelief. Even Kim Chulsu is reflecting on his actions right now. Chulsu had almost killed Olivern in a fit of anger without even thinking about his content, and he deeply regretted it. Even the infamous Intense Man, or rather, Order Man, is reflecting on himself right now. Order Man was Chulsu's new nickname. It was created because he was establishing order in the new civilization. Even he is reflecting and striving for improvement, and you two are here just arguing. You know what is the right thing to do, yet you won't do it because of your pride. Massaging her throbbing temple, Miene replied, "Don't hit me with facts. I don't like it. Really? How mean to attack with facts?" A few days later, an interesting piece of news spread across the world. The top 2 streamers of the Korean region had joined hands for a new beginning. Cha Jin-hyuk also heard this news. Oh, so this is happening. This had never happened before his regression. It was clear to Jin-hyuk even before that if these two combined their strengths, they would create a considerable synergy. They told the world that they would never join forces. Yet, they were doing the same thing right now. Jin-hyuk thought about how these two, who were once as incompatible as water and oil, had suddenly joined forces. There was only one answer. Could it be to surpass me? At that thought, his heart began to race. Qualified challengers boldly stepping up to the plate was always exciting and enjoyable. Shall I check out what they are doing? He examined the new LTube channel that the alliance of Bong King and Miene had created, Bong Miene TV. An intriguing scene was unfolding. Jin-hyuk spent a good while checking out Bong Miene TV. As expected, there was quite a bit to learn from the collaboration of the top 2 powerhouses. Are they on the Scanorbia server? Before Jin-hyuk's regression, the Earth server around this time had been in chaos, suffering from the attacks of players from other servers. The first server formally connected to Earth had not been Scanorbia but the much more challenging Fipla server. The players from the Fipla server outclassed the humans and had their way with them. We were usually at the receiving end of this, but now we're the ones attacking other servers. The official service had just started not too long ago. The growth of Earth's players was truly remarkable and filled Jinhyeok with pride. Also, they had not just barged into the other server mindlessly. They even secured a just cause by moving with the players developed by the MK Foundation. That's not all. What was his name? Fu Pad Fong Curry? Something like that. He tried to massacre the farmer class players from the MK Foundation. The two streamers even have the cooperation of Khan, who is the leader of the locals. Invading a server head-on without any humanitarian consideration was not something commendable. Invading another server required at least a pretense of a just cause, and it was necessary to consider the perspective of all servers involved. Without a just cause, mindlessly invading a server could turn all players from other servers into enemies, which would be the worst-case scenario. The best way to invade was to gain the help and support of the locals. With that, no one could point fingers at the invaders. And the players of the MK Foundation are quite skilled. With Lee Hyein-sung, the Anus Destroyer, at the forefront, Shin Uri was performing exceptionally. Of course, they were all still weaker than Jin Hyeok. All the elements are well aligned and functioning smoothly. Many changes had taken place after Jin Hyeok's regression. The Black Rose Alliance and the Black Thorn Alliance, once adversaries, had combined forces to be called the Black and Black Alliance. The once mortal enemies, Song Ha-young, also known as Angel Girl, and Pathfinder Han Sae-rin, had become friends. Now, even Bongking and Miane were joining hands. Earth players, who would get beaten up by other servers' players in Jin Hyeok's past life, were now invading other servers and making their mark. Well, I'm sure it's not because of me. Regardless of the reason, these changes were quite encouraging. I should send some donations. Being a streamer himself, Jin Hyeok realized how hard it was to produce content. Since Bong Miane TV had been giving him a great deal of pleasure, he wanted to give them a fitting reward. 2 Week to Retire has donated 1 million dios. Anus Destroyer seems weaker than I thought, haha. Seeing the 1 million dios donation, Bong King suddenly shouted, "Whoa, thank you, 2 Week to Retire. Thank you for the donation. It's my first time seeing you on my channel, but I will take it as an encouragement to work harder. Thank you so much." Bong King's reaction was genuine. He did not waste a single second. Jin Hyeok had not donated for the sake of getting this reaction, but it felt good regardless. So this is how you react to donations. I don't think I can do that. Does that mean I'm not as intense as I thought I was? Countless viewers filled the chat. Holy shit. Someone donated for the first time, and it's 1 million dios? 2 Week to Retire seems really rich. Wow, a million dios for donation. That's insane. All hail 2 Week to Retire? Rubbing his nose, Jin Hyeok watched the flood of chat messages. What am I feeling right now? He never thought of it before. This feels good. It was like a drug. He felt the urge to keep donating. Let's see. How much dios do I have from donations? Jin Hyeok hadn't checked his dios recently. He thought that if he found out he had too much, he would probably have to retire. However, it didn't matter now. Since another version of him, Kim Pyongbyum, had retired, money wasn't going to be an issue anymore. It did not make logical sense, but Jin Hyeok decided not to sweat the small stuff. How many zeros are there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Playing on an inter-server scale, Jin Hyeok realized he had accumulated about 70 billion dios. It was too much, even for him. Dismissing it simply because Pyongbyum had retired felt wrong, so he had to consider what to do with such a massive amount. Wait a minute. He suddenly realized how desperate Bong King and Miane were. They were like oil and water, yet they had combined their strength to surpass him. They will need financial support if they want to surpass me, won't they? It was not that he did not want to retire. And it was not because he was high on the chat's fervor. He was simply setting an example for his juniors, as a senior, by nurturing them. 2 Week to Retire has donated 10 million dios. Anus Destroyer is weak. The chat exploded. LOL, you gotta listen to him, Anus Destroyer? He's saying you need to strive harder. Haha, yes, Anus Destroyer is weak. If 2 Week to Retire says he's weak, then he's weak. The first donation was 1 million dios, the second one was 10 million dios. How much is the third one going to be? The viewers' passionate responses continued non-stop. Jin Hyeok wondered if a 10 million dios donation was really that significant, but since he hardly watched any other live streams, he could not be sure. n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. 2 Week to Retire has donated 100 million dios. The Weak Anus Destroyer. Anus Destroyer's nickname became the Weak Anus Destroyer. It was a highly satisfying conclusion. Keel visited Jin Hyeok's house once again, and when he saw Jin Hyeok's face, he couldn't help but ask, "What's got you so excited? What's got you so pissed off? You don't understand the sorrow of us office workers. Do you understand the sorrow of a streamer like me?" Jin Hyeok felt something strange all of a sudden. You used to at least pretend to sneak around. What happened? Keel had come to Jin Hyeok in broad daylight, not even bothering to wear a hat. Keel's face was quite well known around Sitamungu, and likely, many people had seen him on his way. I can't stand being a GM anymore. I hate it. From what he had told Jin Hyeok, it sounded like he had reasons to be angry. The problem was the growing discrepancy between the Korean region and other regions on the Earth server. If teachers tried to adjust the difficulty level of a test to cater to all students, they were bound to be criticized. The GMS of the Korean region had similarly tried to design an appropriate level and difficulty suitable for all players. However, they had failed and were constantly getting crushed by the higher UPS, day in and day out. You said you are going to make sure I get a solid job at the MK Foundation, right? Keel asked. That's very different from what I said. I said I would help you get a job at the MK Foundation if you got fired. And that's exactly what I'm trying to do. Get fired. Keel was implying that he was going to blatantly leak confidential information about the system. You said that the MK Foundation is going to take full responsibility for any compensation, right? Keel, why aren't you desperate? What? If you were truly desperate and fervent, trying your best to do everything, and then ended up getting fired, of course, the MK Foundation would scout you under very favorable conditions. But if you are just going to be half-hearted and sloppy because you got criticized, I'm not sure if I can help you. The MK Foundation did not need someone who wasn't desperate. Do you have any idea how desperately I'm surviving? Keel said. Are you? Were there any occasions where you were on the brink of death? Or any occasions where your internal organs nearly burst out? Or any occasions where you couldn't handle the exhaustion from overworking and collapsed for about 3 days straight? Or at least any occasions where you were so busy working that you did not have time to eat and became malnourished? Is that your standard of being desperate? Keel asked. If you have time to eat, you're not desperate enough. Listening to those words, Keel had an epiphany. He glared at Jin Hyeok with burning eyes, and Jin Hyeok could feel a strong resolve and will. Enough about that. Anyway, this time, a rather tricky one is going to show up. At the Han River, Keel said. The Han River. Something clicked in Jin Hyeok's mind all of a sudden. It's the swallowing croaker scenario. Keel shared several pieces of information with Cha Jin Hyeok. The swallowing croaker scenario was one of the scenarios that could not be cleared by the Korean region alone. Before Jin Hyeok's regression, the National Intelligence Service team had been mobilized to clear it but had failed. It was only after Park Terse arrived that we were able to clear the scenario. Terse was the original owner of the Thunder Dragon and the top-ranked tamer in the American server. I definitely have to do this. Accomplishing something he was unable to in his past life meant a lot to Jin Hyeok. The opportunity excited him. Why are you grinning like that? Keel asked. Because it seems like fun. You're crazy. Keel shook his head. Jin Hyeok thought that Keel had not met someone really crazy. After all, he was calling an ordinary person like him crazy. I didn't even tell you what the reward is, and you're still happy? Keel asked. I'm sure something good will come out. Jin Hyeok knew exactly what the reward was going to be. It was a reward that he needed at this point, but he decided not to focus on it. He was a streamer now, and his rewards should come from a good live stream. He did not want the reward to be his goal. A few days later, a piece of breaking news spread across the Korean region. A cruise ship in the Han River was swallowed by an unidentified monster. An unidentified fish monster had appeared in the Han River. It opened its mouth bizarrely wide and swallowed a cruise ship whole. Many people died or went missing. The great powers of the Guardian Tree did not reach the waters. Some people blamed Jin Hyeok, saying he had intentionally reduced the Guardian Tree's territory, making the Han River unsafe. However, Jin Hyeok was quite accustomed to such slander and attacks from his days as a government official. The swallowing croaker vanished into the water? Where did that giant fish go? Even with the current technology, it was impossible to even detect the monster. As time passed, the monster, called swallowing croaker, caused more trouble. One dawn, it appeared out of the blue and bit off several pillars of the Cheongdam Bridge, causing part of it to collapse. This led to many casualties. The traffic was paralyzed, and the news incessantly talked about the swallowing croaker. Numerous players attempted to find the monster, but it was nowhere to be found in the Han River. n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. Still, some kept talking nonsense. Where is Kim Chul-soo? He is a cowardly streamer who doesn't do content unless it's profitable. Jin Hyeok was not a government official anymore, but he did not understand why people would say things like that. However, having such haters did increase his fan base, so it had its positive effects. Chul-soo doesn't have to listen to you. Is Chul-soo responsible for your safety? You know what they say, if a favor continues, people take it for granted. I guess you're one of those people. Jin Hyeok's subscriber count had now reached 360 million. It had appeared to be stuck at 350 million, but as more people started bashing him, it surged by 10 million. Most of the nonsense actually worked in his favor. Jin Hyeok wondered if this was what people called viral marketing. But this is crossing the line. Jin Hyeok received a legal notice. It was from the building owners in Naeungu. During the fall of Yunhui-dong scenario, Jin Hyeok had fought with players from another server and destroyed parts of Naeungu. The notice demanded compensation for those damages. This is pissing me off. It was kind of PTSD for him. Such attacks had tormented him when he was a government official. They want me to pay for the damage. Back then, he was unable to retaliate against such people, so he would just sit there like an idiot when complaints of that nature came in. He had to argue about paying for the damage and was scolded for not being more careful. Even thinking about those times made him furious now. In a perfect world, people would not demand compensation for damages after being saved, but sadly, his world was not perfect. If I want to be called a true streamer, I have to be able to create LTube content in these kinds of ridiculous situations as well. Before his regression, such situations occurred often, but Wang Yumi and AHNG1 usually handled them. It's annoying to deal with it by myself. Jin Hyeok realized it was best to consult with them on these matters. Yumi was drinking chocolate milk straight out of a bottle when she said, "I'd love to just wipe them out. How dare they challenge the authority of a king?" Ji-won, seated with Yumi, added no further comments. With her short hair and glasses, Ji-won just wrote something down in her notebook. She was noticeably more reticent than she had been before Jin Hyeok's regression. It hasn't been that long, but it seems those noisy brats have forgotten the humiliation that Great Britain suffered during the invasion of the Scannerbian warriors. Yumi said, during the Scannerbian invasion, the British region had crumbled. Countless citizens had become slaves, and many inhumane and terrible events had unfolded. However, wiping them all out would not look good for streamer Kim Chul-soo. It would look like the strong trampling the weak. But we can't just leave it be. We need to strike at the head in times like these, she added. The head. There must be ringleaders. I don't know who they are, but we can find them quickly by asking the Black and Black Alliance to help us. They must pay dearly for challenging the king. Leave the direction and narrative related to that to me. Storyteller Yumi at your service. Wow, that's reassuring. It's good to have her on my side, Jin Hyeok thought. It felt like a breath of fresh air. And there are a few other things I have been thinking about, but I will not tell you what they are. It will be better for your livestream if you don't know, Yumi told Jin Hyeok. Jin Hyeok could not help but smile warmly at the sight of Yumi, who seemed even more devoted to his livestream than he was. Then, he turned his attention to angel girl Song Ha-young and asked her something. The pain bat? You could get that at an auction these days, right? Or you could check the Nerver item market or somewhere like that. It's not that rare an item, you know, Ha-young answered. But didn't Lee Hyein-song acquire one recently? Lee Hyein-song, also known as the Weak Anus Destroyer, had recently acquired the pain bat from the Scanorbia server. Damn, you sure love torturing Hyein-song, Ha-young said. Lately, she had been casually mixing formal and informal speech, but Jin Hyeok just let it slide. As long as she was loyal and the work was done right, he did not care. Ultimately, Ha-young stole the pain bat from Hyein-song. Wow, I was worried I might get caught. But it was easier than I thought, Ha-young said. Did you leave your signature mark at the scene of the crime? Of course. Just as Jin Hyeok thought, Hyein-song was weak. Otherwise, she would not have been able to steal such an item this easily. Less than an hour later, he got a call from Hyein-song. Did you do this? There's Angel Girl's signature mark here. The pain bat. Yes, the pain bat? Why did you steal it? Jin Hyeok knew Hyein-song was hysterical due to their interactions before his regression, but he didn't know Hyein-song was this hysterical. Why are you getting angry? What? You are the weak player who couldn't protect his things from a thief. Hyein-song needed to be taught a lesson with facts once in a while. Otherwise, he kept thinking he was the strongest. Of course, Jin Hyeok had not seen that side of Hyein-song after regression, but that was Hyein-song's true nature. Why else would you be called the Weak Anus Destroyer? That's because some crazy bastard donated a shit ton of. Crazy bastard? A shit ton of what? Sigh, never mind. Just forget it. Just as Jin Hyeok thought, Hyein-song's temper was still bad. If Hyein-song had earned the nickname the Weak Anus Destroyer, he had to reflect on why he got it and become stronger. He's always throwing fits. No wonder he can't improve and remains weak. No matter how much money Jin Hyeok threw around, if people thought Hyein-song was strong, they would not have added the word weak to his nickname. You should be ashamed of yourself, weak one. You should protect what's yours. If it had been a sword you were robbed of, would you be calling me so leisurely? That is? Why are you getting so worked up over a thief who stole fair and square? That's why you are called weak. The call ended before Jin Hyeok could finish. This is what you get for messing with me before my regression. Think of it as your karma. Ah, what a refreshing day today. At 11 in the night, after having a conversation with Jin Hyeok, Cha Jin-sol returned to her room, giggling and laughing. As she lay on her bed, she covered her face with her blanket, reveling in her delight. Appa asked me for a favor. Jin Hyeok was an unparalleled player. The number of players who wanted to appear on his livestream was countless. At this point, Jin Hyeok was in a position to give help, not receive it. Yet, he had asked for her help. To think that I can be of help. He had asked her to gather a group of healers led by the Saint of Freedom to assist with his content. Plenty of healers wanted to be featured on Jin Hyeok's livestream. Jin-sol recruited a select group of about 30 healers and joined forces with Jin Hyeok. Soon after, Kim Know-It-All TV and the Korean region minor gallery were ablaze. Holy shit, he's beating them up? LOL. I think this livestream should be R-rated, LOL. Oh, it's so brutal. But I like it. Jin Hyeok said, I realized something with my hammer. He hit a man's head with the pain bat. The pain bat was a deformed item that minimized damage while maximizing pain. I quite like the feel of welding a blunt weapon. Thwack, thwack. The healer group Jin-sol led was busy casting heals on the injured. Why is he so strong? That guy's about to die. I need to heal him. Who the hell calls the rule breaker a mere hammer? LOL. Is he using the pain bat? LMAO? How is he dealing so much damage with that? Wow, it looks painful just watching. The amazing thing is that there is 1 damage dealer and 30 healers, lol, and the healers are getting exhausted first? A few individuals whom Chulsu had beaten up were cursing vehemently. Just kill me, you devil. Jin Hyeok continued to speak calmly, unaffected by their reactions. Why do you think they can talk back to me like that? Is it because they are trying not to succumb to violence? No, it's because the violence is too weak. When the best healers in Korea had all but collapsed from exhaustion, Chulsu's words became reality. Please. I can't take it anymore. I am so sorry. I was blinded by greed. Jin Hyeok spoke again. Being able to talk like that means they haven't been hit enough, right? Arg? Jin Hyeok had assaulted about 10 people. They were the representatives of the 00 Civil Alliance and the heads and vice-heads of the Naongu Building Owners Union. As time passed and the healers began to fall one by one, the leader of the Naongu Building Owners Union, Baek Deok-soo, profusely begged with his hands. Don't speak. If I speak, I'll get hit more, Deok-soo thought. Deok-soo's mind was consumed by an immense fear he had never experienced before. Yo, are you not going to talk? Jin Hyeok said. Deok-soo fainted and woke up several times, then he begged again. Please, I will tell you everything. Jin Hyeok stopped swinging the pain bat. Yumi had told him to beat them up until his anger subsided and then show the mercilessness of a king. However, she had also suggested him to stop if they begged and promised to tell him everything. How would I know that you're telling the truth right now? Jin Hyeok decided to hit them a bit more. Bae Deok-soo was confused, having no idea how to end this terrible beating. He said, then, I will just tell you a little bit. You still haven't come to your senses. Thwack, thwack. Oh okay, I will tell you everything then. How do I know you are telling the truth? I will tell you everything? Really? The fact that you can talk means that you need more. Please. The merciless beating continued relentlessly. Most of the healers had fallen to the ground, and even Cha Jin-sol, the blood priest, was gasping for breath. Appa, I'm at my limit too. Really? Sweat streamed down Cha Jin-hyeok's face. Only now did he notice the fallen healers. He wiped the sweat from his forehead. With its durability exhausted, the pain bat crumbled to pieces. My live stream is all about being intense. You all know that, right? Jin Hyeok said to his viewers. From Jin Hyeok's perspective, he hadn't carried out this beating because of anger, and it definitely was not because of the memories from before his regression. I just wanted my beating to be intense. Ha ha ha, typical for intense man? Good-hearted intense man never gets angry. LOL. He didn't beat them out of anger if he says so. LOL. Now that Mr. Bae Deok-soo has joined our intense content, shall we have an intense conversation? Oh of course. I will tell you everything. Jin Hyeok did not ask any questions. Deok-soo voluntarily confessed the secrets. This matched Wang Yumi's prediction. How far had Yumi foreseen? We never originally wanted any compensation. It's true, some people instigated us. Deok-soo said. Oh, no wonder so many forces collectively acted against me all at once. He called himself the third-ranked ruler of the Black Alliance. The term third-ranked ruler brought back a memory. Before Jin Hyeok's regression, around the time the swallowing croaker scenario had unfolded, a ruler had caused chaos in Korea. Was his name Hylik? Jin Hyeok asked. Do you know him? Jin Hyeok did not. So, Hylik is behind all this. This moment provided justification for Jin Hyeok's excessive assault. There had been foreign intervention from the Black Alliance, and as the guardian of peace, Jin Hyeok had used physical force to find out who was behind all this. Given that the people of Earth had experienced the invasion of Scanorbia and the fall of Yunhui-dong scenario and were wary of invaders, it made sense. Yumi was also surprised. I knew someone would be behind all this, and I intended to naturally capture Kim Chul-soo's process of discovering it, through noble and beautiful violence, she thought. Yumi did not think Jin Hyeok was skilled in acting. Therefore, instead of asking him to pretend with his awkward acting, she aimed to capture the natural discovery of the perpetrator. She knew that with his noble violence, he could reveal anything. But he already knew. How he knew that was something even Yumi could not fathom, but she decided just to accept it. He's so amazing. He is the best. He is the sexiest. When Intense Man is desperate, he can find out anything he wants. Since Intense Man was desperate, it was natural for him to know such things. Logic or plausibility was not very important to Yumi. Slurp. She wiped the saliva dripping from her mouth. As soon as the name Hylik, the third-ranked ruler of the Black Alliance, was mentioned, public opinion about Jin Hyeok improved drastically. Where are those idiots who were criticizing Chul-soo's beating? I knew it. Orderman wouldn't just beat someone intensely out of anger. Chul-soo's violence is always right. Many people praised his actions as the right way to solve the problem. Of course, a few people posted opinions that such personal revenge or sanctions were still wrong, but they quickly deleted their posts and disappeared in the face of numerous dislikes and a barrage of hate comments. After ending the live stream, Jin Hyeok logged onto the Korean region minor gallery to check what people were saying about him. That was satisfying. This was exactly what he had wanted to do during his days as a government official, beat up those who recklessly demanded compensation, like the time when he had rescued someone's grandmother but then got sued by her son because she got injured in the process, or when he had destroyed a store while dealing with a powerful monster, and the owner had thanked him at first but later demanded repair costs. Yumi is crafting a plausible narrative to improve my public image. She said something about how Jin Hyuk had realized the existence of a dark power behind all this and that he had to deliver a painful punishment to them personally. It did not quite make sense to him, but strangely, this method worked well with the public. Thinking about how much Orderman's heart must have hurt while beating them brings me to tears. Crying face. Intense man surely did not want to use his intensity in such ways. For justice, cheers. Some citizens' alliances and other unions promised not to hold him accountable anymore. Amid this, Maria from the MK Foundation announced an operation called the Disaster Recovery Support Program. It was a relief effort by the MK Foundation aimed at those affected in Naongu. Jin Hyuk had not even told her to do that, but for some reason, people were praising him. Intense man is merciful. If it were me, I would have killed all those ungrateful bastards. LOL. Wow, a powerful player who is also merciful? That's just cheating. Jin Hyuk briefly turned on his live stream to clarify that he was not the one responsible, but people did not believe him. n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. They're not believing me again, he thought. This felt like déjà vu. In his past life, nobody believed him when he said, "I'm just playing because it's fun." When Jin Hyuk got home, he found Song Ha-young sitting on the sofa. "Hi Lik, the third-ranked ruler of the Black Alliance. How did you know? How did you find that out before me?" she asked. "Aren't you the leader of the Black Rose Alliance? How could you not know before me? If I were you, I'd be too embarrassed to ask how I know." Ha-young bit her lip as if her pride was hurt, then said, "What do you think the Black Alliance's goal is? Do you know anything? Why are you interrogating a mere streamer? You should discuss that with your friend." "My friend, Han Sae-rin. It's her specialty, figuring out things like that." Ha-young, who had been mixing formal and informal speech, had now completely dropped formality. It was not a crucial element for playing, so Jin Hyuk decided not to point this out. "I want to know what Intense Man is thinking. You are the first one to recognize the existence of Lik, the third-ranked ruler," Ha-young asked. Well, what do you think? The first thing that comes to mind is that Lik is doing this in retaliation for Humphrey Millen's death." Jin Hyuk frowned. "Wow, she really does not know anything? An inter-server alliance like the Black Alliance seeking revenge for the likes of Humphrey Millen? That's rich. Why are you laughing at me? You told me to share my thoughts." "Well, what you're saying is nonsense. That's why." Ha-young bit her lip again. "You're especially rude to me. You know that, right?" "I most certainly am not." "No, you are. Just to me and Lee Hyen-song. Why are you so harsh with only us? Were we some kind of arch-enemies in a past life? You're quite perceptive. Stop kidding around. See, she doesn't even believe me even when I am telling the truth. If you were good at what you do I think I would be this harsh on you?" he said. "Did you see the video where I praised Bong King and Kong Miene?" "Yes, I did. I praise when it's deserved. I stole the pain bat from the Anus Destroyer though. Stealing from such a weak player is not something to be proud of." Ha-young fell silent. Jin Hyuk contemplated using the tight fillet spell if she harbored any disrespectful thoughts. #stop being harsh. #I need to be better. #I'm craving his praise. Regrettably for him, Ha-young was devoutly listening to him with quite a proper mindset. He did not get the chance to use the tight fillet spell. "So, what do you think the Black Alliance is trying to do?" Ha-young asked. "I don't know. It just seems like they are trying to draw attention." "Draw attention? They are pinning people against me for mere damage compensation. What can the Black Alliance gain from that? At most, it will just upset me. So, they must be aiming for something else, right? And what do you think that is?" she asked. "Isn't figuring that out your role? How much do I have to spoon-feed you?" The Black Alliance was drawing all this attention everywhere to hide the paper sorcerer Makendra's movements. Their plan was to have paper sorcerer Makendra secretly infiltrate the Earth server and raise an army of paper soldiers to devour part of the American region. That was the likely outcome if the situation played out the same as it did before Jin Hyuk's regression. To have Makendra and her army infiltrate the Earth server at its current level, a lot of deception was needed, which was why many third-ranked rulers had been dispatched to a considerable number of regions. One of these rulers was Lik, who was dispatched to the Korean region. #he's right. #that is my role. #I just want to rely on him. #he is so cool. #he's a jerk, but so cool. #I need to become stronger. Some of her thoughts were odd, but her resolve to try and become better was commendable. You know what they say, as long as the intention is good, it's okay. Multiple expeditions had been organized to hunt the swallowing croaker, but none had been successful. Without a clear strategy, citizens trembling with fear have to use the bridges. With 92 dead and over 120 missing so far, the damage caused by the swallowing croaker continued to increase, and all cruises and leisure activities on the water were banned. For safety, access to the Han River bridges obviously needed to be restricted, but that was impractical, so many citizens had to use the bridges in fear. Then, someone set foot in Korea. This is Korea, the homeland of the perfect tamer. His name was Park Terse. Although he was 1/4 Korean, He did not know much about the country. He was aware that Korea had developed quite rapidly compared to other regions, but that was not his area of interest. He had begun to take a keen interest in the Korean region only recently, especially after Kim Chol-soo had successfully tamed the Thunder Dragon. When people used to say something was special about the Korean region, I was not impressed. However, the story had changed now. Terse wondered what was in the Korean region that had produced someone like Chol-soo and how a streamer could tame a divine beast like the Thunder Dragon. How sincere is his bond with the Thunder Dragon? Terse was filled with the thought of meeting and talking to Chol-soo. How can I meet him? He wanted to converse with Chol-soo on equal terms or at least not in a position to be ignored. However, being the top tamer in the American region was not enough for that. Even Olivern, the top deist of the American region, and Egan Paul, the top streamer of the American region, were nothing compared to Chol-soo. The swallowing croaker is a major issue in the Korean region. Terse had learned that many Korean players had struggled to hunt the swallowing croaker but to no avail. He was confident in dealing with such disasters. He had prevented much damage caused by monsters, more than what was known to the world. Fish monsters are usually less intelligent, making them easier to tame. He felt that resolving the swallowing croaker scenario might earn him the right to have a private conversation with Chol-soo. I've made up my mind. I will participate in the swallowing croaker scenario. Thus, Terse made his move. I've never seen a tamer before, Molly. Are you Mole Man, the #1 navigator in the Korean region? Ha ha ha. Yes, Molly. I reclaimed the top spot yesterday, Molly. Now that Park Terse has joined me, I can further solidify my position at the top, Molly. Terse, guided by Mole Man, arrived at the Han River. The river is wide, Terse thought. It was a river of considerable breadth. I don't feel the presence of any powerful monsters. There was no need to rush. Taming required lots of time and dedication. Moreover, luck was on his side. Huh? Kim Chol-soo started his live stream, Molly. How did you know? Terse asked. I've already liked, subscribed, and clicked on the notification bell on his channel, Molly. Mole Man grinned. As always, Chol-soo's live stream was in first-person view, and he had arrived somewhere along the Han River. Let's join Chol-soo, Molly. If I am with the famous American tamer, Chol-soo will not have a reason to refuse, Molly. The Han River is a long river, stretching 494 kilometers. How do we plan to meet him? Not even a single bridge over the Han River could be seen in the live stream. It seemed like Chol-soo was not in Seoul. The natural scenery was not particularly unique, making it nearly impossible to pinpoint his location on the river just from the first-person footage. Maybe there is a reason this guy is the #1 navigator in Korea. He might have a solution. A navigator definitely had their own methods. Terse wondered if Mole Man could find Chol-soo with just a slight hint. He watched Mole Man with eyes full of expectation, curious about how Korea's top-ranked navigator would find Chol-soo. Perhaps, Mole Man would generously demonstrate his skills and expertise. Hey, Chol-soo, it's me, Mole Man. I am currently with Park Terse. We want to join you, Molly. Okay, where do you want us? Give me the address, Molly. After finishing the call, Mole Man put down his phone. Terse looked at him with a disappointed expression, but Mole Man started walking toward the Han River. What are you waiting for? Aren't you coming, Molly? Suddenly, a large duck-shaped mount appeared on the Han River. It was Mole Man's mount. The Duckman Mole Man skillfully climbed aboard the Duckman and asked, Aren't you coming? Didn't you say the Han River is home to a dangerous monster? You said that it swallows a crust ship whole. Terse wondered if the Duckman could have some special barrier to protect them from the swallowing croaker. Maybe the top-ranked navigator has something up his sleeve. What the hell are you talking about? Mole Man, who usually ended his sentences with the word Molly during his play, did not add the word this time. It meant he was quite displeased. But Terse did not understand that. There are no safe plays in the world, Mole Man added. Among Korean players, Mole Man was one of the players most influenced by Cha Jin-hyuk. No, but you said there is a monster called the swallowing croaker that lives in the Han rin/o/vel/b/in.c//om. I know, but what's your point? Mole Man frowned. Am I making a mistake by bringing this amateur along, Molly? If you don't get on in 3 seconds, I am leaving without you. Terse was confused. This style of play was too different from that used in the American region. A swallowing croaker was roaming the Han River, yet Mole Man was planning to travel across the Han River in this duck, of all things. It seemed like madness. But I need to meet Chol-soo. In the end, Terse boarded the Duckman. Jin-hyuk recalled his memories of Park Terse. In many ways, we were incompatible. Terse was unusually kind to monsters. He was a unique character who loved and communicated with them. It wasn't that the world lacked such crazy players, but most of them would get eaten or killed by monsters. Monsters were naturally hostile to humans, an immutable law of nature. Yet, some players defied this natural order, like Terse, a rare breed. For someone with a normal mindset like Jin-hyuk, understanding Terse was difficult. Are you Kim Chol-soo? Terse asked. He looked much younger than what Jin-hyuk remembered. Mole Man hopped off the Duckman and greeted Jin-hyuk. I brought Terse, but something feels off, Molly. What is it? He seems to have a cowardly personality, Molly. Terse? A coward? That's impossible. Terse had even tamed a thunder dragon before Jin-hyuk's regression. Wait, hold on. Now, since I have tamed the Thunder Dragon, well, it's more like a contract than taming. Does that make me superior? Defeating a top player in any field was quite a joy. Maybe I have some talent as a tamer. So anyway, why are you in Korea? Why did you look for me? Jin Hyuk asked terse. I have something crucial to ask you. What is it? I am not yet worthy to ask. After we clear the swallowing croaker scenario, I will. It was obvious what Terse wanted to ask. Why beat around the bush? You want to know how I tamed the Thunder Dragon, right? Jin Hyuk said. How did you know? Even a kid could guess that. It was not that big of a deal, so Jin Hyuk decided to tell the truth. I was just lucky. You were lucky. Terse laughed as if he found it ridiculous. Not understanding what was funny about his statement, Jin Hyuk reluctantly used broadcaster's clairvoyance. Hashtag is he keeping it a secret? Hashtag I would too. Hashtag but I won't give up. Hashtag I want to know his secret. Jin Hyuk could not understand why Terse was overthinking a simple statement about luck. Why won't he believe me? Terse continued with a serious expression. The Thunder Dragon was originally mine. He's sharp. Before Jin Hyuk's regression, it had indeed been Terse, so technically, Jin Hyuk might have taken it from him. So, Jin Hyuk replied. What? Terse tilted his head in confusion, seemingly surprised by Jin Hyuk's response. Hashtag why isn't he angry? Hashtag even though I am being unreasonable. Hashtag why? Are you proud that something of yours got robbed? Why are you telling me this? Jin Hyuk asked. Hashtag that is a weird way of putting it. Why are you saying that the Thunder Dragon was originally yours as if it's something to be proud of? I apologize. Seems like I lost my senses to jealousy for a moment. Terse seemed to think that Jin Hyuk harbored some incredible secrets. Let's talk in detail after the swallowing croaker scenario. As you know, I am the top-ranking tamer of the American region. I might be of help. Jin Hyuk started his live stream with a heightened tone. I've thought a lot about the word swallowing. Before Jin Hyuk's regression, Terse had successfully managed to draw the attention of the swallowing croaker. Subsequently, many top-ranked players, including an NIS team, had collaborated to subdue the monster. Terse had wanted to pacify the croaker and had reached an agreement with the NIS team to that effect. However, the situation spiraled into chaos when some players initiated an attack, intending to kill the monster. I remember Terse became infuriated and threw a tantrum, protesting that this was a breach of their agreement. Jin Hyuk could not understand Terse's perspective at that time, but he empathized with the sentiment. He knew better than anyone the frustration of not being able to play as one desired. But Terse getting angry was a minor issue. The important part came after. A tragedy occurred when the swallowing croaker ate several players, including Lee Hyein-sung, and the severely injured swallowing croaker escaped after swallowing the players. However, around the time when a memorial march had begun for these players, including Hyein-sung, they miraculously appeared at Tuxium 1. Come to think of it, Hyein-sung was already the infamous anus destroyer even then. These players had survived inside the swallowing croaker, eventually escaping by breaking through its anus. A few days later, a gigantic fish, resembling a whale, had surfaced on the water, marking the end of the swallowing croaker scenario. At that time, Hyein-sung had been a swordsman contending for the top spot with Jin Hyuk. After the end of the scenario, Hyein-sung had gained the number 1 spot and maintained it for about 2 weeks. Jin Hyuk had been furious about that. Ultimately, it seems we need to be swallowed for this scenario, Jin Hyuk said. He then turned his gaze toward Terse. The top-ranking tamer of the American region has rushed to offer his help. Terse, with your abilities, you can surely draw the attention of the swallowing croaker, right? Terse was in a state of confusion, struggling to understand Jin Hyuk's way of thinking. So, because the scenario is named the swallowing croaker, you want to try being swallowed? Is that it? Since we are on the air, let's try to talk more formally, shall we? The translation technology is not quite advanced and is incapable of distinguishing between casual and formal speech, Mr. Park Terse. The sharp viewers of Kim Know-It-All TV commented things such as and usually, Chol-soo speaks informally just fine, and Jin-sol wrote, but these were drowned by other comments such as if Oderman says so, then that's how it is. You fools, do not judge Oderman by your narrow perspective. Haven't you seen the recent incident where he nobly beat the crap out of those people? Lord Chol-soo is always right. Written by, Chol-soo is God. Just stop with that lame justification. He is just doing whatever the hell he wants. Isn't that disgusting? Earthlings, you fawning over Chol-soo with your Earth-centric views makes me sick to my stomach. Written by, no overpackaging please. As usual, a big fight broke out between the two named users in the Korean region minor gallery, with most people siding with Chol-soo is God. No overpackaging please, or Joseph, who was actually on Wang Yumi's side, had played a successful role in solidifying Chol-soo's fan base by using overly provocative and offensive language. Meanwhile, Jin Hyuk continued with the live stream. Why? You can't do it? You just have to summon the fish here. Why do you assume I can do it so easily? I just thought Park Terse would naturally be able to. Jin Hyuk was a bit disappointed. Indeed, the swallowing croaker scenario had occurred a few months earlier than it had taken place before his regression. However, after his regression, the players around him were growing at a faster pace than before. I thought he would be much stronger by now. Although the scenario had occurred a few months earlier, Jin Hyuk thought Terse could successfully summon the swallowing croaker even now. However, it seemed he had overestimated Terse. You can't do it, Jin Hyuk asked. Jin Hyuk had high hopes for Terse, so he was disappointed. His disappointment toward Terse was profound, almost feeling like a betrayal. If this was the case, there was no point in surpassing Terse at all. What's the point of being better than Terse, who is already weaker than me? I should just call King Guk Hyeon, Jin Hyuk said. King Gu Hyeon. He's the top tamer of the Korean region. Don't tell me you don't know how King Guk Hyeon is. Jin Hyuk unconsciously slipped into informal speech. As Joseph pointed out, his standards seemed a bit inconsistent. Aren't you even studying your competitors in the same field? And you call yourself a ranker? Jin Hyuk said. I am not obsessed with rankings. I just enjoy communicating with lovely monsters, and through that communication, I found myself at the top of the rankings. This was Terse's philosophy of play. He never particularly sought competitive play. He never strived to be at the top, it just happened while he did what he loved. Even if he is Chulsu, he has no right to interfere with or criticize my play philosophy, Terse thought. As Terse glared at him, Jin Hyuk spoke. Do you seriously think you can tame the Thunder Dragon with that kind of attitude? Even if you thoroughly analyze players of similar caliber and try to fill your shortcomings and grow, taming the Thunder Dragon is still a long shot. It was the moment when Terse, a pure and passionate tamer, began to falter. Fine, I guess I need to call King Guk Hyeon, Jin Hyuk said. Wait. Terse bit his lip. I'll do it. I will try what you suggested. The swallowing croaker scenario officially began. One Tuxium is a small park located near the Han River. To catch the fish, we must go to the river. For Park Terse, discerning what was the right course of action had become increasingly difficult. Globally, the Korean region was famous for hiding something mystical and special. However, if one arrived in Korea, the illusion would seem to shatter. Well, it's not wrong to say that to catch a fish, one must enter the water, Terse thought. Cha Jin Hyuk's plan was so rudimentary that it barely qualified as a strategy. It involved a three-person party comprising a navigator, a streamer, and a tamer riding the Duckman to summon the swallowing croaker while cruising along the Han River. I thought Korea would have more thorough strategies, accumulated know-how, and unique and brilliant tactics. Terse was doubtful. He wondered if this was the entirety of the plan and whether Kim Chulsu was still keeping some secrets from him. The tamer held on to the sliver of hope until the moment he boarded the Duckman. Then the Duckman began to float along. Kim Chulsu, I somewhat understand your plan to let the swallowing croaker swallow us. But will the process really go as smoothly as you think? Terse asked. What do you mean? Taming a dangerous monster usually requires a lot of dedication, time, and love. Not to mention the necessary materials and manpower. Jin Hyuk was unfamiliar with this topic. Since the ones keeping the group afloat in the water were the Duckman and Mole Man, Jin Hyuk calmly continued his interview with Terse. What exactly do you mean by necessary materials and manpower? To communicate with a monster, ample time is a must. You must not show any hostility. This requires a tank who can withstand the monster's attacks for a long time. Navigators and rulers with special abilities that can comprehensively assess the monster's characteristics and tendencies are needed as well. If there are players specialized in restraint or barrier spells, in case the monster goes berserk, that would be even better. Terse saw a glimmer of hope in Jin Hyuk's response. Meanwhile, Mole Man seemed annoyed for some reason. He complained about how his ranking was bound to drop if he kept playing with Terse. There is always a proper process to taming. Our current play is far too abnormal. We don't even have a tank to withstand the swallowing croaker's attacks. Let's say you get swallowed as you plan to. Then what? Jin Hyuk was momentarily flustered. He had not pondered what would come next after being swallowed. Like Mole Man, he had assumed things would work out somehow. After all, he believed that in play, if everyone did their best in their roles, things would work out by themselves. Well, someone who tamed the Thunder Dragon like you would not have failed to consider the aftermath, Terse said. If you are keeping your play a secret, you don't have to tell me. But what if the swallowing croaker swallows me or Mole Man instead of you? Jin Hyuk smiled. The end could always justify the means. He said, that's not going to happen. I am actually pretty good at being a tank. Suddenly, Mole Man started to yell. Being heavily influenced by Jin Hyuk, he thought that Jin Hyuk was displeased right now. God damn it! You talk way too much. Just admit that you're scared to shit. I can't stand it. Chulsu, do we really have to play with such a coward, Molly? Terse's theory is mostly correct. Why are you so heated? Jin Hyuk replied. Molly, if somebody is right, you should listen and be receptive. Your standards are a bit inconsistent, Molly. Mole Man had a feeling that if he had acted just like Terse, he would have received a severe scolding from Chulsu. He definitely would have scolded me, Mole Man thought. It seemed as though Chulsu was giving Terse more leeway. There is no consistency in your standards, Molly. Why does that matter? Molly. Mole Man had a major realization. Even now, Chulsu is teaching me a lesson. Everything must be proven through skills. If that is the case, a little inconsistency and lack of uniformity are minor issues. After all, Chulsu is the unofficial world #1 despite his fluctuating standards. Mole Man was quite pleased with this enlightenment. Right. I should also play as I feel at the moment, without sticking to consistency. It was an excellent lesson. Although Jin Hyuk wandered around the Han River with Terse, they did not find anything significant. n/o/vel/b/c/om. It seems like we might have to wait a while. But I believe in ourselves. If it's Terse, he will eventually be able to catch the attention of the swallowing croaker. Terse felt an odd sense of emotion. It felt like a small but significant acknowledgement from Chulsu. I will find the swallowing croaker, no matter what, the tamer thought. Having met Mole Man and Chulsu, Terse had changed slightly. His initial aim had been to meet the new monster, the swallowing croaker, and build a special rapport with it. He wanted to share a peaceful and beautiful communion with the monster and, if possible, tame it. However, his desire to find and catch the swallowing croaker had started to intensify. Days passed. Is this guy actually any good, Mole? Mole Man seemed slightly dissatisfied again today. Moreover, he's now fallen to second place, Mole. I don't usually work with someone who is not in the first place, Mole. Hey, Mole Man, you're so loud. It's killing me. Let's focus, Terse replied. A second-ranked player is talking back to a top-ranked player? How dare you? Amid the bickering, Terse suddenly widened his eyes. SHH. Terse scattered the bait he had prepared into the river water and muttered an incomprehensible language. Faint silver threads, made of mana, swirled at the tips of his fingers, sparkling as they met the sunlight. They resembled fishing lines, yet also spider webs. Jin Hyeok also peered into the depths of the Han River through broadcaster's clairvoyance. It's coming. Feeling something approaching, he kicked off the back of the duck man and leaped far away. Wow. Something large in the water opened its mouth wide and leaped out. Its target was Jin Hyeok, who was suspended in the air. Jin Hyeok felt a slight thrill and said to his viewers, "It's trying to swallow me." This was the advantage of a first-person perspective livestream. He could accurately observe the giant mouth trying to engulf him. Its teeth look incredibly large and strong. Indeed fierce enough to tear down a bridge. Jin Hyeok was hugely disappointed. This was a mistake. I must have jumped too high. The swallowing croaker had failed to reach him, probably because he had not controlled himself due to his excitement. He almost lost his words in frustration but continued the livestream with superhuman patience. I will dive in and look for it. He had successfully showcased the majesty of the swallowing croaker. There was no need for another dramatic visual display, just being swallowed by the monster would suffice. Maybe it will chase me more eagerly if I dive into the water. The water's surface was approaching. I'm going to dive in now. Splash! Jin Hyeok fell into the waters of the Han River. Above. He could not speak underwater, which disappointed him. I wasn't intense enough. He should have made preparations to livestream underwater. He had only thought about being swallowed by the monster and had not considered a way to speak underwater. Han Sae-rin would have scolded me a lot if she saw this. Jin Hyeok felt embarrassed, thinking he had shown a shameful side to Wang Yumi and Bong Miene, a nickname for the duo of Bong King and Kong Miene. He swam up to the surface. This huge monster disappeared in an instant. I can't believe it. Terse was shocked. I can't even properly stand there. It was not easy to find a stable footing or stand properly on top of the duckman. Terse did not even think that it was possible to jump so high from there. Even a famously agile archer or thief would not be able to do that. I should just focus on my task, he thought. Terse had clearly seen the swallowing croaker, albeit for a moment. Through the mana thread connected to his fingertips, he had made contact with the monster and aptly read its mind and psychology. I didn't know the monster's jumping power was so trash, Chulsu said. Don't you think you jumped too high? Everyone jumps this high. Jin Hyeok's standard here was angel girl Song Ha-young. I think Ha-young can jump higher than me, he thought. Deciding not to be surprised by Chulsu's bizarre standards anymore, Terse continued, the swallowing croaker is a shy creature. I was able to read its mind through the mana thread. Its mind is pure and clean, like that of a young child. That's all well and good, but how can it disappear so quickly? With that size, it should be visible to the naked eye. It's like a shy boy who easily gets embarrassed. Except when it's hungry, it seems to live as a small and cute fish. Jin Hyeok shook his head. Shy, and easily embarrassed. To say such things about a monster that had eaten numerous people, Terse was surely not in his right mind. He's definitely crazy. So, the monster can adjust its size at will. That would be an easy way to understand it. That was why it had been invisible despite their efforts to find it. Terse's eyes sparkled with excitement. Still, I've marked it with my mana. Things should be easier now, but I hope you will keep your promise. What was the promise again? Jin Hyeok asked. Not to hurt the swallowing croaker too much. Then, I think I can summon it as early as tomorrow. He's the same, before and after my regression. I will try my best. Fine. The next day, Terse managed to summon the swallowing croaker. Jin Hyeok applied a liquid Terse gave to him all over his body and dove into the Han River. Splash! Oh, it's approaching. Jin Hyeok felt the swallowing croaker recognize him as food and move toward him. Here it comes. LV124, plus 20, /swallowing croaker /skills. It seems like the monster gets an additional 20 level boost because it is underwater. Its movements were much better inside the water than in the air. The monster approached Jin Hyeok with its mouth wide open. I will try to get eaten without letting it chew me. Jin Hyeok curled up like a ball and then jumped into the mouth of the swallowing croaker. Since it was a creature from a scenario, its body was recognized as a new field. You have entered the field inside the world of the swallowing croaker. Look at those sharp teeth, Jin Hyeok remarked, nimbly twisting his body to avoid the gnashing teeth. That was close. I nearly got split in half at the waist. He noticed his clothes were slightly torn, but he was otherwise unharmed. His heart began to race. He could not deny the exhilaration of feeling alive in such moments. He had to admit that this kind of play was thrilling and made his heart pound. I had denied this feeling after I regressed. He used to think that he should not get excited over such things given that he was no longer crazy. However, his thoughts had changed just now. If I'm enjoying it this much, the viewers must be on the edge of their seats. Jin Hyuk was broadcasting the stream in the first-person perspective. The more excited I get, the more vivid and enjoyable the live stream will become for the viewers. After he had awakened as a streamer, he no longer considered such actions crazy. He was not insane, he was merely fulfilling his role as a streamer. At least, that was what he believed. He continued his live stream with a slightly excited voice. It seems we've reached the throat. No special effort was needed. The swallowing croaker took care of ingesting him on its own. I am passing through the esophagus now. It feels like I'm sliding down a water slide, Jin Hyuk described, though he felt a bit sticky and unpleasant. He did not even mention the nauseating stench, considering it a minor detail. It's been a while. Before his regression, Jin Hyuk had been devoured by countless monsters. However, this was the first time that he had been eaten by a monster since his regression. I've definitely become complacent. He used to get caught and eaten so often in the past. Breaking out from the inside after being eaten by a monster was an excellent hunting method. Except for a few unique ones, most monsters usually had very weak internal organs, and the only thing to be wary of inside their bodies was just the digestive fluids. We've reached a squishy, ground-like area, he announced upon arriving in a large, squirming space. Bones resembling those of humans are scattered all around. The swallowing croaker seemed to have digested most of those things. They said it swallowed a cruise ship, but I can't find any remains of that. Seems like the ship's been completely digested. As he scanned the area with broadcaster's clairvoyance, something unusual caught his eye. Unidentifiable fibrous material. The object looked like paper soaked in water, but Jin Hyuk had no idea what it was. There is quite a lot of this unidentifiable fibrous material scattered around. Suddenly, a wave of intense heat surged through the area, and the smell of acid hit him. It feels like the monster is about to secrete its digestive fluids. Given the acidic smell, it's probably a strong acid. He felt a chill down his spine. Wait a minute. Jin Hyuk had thought this adventure would not be too dangerous since Lee Hyein-sung had survived inside the monster, but it seemed more perilous than he had expected. The greenish fluid slowly oozing out of the high walls seemed extremely dangerous. This digestive fluid is recognized as a monster in itself. Swallowing croaker's digestive fluid /LV124, plus 99. This fluid's level is the same as that of the swallowing croaker, but inside the monster's body, the fluid gets a plus 99 adjustment. It's practically a monster over level 200. This was quite common. Even the weakest human stomach acid was a strong acid with a pH level below 2. N/O/vel/B/JN.C//OM. A misstep here might be deadly, right? Jin Hyuk realized that the reason Hyein-sung had survived inside the monster was that he had quickly passed through this place before the digestive fluids were secreted. If one inevitably ended up inside a monster, avoiding the stomach at all costs was the standard practice. Jin Hyuk chuckled to himself. This is what I call a real play. Jin Hyuk tried resisting first with broadcaster's barrier. As the digestive fluid touched the barrier, it sizzled, producing heat and smoke. The fluid is penetrating the barrier, Jin Hyuk said. Fortunately, the digestive fluid was falling in patches, allowing him enough space to dodge. You have used the skill time-lapse recording. Slowing down the fluid made avoiding it somewhat manageable. The flow of the digestive fluid is increasing. What started as a drizzle of digestive fluid gradually turned into a downpour. Jin Hyuk did his best to evade, but he could only avoid so much. Then I must ultimately break through the stomach wall. If one entered a monster's body, the best course of action would be to avoid the digestive fluid altogether. But if one encountered the fluid, it was imperative to escape from the stomach quickly. The insides of a monster were resistant to acid or poison, but often weak to physical impacts. But is this really the best I can do? Cutting through the stomach wall seemed the right way to survive. However, he was not sure if it was the best option. And I also promised Park Terse. Jin Hyuk had promised Terse to treat the swallowing croaker as gently as possible. Of course, he could break that promise, but it was also a matter of pride. I can't show a performance similar to that of the weak Anus Destroyer. The Anus Destroyer of the past had survived but failed to save the swallowing croaker. Subduing a monster, rather than killing it, was dozens of times harder. To prove himself superior to the Anus Destroyer, Jin Hyuk had to save the swallowing croaker at all costs. But I can't think of a way. He had to think. Eventually, the digestive fluid rose to his ankles. Nearing the limit of his barrier and endurance, he sighed deeply. It seems I have to break through the stomach wall after all. Suddenly, Jin Hyuk heard a voice. You treacherous betrayer. It was the all-too-familiar voice of his comrade, Pathfinder. Han Sae-rin fell from the ceiling. The way she fell looked dangerous, so Jin Hyuk caught her. Why are you falling head first? He asked. If he had not saved her, she would have died on impact. Freeing herself from his arms, Sae-rin casually replied, I exerted myself too much getting in here and lost consciousness for a bit. Anyway, I'll make sure to exact the price for this betrayal later thoroughly. Jin Hyeok had no idea what betrayal she was referring to, but Sae-rin moved swiftly despite the fluid sloshing around their ankles. She is wearing shoes that protect against strong acids. She is always well prepared, a testament to a true navigator. I hope Mole Man is watching my livestream, Jin Hyeok thought. Mole Man, who was with me before I entered the monster's body, did not advise me to prepare such an item in advance. It seems like Pathfinder's preparedness is superior, he said to the viewers. Sae-rin quickly went off somewhere and tinkered with something. She gathered what he had seen earlier, the unidentified fibrous material, and used a skill on it. What skill is that? Jin Hyeok wanted to use broadcaster's clairvoyance to check it out, but he refrained. It was his comrade's secret, and he thought exposing her powers was not necessary unless she chose to reveal them herself. Green mana lines converged around the material, and then, with a flash, a green light burst forth. Paper Soldier's protective gear. This is a new item. I have never seen it in the broadcaster's shop. Let's try it on as Pathfinder suggests. It seemed to be Jin Hyeok's first time wearing a full-body armor item. It feels like wearing a gas mask. The item blurred his vision slightly and made breathing a bit uncomfortable. However, it perfectly blocked the digestive fluid that was trying to dissolve his skin. Aside from a slight sting around the ankles, I'm fine. This protective gear is quite impressive. He was not sure, but it seemed the skin around his feet, which had been exposed to the acid for a long time, had taken significant damage. Still, he could walk without any problems, so he approached Sae-rin for an interview. Pathfinder, you have given me very effective protective gear. How did you make this? You saw, right? I used the fluffy water-absorbing elephant one to absorb moisture and turn it into crafting materials with my crafting skills. I had the materials and the skills, so I just whipped it up. But that's what I'm asking. Aren't you a navigator, Pathfinder? Sae-rin is supposed to transition into a ruler later, but her current job is clearly, wait, what? Originally, Sae-rin's job had been the secret pioneer, but now, it had changed to secret destroyer. Destroyer. It seemed she had undergone a job change without Jin Hyeok's knowledge. Has her style of play become more aggressive? Is it weird for a navigator to do some crafting? He asked. Well, it's not normal. Why not? Sae-rin looked puzzled. Hashtag why is he like that? Hashtag I'm quite normal. Hashtag is it because we're on air? We are living in a world where a streamer is soloing high-level invaders from outside factions and even clearing a scenario on his own, she replied. So wouldn't it be normal for a navigator to be capable of crafting? Well, you are right. Jin Hyeok was easily convinced. Sae-rin had also worn protective gear, but her basic defense was weak, so Jin Hyeok had no choice but to help her. I'm not particularly fond of skin contact, but Sae-rin was his comrade and brother-in-arms. As such, physical contact felt awkward and somewhat embarrassing. But, given her weak defense, I have no choice. He lifted Sae-rin and used broadcaster's barrier appropriately. It was far more efficient than deploying the barrier while they were apart. With both the protective gear and the barrier, surviving the acid shower was not too difficult. It seems to be finally over, Jin Hyeok said. What are you doing? He asked. Sae-rin had stayed in his arms for a long time. I said, what are you doing? Jin Hyeok asked again. Huh. It was then that Sae-rin seemed to come to her senses and stepped away from him. Her face was as red as a ripe apple. Ms. Pathfinder, your face is really red. If you're going to use informal speech, stick to it, and if you are going to use formal speech, stick to that, she said. Is that important? It's confusing? What's there to be confused about? I'm always inconsistent, he replied. Jin Hyeok knew why she was so excited. Was that your first time using that crafting skill, Pathfinder? What? To achieve your first crafting success in a scenario of this scale, you must be really happy. Jin Hyeok understood that feeling well. The thrill and sense of achievement after successfully executing a play as intended felt almost like the high of a drug. He continued, but you should not forget your duty as a navigator. It looks like the exit is opening over there. Should we head that way? Sae-rin seemed embarrassed at having her feelings revealed. She quickly led the way. Watching her back, Jin Hyeok felt quite proud. Sae-rin has grown a lot. As far as he remembered, Sae-rin did not have crafting skills in the past. It seems she had stumbled upon a crafting skill and just trained on her own. Considering she had prepared the fluffy whatever in advance, her intuition and senses were also remarkable. Just then, she suddenly turned back. Why are you smiling like that? I'm just happy. He was pleased with the successful tension-filled production and the growth of an old comrade. Surely, Sae-rin had to be enjoying this too. You're right about it being the exit. I don't know where it leads, though. It looked more like a black hole than an exit. Where it led was unknown, but it likely connected to some field inside the intestines. Sae-rin reached her hand out to him. We might fall into different areas, so let's hold hands while moving. Sae-rin's hand, which held Jin Hyeok's, trembled slightly. She had to be quite excited. Smirk. Jin Hyeok felt excited too. One in Korea, there is a famous moisture absorber brand called water-eating hippo. So, this was sort of a play on words for it. You have entered the field, the twisted world of the swallowing croaker. Han Sae-rin and Cha Jin Hyeok entered a new field. They didn't encounter anything special upon entry. Jin Hyeok let go of Sae-rin's hand and said, it kind of feels like we are in a cave. It was a space full of crinkly wrinkles and relatively squishy ground. The darkness prevented them from seeing far. Jin Hyeok used broadcaster's light to illuminate the surroundings. Do you always act on your own without being told to ensure visibility by the navigator? Sa-Rin said. She had brought up a valid point. However, her words would have applied to him only if he were a swordsman. Don't you know that lighting is essential for live streaming? He replied. Before it's a live stream, we are in a play. For me, playing is live streaming. Sa-Rin looked at him, slightly annoyed. Next time, ask for my permission first. She's really making a fuss about the lighting. Although he thought that, he could understand her point as well. In dark places, sudden changes in brightness could trigger traps. An arrow could strike their eyes just due to brightening the area, if they were unlucky. I should think of ways to conduct live streams effectively even in the dark. He could consider using tools like infrared cameras. Jin Hyeok promised himself to practice talking underwater and live streaming in the dark after clearing this scenario. Hey, did you hear what I said? Sa-Rin said in a deliberately stern voice. Yeah, whatever. Thanks to her, Jin Hyeok had realized a limitation, the difficulty of live streaming in the dark. Out of gratitude, he simply agreed with her. And don't just grab my hand without asking, Sa-Rin added. Hey, that's not fair. You are the navigator, so you should know better. Right now, I am the only one who can protect you, and when we enter such a suspicious space, we should always move together. Anyway, ask for my opinion before grabbing. You're confusing me. Jin Hyeok did not understand what was so confusing. Perhaps, there was some navigator's code that he was not aware of. Sa-Rin started walking ahead. It seems she is exploring the walls and spreading mana to find the right path. I would expect parasites inside such a huge creature, but there don't seem to be any. The lack of imminent danger made the tension drop. Jin Hyeok regretted turning on the lights. The darkness would have added a unique tension. As the live stream started to feel a bit loose, Sa-Rin said, I know you must have felt it, but this is a very complex maze. And Sa-Rin's specialty as a secret pioneer was finding her way through mazes. However, the two of them were not in a maze-type dungeon, so Jin Hyeok assumed it was unlikely that she would lose her way in a field inside a monster's body. It's very long. Even if we find the right path, it might take us about 15 days to traverse it. That's too long. Can't we shorten it? At best, 10 days, assuming there are no dangerous parasitic monsters or traps, she answered. But there will be parasitic monsters or traps, right? It's likely, which means it would take even longer. Wandering in a maze for 10 days, or even more, did not seem like great content. Jin Hyeok wondered who would enjoy content where the path looked the same no matter how far they went. I have to produce interesting content for my live stream continuously. This was a crisis. Chulsu, can you summon the Thunder Dragon here? Sa-Rin asked. If this field is not disconnected from our world, probably. That seemed possible, but there was a problem with it. But if I summon the Thunder Dragon here, the Swallowing Croaker might die. Does that matter? If our goal is to hunt the Swallowing Croaker, that might be the quickest way. Sa-Rin's eyes sparkled. She seemed curious about what would happen if he summoned the Thunder Dragon inside a monster. I can't do that. Why? That's because I can't do the same thing as the weak Anus Destroyer. He needed to prove that he was better than the Anus Destroyer. Simply killing the Swallowing Croaker was not meaningful enough. Unable to say this, Jin Hyeok pondered his next words for a moment before saying, it's because I promised Park Terse. Terse, who was sitting on a bench in Udohan River Park and monitoring the live stream, was moved. It's because I promised Park Terse? Chulsu truly lived up to his position as the world's #1 streamer. The weight of the promise was very heavy. If I were in Chulsu's shoes, I might have summoned the Thunder Dragon, Terse thought. However, in the end, Chulsu strived to keep his promise. That alone was a gratifying thing for Terse. A wave of warm emotion surged in his heart. I must succeed in communicating with the Swallowing Croaker, no matter what. Terse urged Mole Man to ride the Duck Man to the Han River. Finding the Swallowing Croaker was not difficult since Terse had marked it with his mana before. Terse managed to catch the Swallowing Croaker using a specially made fishing rod. What? This is the Swallowing Croaker? It's so small, Molly. Yes. The Swallowing Croaker had transformed into a small carp the size of a palm. If you could catch it like this, why didn't you catch it earlier, Molly? I wasn't confident. Taming is all about communication. It's a matter of sensitivity. Until now, I did not have the confidence to catch the Swallowing Croaker. I lacked both confidence and the will to do it. However, things were different now. Terse's mindset had slightly changed, and his ability to communicate had greatly increased. Now that I understand the weight of the promise, I must succeed in communicating with the Swallowing Croaker. N/O/vel/b/jn.c//om. Let's just go through the walls, Sa-Rin suggested. Like break through the walls. This approach was more akin to Mole Man's style than Pathfinder's. Normally, Pathfinder would find the correct path, while Mole Man would create a new path. Yet, she was talking about breaking through. The walls are soft, easy to cut through. We can just make holes and move through them, she explained. Jin Hyeok now realized why Sa-Rin had transformed from the secret pioneer to the secret destroyer. Isn't making holes in the walls akin to puncturing the intestines, if we compare it to a human body? Is that okay? What if it's not okay? Sa-Rin frowned but continued. Small holes in the belly are not a big deal. True. They started moving by making holes in the walls. Initially, cutting through was tough, but as Jin Hyeok practiced with his sword, it became easier. You're cutting pretty well now, huh? Sae Rin said. Looks like it. At first, the swallowing croaker seemed to struggle painfully, it felt like an earthquake was occurring throughout the field. But now, the monster seemed to be okay. It meant Jin Hyeok's swordsmanship had improved. The number of viewers is dropping. The live viewer count had dropped by 5,000, from 300,000 to 295,000. A sense of crisis enveloped him. So, he changed the title of the live stream. Secret reason why this monster is scenario level. Then he asked Sae Rin, why do you think this monster is scenario level? What? I mean, its very name implies it is part of a scenario, but it seems to lack an impact like that of the Queen Ant or the Fall of Yin Huidong scenarios. Sae Rin pondered the question for a moment. Maybe because it can change its size at will? Actually, without Ter's help, it would have been almost impossible to find. It repels all attacks from the outside. Do you think that's all? Sae Rin peeled off some sticky substances stuck to her shoes. Well, there might be something else connected to it. It's strange that we keep encountering this unidentifiable fibrous material. It seemed like she was starting to get a clue. You're right. I was surprised when you used it to make the paper soldier's protective gear. Paper soldier was a foreshadowing for the soon-to-appear paper sorcerer Maekendra. The words paper soldier helped Jin Hyeok realize that this swallowing croaker was the starting point of a connected scenario. Before my regression, the weekly Hyein Song killed the swallowing croaker, so the scenario was not fully cleared. Jin Hyeok remembered it had been only partially cleared. Keeping the swallowing croaker alive and doing something with it was probably the way to get an all clear. The connected scenario would start then. After giving it another thought, Sae Rin quickly continued, Cholsu, you asked me before if the Black Alliance was aiming for something else. I did. Maybe this fish has some connections to the Black Alliance. What? Check this out. Sae Rin peeled off more of the unidentifiable fibrous material from the wall. The swallowing croaker has a gourmet taste. It does not swallow the same thing twice. It had swallowed a cruise ship and then a bridge. And it completely dissolves everything it swallows. There was no trace of steel bars, concrete, or steel plates inside it. The swallowing croaker had digested everything. But there is too much of this unidentifiable fibrous material. It's almost as if someone fed it deliberately, Sae Rin said. Remember when I made the protective gear earlier? I made it with just a handful of this stuff. Sae Rin scraped off more of the unidentifiable fibrous material and laid it on the ground. Look at this. There is enough here to make dozens of protective gears like the one I made before. This isn't something the swallowing croaker ate on its own. It's as if the monster was forced to swallow all this. It could have swallowed a large amount at once. But the distribution of these substances is too even. We found some above and right at the entrance of the field. We have been cutting through for a while, and there is so much here too. Jin Hyeok was not sure how the swallowing croaker was related to the Black Alliance. However, that did not really matter. Great. The number of viewers is going back up. Oh my god. Terse ran with all his might, valuing the fishbowl more than his own life, as he searched for Cha Jin's soul. Yes, please treat it quickly. Blood was oozing out from the anal region of the swallowing croaker. Mr. Gobble is in a lot of pain. Please help. Terse had named the swallowing croaker Mr. Gobble. Jinsol shook her head in disbelief. You said it was an emergency? I can't believe you asked for me to treat a fish's hemorrhoids. Do you really think I have that much free time? She yelled as she glared at Mole Man. You said it was really important. I postponed an important meeting for this. Is treating a fish's hemorrhoids that urgent? Well, you see, Molly. Oh, I forgot to mention. Mr. Gobble's real name is the swallowing croaker, Terse explained. What? Jinsol said. Inside it are your brother and Pathfinder. We don't know what will happen to the world inside if it dies. You should have said that earlier. What do you want me to do? Just as I said. You need to treat it. But I've never treated a monster before, Jinsol replied. Aren't you the blood priest? I can feel it. With your power related to handling blood, you can heal Mr. Gobble. Trust me. Jinsol began to treat the swallowing croaker's hemorrhoids. Terse sighed in relief. You need to keep treating it. As you can see from Cholsu's live stream, some brutal play is going on inside Mr. Gobble. Terse wiped the sweat beading on his forehead. If it weren't for you, blood priest, Mr. Gobble might have died. What happens if Mr. Gobble dies? I'll answer that, Molly. If the body dies, it would be like a dungeon collapsing, Molly. If the dungeon collapses, all the players inside might die, Molly, Mole Man interjected. Jinsol focused on the healing even more intently. What kind of bizarre one fish is this? Jinsol thought. Using too much of her divine power could cause addiction symptoms. She needed to gently and continuously infuse a tiny amount of divine power into the monster. It was not an easy task. It was easier to exhale in one big breath than to draw out long, thin breaths. I recommend you stream snipe Cholsu's live stream, Molly. Mole Man showed her his phone. Jin Hyeok's live stream showed him cutting the inner walls at that moment. Jinsol timed her healing with Jin Hyeok's cutting. There is no shame in this kind of stream sniping, Molly. I think your brother can understand. Hours passed, and finally, Jin Hyeok found a gate flickering in a black aura. There was even a polite sign saying farewell. This is the end of the world inside the swallowing croaker. Jin Hyeok approached the gate and examined it before asking, how about it? Seems like we found an exit, right? If we go through here, we will probably clear it, right? No, wait a moment. Seirin examined the gate for a while, then uttered something strange. The Ross used the word sunfish, which is apparently a terribly fragile creature. In Korea, people who are too sensitive or fragile are sometimes described as sunfish. Can you turn off the live stream? Han Seirin asked. Cha Jin-hyuk curiously tilted his head. What, now? He could not fathom why, but Seirin was not the type to spout nonsense without reason. Well, it's not a bad idea. In Jin-hyuk's opinion, the swallowing croaker content was not as intense as he had thought it would be. There had been close calls with its teeth and digestive fluids, but that was not intense enough to make a fuss about. He thought stirring up some curiosity with the final production could be a good idea. Or maybe Seirin has found something, like a hidden achievement. Holding on to a sliver of hope, Jin-hyuk ended the live stream. So, why did you make me turn it off? I thought there might be something more. Really? Jin-hyuk stepped back a couple of paces. Seirin's face was slightly flushed, and her breathing was a bit faster. She's excited. This was an excellent sign. It meant that the navigator had discovered something he hadn't. What did she find? I hope it's a hidden achievement. Worried about interrupting her, he stepped back again. Then Seirin said, "Come stand next to me." Okay. What is she trying to find? What is she trying to show me? Jin-hyuk was getting more and more excited. Turn off the lights too, she added. Got it n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. Since they were not live streaming, there was no need to keep broadcaster's light on. With a pop, the lights went out, and darkness fell upon them. The twisting world of the swallowing croaker was very dark. Only the silhouettes of Jin-hyuk and Seirin were barely distinguishable. Seirin made another request. Hold my hand. Your hand. He did not understand her intention, but complied anyway. It was natural to follow the instructions of a ruler or a navigator during play. Soon, Seirin said, "You can let go now." She asked him to hold her hand several more times, which he did without understanding why. Eventually, he asked, "What are we doing?" "I have a skill where if I hold hands with someone, I can copy their stats. It's random, so I don't know when it will activate. I also wanted to see if my heart races when I hold your hand," Seirin thought, but didn't say it out loud. "Oh, I didn't know you had that kind of ability." Jin-hyuk was sure Seirin did not have such an ability before his regression. Clearly, she had progressed in many ways. Yeah, the other person has to be a non-combatant class player, and there are various other restrictions. Anyway, I can temporarily share your stats and level with this skill. That sounds like a good skill. Jin-hyuk became more enthusiastic about holding and releasing her hand. How often does this random activation happen? I don't know. My guess is around 1%. That's pretty high, isn't it? Don't let go too quickly. I have to hold it for at least 3 seconds. I see. Seirin and Jin-hyuk focused on holding hands. While trying to copy his stats, Seirin casually asked, "So, do you ever think about dating someone?" Seirin did think there might be something more hidden in this place, which did not seem particularly intense considering this was a scenario. However, it was also true that she wanted to be alone with Jin-hyuk. My heart is pounding so fast, she thought. The very first time she held his hand, she had felt a thrill. She wanted to know if that excitement came from the unfamiliar play or Jin-hyuk himself. Every time they held hands, her heart raced. So far, the stat copying effect has not been activated. They had a moment to talk, so she asked, "So, do you ever think about dating someone?" "Dating? Why do you ask?" "Because it can impact your play," Seirin said with a slightly flushed face as if she was making an excuse. "You know how important player relationships are in play, right?" "Of course. As a navigator, I need to know about your relationships with other players." "That's a good point. You're much smarter than Mole Man," Jin-hyuk said with a nod. "In normal play, it is not a big deal. But if you start seeing other players as romantic interests, it can be problematic and lead to biased decisions," she replied. "Including me." But Seirin did not say that out loud. "You think someone would see me as a romantic interest? Don't worry. There is no one like that." Jin-hyuk shook his head with certainty. After all, he had only his comrades around him. What about angel girl Song Ha-young? What about her? She is competent. No other thief can match her skills, and she is excellent at information gathering. Lately, she has been generating explosive synergy with the Blackthorn Alliance, Jin-hyuk said while stroking his chin. Jin-hyuk confided everything to Seirin, who was supposed to become a ruler in the future. "The only downside is that she is so competent these days that I don't get the chance to use the tight fillet spell. Ha-young is really cute and lovable. Small and delicate, you know, the kind that makes you want to protect her." Seirin asked. "Her small stature is an advantage for infiltration. That's for sure." Seirin secretly smiled. "So Ha-young is definitely not the one. Who's next? What about Miene TV, or rather, Bongmined's Kong Miene?" Miene was not only capable as a streamer but also famous for her charming appearance and sensual physique. Anything she wore was often sold out, earning her the nickname trendsetter. She's competent. There is a lot to learn from her. She is great at highlighting the relationships and characters of the people who appear in her live streams. She has the ability to catch and direct the fine details that I often miss, Jin-hyuk said. "I heard she declared she would seduce you." "Oh, that. Jin Hyeok frowned, then shivered as if he felt a chill. She said something about how being in an inappropriate relationship with me would enhance her abilities. Inappropriate relationship? Why would that be inappropriate? Wouldn't it be good for you if Miane's abilities improved? We're like family. I can't do that. Jin Hyeok felt nauseous. He was answering Seirin's questions sincerely, but he did not want to think about it any further. I guess holding hands like this is the most I can do. Seirin's smile deepened. So not Miane. Who's next? What about the twin assassins? CO sisters? They are doing really well. Their jobs might be a bit lower in rank compared to that of the others, but the sisters are effectively using their job characteristics and working well with each other. I highly value that aspect. They would probably be weaker if they played separately, but together, they were exponentially stronger. They had only 8-star rank jobs, but they had overcome their job limitations through cooperation. You talk about them much more affectionately than the first two, Seirin said. It's because I think about them a lot. Since their job rank was only 8 stars, they were considered somewhat weak. Also, since Jin Hyeok did not have memories of playing with them before his regression, the intensity of the hardships he had faced with them was much less than those with the first two. So, to him, the CO sisters felt more like juniors who needed to be nurtured and cared for, rather than brothers or comrades. They were like endearing juniors, a bit lacking in talent but diligently striving to do their best. Why do you think about them a lot? Seirin asked. Their way of finding their paths is admirable. Jin Hyeok did not see the twin assassins as romantic interests either. This thought somewhat satisfied Seirin. What about Shin Uri? She seems to really like you. With Uri, it is more like a teacher-student relationship. Jin Hyeok sighed deeply and then continued. And how can I see her as a romantic interest? She lost her loving husband not long ago. You understand those emotions. Do you think I'm stupid? Seirin really wanted to say, you are, but decided not to. You're not stupid, but you're definitely crazy. To her, Jin Hyeok was a person who was crazy about play to the point of being blind to everything else. She continued the interrogation. What about Kaylin? Kaylin? Who's that? Black Butterfly. Oh, Black Butterball? She's just mad because she can't kill me. Jin Hyeok was much more familiar with the name Black Butterball than he was with Kaylin. Realizing he did not even know the assassin's real name, Seirin was happy. That's enough. You don't need to explain, she said. Ah, but there is one person who sees me as a romantic interest. There is? Did she confess? Yes. I do not know her ulterior motives, but she is a succubus. Succubus. The only succubus that I know of is the one from Choi Gap-soo's workshop. Is it her? That really pretty one? All succubi are pretty. Seirin suddenly felt tense. The idea of a succubus confessing to Jin Hyeok set off alarm bells in her mind. But be careful. Succubi are dangerous. Huh? What was that? I just felt a tingling sensation. Was that my stats being copied? Jin Hyeok interrupted her with a smile. Yeah, it worked. It's actually the first time I have succeeded. Wow, how does it feel? Can I upload this to my YouTube channel? You can. Can you see something now? Don't be impatient. Seirin closed her eyes for a moment, trying to feel the surroundings. She seemed to sense everything, from the sticky humidity to the slight movement of the air. Holy shit. She had anticipated a significant difference in their stats, but not to this extent. Is this what Chulsu feels? Of course, Seirin had known there would be a difference between being a streamer and a navigator. Even with the same stats, their perceptions would differ. However, this was beyond that. It's like a new world has opened up. Her heart pounded even more fiercely, and her eyes snapped open. She took a deep breath and began to move as her instincts indicated. I can feel its wounds healing very quickly. This was not the self-healing power of the swallowing croaker, it was more like an external force at work. The divine power is moving through the blood of the swallowing croaker and healing the inner walls we cut. As if she were possessed, Seirin ran toward the wound. She began to frantically tear at the nearly healed inner wall with her hands. The swallowing croaker was in great pain, causing an earthquake, but Seirin paid it no heed. Her eyes were filled with madness. She's definitely gone mad, Jin Hyeok thought as he looked at her eyes. The eyes of the insane always harbored such madness, and he found that madness appealing. Seirin became covered in blood as she tore at the inner wall with her bare hands. I found it. She lifted an item. He. With her blood-stained hand, she brushed back her hair and laughed loudly. I found it. She excitedly continued. The blood flow was more concentrated than usual near the wounds to heal them. It seems like this got stuck here while circulating. Seirin approached Jin Hyeok with a giggle, handing over a bloody item. Research journal on paper soldiers. Just from the name, it appeared to be related to Maekendra. Han Seirin had always thought it was strange. Why is he like that? Many people believed that men and women could be just friends too. However, this concept did not seem to apply to Seirin. I actually like you. Will you go on a date with me? Whether it was a person she had known since her childhood, someone she had met recently, or an old acquaintance, all the men around her had ended up confessing their feelings to her. Rejecting each confession was one thing, but dealing with the aftermath was another. At least those who gave up on her cleanly were bearable. Some of them considered themselves lumberjacks, saying, you know what they say, little strokes fell great oaks. Quite a few behaved absurdly. How dare you reject me? You were the one who flirted with me first. It was somewhat tolerable in everyday life, but this aspect of her life was the same even during play. Pathfinder, what do you think of me as a man? I've admired you for a long time. Amid her play, Rin would suddenly find herself receiving confessions wherever she went. It was baffling to her, and she always thought that those guys were pathetic. They can't even play properly because they are always too busy fawning over me. A player had to always focus on their play. These players had made Rin wonder how a person who could not even adhere to this basic principle aspired to be a man for a woman. I just want them to stop confessing. It's so annoying. It is like a barrage of attacks. Every time she thought she had found a compatible party member, they would confess to her in the end, making it difficult for her to form a proper party. However, Cha Jin Hyuk was different. He was genuinely happy about obtaining the research journal on paper soldiers. He was a person who truly enjoyed play, and thus, he was admirable. Right before handing him the item, Rin asked, "What do you think of me? You are an excellent navigator. You are also my comrade, who sees and thinks more than I do. Just like now. Then are we like brothers and sisters?" Of course. Rin smiled bitterly. I guess I just got rejected. In contrast, Jin Hyuk was just happy. Rin is amazing. He thought of the many battlefields he had traversed with her before his regression, and it made him happy. So, he offered her his highest praise. I bet Mole Man would not have found this. Thanks for the compliment. Rin smiled again. Being in a position to reject others every day, she felt it was refreshing to be rejected by someone. That's why I like him even more. She even thought of becoming a lumberjack herself. Looks like there is nothing hidden in this area now. Shall we head out? Rin asked. Sure. Do as you please. If you want to look around more, that's fine with me. Pioneering the path is your role. I trust you. His words, which were filled with boundless belief, made her heart flutter again. I've never felt this kind of trust from anybody before. It was a sense of trust that was more solid than anything else. This feeling stirred Rin's heart far more than any sweetly wrapped confession. If I want to make someone like Jin Hyuk mine, merely proving my abilities won't be enough. A desire to spend more time alone with him subtly emerged inside her heart. Have you finished assessing the item? She asked. There seems to be some sort of security lock on it, but that shouldn't be a problem. Right. You have the unleashing technique. Rin almost blurted out how sexy he looked, but stopped herself. Jin Hyuk immediately used the unleashing technique to deactivate the security lock on the item. It's unlocked? Already. The lock was weaker than I thought. Neither Rin nor Jin Hyuk realized that it was not the lock that was weak, but that the unleashing technique was exceptionally powerful. Once you hold it, information related to the paper soldier gets uploaded into your mind. It's a highly advanced item from the new era. Want to hold it? Jin Hyuk asked. Sure. Just by holding the item, one could acquire all sorts of information. Rin handed the item back to Jin Hyuk. Here, take it back. You're the one who found it. Are you giving it to me? I'm happy enough as a navigator to have found the hidden item. Consider it a gift. If you say so. Jin Hyuk was already excited at the thought of making a thumbnail about the first reveal of this item. Let's go. Yeah, but just in case there is any danger, hold my hand, he said. The moment Rin held Jin Hyuk's hand, she felt it again. I really like him. Holding Rin's hand, Jin Hyuk passed through the gate with a sign that said farewell, this is the end of the world inside the swallowing croaker. Jin Hyuk found Cha Jin's soul, half dead and sprawled on the floor. Are you okay? Barely able to move her eyes, Jin Soul said after some struggle, you hemorrhoid-inducing monster. What the hell took you so long? Jin Hyuk had achieved a remarkable feat, far superior to that earned by the weak Anus Destroyer. The evidence lay in Park Tur's successful taming of the swallowing croaker. I don't think I can say I tamed it. Never mind. Anyway, I've successfully communicated with the swallowing croaker. It is all thanks to you guys. I am truly grateful. I also extend my deep gratitude to the Blood Priest. Tur seemed moved, as he expressed his gratitude to Jin Hyuk and Rin. Mole Man, who was nearby, claimed he had played a crucial role too, but no one responded to his comment. Kim Chulsu, you have truly inspired me. Tur's eyes seemed clearer now, resembling those of Rin when she had been delving into the mysteries of the monster's inner organs. It was a very positive change. You taught me that those who try cannot surpass those who enjoy cannot surpass those who enjoy and try, and those who enjoy and try cannot surpass those who intensely enjoy and try. I am sincerely thankful to you, Intense Man. After expressing his gratitude several times, Turs shared a few things with the group. It seems that Mr. Gobble had escaped a facility. I'm not sure where that facility is, but it doesn't seem to be on Earth. You can talk to Mr. Gobble, Jin Hyuk asked. A little. When Turs put his hand in the fishbowl, the swallowing croaker approached his hand, a fascinating sight. It seems Mr. Gobble was force-fed something as part of an experiment. It must be this. Jin Hyuk pulled out the unidentifiable fibrous material from his inventory. Turs grabbed his head in agony. Stop. Put that away. It seemed the swallowing croaker's emotions had been transferred to him. I can't tell what was done with it. Anyway, is the swallowing croaker scenario cleared? It's cleared. Before his regression, the scenario had disappeared forever with the death of the swallowing croaker. However, this time, Jin Hyuk had managed to unlock a connected scenario. Since it has not been revealed on my livestream yet, I need you guys to maintain confidentiality, Jin Hyeok said. Of course. The next scenario is the hunters of the facility. It has to be related to the facility you just mentioned. Terse bit his index finger, trembling. What's wrong? Mr. Gobble is extremely frightened. Cholsu, is there a way to protect Mr. Gobble? Terse replied. For Jin Hyeok, it was a welcome proposal. Hunters of the facility. Hunters employed by the facility that researched the swallowing croaker have begun to trace its whereabouts. It seems that the swallowing croaker holds many secrets. Jin Hyeok was thinking of suggesting to Terse to shift the swallowing croaker within the jurisdiction of the Golden Guardian Tree. Fortunately for him, Terse had requested it himself. I will get you a house in Yeonhui-dong. Stay in Korea for a while. The Guardian Tree will protect you and Gobble. Meanwhile, try to communicate more with Gobble. Mr. Gobble? Yeah, sorry. Mr. Gobble. Try to communicate more with Mr. Gobble. You never know what information you might get. Having examined the research journal on the paper soldiers, Song Ha-young said, the information is quite limited. It looks like you can create an army of paper soldiers with this, but I do not understand what that means. Is an army of paper soldiers going to invade us? Soon after, her words became reality. My goodness, it's an army of paper soldiers. The paper sorcerer Maekendra also showed up. She introduced herself as a high-ranking official of the Black Alliance and declared her intention to take over several regions of the Earth server. Over 3,000 casualties in California already. They are desperately resisting, but it seems futile. Never thought a day would come when just one person would toy with players like this. The state of California is practically hers now. I see. It was the same as before Jin Hyeok's regression. Now, Maekendra would use the American region as a base and dispatch paper soldier armies worldwide. Almost all of Vancouver in the Canadian region has been occupied too. Soon after, Ha-young discovered a commonality in the occupied regions. They are places set up by the third-ranked rulers. You know about them, right? I do. They were a nuisance to me. One of the third-ranked rulers had mobilized building owners and people in Naeungu to sue Jin Hyeok for the damages. It was the third-rank ruler dispatched to the Korean region, named Hylik. By the way, did I tell you that Kwok-do Hyeong and Kalin eliminated Hylik? Nov. L. B //JNN. No, you didn't. Did they kill him? They did. When? When you were inside the swallowing croaker. Anyway, thanks to them eliminating Hylik, no bases of the paper sorcerer were established in Korea. Some say you are the reason that Korea's peace was preserved, but that's not important, is it? The important thing was Maekendra. She was moving even faster. The biggest problem is the occupation of Riyadh in Saudi Arabia. Seems like she is trying to gain control over oil resources to manipulate the Earth server. Her paper soldiers are so powerful that even players over there are helpless, Ha-young said. I can see that. Although a new era had dawned on the planet, and various resources could replace oil, oil was still a crucial resource. So, Ha-young, what do you think Maekendra is after? Do you think she is after our oil? I don't think so. There are no servers outside ours that use oil. Jin Hyeok knew exactly what Maekendra was after. She was staging a preliminary battle to obtain Picasso's brush, the Earth server-grade item. Before his regression, Maekendra had managed to steal Picasso's brush, eventually growing into a top-tier player on the strongest server, Arvis. She does not seem interested in occupying the Earth server entirely. She is not exploiting like the Scannerbian warriors. She is only imposing some restrictions on play, not doing anything cruel. But to mobilize an army of this scale, she would have needed extensive groundwork, Ha-young said. That would require a lot of manpower and resources. Dispatching the third-rank rulers earlier to attract attention from players was also a matter of money and resources. Ha-young continued, that means there is only one thing she could be after. Probably a server-grade item unique to the Earth server. Ha-young frowned and tapped on the golden headband on her head. Something with a performance as undeniably strong as this. As Maekendra used her paper soldiers' army to occupy various parts of Earth, an interesting story came to light. My most cherished subordinate, Hylik, was murdered in the Korean region. I will not let this go unanswered. Maekendra had identified Jin Hyeok as Hylik's murderer. Technically, it was not Jin Hyeok, but he didn't particularly deny the claim. Once I finish my urgent tasks, I will come for you, Kim Cholsu. Live each day in fear and be consumed by dread. Then, Jin Hyeok handed a piece of paper to Ha-young. She took it, and her eyes widened in surprise. What is this exactly? At Song Ha-young's question, Jin Hyeok confusedly tilted his head. Don't you know where this is? Attach picture. Ha-young realized that this drawing was like a map pointing to a particular place. So, these pointy triangles are roofs, and these squares are windows, he explained. Several drawings resembling houses were sketched on the paper. Another drawing looked like waves, but whether it was a stream or a creek was unclear. And these look like sailboats, not leaves. Jin Hyeok took his pen and wrote leaves beside the picture, then crossed it out and wrote sailboats. Astonished, Ha-young asked again, and these floating things are clouds, right? So, this is a drawing of a landscape. Clearly. She locked eyes with him. It felt like confronting the depths of an unfathomable universe. Why is he so confident? Ha-young thought. She could not understand why he thought it would be normal for her to determine the location just from this drawing, wondering where such confidence came from. So, you are saying I should deduce the location from this drawing? She asked. Yes. What exactly do you think I am? A competent thief and an informant. Ha Young flinched. Jin Hyeok's compliment resonated in her mind. She replied, I appreciate you seeing me like that, but I can't tell the location from this. But are you actually being serious? He seemed dead serious. Wow, you are. You thought I could pinpoint the location just from this drawing. What's with his expression? It's as if I should know it. Ha Young was dumbfounded, but Jin Hyeok looked slightly disappointed. So you don't know. He clicked his tongue. Ha Young was speechless at his expression. Is this something to be disappointed about? This filled her with a surge of determination. Give me more specific details. Like, what color were these roofs? They seemed sort of red. Where did you see this landscape? I glimpsed it on TV or LTube while scrolling. It appeared briefly in the background during an interview. I knew there was more to it. Ha Young saw a glimmer of hope. Then give me the link to that video. It's gone now. Why? It was deleted. The video Jin Hyeok had seen was from before his regression. It was a brief interview with the paper sorcerer, Makendra. The location was uncertain, but the landscape had briefly appeared in it. Makendra had acquired Picasso's brush in that area. A few days later, Jin Hyeok beamed. Yes, that's the place. See, I told you that you could do it. Do you see these dark circles down to my jaw? Ha Young replied. Her eyes were heavily shadowed. Even she was amazed at how she had managed to find the location. Jin Hyeok patted her on the shoulder. You can always find a way when you are intense. You are Song Ha Young. I knew you would figure it out. She flinched again. I shouldn't be happy with mere compliments. Jin Hyeok's words were like a drug for her. She knew she should not be pleased by them, but she could not help feeling happy. After all, only a few players on the Earth server had earned the recognition of Intense Man. You are Song Ha Young. Those words kept echoing in her ears. I shouldn't be happy. I shouldn't. Of course. Sorry, I couldn't find it sooner. I guess I wasn't intense enough. But I can't help myself. Let me know if you need help again. After all, I am Song Ha Young. According to the information Jin Hyeok got from Ha Young, the place where Picasso's brush was located was a small village in the Netherlands, called Gaiathorn. Unbeknownst to Jin Hyeok, it was one of the Netherlands' iconic tourist destinations. The place was decorated quaintly like a village out of a fairy tale, with canals connected like a network of roads, allowing for travel by yacht or ferry. Seo Jisoo, who had joined him on this trip, seemed very excited. Wow, it's just like a village from a fairy tale. The sky is so blue and beautiful. Don't you think so, Uni? Seo Jia just stood there beside her sister, looking blankly. She seemed slightly annoyed, but Jin Hyeok could not guess how she was feeling, so he had to rely on broadcaster's clairvoyance. #beautiful. #gorgeous. #_. Jin Hyeok found Jia hard to comprehend. Even though she was having such thoughts, she looked angry. Without any expression, Jia looked around and then said to Jin Hyeok, I have a question. What is it? As Jin Hyeok had told Han Seirin, he felt a strong emotion of wanting to take care of the Seo sisters. Maybe because they were players with 8-star jobs squeezed among those with 9-star jobs, or perhaps it was because they maintained their top ranker status through sheer hard work. Despite lacking innate talent, Jin Hyeok felt more concerned for them. He knew they might not be able to keep their top position as time went on. It was especially so for Jia, who was the more reticent one. Therefore, Jin Hyeok felt more compassionate whenever she asked him a question. What about your livestream? Jia asked. I decided not to livestream this time. Jin Hyeok did not mention that they were here to find something secretly. It would not be good if the word got out. Recorded livestreams, or VODs, have their own charm, you know. They were really well received by my viewers. Wang Yumi, with the help of the highly capable editor Gang Chul, also known as Chulsu is God, excelled at cutting and editing Jin Hyeok's live content into something interesting. If the scenario Swallowing Croaker had continued as a livestream, it would have ended up being quite draggy. The edited version of it had received a much hotter response. Jin Hyeok's subscriber count had increased significantly. Although the edited videos brought in fewer donations, the number of viewers was much higher, which was a good sign. Live streams inevitably have boring moments. By cutting those out and mixing what I want to show and what I don't want to show, I can make it more entertaining. Of course, that requires a skilled editor and production director. I think I understand what you mean, Jia said. Jisoo, who had come closer to Jin Hyeok, poked him on the shoulder. But why us? What do you mean? He asked. Why did you bring us all the way to the Netherlands? I thought I might need assassins to help me. There are other assassins like Kwak Du Hyong and Black Butterfly Kalen. Jin Hyeok had remembered that before his regression, in Makendra's video, 2 players who seemed to be assassins were guarding her. Therefore, he had brought his own assassins along, thinking he might need them to acquire Picasso's brush. It's been a while since we played as a party. We need to maintain our teamwork so that it doesn't get rusty, Jin Hyeok said. We are a party, Jisoo said. What are you talking about? He asked. We're a team, Jia said, reacting similarly. Why are you making such a fuss over the obvious? Really? You really think of us as a team? Jisoo asked again. How many times do I have to say it? Jisoo suddenly hugged him. I thought you didn't need us anymore, Appa. Then, she started crying in his arms. For a moment, he felt like sharp thorns were pricking his heart. Is this a new kind of assassination technique? Jin Hyuk wondered if they were testing it on him since Kalin and Du Haiyong often tested their new skills on him. So, he decided not to let his guard down. Wait, Jia too. While she was not hugging him outright like her sister was, Jia had come close to him and was lightly holding onto his clothes. That's weird. It does not seem like an assassination attempt. But why do I feel pain in my heart? A couple of days ago, the Seo sisters were having a conversation. They were always mentally prepared for Jin Hyuk to leave them. Our jobs are not that special compared to that of other players. You know that, right? Jisoo said. Jia nodded. The sisters were aware of their limitations. Although they were currently maintaining their top positions through collaborative synergy, it was only a matter of time before they would lose their spot. Jisoo bit her lip tightly. In a world where effort alone is not enough, maintaining our position in Jin Hyuk's team, it's going to be harder and harder. Are you sad? Yes, I am sad. We are trying really hard not to let Jin Hyuk down as his original party members. But honestly, I don't know how long we can keep this up. Maybe we are already drifting apart. Jin Hyuk now has the leader of the Black Thorn Alliance, Du Haiyong, and Kalin by his side. Jia shook her head. We just need to do our best in our own way. We need to be more intense. You're right. But it still makes me sad. Sometimes, I wish we had never been his original party members from the start. Why can't we have 9-star jobs, n/o/vel/b/n.c//om? It's just a classification people made up. We shouldn't set our limits just because of our jobs. I know you feel it too, Uni. I think it's more brave to acknowledge what needs to be acknowledged. The concept of rating players' jobs in stars was more of an arbitrary distinction people had made on their own, but Jia and Jisoo were feeling it in their bones. We are already starting to notice the difference between our growth rate and that of the players with 9-star jobs. The sisters felt the existence of a small gap that effort alone could not close. This small gap was certain to grow over time. Eventually, Jin Hyuk would discard them. Even if he did not do it himself, they would no longer be able to hold their positions as his original party members. However, today, the Seo sisters heard what Jin Hyuk truly thought of them. It's been a while since we played as a party. We need to maintain our teamwork so that it doesn't get rusty. Those words felt particularly comforting. Someday, if we become unworthy as Appa's party members, we will leave on our own. But that time was not now. Jin Hyuk's words about being a team moved Jisoo and Jia. But Jin Hyuk found it difficult to understand why they were acting this way. Having given up on understanding them, he did not make much effort to do so. But, I have a question, Jin Hyuk said. He was curious about something. When exactly are you guys going to attack me? I am waiting, you know, he thought. The Seo sisters had undoubtedly been waiting for an opportunity to attack Jin Hyuk. Oh, nice. A thin silver thread appeared on Seo Jia's wrist as she kept holding Jin Hyuk's clothes. She had used one of her skills. The silver thread quickly wrapped around his entire arm. Her binding ability is quite impressive. The skill seemed to be more powerful with direct contact. Simultaneously, Seo Jisoo, who was embracing him, bit his chest. Poison. Jin Hyuk had anticipated this. Jisoo had hidden a potent poison in her teeth. Using teeth instead of weapons is also a refreshing approach. Thanks to the Phoenix Heart, the poison had no effect on him, but a typical player would have been in serious trouble. I knew it. I should always be wary of players crying and trying to hug me. Jin Hyuk had faced this assassination technique frequently before his regression. Typically, it involved deceiving with the appearance of a beautiful person of the opposite sex. However, his opponents would also often use a cute child or an animal for this technique, which was why Jin Hyuk needed to constantly be vigilant. I've been tricked too many times to fall for it again. The Seo sisters definitely knew about his resistance to poison, so this seemed like just a practice run. Good. This would have worked on most. The act of hiding poison in the teeth and biting him was not particularly impressive. However, the setup before that was exceptionally well done. Did you also learn acting skills? Looking at you, Jin Hyuk could not quite describe the pain he had felt earlier. It really made me sad. I felt a spontaneous desire to hug you. The sisters seemed embarrassed by the praise and did not say a word. Feeling happy, Jin Hyuk smiled. Keep improving. You two can become great assassins. This is kind of like a seduction technique. Depending on how it's used, it can be really lethal. Anyway, well done. Seduction techniques were what Jin Hyuk disliked and guarded against the most before his regression. Just thinking about them brought back a series of dreadful memories. Seduction techniques are too dangerous and powerful. The group then looked around the village, and Jin Hyuk headed to a small wine bar. The wine bar was operated by a woman who appeared to be in her late 30s. The woman looked human, but neither she nor the patrons were human. The woman, presumably the owner, smiled with her eyes and asked, "How did humans come in here?" A delightful scent filled the space. It smelled like sweet peaches. The skill Deadly Charm has been used. Another seduction skill? This is exciting. Jin Hyuk now had a chance to practice how to defend against seduction techniques. Lucia narrowed her eyes. My deadly charm was completely nullified. It was a moment where the succubus's pride had been wounded, but she did not show it and merely smiled. You are amazing, Mr. Cha. Jin Hyuk. How can you be so unaffected? At the very least, you should feel a bit of excitement, like those two people beside you, she added. Jin Hyuk glanced sideways and saw both Jisoo's and Jia's cheeks slightly flushed. Wow, did they really fall for the charm skill? The temptation of a succubus knew no bounds of age or gender. The saying that a seasoned succubus could tempt anyone was not baseless. Jin Hyuk asked Lucia, did you put your charm skills on them too? No, I didn't. It's just that when you broke my charm, some of its effects scattered around. Jin Hyuk frowned. So, what you're saying is that they were affected by the charm even though it did not hit them directly. He looked back and forth between the Seo sisters. They avoided his gaze, looking guilty. But that's still quite impressive. Just a slightly faster heartbeat and some blushing. That's not bad, Lucia said. You shouldn't worry too much, Mr. Cha. Jin Hyuk. They were affected by the charm because of you. The potency of a mental skill varied greatly depending on many factors, such as the atmosphere at the moment of its activation, the situation, the people present, and the psychological state of the target. Lucia could easily discern the Seo sisters' state of mind. Those two are very fond of Jin Hyuk, which created many vulnerabilities in their minds, Lucia thought. However, Jin Hyuk seemed oblivious to this. He even appeared quite disappointed in them, which Lucia found somewhat amusing. I had no idea Mr. Cha. Jin Hyuk was this oblivious, she said. What are you talking about? Jin Hyuk wanted to say that he was very well aware of his surroundings, but he did not say it out loud. Boasting about oneself was something only a novice player would do. My sister seems to be in difficult unrequited love. Ah, her name is Lilia. You know her, right? Lucia said. Ah, so that's why you smelled familiar. People usually just say that we look alike. Now that you mention it, you do look similar. Lucia burst out laughing. Do you even remember Lilia's face? I can tell her apart when I see her. And if you just try to remember her face? Who in their right minds would want to remember a succubus's face? No sane player would do such a thing. That was Jin Hyuk's perspective, and in fact, most players did not remember a succubus's face. According to Jin Hyuk, anyone who remembered a succubus's face was a crazy, madly obsessed player who had succumbed to a seduction technique. Stroking her chin, Lucia curiously asked, how can this be? Have you had a terrible experience with seduction techniques or something? From what I have researched, there was no record of that about you. Do you have something like imperial resilience? Jin Hyuk almost flinched for a moment, but Lucia continued, wait, no, even with imperial resilience, this would be impossible. I just can't figure out who you are. Are you perhaps an alternate character from somewhere like planet Arvis? Finding Lucia's bar had been a great discovery for Jin Hyuk as well. Succubi bars typically operated as places for exchanging information. There, one could obtain many quests and share information. Therefore, such establishments were often referred to as taverns of exchange. While this concept had not been fully introduced on Earth, it was quite common in other servers. I didn't expect Succubi to establish such a place so soon on Earth, Jin Hyuk thought. He wanted to find the great navigator Golem Baram, who hailed from the planet Arvis. Jin Hyuk believed that if he played diligently, he would eventually meet the navigator, but him stumbling upon a succubus's bar had made this task much easier. Of course, he would first need to gain the favor of the owner of the bar. Give me a drink. The most expensive one, he said. The best way to win a bar owner's heart was, after all, to spend lavishly in their establishment. Ho ho, you're generous. Our drinks are quite pricey. Are you okay with that? Jin Hyuk nonchalantly shrugged to indicate it was fine, and Lucia showed him her favor. He thought about buying some drinks and then getting down to business for the information. But it's a bit disappointing. Neither the Seo sisters nor Lucia had used their full potential in their attacks, not embedding true bloodlust. This made the whole situation somewhat lacking in the thrilling tension he was accustomed to. He wondered if the reason Lucia went easy on him was that she was Lilia's sister, but that did not seem to be the case. Do you think I care about what my sister thinks? Nope. For us, two sisters liking the same man is nothing special. The Seo sisters seemed shocked. Oh my, we succubi are very different from humans, kids. It sounds like Lucia is trying to teach them weird things. Should I leave them be? Even Jia, who was usually expressionless and reticent, widened her eyes in surprise and asked, is that really true? Lucia provided a lot of insight into the nature of succubi. Whether I seduce Jin Hyuk or not, Lilia wouldn't care. The concepts of monogamy or polygamy do not exist for us. We are a race that craves free love and passionate physical relationships. She explained that under the guise of free love and passionate physical relationships, succubi engaged in all sorts of relationships that were incomprehensible by human standards. I even dated Lilia when we were younger, Lucia said. Why you dated your sister? That reaction is a bit rude, I think. We are not humans. We are succubi. We would prefer not to be judged by your standards. I'm sorry. The Seo sisters gulped, intently listening to the succubus. Jin Hyuk felt like he should stop Lucia, but Lucia winked at him and said, sisters liking the same man is a very common and ordinary thing for us. It's also very common for them to be in a relationship with the same man. The Seo sisters nodded as if these words had hypnotized them, as though they too liked the same man. I know some septuplets succubi who were in a relationship with the same female. Septuplets? Were they all male? Nope. Some of them were male and some were female. They were siblings. The CO sisters seemed quite confused but eventually accepted the idea, thinking, well, different species, different norms. Lucia seemed to enjoy her time with the sisters due to their rich reactions. I prefer females over males. It's more fun to seduce them. I like the cute ones, Lucia said. Jisoo, who was tipsy from the alcohol, pointed at herself and cautiously asked, so, do you intend to seduce me too? Jin Hyuk shook his head in disbelief. You're talking nonsense. Why, if you were Lucia's type, you would have already been seduced. The fact that she has not seduced you yet means you are not her type. What are you worried about being seduced for? Why, I can be her type. You never know. Jin Hyuk didn't understand why Jisoo was getting defensive over a simple truth. Do you want to be seduced? No, but... Lucia smiled broadly. Jisoo, you are attractive enough. It's just that you are not my type, so be confident. Humans as a species are not typically my type. Well, they weren't until I met Jin Hyuk here. She looked at Jin Hyuk with a slightly seductive gaze, and he began to feel a bit flustered. Oh, is she finally going to seduce me properly? He wished to face a more aggressive, even dangerous seduction technique. After his regression, he had not experienced a proper seduction technique. It was important to practice and prepare in advance to defend well in real-life situations. I thought Lilia was exaggerating when she kept saying how handsome you were. I thought she was completely blinded by love, exaggerating your beauty, Lucia said. But it turns out, it wasn't an exaggeration. It was an understatement. How did she describe me? She said your hair is like flowing black silk. Your neatly extended eyebrows and obsidian-like eyes are as deep as the night sky. Your lips are red like autumn leaves. That's enough. Jin Hyuk already knew Lilia's sensibilities were pretty tacky, but he didn't expect her expressions to be so cliché. He thought Lilia needed to be more intense. I mean, how can she not put in more effort when trying to seduce me? Nevertheless, Lucia showed quite a bit of fondness toward him. After all, he had spent a whopping 12 million dios in her establishment in just one night. Money does solve most of the problems. Back in his days as a government official, he was always cautious because of the budget. He remembered how uncomfortable he had felt when AHNG1 from the support team had earnestly pleaded with him to cut back on the budget. Nov. L. B/JNN. Could I possibly get a list of navigators operating in this area? Jin Hyuk asked. A list of navigators? Yes. I plan to play in this area for a while. Just a moment. Lucia reached into her breast pocket and pulled out a scroll. Would you like to take a look? Jin Hyuk was a bit disappointed that she did not make a more active attempt at seducing him. Let's see. He examined the list. There he is, on the top of the list. The great navigator Gollum Barum. Jin Hyuk also knew his player name for his alternative character. It's Gollum. Before his regression, the paper sorcerer Makendra had found Picasso's brush with Gollum's help. This guy, Gollum. Can you introduce me to him? Ah, Gollum. I see. Lucia crossed her arms with a somewhat troubled expression. He's refused all requests so far. I have tried introducing adventurers to him a few times, but he always complains. Why? He doesn't like working with adventurers. I'm not sure. He seems uninterested in money. They even offered him 700 million dios, but he still refused. Jin Hyuk knew why Gollum reacted that way. Just ask him to meet me. He'll probably make a big fuss again. There are many other competent navigators on the list. How about them? I'll pay 100 million dios just for the introduction. I will bring him right away. Lucia grinned and disappeared somewhere. A few hours later, she returned with someone. That's Gollum. It was none other than Gollum Barum, a renowned player from planet Arvis. Thump, 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 thump. Jin Hyuk's heart began to race. Seo Jisoo was surprised. Huh? That's the famous navigator, she thought. He was very short and hunched over. It would not be easy to find anyone else who suited the name Gollum so well. Even for an alternative character, he looks so ugly. The Seo sisters and Cha Jin Hyuk had intended to search for a navigator named Gollum from the beginning of their visit here. However, they had not expected to meet him so easily, nor had they expected him to be so unimpressive. I heard you were looking for me, Gollum said as he swept his few strands of hair to the side and looked at Jin Hyuk. Jin Hyuk nodded. What's your level? Gollum asked. Around 150, but I can bump it up to 170. Ah, you're the player with the mythic grade card, right? Your name was Kim Chulsu. This was unexpected for Jin Hyuk. You know me. Of course. You're the most famous player on the Earth server. Jin Hyuk was pleased. A universally known player like Gollum Barum often did not pay much attention to rookie players. It was like how seniors in high school didn't really care about freshmen. If that's the case, I think this conversation is going to go easier than expected. I want your guidance while I play here, Jin Hyuk said. My fee is high. Gollum sneered and looked at Lucia. Lucia, how many have I rejected recently? Around 30 players. Gollum nodded and turned his gaze to Jin Hyuk. Make an offer. How much will you use me for? 500 million dios. Gollum burst out laughing. Only 500 million to hire me? You must be crazy. Lucia sighed. She had known this would happen. Actually, 500 million dios isn't a small amount, but when another player had offered him 700 million dios before, Gollum had sneered at it. He had scolded Lucia, saying, "What do you take me for?" and she had sweated bullets. He's definitely an alternative character of a ranker from another server. Lucia assumed Golem was leveling up an alternative character on the Earth server, as he could not play as his main self here. Usually, top rankers from other servers did this. For rankers who had nowhere else to grow, playing an alternative character in a weaker server was a kind of entertainment culture. Golem's level was relatively low at around 130, but Lucia's seduction skills had no effect on him. He had probably worn all kinds of items that resisted mental attacks. If this keeps up, my reputation is going to go down the drain, Lucia sighed. What the hell are you talking about? Jin Hyuk said with a frown. I told you, my fee is high. Did you really think you could hire me with only 500 million dias? Isn't 500 million per hour reasonable? What? Nov, L, B //JNN. How can someone use a navigator of your caliber for just 500 million dias? Jin Hyuk earnestly asked. Those words moved Golem. Golem heartily laughed with a slightly reddened face, clearly pleased with the deal. Lucia, why didn't you introduce me to such a noble person sooner? The beer tasted exceptionally refreshing and good today. The atmosphere of the table was quite pleasant. Lucia seemed overjoyed, probably thinking about the hefty referral fee she would receive. Good thing that it all worked out, Jin Hyuk thought. Some players referred to Golem as a ranker who did not care about money, but Jin Hyuk knew that was not the case. He is quite starved for money. Not all top rankers are wealthy. The real rich ones were usually merchant class or streamer class players. Excluding those with such extraordinary jobs, the real top rankers often lived in a state of poverty. Just clearing a dungeon once costs billions. Navigators with weak defensive stats required significant amounts of money to clear dungeons. To survive in top dungeons, they had to keep spending and spending. They earned a lot, but they spent just as much. Earning 1 million and spending 800,000 would leave 200,000 to spare, but earning 1 billion and spending 1.1 billion would result in a deficit of 100 million. That was why most top rankers from other servers were poor. Ordinary people would think it was madness, but it was true. Moderately high-ranked players were often wealthier. Especially navigators are slaves to money. That was one of the reasons Han Sairin had given up on being a navigator and switched to being a ruler. As the night deepened, Golem became heavily drunk. You have about 350 million subscribers. About 370 million. That's quite an achievement for an Earth player. Streamers can make a living with that much, right? Fairly so. I'm so jealous. Thud. Golem's forehead hit the table, and he fell asleep. Only a few customers were left in Lucia's bar. I should get going, Jin Hyuk said. Lucia, who was attending another table, rushed over to him. Leaving already? I have to. She seemed a bit disappointed. In just one day, Jin Hyuk had become a VIP of this bar. He had never experienced this during his time as a government official, but it felt quite convenient and pleasant. Take care. Come back again? And give my sister a chance. She's a pretty decent girl. Jin Hyuk left the bar and walked down the street. The street had been bustling during the day, but it was incredibly quiet and peaceful at this time. After walking for a while, he stopped. Why are you following me? Someone had been following him since he had left the bar. This player's name was Kane, and he was a swordsman who was around level 180. You seem to have quite a bit of money, kid. Jin Hyuk had known Kane was there from the moment he had entered Lucia's bar. Kane would later become a rather famous villain. He was more famous for being a villain from planet Arvis than for his prowess. Arvis server was arguably the strongest server in the universe, and its inhabitants took great pride in that. They prided themselves as cosmic police and pursued their own sense of justice. The fact that a player from such a planet was playing the villain on the relatively weak server was eye-catching. And Jin Hyuk asked, if you hand over everything you have now, I will spare your life. Before Jin Hyuk's regression, Kane had begged him for his life, saying, please spare my life, and I will give you everything I have. He thinks he is stronger than me. That's cute. Well, he might be stronger than me now. Currently, Kane was at a higher level than Jin Hyuk. Also, Kane was a skilled swordsman. Jin Hyuk did not want to fight him if he could avoid it. I am a streamer, you know. Ever heard of the Streamer Protection Treaty? You are not seriously depending on such a superficial treaty, are you? Well, not exactly. Kane drew his sword and strode toward him. Let's start by taking your left arm. It was somewhat ridiculous that Kane had swung his sword right in front of Jin Hyuk. How little does he think of me? Jin Hyuk wondered who would just stand there and get hit by such an obvious attack. He stepped back to dodge Kane's sword. An awkward silence fell between them. Who the hell are you? Kane asked. You didn't really think I would get hit by that, did you? Jin Hyuk had shown his true skills in all of his live streams, but it seemed Kane had not watched any of those videos. Kane started exerting more power. He mixed in feints and footwork to create openings in Jin Hyuk's defense. Activate Broadcaster's Barrier. Jin Hyuk used Broadcaster's Barrier to block all of his attacks. You're quite skilled at operating Broadcaster's Barrier. You would have achieved much more if you were a combatant class player. Suddenly, Jin Hyuk felt irritated. Kane's words somehow felt like an insult, as if he were saying, you are not cut out to be a streamer. Seems like you haven't watched my live streams. I have improved a lot in live streaming. Anyway, Jin Hyuk focused on his defense, and Kane relentlessly attacked him. How long are you going to keep cowering behind your defense? Kane said. Kane's attacks were not dull. Jin Hyuk was accumulating more and more minor wounds, and it was lucky that he had experienced fighting Kane before. Otherwise, he would have had suffered more severe injuries. He's definitely from the Arvis server. It was said that even the kids walking on the streets of planet Arvis could be rankers in other servers. Though Kane's level was only around 180, he was by no means an easy opponent. I'm just blocking his attacks, and it's taking a toll on me. Usually, defending was easier than attacking. If a player just decided to defend, they could somewhat hold their own even against those with superior skills. Before Jin Hyuk knew it, he had reached a dead-end alley. When his back hit the wall, he extended his hand. Wait, I will give you 500 million dios. That's all I have right now. Jin Hyuk took out a leather pouch full of dios from his inventory. Now you're talking sense. It's 500 million dios. If you spare my life, I will add another 500 million to make it an even 1 billion. Make it 5 billion. Aren't you rich enough to spend 500 million per hour hiring a navigator? Kane chuckled. How can someone as insignificant as you earn such a huge sum of money? Isn't that strange? Jin Hyuk quietly placed the leather pouch on the ground and raised his hands. When Kane smirked and bent down to pick it up, a translucent silver thread wrapped around his wrist. Perfect timing. It was Jia. Assassins could prove weak in a direct confrontation, but they exhibited tremendous power in surprise attacks. And now it's Jisoo's turn. Jisoo released her poison attack. It emitted a much more concentrated form of the venom she had used when she bit Jin Hyuk earlier, now in a gaseous form. Kane was calmer than expected. What a pitiful attempt. He easily got out of Jia's binding skill and formed a thin mana barrier around him to prevent the poison fog from reaching him. Just as he was about to gather mana to create a sword wind, Jin Hyuk, who had been ready to draw his sword at any moment, swung it. This is how you set up. It was rare for someone to fall for a trick right away. Jin Hyuk had to mix feints and disturbances 1, 2, or 3 times in a row to execute the attack he wanted. The blade of his greatsword of Logon, now covered in sword energy and sharpened to the extreme, swiftly decapitated Kane. That was easier than I thought. The reason Jin Hyuk had been testing Kane until now was to make sure the latter was truly unaware of his live streams. If Kane had watched even a bit of them, he would have known about the Berklef necklace and that it could reflect fatal attacks. I didn't even have to use the Berklef necklace. Kane's eyes flickered as his head lay on the ground, making Jisoo scream. Oh, he's from the Arvis server. They're tough, so they don't die easily even when severed, Jin Hyuk said. Typical of an Arvis native. How did you know? Do you know about me? Kane asked. Jin Hyuk leaned close to his face and whispered in his ear, not telling. Kane's eyes widened in anger, turning red. When you meet a player from Arvis, you must make sure to confirm the kill. Jin Hyuk lifted his greatsword of Logon and stabbed Kane in the heart several times. It was not because he wanted to feel the satisfaction of killing. But then, he heard someone clapping. Someone was approaching them. Jin Hyuk looked across the alley and saw a small figure crawling on all fours. He was not particularly surprised, but Seo Jisoo seemed shocked. She clung to his left arm, and Seo Jia lightly grabbed his right elbow. I don't think assassins should be this scared. Jin Hyuk thought the sisters could be pretending to be scared to try and attack him again, but they did not. But why don't I feel angry about it? Since he showed such an opening, the sisters should have stabbed him. They should have used something like a wooden sword or a finger to let him know that he had an opening. An assassin's job also included discovering the weaknesses of their colleagues and informing them about those. It was strange that Jin Hyuk was not angry even though the sisters had not fulfilled their roles as assassins. Anyway, it seemed like Jin Hyuk was more lenient on them. Great job, Kim Chulsu. Quite surprising. I know there was quite a level difference between you two. The newcomer was none other than Gollum. Why are you crawling on all fours? To make a dramatic entrance. I see. Jin Hyuk reflected on himself for asking such a needless question. It seemed he still had a long way to go to understand how to be stylish while playing. You didn't use the mythic grade card, right? Gollum asked. No, I didn't. Jin Hyuk had intended to fight one-on-one with Kane if his tricks did not work. He could have lost, but there was also a chance that he could have won. Gollum giggled. But did you know that guy was affiliated with the Black Alliance? The Black Alliance? Kane. It was news to Jin Hyuk. Even when he had fought Kane before his regression, the latter had never revealed that. Did you kill him without knowing that? Of course, I didn't know. I see. I thought you killed him because he was a member of the Black Alliance. Gollum seemed to be aware that Jin Hyuk was in conflict with the Black Alliance. Are you one of my subscribers? Jin Hyuk asked. Gollum didn't answer the question and instead said, I don't know what it was, but it seems like this guy was doing something quite important in the area. Jin Hyuk realized Gollum had just given him some important information. Whatever Kane had been doing was likely related to Picasso's brush. So, he asked, do you know where this guy was staying? Of course. He was staying at an inn that Lucia operates. Room 302N/O/vel/B/in.C//OM. Jin Hyuk handed Gollum a leather pouch containing 500 million dios. This is for the information. Tisk. It's cheap. When dealing with a miser like Gollum, it was best to spend generously. Being stingy would only backfire. Gollum was poor not because he was unable to earn money, but because he spent too much. Since Jin Hyuk earned a lot, giving a small amount to Gollum was almost worse than giving nothing. This amount isn't enough to satisfy me, Gollum said. I thought it was a decent amount for just information. The gap in their levels was significant, but Jin Hyeok could still see Gollum's status. #nice. Jin Hyeok immediately went back to Lucia's bar. Oh, it's you again. Lucia had definitely sensed the smell of blood on him, but she didn't say much about it. I need the key to room 302. That's not possible. What do I need to make it possible? Well, do you have an ID or something? Here. Jin Hyeok took out the ID he had taken from Kane. It was a bit stained with blood, but they both pretended not to notice that. Here's the key. #VIPs are gods. Jin Hyeok had never received such treatment during his time as a government official. Money seemed to be a wonder in many ways. Money, it's really good. Jin Hyeok wondered if this was why everyone talked about financial freedom. He thought he should be nicer to Choi Gap-soo and Jang Michelle. I guess I have to earn a lot of money now. He used to think that if he earned too much money, he would have to retire earlier than planned. He had even set up a foundation to spend his dios because he was afraid of earning too much money. But he now realized that had been a naive thought. If I become a universal top ranker, I will actually be short of money. Of course, it could be a bit different since he was a streamer, but in general, that would be the case. So it's okay to have a lot of money because I might become a top ranker. Jin Hyeok guessed he did not need such naive thoughts about earning a small amount of money anymore. Jin Hyeok thoroughly searched room 302. He checked under the desk and the bed and inside the closet for anything significant but did not find anything noteworthy. I can't even see anything suspicious with broadcaster's clairvoyance. If a mana barrier had been placed in this room or something had been hidden with a skill, it would have been easier to find clues, but that did not seem to be the case. Should I break down the walls? He tried using the pure luck skill, but there was no significant response. He just felt a strong conviction that something was present in the room. Meanwhile, Jia stood near the door, observing him. Jin Hyeok Appa must have been disappointed. She had sensed a little of his disappointment when Gollum had appeared earlier. I should have stabbed him then. At the very least, she should have poked him with her finger to show that he had a vulnerability. She felt unbearable shame for not fulfilling her duty as an assassin. Let's put on a good performance from now on. She thought that since there were no intruders here at the moment, this was a good opportunity to demonstrate her skills as an assassin. To surprise attack him. As she observed him, she found a suitable spot. Let's hide in the shadows under the floor. Using her unique skill as a shadow assassin, shadow movement, she merged into the shadow of the desk's leg. When Jin Hyeok came close, she attacked the sole of his foot with a mock knife. Whoa. Caught off guard while searching for clues, Jin Hyeok quickly lifted his foot and struck the floor with his sword, the great sword of Logon. Had it been Kwak Du Hyen or Kalen, he would have used the blade, but since his opponent was Jia, he used the flat of the blade. Crack! The wooden floor broke. The shadow movement skill was disrupted, revealing Jia. It was still a good attempt, Jin Hyeok said. I will try harder next time. Jia seemed inexplicably frustrated. Her eyes were fixed on Jin Hyeok's sword. Sensing her gaze, he realized something. She must have felt that I went easy on her. That's an insult to an assassin. Though it had been unintentional, he felt a bit sorry. At that moment, Jisoo found something. Hey, Appa. There's something written under the floor. They weren't any special words written on paper or with a special artifact. They were just some words written under the floor with a marker. I didn't notice them because it's a lousy method. Jin Hyeok asked the sisters, can you guys neatly cut along the grains of the floorboards? I think something is written on the back. It's a bit difficult for me to do. The CO sisters felt alive. We're being helpful. They were not sure how long they could do it, but at least for now, they were helping Jin Hyeok. They meticulously and reverently removed the floorboards, revealing the words written underneath. Heidian and Guardian Dungeon. Ermesia Constellation Dungeon. Gurzale's Carpenter Dungeon. Most of the entries were crossed out, with only 3 dungeons names left. Saint of Hexale Dungeon. Bridge of Agony Dungeon. Zerman Durgo Dungeon. The next morning, Jin Hyeok gifted Lucia 50 million dios. We tore up the floorboards. This is for the restoration costs. 20 million dios should be sufficient for the repair. Then, could you return the extra 30 million dios? He asked. However, I can't just ignore your generosity and kindness, so I will gladly accept it. Jin Hyeok secretly hoped Lucia would use her seduction skill, but that did not happen. Lucia seemed to be a businesswoman who knew how to separate personal and professional matters. That's a bit disappointing, Jin Hyeok said. Pardon. I was hoping you would actively seduce me. Why would I do that? I wanted to try fighting against various seduction skills. Lucia realized something. This VIP is crazy. Noticing the madness flickering in his eyes, she began to understand why her sister was fascinated by him. Crazy people are sexy, after all. Jin Hyeok met with Gollum and started exploring the 3 dungeons one by one. This is the Saint of Hexale Dungeon. Most dungeons existed along waterways, and conditions such as how to board the yacht, how many people boarded it, and the order and method of boarding had to be fulfilled for the dungeon entrance to activate. You have cleared the dungeon, Saint of Hexale. With Gollum's help, Jin Hyeok cleared the Saint of Hexale dungeon. It was a dungeon with a storyline involving rescuing a saint captured by gargoyles, but it was not particularly difficult. You have cleared the dungeon, Zerman Durgo. Jin Hyeok cleared 2 dungeons back-to-back in just one day, taking about 18 hours to do so. It would be nice if you could pay me a daily wage, Gollum said. Sure thing. Jin Hyeok handed over 9 billion dias. Have you found the Bridge of Agony dungeon? Well, I think I might find it by tomorrow. After deciding to rest, Jin Hyeok and the Seo sisters started eating a late dinner at Lucia's bar. Appa, is something bothering you? Jisoo asked. It's not exactly that, he replied. Nothing seemed extraordinary about Gollum's style of play. I've cleared 2 dungeons, but not a single hidden achievement or items appeared. Now that you mention it, there weren't any, were there? Usually, clearing a dungeon would yield at least 1 hidden item, and a proper clearance would often lead to an achievement. Lucia poured Jin Hyeok a glass of wine. Isn't it quite normal not to find any hidden items while clearing just 2 dungeons? How can that be normal? Lucia realized that Jin Hyeok was being serious. This was not a pretense or a joke. I can understand that acquiring an all-clear needs a lot of luck, but how can there be no hidden items at all? Jin Hyeok said. The interesting thing was that Jia and Jisoo were both nodding. This left Lucia a bit bewildered. What on earth is the Korean region like? Although there had been a recent universal interest in the Earth server and the Korean region, Lucia had not paid much attention to that. However, seeing their attitudes, she felt she should perhaps be more interested. Do you usually find at least 1 hidden item or achievement in each dungeon you clear? That is usually the case. Of course, that was not supposed to be the case. The word hidden in hidden item wasn't meaningless. Jin Hyeok's standards were unusual, and Lucia's interest in the Korean region grew. The next day, Jin Hyeok and his group met with Gollum again and wandered around Gaiathorn. It's not easy to find a dungeon named the Bridge of Agony, Gollum muttered, slightly embarrassed. Can I share my opinion now? Jin Hyeok had been holding back his words, respecting the navigator. 4 hours had passed since they started playing, so he felt he had a reason to speak up. Look at that bridge over there, Jin Hyeok said. Gollum shifted his gaze. It was a bridge that opened upwards when boats passed through. What about it? Don't you find it strange that so many spirits are gathering there? You can sense spirits. Can't you? Jin Hyeok looked at Gollum as if the latter was the one being absurd. Gollum coughed and fumbled his words. Well, this is just my alternative character, so what? I'm only level 138. And Gollum's face turned red. I haven't learned the skill to sense spirits yet. I don't have such a skill either. Wait, you can't sense spirits without skill? Jin Hyeok asked. Gollum wondered if Jin Hyeok was trying to insult him and scrutinized his expression. However, the navigator sensed no ill intent in Jin Hyeok's demeanor. He's serious. He is genuinely puzzled, Gollum thought. That was even more humiliating. Having suffered a blow to his pride, which was more precious than money, Gollum declared, I won't take today's pay. Nice. Jin Hyeok thought. He's refusing the money, Jin Hyeok thought as he looked at Gollum again. I was a bit disappointed, but this will do. Jin Hyeok did not see how Gollum was any better than Pathfinder or Mole Man. If Gollum were playing as his main character, it would have been a different story, but his alternative character did not demonstrate any particularly impressive qualities. But still, he hasn't forgotten the basics. Gollum's refusal to accept his daily wage was a form of self-discipline. He did not believe he had earned his keep, so he did not expect any reward for it. This was surprisingly hard for many players. A lot of players expected disproportionate rewards for their plays. Jin Hyeok believed these players had no conscience and that they did not climb high on the ranking boards. In that sense, Gollum was like a player who had not forgotten the basics. His pride slightly wounded, Gollum clenched his fists and took the lead. Let's go. Spirits are gathering here, so there must be something. Approaching the bridge, the navigator took out a strange powder from his pocket and scattered it. He hunted the nearby fish monsters, throwing their blood into the air. Jin Hyeok could not exactly tell what Gollum was doing. Is that the Arvis method? He closely observed Gollum. He did not need to imitate the navigator, but for a smooth broadcast, it was important to have some level of knowledge. At least, he needed to understand and explain to the viewers what was going on. Ah, so that's how he is gathering the spirits. Jin Hyeok was not a spirit mage, so he was not aware of the exact details, but this place seemed to be surrounded by spirits. They were the lowest grade spirits without any self-awareness. What Gollum was doing was akin to gathering the essence of these spirits. Gollum plucked a strand of his few remaining hairs and muttered some words like an incantation. By my name, I command. Open the path. The hair fluttering in the wind suddenly burst into flames. At the same time, a gate appeared before them. Bridge of Agony Dungeon. We found it. The Bridge of Agony. Gollum had done his best. This is cheating though, the navigator thought. When playing as an alternative character, Gollum intended to use only that character's abilities. However, activating this gate had been beyond the scope of his alternative character's abilities. To achieve that, he had used a method known to his main character, Gollum Barum, with a few activation material recipes known only to the main character. Still, he praised himself. Well done, Gollum. Then, with a triumphant look, he gazed at Jin Hyeok. I have changed the conditions so that everyone can enter this low-level dungeon. This is something not everyone can do. What do you think, Kim Chulsu? You're just fooling around as your alternative character, are you? Jin Hyeok asked. What do you mean? I would appreciate it if you gave it your all. If it were Pathfinder or Mole Man, they would have found it much earlier. Gollum clenched his teeth. Proud of his sharp intuition, he could easily sense that Jin Hyok was being sincere. He's serious. Gollum wondered how high Jin Hyok's standards were. As a level 138 player, Gollum was playing exceptionally well. Aren't I? By the standards of Gollum's main character, 138 was indeed a very low level. Just like how not many players remembered their strengths when they were at low levels, Gollum could not recall how skilled he had been at level 138. Maybe I was stronger than this? I'm not sure. When he reflected on it, he realized he did not have the same intensity as he had back then. This was not his main character, but an alternative character, closer to a form of entertainment for him. Having gained some insight, Gollum made a silent vow. Just you wait. He had to show Jin Hyok how a great navigator came to be called a great navigator. I'll earn your recognition sooner or later. You have entered the dungeon, Bridge of Agony. The minimum entry level for the dungeon is 30, and the recommended minimum entry level is 50. Gollum decided not to show off how much time it took to lift the entry restriction. Right. I shouldn't brag about such minor things. I will show him something even more astonishing. Gollum thought there was no need to show off with such trivialities to get proper recognition from Jin Hyok. Maybe he already knows. Gollum looked around. He was standing on a sunny and bright field. Wow, can a dungeon be this refreshing? Why is the sunlight so warm? Jisoo said, feeling excited. Ahead of them was a stream, larger than a brook but smaller than a river. Look, there's a bridge made out of rainbows. A bridge made of rainbows stood over the river. In the middle of the bridge sat a childlike ghost. Noticing the visitors, the ghost stood up and said, "Will you play with me?" Bridge of Agony was a low-level dungeon. Known for being therapeutic and refreshing, it had no notable monsters, just warm sunshine and endless green fields. It was a peaceful dungeon with a small river and a rainbow bridge. The dungeon was quite famous among low-level players, but Jin Hyok's party, being too high-level, had missed it. Jisoo suddenly remembered something. Oh, now that I think about it, I have heard of a therapeutic dungeon with a rainbow bridge. Gollum reacted to that a bit sensitively. You've heard about this place before. Yeah, I think it was said to be the easiest dungeon in the world, located in the Netherlands. You just have to play rock paper scissors with the child on the rainbow bridge and win. If they won, they could cross the bridge, and if they lost, they had to go down and come back up again. They say you get some experience points for winning the game, and the weather is so nice and warm that players come here for picnics. I scoffed at the idea of such a dungeon, but who knew it really existed? Gollum's pride was hurt again. I had no idea. Even if it was a dungeon for low-level players, he was a navigator. Gollum wondered how he could not know something that an assassin across the ocean knew. In his younger days, he could even recite the names of dungeons from other servers. Rock, paper, scissors, huh? Let's give it a try, Gollum said, hiding his wounded pride. Gollum went up to the rainbow bridge first and approached the ghost. A symbol appeared above the ghost's head. Rock, paper, scissors? Ah, I lost. When the ghost lost the game, raindrops fell on its head. You have won at rock, paper, scissors. You may pass. 1/3. Gollum crossed to the other side and came back. Rock, paper, scissors? Ah, I lost. You have won at rock, paper, scissors. You may pass. 2/3. Rock, paper, scissors? Ah, I lost. You have won at rock, paper, scissors. You may pass. 3/3. You have acquired the achievement, 3 consecutive wins. 3 consecutive wins. You have a natural talent for rock, paper, scissors. You now feel happier for the next 3 hours and find joy in the smallest things. Gollum found this absurd. You have cleared the dungeon. Far off in the distance, a white door appeared. Heartwarming exit. It was a gate with no danger at all. Gollum approached the door and inspected it, but found no signs of danger. The paper sorcerer, Makendra, visited Lucia's bar. I cannot disclose information about our guests, Lucia said, but the last time I contacted him, he was staying here. All I can say is that the guest in room 302 left the room yesterday. I will give you 20 million dias for the information. I'm sorry. Makendra frowned. Normally, succubi running bars and inns loved money. They usually provided quite a bit of information for a fee, and 20 million dias was not a small sum. It seems she really doesn't know anything, Makendra thought. Obtaining any information from Lucia seemed difficult. Makendra started her own investigation and soon found traces of Cain. Cain, it's likely he died here, Makendra thought. This area was also very important to Makendra. It was the most likely location where Picasso's brush was hidden. That was why she had been particularly attentive to it and had sent her most trusted subordinate here. Wait a minute. Room 302. Makendra returned to Lucia. Her paper soldiers surrounded Lucia, pointing their paper spears at her. What is this about, Ms. Makendra? Lucia asked. Has room 302 checked out? Not yet? Then why are you repairing it? Was the fee I offered too low? Makendra took out a leather pouch containing 50 million dias and threw it in Lucia's face. Thud. The pouch hit Lucia, and golden coins scattered on the floor. I will buy information related to room 302. If it's good information, I will pay another 50 million dias. But first, kneel and pick up the coins with your mouth. Yes. Lucia knelt and did so. When she put the last coin into the pouch, Makendra spoke. Greedy succubus, you shouldn't have overstepped. A paper soldier's spear pierced Lucia's back. The chilling blade went through Lucia's back and came out of her abdomen. Thud, 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 thud. Spears from the surrounding paper soldiers pierced Lucia from multiple directions, and thick blood dripped down. Makendra stepped on her face. I said I would give it, but I didn't say anything about taking it back. Nov, L, B / JNN. Lucia's eyes had already lost focus. With her last strength, she reached out toward the leather pouch. And no, yes. Another spear pierced Lucia's neck. Even while dying, you're greedy for money. Truly a despicable race. Makendra read the records from the calendar on the wall of room 302. Gollum and 3 unknown players. They have discovered something. She did not know who the other 3 players were, but she knew who Gollum was. I need to track down Gollum. Makendra snapped her fingers, and the paper soldiers poured oil over Lucia's body and set her on fire. Lucia's bar and inn turned to ash, and Makendra released her paper soldiers to track down Gollum's whereabouts. For Gollum, it was a matter of pride. It was a battle to see whether he would be recognized as a true navigator or not. No, it was not just that. This is a battle to see who is the more competent navigator. Gollum had to acknowledge Jin Hyeok's keen perception. It had all started with a remark from Jin Hyeok. There are ghosts floating around the river, invisible to the eye. Similar to spirits, they are not easily noticeable, if not for their aura. It is a similar structure to before the gate was activated. Well, you must know this already, right? Oh, of course, I knew. Gollum had not seen what Jin Hyeok did. This was the first moment Gollum felt a sense of crisis. And exactly every 2 minutes and 18 seconds, the child on the rainbow bridge changes. Is it the soul that's changing? Feeling another sense of crisis, Gollum quickly added, no, the body changes too. If you look closely, the mole on the right wrist disappeared. The next ghost used the left arm for rock, paper, scissors. Before that, it was the right arm. The stripes on the clothes of the one who appeared this time are subtly different. Oh, I see. Jin Hyeok also admired Gollum's sharp observation. Gollum had pinpointed differences that average players would not have found easily. Maybe this is what it's like to be an alternative character of a great navigator, Jin Hyeok thought. A peculiar sense of competitive pride arose in him. Why do I want to beat him? Our jobs are completely different. Jin Hyeok had never felt this emotion toward Pathfinder or Mole Man. But strangely, he wanted to beat Gollum. Even though I am a streamer, I want to prove I am a better navigator than him. It was an odd feeling. And soon, Jin Hyeok realized why. Maybe it's because I think I can win against him. That seemed to be why his competitive spirit kept growing. Now that it had come to this, Jin Hyeok wanted to win. This was a soothing dungeon, after all. A madness only Jin Hyeok was unaware of flickered in his eyes. This is a competition. Jin Hyeok and Gollum were fiercely competing. Seo Jisoo whispered, I don't think this is considered soothing or therapeutic. This dungeon was supposed to be therapeutic and soothing. Jin Hyeok himself had mentioned it was therapeutic. Is that really therapeutic though? At this rate, one would wonder why Jin Hyeok had even bothered to bring along a navigator, as he was so earnest in exploring the dungeon himself. Gollum's eyes are about to pop out, Jisoo continued. It was not just Jin Hyeok. Both he and Gollum were busily scurrying around, conscious of each other, trying to find one more clue than the other. Why are a streamer and a navigator even competing to begin with? And how is it that the streamer is actually neck and neck with the navigator? It even seemed that the streamer had a slight edge in this competition. The streamer, Jin Hyeok, had been the one to discover that the area had some relation to spirits and that the child on the bridge changed every 2 minutes and 18 seconds. Seo Jia, who had been silent, also spoke up. I guess what is considered therapeutic differs for everyone. However, even she found it hard to understand Jin Hyeok and Gollum. Amid this, Jin Hyeok got a good idea and used his skill. Summon cute Ellie, Tada. His voice was loud enough to be heard across the entire field. Did he say the activation phrase so that Gollum could hear from far away? Jia asked with a deep sigh. Yes, Jisoo replied. Is it because he wants fair competition? Kind of like, I am going to use spirits, just letting you know. Probably. Not to be outdone, Gollum also shouted the name of his skill. Jin Hyeok and Gollum were smiling. Hey, where are you going? Jisoo asked. Jia was walking toward the rainbow bridge. Watching her sister's back, Jisoo said, if you want to play rock, paper, scissors, just say it. Still, it's cute. In the endless competition between the streamer and the navigator, the peaceful sound of rock, paper, scissors echoed. Rock, paper, scissors. According to Gollum's judgment, this place was somehow related to spirit power. That guy has the upper hand, he thought. Despite being a streamer, Kim Chulsoo was also a spirit mage and possessed the ability to control spirits. Yet, he seemed to have enough conscience not to use spirits. One ghost is floating above the river and has exceptionally strong spirit power. In his highly concentrated state, Gollum could discern a lot. Is it being somewhat ostracized among the ghosts? As Chulsoo had said, the child on the rainbow bridge would change precisely every 2 minutes and 18 seconds. This rule had been constant so far. But then, Chulsoo was summoning a spirit. Coward. It seemed that the nature of this dungeon had put Gollum at a disadvantage. However, Chulsoo appeared to be struggling with some issues. Serves him right. Whatever the problem was, Gollum did not care. Every minute and second were precious now. He had to discover the dungeon's secret first. Meanwhile, the two assassins seemed happy, enjoying a peaceful game of rock, paper, scissors. Rock, paper, scissors. Rock, paper, scissors. Rock, paper, scissors. Chulsu was still conversing with the summoned spirit, and Gollum realized something new. Winning at rock, paper, scissors is also a condition. The child ghost on the Rainbow Bridge kept winning. In other words, Jia kept losing. Hey, try to do better. Nov, L, B //JNN. Jia's face turned red with embarrassment. Even her usually calm eyes showed obsession and a competitive spirit. I won again. Hehe, the child shouted. Thanks to Jia's exceptional skills in rock, paper, scissors, Gollum could now understand what was going on. If a ghost keeps winning at the game, it doesn't switch to another. Gollum observed the Seo sisters closely. Jia demonstrated rock, paper, scissors skills with a near 0% win rate, and Jisoo was no different, though her win rate was slightly higher. Okay, I'm going to win again. Rock, paper, scissors? Ugh, so annoying. Gollum discovered a pattern. The ghosts, they are not peacefully waiting for their turn. This place was an arena of endless competition, and the same applied to the ghosts. They are also fiercely fighting to enjoy their turn at rock, paper, scissors. There was no order or peace. It was a world of fierce survival of the fittest. But the ghost with the strongest spirit power was unable to properly join in this competition. That was why Gollum had felt that this ghost was being ostracized by the others. It's being rejected. There had to be a reason the dungeon was set up this way. Then, the key is to bring out this outcast ghost to the rock, paper, scissors arena. Gollum had to find a way to do this before Chulsu. Although this was his alternative character, he could not afford to lose to Chulsu. I will find a way. Before you do, summon cute Ellie, Tada. From within the spirit gate, Elines revealed herself. However, she seemed a bit different than usual. With a pouty face and arms crossed, she would not even make eye contact with Jin Hyeok. Ellie, what's wrong? Ellie remained silent for a long time before abruptly turning her head away. Ellie is upset. Jin Hyeok, who had no experience in childcare, faced a crisis of sorts. He could not figure out why Ellie claimed to be upset. There was no discomfort when I summoned her. Spirits could refuse their summoner's call, and if the summoning failed, it would cause considerable discomfort to the summoner. In severe cases, it could lead to nausea and vomiting multiple times. However, Jin Hyeok had sensed no such feeling when summoning Ellie. The spirit gate is sparkling so brightly. Doesn't that mean Ellie was waiting for this summoning? She must have been excited about it, so why is she acting like this? Then, Jin Hyeok realized something. I haven't summoned her for too long. Ellie was at an age of rapid growth. Full of curiosity and energy, she needed to gain a variety of experiences and training. However, it seemed Jin Hyeok had left her in the peaceful spirit realm for too long. I'm sorry, Ellie. Indeed, a fire spirit of her age should be creating objects like fire arrows to shoot at monsters like centaurs. Jin Hyeok had been thoughtless. He resolved to summon Ellie next time in a place where powerful monsters appeared. Ellie's face turned red at Jin Hyeok's apology. Ellie is still upset. I will definitely summon you next time. Ellie doesn't trust you. Ellie was lonely. Although she said that, her expression gradually became better. After looking at her, Jin Hyeok became a bit more confident that she was about to forgive him. He said, you are not alone. Let's play together next time. Play. Yes, let's try some intense play in a hidden dungeon. Ellie did not quite understand the concept of a hidden dungeon, but it seemed like a good idea. All she wanted was to spend time with Jin Hyeok. She wanted to ask if she could play every day, but she felt that it would annoy him, so she chose different words out of a bit of fear. Often. Yes, often. Ellie did not really understand what a hidden dungeon or intense play meant, but the fact that she could meet her summoner more often made her heart lighten. Small, colorful flames burst with a pop above her head. Ellie, do you see the many ghosts floating above the water? Yes, I see them. Anything unusual? Ellie put her little finger to her chin, pondering it, and then noticed something. There is a kid with spirit power there. Ellie instinctively felt it upon seeing that ghost. It's being bullied by the others. Bullied. The other ghosts are creep blocking it. Do you even know what creep blocking means? Yes? It means blocking the way. What in the world is Alkinus teaching his kid? For a moment, Jin Hyeok was startled. I feel like I'm turning into her parent. This was the first time he had felt this way while playing, and the feeling was unfamiliar. Just looking at Ellie made his heart soften, a feeling hard for Jin Hyeok to understand. He figured out the reason this was happening. Parenting content is popular these days. Videos involving parenting content had been popular and in solid demand for a long time. As a streamer, this was an opportunity for him to expand his content scope. So that's why I'm feeling this way. It was because he had discovered another opportunity as a streamer. Yes, that was why he felt this way. I want to help that ghost, Ellie said. You want to help? Friends should get along. Bullying is bad. It's not okay. Jin Hyeok felt immensely proud of Ellie. It seemed the child was growing up well. Without him noticing it, his voice became more tender. So, what should we do? Being a spirit, Ellie was very sensitive to the surrounding energy. So, she noticed Jin Hyeok's tenderness, which made her feel much better and more spirited. Ellie will help, she said. You think you can help it? Of course. Easy peasy. Jin Hyeok found it hard to guess what era Ellie was from just from her words. While you were talking with the spirit, I explored hundreds of methods, Gollum thought. He had devised numerous hypotheses and run simulations in his mind. 17 types of wildflowers are growing in this field. Out of these 17 types, 4 showed a unique reaction to ghosts. Mixing these in the right amount and sequence and crushing them in a mortar would produce a special liquid. And then, using the principle of single-volume mana amplification theory to amplify it, Golem's calculations were already complete. And then by liquefying the gas and then evenly spraying it with this specially made sprayer, the ghost's true forms will be revealed. He approached Jin Hyok. This was a task that required immense capability as a navigator, and he was confident that a streamer merely pretending to be a navigator could not mimic it. So, if we draw the mana circuit like this, it will look like this, and then we can use physical force. In other words, we can create a foundation to lead that ghost with exceptional spirit power to the rock-paper-scissors arena, Golem said to Jin Hyok. What the hell are you talking about? It all seemed gibberish to Jin Hyok. He said, just bring it over. Right beside Ellie, the ghost was holding her hand, tears streaming from its eyes. He caught a ghost. Golem was at a loss for words. Why are you not saying anything? So, the principle of single-volume mana amplification isn't just bringing the ghost here easier. An indescribable sense of defeat engulfed Golem. To capture a being with such spirit power by hand, one must also have extraordinary spirit power. You mean a being like the daughter of the Spirit King, right? You made a contract with the daughter of the Spirit King. There's a video of the contract on my channel. Feel free to watch it. Don't forget to like and subscribe. At that moment, Ellie shouted, you guys are bad. Friends should play nicely together. The ghosts scattered in fear. On the Rainbow Bridge, the game of rock, paper, scissors was in full swing. Rock, paper, scissors? Yay, I won. How do you like my rock, paper, scissors skill? Jisoo said. Just then, 2 minutes and 18 seconds had passed. The ghost beside Ellie slapped her hand away and quickly flew to sit on the Rainbow Bridge. Ow. Ellie's hand turned red. Jin Hyok felt a surge of irritation but suppressed it with superhuman patience. This was part of the play, and it was natural to get injured while playing. Are you okay? I'm okay, hee hee. Ellie rubbed her hand while watching the ghost fly away to play rock paper scissors with fond eyes. This time, Jia stepped forward, and Jisoo cheered her on with a serious expression. Uni, you can do it. Of course. With a very serious attitude, Jia played rock paper scissors and ended up losing 7 times in a row. Meanwhile, Golem and Jin Hyok simultaneously realized something. Jia, keep losing. Hey, assassin. You have to keep losing. I said it 0.02 seconds faster. That's because your phrase was 3 words shorter. You said 4 words, and I said 7. Golem thought. However, he did not argue over it. Arguing would have been akin to admitting defeat. Meanwhile, the ghost that won 7 times in a row had grown a bit bigger. Rock, paper, scissors. After the ghost won 12 consecutive times, a black mist began to rise from behind it. The ghost had grown to a size comparable to Jia's. 329 matches, 328 losses. Rock, paper, scissors. Jia murmured. After 17 consecutive wins, the ghost began to materialize more distinctly. Horns appeared on its head. After 21 consecutive victories, the ghost fully materialized, and black wings appeared on its back. Its eyes had turned blood red. 338 matches, 337 losses. Rock, paper, scissors. Rock, paper, scissors. The ghost's voice had also become much deeper, and the rainbow bridge of 7 colors had turned black. Incidentally, Jia, who was solely focused on the game, did not notice any of these changes. One creep blocking is a gaming term when a player physically blocks their creep's path to achieve a specific goal. In this context, the term is being used as slang for simply blocking someone's path, which is what the ghosts are essentially doing. The condition for the hidden achievement, impossible condition, has been satisfied. A boss monster is about to be spawned. The clear sky turned overcast with dark clouds. The clouds completely obscured the warm sunlight, and the river water quickly overflowed, threatening to engulf the rainbow bridge, which had now turned black. Seo Jisoo quickly moved to pull her sister into her arms and went back down the bridge. Uni, snap out of it. What are you doing? Rock, paper, scissors. Seo Jia was half out of her senses. Golem felt an instinctive fear. That ghost is undergoing demonization. He wanted to stop the process, but it was too late. It's at least a mid-tier demon. It could even possess power comparable to that of a high-tier demon. Golem had already felt that something was hidden in this dungeon, but I had suspected there would be another dungeon within the dungeon. However, it was an irregular boss monster instead. What kind of crazy bastard put such a powerful boss monster here? Although such a monster spawning naturally wasn't impossible, Golem's intuition told him otherwise. This demon had forcibly been inserted in this dungeon by the GMS of this area, along with all sorts of difficult conditions. This is not something 1 or 2 GMS could do. It seemed all of the GMS from the city had worked on this. That monster is at least level 180, in the worst case, around 220. They had almost no way to confront it with their current strength. A direct fight would naturally lead to annihilation, but Golem had confidence in his abilities. Even though I came here as an alternative character, I can't let my party members die like this. He had to show Kim Chul-soo the power of a great navigator. A party led by a great navigator would survive even in the most dangerous places. A great navigator was a navigator who created miracles. Activate Agony for the best choice. You have activated the skill, Agony for the best choice. The appearance of the boss monster is delayed for 7 minutes. The stream that had now become like a river due to the rapids became still. It was as if time in the dungeon had frozen. The world was dyed in shades of ash, and only the players retained their colors. Gollum stood in front of Jin Hyok with a serious expression. Listen, I have paused time with my skill. Now, we have about 6 minutes and 30 seconds left. We either fight or run. There is an exit over there, so running away is possible. Did you use such a grand skill just to tell me something so obvious? That monster is at minimum level 180. It could even be a high-tier demon over level 200. There is no chance in a direct confrontation. What about a method other than a direct confrontation? Jin Hyok replied. Have you ever killed a demon before? Jin Hyok nodded. Fortunately, he had encountered and killed a demon in the tutorial field. Was it a named demon? It sure was. Jin Hyok opened his achievement window to check. Exorcism. You have defeated the demon Ibli Kessel. Your resistance to demonic power has increased by 55%. You defeated a named demon. Gollum asked. I was lucky back then. Jin Hyok had not expected the tutorial field to have a named demon either. At that time, he had not placed much importance on the achievement he had gained from defeating the demon, Exorcism. The achievement was not that important in itself, rather, it was significant as the start of the hidden job great hero. Then that's good news. We might actually be able to defeat this demon. The Exorcism achievement has a hidden trait. It gives you much greater power when facing a demon far superior to yourself. The system understates it as an increase in demonic power resistance, Gollum said. It does mention an increase in resistance to demonic power. If you've acquired the achievement at your level, that means, Gollum had numerous data and experiences on the subject. Around 20%. It says 55% actually. What? Gollum's understanding of the subject was shattered. At that level, and only having exorcised one named demon, no player could acquire the Exorcism achievement with 55% demonic power resistance. Is that good? Jin Hyok asked. Well, it's quite decent. Gollum barely hid his astonishment and continued. The achievement boosts your defensive stats. Since your command on your broadcaster's barrier is quite good, you can focus entirely on defense. There's one thing you don't know. I have the strongest defensive mystery. Even though he said that, Jin Hyok did not actually think it was the strongest. This was just one of the corny lines he had prepared for his later videos. Defensive mystery. Yeah, it's called Phantom Swordswoman. Gollum tilted his head in confusion. He had experienced the Phantom Swordswoman mystery a few times before, but the mystery was closer to a physical manifestation of a Phantom-class offensive mystery rather than a defensive one. Although Gollum did not understand that, with little time left, he continued. Fortunately, demons have clear weaknesses. They are strong, but if you exploit their weaknesses well, you can defeat them. Are you talking about their horns? Yes, the horns. With this demon having 2 of them, we can definitely defeat it, Gollum replied. Gollum performed numerous analyses as a navigator. Listen. First, the demon is definitely a boss monster forced in by the GMS, probably prepared since the open beta through numerous processes. In such cases, one of 2 things is true. Either something as precious as a server-grade item is hidden here, or it is connected to a city-level scenario. Anyway, that's for later. The important thing is that the demon is very troublesome. It must be hit with 21 critical hits to be killed. But you need to keep the demon's aggro on you between the critical hits. The aggro won't switch as long as you hit it with above 2/3 of the critical hit damage. Gollum continued, observing the frozen demon. There is a snake symbol on its left chest, but I wouldn't advise touching it. It's like a dragon's sensitive point. Best to avoid that area. Nov. L. B //JNN. There were only 2 minutes left. The demon is currently sitting in the center of the bridge. The rapids are flowing at 2 meters per second. The wind is a southeast breeze. The sun's brightness is about 6000 K, though it is obscured by the clouds now. The temperature is 28 degrees Celsius. With this area, the simple dungeon constant value is. So, if you calculate these conditions with the first dungeon equation, Gollum kept talking. Jin Hyok frowned. Why is he doing such inefficient calculations? For Jin Hyok, things like dungeon constants and dungeon equations were not at all important. What mattered was how to deal with the demon. Don't navigators usually not do this? Jin Hyok asked. Usually, they just give me the conclusion. Gollum's face reddened a bit, but he shamelessly continued. We need to attack the demon at least 3 times per second. 3 times with bladed weapons, twice with blunt weapons, and again 4 times with bladed weapons. I'll tell you the rest later. In the meantime, Jia had come to her senses. She and her sister intently listened to Gollum's words. I'll decide your positions. Remember, it's a high-tier demon. A single mistake can lead to the worst outcome. The boss monster, Dermian Metadum, has spawned. Muahahaha. Suddenly, a storm raged, and purple lightning struck from the sky. Gollum raised his right arm, a sign for Jia to attack. Huh. Gollum was surprised. Jia had not moved. He raised his left arm, a sign for Jisoo to attack. What are you guys doing? Both Jia and Jisoo ignored Gollum, and Jin Hyok left the position Gollum had assigned him. You idiots! Did you even listen to anything I've told you? The navigator shouted. The GMS of the Dutch region, specifically Gaiathorn, visited Sidamungu in the Seoul region in a hurry to find Keel. Keel was so thrilled to see them. Serves you right, you bastards. Keel hated all his colleagues. Starting with Serchin, his superior and a workaholic, he had come to dislike all his colleagues around him. For him, this was almost a natural progression. Why? You made a fuss about me not being able to manage the server, and now you've come here. Keel said. I have never said that. But if I search my name on the company bulletin board, it's nothing but insults. The bulletin board was filled with comments saying that the birth of a monster like Chulsu was the fault of the Sitamungu GMS, who had failed at balancing the play. Someone had to take the blame, and it had long been the GMS of Sitamungu. Why are you guys in a hurry? Are there some server-grade items hidden there? I cannot disclose that as it is confidential departmental information. Keel, we must stop Chulsu. Wouldn't the failure in balance adjustment be enough just for the Korean region? Why the hell are they keep saying that we've failed at balancing the play? It's not my fault that Chulsu is a monster. Keel almost shouted that, but he felt pleased. Yeah, I'm just going to let them sweat it out. Once Chulsu goes on a rampage, no one can stop him. You said there is a high-tier demon there, right? Even Chulsu can't beat a high-tier demon. Why worry when he will just end up buried there? Keel said with a faint look of regret. The faces of the Gaiathorn GMS brightened. I see. So that's what they wanted to hear. In other words, they needed Keel's confirmation on whether Chulsu had any more hidden cards up his sleeves. Even so, Chulsu always exceeds my expectations and imagination. As a GM, I think it is best to use the maximum authority to ensure the strongest demon comes out. Every time I think it's enough, Chulsu always overcomes it. Of course, this would require a significant budget, but that was not Keel's concern. After parting with the Gaiathorn GMS, Keel immediately went to Wang Yumi. Can you send a secret message to Chulsu? Of course, I can. He is not live streaming right now, so there is a limit on how many words per message and how many times I can send it. Send a message saying that the difficulty of the dungeon has been raised to the highest. They increased the difficulty? Why? Since they increased the difficulty, they have to put something in return. Keel smiled. The higher the difficulty, the greater the reward. The more the GMS forcibly intervened, the greater the reward would be. Also, tell him there is a strange code on the exit gate. It's something that was not noticed before. I don't know what the code is, but it will be helpful either way. Jin Hyeok checked Yumi's messages while talking with Gollum. Due to the character limit, the content was heavily simplified. 1 Gaiathorn GMS rightward arrow difficulty adjustment rightward arrow big rewards. 2 exit gate strange code rightward arrow not normal. Jin Hyeok made up his mind. Gollum had been rambling on, but Jin Hyeok had not really listened to him. Jin Hyeok gestured to Jia and Jisoo to stay put. How absorbed in his own talk can he be not to notice me signaling the Seo sisters? This was a disqualification for a navigator. Jin Hyeok could not understand why Gollum was so distracted, talking so pretentiously and for so long. What are you doing? Gollum was in a hurry. Against all odds, a high-tier demon of over level 200 had appeared. Moreover, Jin Hyeok, who should have been focused on defending against the demon, had left his position. You idiots! Did you even listen to anything I've told you? Gollum shouted. Everything seemed to be falling apart. There was no chance of winning now. I can't die here, Gollum thought. He planned to escape alone. Even an outstanding navigator could not save party members who would not listen. Jin Hyeok smiled. What's important about dungeon constants and equations? Killing it is what matters. Meanwhile, the demon Dermian Metadum smirked as it walked over the water. Welcome. You all look quite tasty. Allow me to offer a simple greeting. Flash. A purple lightning bolt struck down from the sky. Jin Hyeok used his broadcaster's barrier to block the lightning. Thanks to his resistance to demonic power, he managed to fend it off. Jin Hyeok smirked too. 21 critical hits? That's not important. Why do you think 21 attacks are necessary? It's because those are weak attacks, he said. What? One strong attack can finish it. What the hell are you talking about? How can that be true? Asked Gollum. Jin Hyeok took out an item from his inventory. I've won again, Gollum. Jin Hyeok had taken out the Spirit Stone of Alcinous, having already thought of how to present the scene to his viewers. Let's set an editing point here and bring in a scene from the past. Although he was not live streaming right now, he played as if he were. He visualized displaying a very short clip from the past. This item serves as a medium to summon me once, even without a contract. Call upon me if you face insurmountable challenges. Alright, I can use this clip. Jin Hyeok had learned something from watching Gollum. Even if someone was his subscriber, it wasn't a certainty that they had watched all his videos. It seems like Gollum has not watched my videos related to Alcinous. He doesn't even know about the contract with Ellie. Jin Hyeok realized he had to add more explanations to his videos. It seemed like the duty of a streamer for the subscribers. I guess I need to break this in order to activate it. Crack. You have activated the Spirit Stone of Alcinous. Fierce fire energy enveloped the entire dungeon, making the dungeon feel like a world of fire. Jin Hyeok relaxed, savoring the world of blazing flames. Whether it's the Thunder Dragon or the Spirit King, their entrance looks really cool. He wished he could make such a cool entrance too, feeling a bit disappointed in himself. However, a minor problem occurred. It's too hot. Small blisters formed on Seo Jisoo's skin. Her face turned so red it seemed like it would melt right away. Oh, this won't do. Seo Jia was in a similar situation, though she didn't display her struggles. Due to the powerful spirit energy, the demon just tensely watched the situation, which gave Jin Hyuk some breathing space. I think I need to throw them to the side. Jin Hyuk first picked up Jisoo. She was much lighter than he thought. If I throw her like a shot put, she should be safe. Before Jin Hyuk's regression, Kim Jong-hyen used to do this often to help his party members escape. Back then, Jin Hyuk had been thrown a lot and had seen people being thrown. I just need to do exactly as Jong-hyen used to. Fortunately, the Seo sisters were light and agile, so throwing them was probably not difficult. Hurry up and get out. He threw Jisoo. Whoosh. She flew better than he thought, which was satisfying. If I put this in my video, it would probably get good views. I should edit it and turn it into a short video, with the title Flying Twins. That would be fun. Jia, you get out too. Since they were twins, they had similar weights. The difference this time was that, having seen Jisoo first, Jia put in extra effort by twisting her body and adding rotational force to fly further. This made Jin Hyuk almost proud to death. The Seo sisters glanced over at the gate. They seemed to be having a brief conversation, probably discussing whether it was okay for them to leave like this. Jin Hyuk thought it would be more helpful for him if they just left quickly. He decided to scold them about this later. It's a good thing that the demon is scared right now. If it hadn't, one of them would have died. The overwhelmed demon just stood there. The next moment, a high pillar of fire rose, breaking the blackened bridge. Then, Alkinous's voice rang out. Did you call for me? Your entrance is late and kind of overdramatic. Jin Hyuk knew Alkinous could have appeared quickly if he wanted. The demon probably also knew this, which was why it had been so tense. Well, I understand. Alkinous's daughter was here. Jin Hyuk fully understood a father's desire to look cool in front of his daughter. Why did you call me? Do you see him? Jin Hyuk asked. The demon. It said some terrible things about Ellie. Holy. Firebolts do exist. It was the first time Jin Hyuk had seen real firebolts, having only heard of them before. Thousands of firebolts struck down. It said something about how Ellie looks tasty because she is full of spirit energy. Jin Hyuk did not even give the demon a chance to explain itself. This unforgivable scum. In front of the enraged spirit king of fire, the high-tier demon was just as strong as a speck of dust, and it did turn into dust in the end. It was an absurdly anticlimactic end. Jin Hyuk looked toward Gollum, wearing a triumphant smile. See? I told you I could kill it in one hit. The spirit energy residing in the spirit stone was exhausted, and Alkinous returned to the spirit realm with Elene's. Gollum collapsed with a sour expression. You won. Inside the Bridge of Agony dungeon, this navigator had no choice but to recognize Jin Hyuk's victory. Technique becomes meaningless in the face of overwhelming power. Intricate calculations? Complex formulas? Analysis of various factors? All of these were meaningless. They were nothing compared to just doing it because it works. You have defeated the high-tier demon, Derminane Metadum. You have successfully defeated the boss monster. Moreover, Jin Hyuk had defeated the demon all by himself. Could this be an all-clear? Gollum gulped. He had experienced all-clears several times with his main character, but never with his alternative character Gollum. His heart fluttered at the thought of acquiring it. Unfortunately, no all-clear notification came. You have acquired the major achievement, Demon Hunter. Gollum settled for the major achievement. Would you like to register your major achievement in the Hall of Fame? After registering the major achievement in the Hall of Fame, Gollum approached Jin Hyuk. I got the Demon Hunter achievement, what about you? Well, Jin Hyuk pondered his reply for a moment. He did not like the name of the achievement he had acquired. One-shotting demons is the best. Why? What is it? You must have gotten something better than me, Gollum said. The name is a bit off. The name. Gollum tilted his head in confusion and then suddenly remembered something. Don't you mean, one-shotting demons is the best? That one? Seriously? Oh, you know this achievement? Jin Hyuk asked. Gollum could not speak for a moment. You really acquired that achievement? Yeah, it's a shame the name doesn't sound cool. Should I tell him or not? Gollum contemplated the question for a moment. He recalled the intense moments of competition he had shared with Jin Hyuk. To him, Jin Hyuk was a remarkably good competitor and rival. Even as a streamer, Jin Hyuk had the skills to make a navigator sweat. I think we had some good moments competing with each other, so I will tell you a secret, Gollum said. A secret? Are you not going to register this achievement in the Hall of Fame too? As far as Gollum knew, Jin Hyuk did not register achievements in the Hall of Fame. Jin Hyuk slightly furrowed his brow. Didn't you watch my recent videos? I have started registering my achievements in the Hall of Fame now. So, you are going to register? Of course. But why do you ask? Do you know a player named Zoro? Zoro. Jin Hyuk did know him. Zoro was a player from the Outl server. He was one of the owners of Rule Breaker and a swordsman who had given Jin Hyuk a bitter defeat before Jin Hyuk's regression. That Zoro had the same achievement as the one you just acquired. Thanks to you, I now know how to acquire it. By finding and analyzing the commonalities between Zoro and Jin Hyuk, Gollum clearly understood the conditions to acquire the one-shotting demons is the best achievement. Nov. L. B //JNN. So, to acquire this achievement, you must successfully subdue a named demon in a lower-level dungeon and then one-shot a significantly stronger demon. No wonder only 2 players in the entire universe possess it. Is that a good thing? Jin Hyuk asked. Zoro is insane. Why are you saying that all of a sudden? For some major achievements, registering them in the Hall of Fame requires a donation. This was a well-known fact. However, donations were usually rare. But the donations don't really change anything. They are mostly used for GM's end-of-the-year parties, generally. Do you enjoy beating around the bush? Just get to the point, Jin Hyeok said. You can make a donation when registering the one-shotting demons is the best achievement. By the way, Zoro, that crazy guy, poured all his dios from his inventory as a donation. He said that is what a real man does. Jin Hyeok had about 15 billion dios in his inventory. He had taken out some dios from his donation to pay Golem's daily wage. I don't know what the condition is. Whether you need to use all the amount in the inventory or the 80 million dios that were Zoro's entire fortune. I don't know which one is correct. Anyway, Zoro succeeded in upgrading the major achievement effect through that. The name of the achievement itself changed upon registration. You mean the instant kill achievement? Yes, instant kill. Jin Hyeok unwittingly opened his mouth wide. Amused by his reaction, Golem seemed quite pleased. You seem to know about instant kill. Of course, I know. It's an achievement with a brutally strong effect. Everyone hates going against that achievement. Instant kill was an achievement that could indiscriminately trigger critical hits on the opponent. The danger of that one fatal, unpredictable hit meant the opponent had to be constantly cautious. I remember losing a lot of stamina being cautious of that, Jin Hyeok thought. It was like a nuclear weapon in terms of Earth civilization. Having instant kill was akin to possessing a nuclear weapon. You speak of it as if you have experienced it. Golem said. Or so I've heard. There are a lot of stories about it. Jin Hyeok did not hesitate. I should make a donation. How much are you planning to donate? Roughly a little over 15 billion. What? You said you are not taking money from me anyway, right? Jin Hyeok smiled. The money that Jin Hyeok was planning on paying Golem was essentially the same amount. Jin Hyeok had no regret in spending 15 billion dios on the donation. Instant kill. After a treacherous journey, a great power was obtained. Holder of the major achievement, strike your enemy with the power of instant kill. Achievement effect, 7% chance to activate instant kill. Jin Hyeok looked at the achievement with a dazed expression. Never in his dreams had he thought he would possess instant kill. This single achievement could be more useful than leveling up dozens of times. Checking the Hall of Fame, Golem smirked. You got it. Instant kill. Yeah. Golem chuckled for a long time. See, miracles do happen when I am the navigator? Ha ha ha. As a navigator, Golem seemed to have regained his confidence after falling behind in the competition with Jin Hyeok. Can you share the achievement effect with me? Golem asked. Are you crazy? To share this? Golem did not give up and tried his best to get information out of Jin Hyeok. I know it's applied at a certain percentage. Just say up or down when I tell you what I think the percentage is. Go ahead. From what he said, it seemed like Jin Hyeok could roughly guess the activation percentage of Zoro's instant kill. Golem looked at him several times before speaking. About 0.7%. Jin Hyeok almost choked in shock. Golem's words and way of speaking implied that Zoro's instant kill probability was also around 0.7%. It's higher than that? Higher than 0.7%. Golem was stunned. Jin Hyeok wondered if Zoro's instant kill chance was much lower than this. Then, on second thought, he felt a bit aggrieved. If the probability was less than 0.7%, he could have fought Zoro without being cautious in his previous life. Thinking about how much stamina I lost for being cautious of instant kill is infuriating. If I had not been mindful of instant kill, I could have won. I should fight him again later. Jin Hyeok thought he could win against Zoro if he reached around level 200. The thought made his heart race. If he could now defeat an opponent he could not beat before his regression, it would mean that he had grown. Golem was quite satisfied with himself. He seemed to think that he had a part in Jin Hyeok acquiring a major achievement and even obtaining the instant kill achievement through his guidance. Well, I'll just let him be. There was some truth to it being thanks to Golem. Jin Hyeok had to acknowledge what was due. Golem, feeling quite elated, continued, but you know, I think something more is hidden here. You just realized that. What? Golem flinched and cautiously asked, do you feel something? That gate. Doesn't that look a bit strange? Jin Hyeok did not even know what was strange about it. He had just received a message from Wang Yumi. 2 exit gate strange code rightward arrow not normal. Finding out what was strange was Golem's job. While Golem was thoroughly examining the exit, Jin Hyeok was lost in his own thoughts, focused on the first secret message from Wang Yumi. 1 Gaiathorn GMS rightward arrow difficulty adjustment rightward arrow big rewards. The phrase big rewards seemed a bit ambiguous. Jin Hyeok had acquired a rare and excellent achievement like instant kill in this dungeon, but that was only because he had spent 15 billion dios after taking down a high-tier demon in one hit. It wasn't something he had earned thanks to the GMS. Jin Hyeok smirked. The big reward probably refers to Picasso's brush. Moreover, Golem, who was burning with passion, was sure to eventually discover what was hidden in the gate by drawing out his potential. I've found it, shouted Golem, with his few remaining strands of hair fluttering. This exit is not just a simple exit. There he goes again, stating the obvious. I should just start calling him Mr. Obvious. If the settings of the gate are tweaked a bit, it transforms into an entrance to another dungeon. Do you know how to tweak it, Kim Chulsu? He approached Jin Hyeok with a triumphant look. Jin Hyuk shook his head. I don't. Then, I win in this competition. Sure. Why are you admitting defeat so easily? Why does he seem dissatisfied even when I agree with him? If I hadn't agreed, he would have complained about that too. Maybe he is not Mr. Obvious, but Mr. Complainer. It must be nice for a navigator to beat a streamer, Jin Hyuk said. Oh, right. You are a streamer. So, you lost this one. And no, I can't agree with that. Gollum seemed like a great navigator as his main character, but his alternative one had been a bit mediocre. Jin Hyuk had a feeling that this could be their last play together. After some time, Gollum clapped his hands. Miraculously, the name of the gate changed. Agony of the Art-Obsessed Dungeon, locked. Gollum continued with pride, my prediction of this dungeon having an inner dungeon was correct. I'm sure you know about inner dungeons. It's a dungeon within a dungeon. Mr. Obvious started explaining again, about how inner dungeons were rare, much more difficult, and so on. It was all uninteresting information that Jin Hyuk already knew, but he calmly listened anyway. Go ahead. Keep talking. The more Gollum rambled, the more content Jin Hyuk could gather for his live stream. Jin Hyuk hoped at least 1 in 10 of Gollum's words could be useful. The rest of the unneeded rambling didn't bother him, as he had a competent editor who would be dealing with that. So, if we unlock this, we can enter the inner dungeon, Gollum said. So, we can't enter it now, right? Jin Hyuk asked. Right. To unlock it, we need a few things. And we start looking for them now. Yes. We're solving this really fast. Jin Hyuk shook his head in disbelief. He wanted to tell Gollum to bring his main character's standards. Why is he bringing such low standards and making a fuss about being great? Move aside, Jin Hyuk said. Why? Let's unlock it quickly. Wait, I can unlock it in no time, just. Jin Hyuk used his unleashing technique. With that skill, unlocking something like this was easy. As expected, he unlocked it without much effort. You have the unleashing technique? Gollum asked. Wait, you don't. The more they talked, the stranger Gollum's standards seemed. Shouldn't a remarkable navigator have at least one unlocking skill? Now that Jin Hyuk thought about it, Han Seirin and Mole Man probably did not have one either. No way, they must have something. They probably did not have the exact unleashing technique but something similar. What kind of navigator are you without the unleashing technique? Jin Hyuk's genuine thoughts slipped out. Are you serious? Agony of the Art-Obsessed was a labyrinth-type dungeon. It's going to be disorienting, so I recommend keeping your eyes closed, Gollum said. It felt as if multicolored fireworks were irregularly bursting all around. High-pitched, unpleasant sounds intermittently echoed in the dungeon, and it seemed as though the world was spinning. It appears to be a dungeon that embodies the psyche of a mad artist. That seems about right. Just when Jin Hyuk thought he was walking straight, he would suddenly find himself upside down, and even though he was sure he was moving forward, he would be walking backward. The colors of the walls also kept changing wildly, sometimes red, sometimes blue. As if he were expecting this, Gollum asked Jin Hyuk, feeling dizzy. Hashtag say you're dizzy. Hashtag you are dizzy. Hashtag but. Hashtag I might be a bit dizzy too. Gollum's status made it seem that he was boasting about how he was not dizzy and Jin Hyuk was weak because he was. The navigator's standards really seemed off. If I get dizzy this easily, I shouldn't even be a streamer, Jin Hyuk said. A streamer. Hashtag not a navigator. Yeah, streamers must maintain composure and lead the live stream in any situation. That's true n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. Hashtag his standards. Hashtag are crazy. Hashtag like Zorro. Gollum seemed to agree outwardly, but his mind was obviously elsewhere. This is why I can't turn off broadcasters' clairvoyance. Claiming to be the second best at navigating labyrinth-type dungeons in the universe, Gollum led the way. After about 30 minutes, a door appeared in the distance. No exit from the artist's agony, locked. Next to the door lay a shining steel box. Box containing a key. Gollum boasted again. I anticipated this. It's a common pattern in inner dungeons. Often, both the entrance and the exit have similar mechanisms. So, I figured this exit had a similar mechanism as that of the entrance. And it would also be locked. Want to know how that box ended up here? As Jin Hyuk nodded, Gollum went on with his explanations. Remember the continuous red and blue lights on the walls? The wavelength of the blue light is about 450 nanometers, and the red light is around 650 nanometers. These wavelengths, combined with the dungeon coefficient, and calculating, using the simple trigonometric addition formulas, the tangent of alpha plus beta equals the tangent of alpha plus the tangent of beta divided by 1 minus the product of the tangents of alpha and beta, and so, we set our path, and, that is how I managed to tweak the setting to summon the box right next to the door. Jin Hyuk did not understand a word, but he realized one important thing. This is so boring. No viewer in the world would want to listen to such an explanation for long. No matter how it was edited, this would make for a dull video. The best editing would be to cut it entirely or speed it up by 32 times and just skim through it. What's inside the box? Jin Hyuk asked. Probably a key to get out of here. Genuinely curious now, Jin Hyuk asked again, but why doesn't it open? What? We need to open it to get the key, right? Isn't summoning it here enough? Jin Hyuk asked again, sincerely, are you satisfied with just this? And you call yourself the great navigator? Are you satisfied with just this? Gollum was not upset by this question. Jin Hyeok's words were sincere, and sincerity usually resonated within Gollum. I have lost my passion, the navigator thought. When he was playing with his main character, it was never like this. No matter what achievement he attained, his thirst for more never quenched. Back then, he did not know what satisfaction was as he always aimed higher. I've been too lenient with this alternative character. Gollum felt like he was finally seeing the essence of his play. He suddenly felt ashamed of having lost his passion. Do you think you can unlock this box with your unleashing technique? You have activated the mystery, unleashing technique, ... A green light enveloped the box, and the box began to tremble slightly. However, there was no noticeable change. You have activated the mystery, unleashing technique, ... You have activated the mystery, unleashing technique, ... Jin Hyeok repeatedly used the mystery. Gollum watched him, spellbound, then finally asked, so the unleashing technique is a mystery, right? Right. Disturbed, Jin Hyeok frowned. I almost lost my mind there, Jin Hyeok thought. Regaining his senses, he realized he had overexerted himself. He was so focused on using the unleashing technique continuously that he did not notice the strain on his body. Well, I guess he stopped me at the right time. Wait, no. If I had kept going and collapsed here, it would have been perfect content for my LTube channel. Why are you rudely interrupting my concentration? Jin Hyeok yelled. Do you know that normally, you can use the unleashing technique only 2 or 3 times in a row? I didn't know that. Even if you have a trait like Imperial Resilience, you can only use the unleashing technique around 4 times. And if you use it repeatedly like you just did, you can't maintain your sanity. You would go insane. What are you talking about? Although Jin Hyeok was sweating profusely, his body temperature was dropping significantly, he was gasping for breath, and his mouth was dry. He believed his sanity was still intact. He said, I'm fine. Normally, you would go insane. Gollum frowned. But maybe you're okay because you are already insane. Jin Hyeok successfully opened the box after using the unleashing technique some more times. You have unlocked the box containing a key. The steel box opened, revealing a golden key. This must be what we need to use. No exit from the artist's agony. Locked. He inserted the key into the keyhole and turned it. Click. You have opened the no exit from the artist's agony. As the locked sign disappeared, the name itself changed. There is an exit from the artist's agony. It looks like this is the way out. Yeah. Gollum followed Jin Hyeok with a sense of deep inferiority, unable to assert his role as a navigator. He acknowledged Jin Hyeok in his mind. He is the true navigator. Notifications soon began to follow. You have cleared the dungeons, Bridge of Agony, Agony of the Art Obsessed. You have acquired the achievement, All Clear, Bridge of Agony, Agony of the Art Obsessed. Gollum was surprised and moved. His skill, automatic recording, had deciphered the conditions for the All Clear and transcribed them onto parchment. Solo killing the boss monster, clearing the inner dungeon, and intervention by the GMS. These 3 elements were the conditions for the All Clear. Whether by luck or misfortune, the GMS had heavily intervened in this dungeon. Gollum had now attained an All Clear with his alternative character as well. Jin Hyeok was equally delighted. He immediately checked the achievement. All Clear, Bridge of Agony, Agony of the Art Obsessed. An achievement given to those who all clear the Bridge of Agony, Agony of the Art Obsessed dungeons. 1. Mark of the All Clearer, on activation, appears on right wrist. The achievement bearer will not be attacked by the monsters of the Bridge of Agony, Agony of the Art Obsessed dungeons. The achievement bearer will receive a significant boost in all experience gained in the Bridge of Agony, Agony of the Art Obsessed dungeons. 2. Agony of the Artist. The achievement bearer can enhance their mystery through meditation. The mystery to be enhanced must contain artistic elements. Gollum was surprised once again. You've already finished meditating. Meditation was essential for enhancing a mystery, and Jin Hyeok had already completed it. It was a speed of meditation that Gollum had never seen before. Jin Hyeok nonchalantly commented, to be a proper streamer, you need to multitask. Meditation required intense concentration, so multitasking alongside it was not possible, but Jin Hyeok could finish it quickly. The day he could multitask even during meditation, he could truly call himself a proper streamer. I'll get even better at it later, Jin Hyeok thought. Noticing a green glowing pattern, he extended his right hand toward the pattern. It seemed like only Jin Hyeok could see the green pattern. This is familiar. He felt a mystery that he had acquired a long time ago and that had been with him for quite a while reveal itself and undergo enhancement. Touching the pattern felt like touching something soft and squishy. The green pattern spread out like a cloud as Jin Hyeok touched it, enveloping him and covering him in green light. The achievement effect, Agony of the Artist, is enhancing the mystery, Pure Luck. Jin Hyeok had no idea why Pure Luck was considered to have artistic elements, but that was the pick of the Agony of the Artist effect. The two are a perfect match. Even ketchup tasted different depending on whether it was eaten with fries or salad. The Agony of the Artist effect and the Pure Luck mystery were just like fries and ketchup, a perfect combination. Their synergy was incredible. Jin Hyeok felt comfortable as if he were lying on a cozy bed. Pure Luck seems happy, maybe too happy. Some mysteries possessed their own consciousness, just like Fanatical Obsession, which had once corrupted the young Thunder Dragon. Pure Luck seemed to have gained a bit of consciousness. Jin Hyeok could hear hysterical laughter responding to his voice. Am I hallucinating? The combination of fries and ketchup was excellent. However, eating too much of it could be harmful to one's health. This feels like it's too much. A sense of unease engulfed him. Pure luck alone requires a lot of physical stamina. Sometimes, it even drains all my mental energy. Being a mystery that could create miraculous effects, pure luck naturally had its restrictions. It would unexpectedly wriggle in situations he had not intended and send signals as if there were signs of fortune. Sometimes, it would activate on its own accord. From his perspective, it was almost like a variable beyond his control. Controlling pure luck was somewhat manageable until now. But what if it develops a consciousness and starts acting wildly? What if it suddenly activates while I am facing a formidable enemy like Zoro and devours all my physical and mental energy? What if it creates a rift at a crucial moment? While it often worked in his favor, he could not ignore the possibility of the opposite. Variables beyond my control are dangerous. He had to stop it now, before the enhancement was completely finished and before it was fully absorbed into his body. What are you thinking about so deeply? What is happening to your body? Did your mediation cause a side effect or something? No, that's not it. Jin Hyeok found himself smiling unwittingly. I feel like I have changed a lot. Why are you laughing like a crazy person? If Jin Hyeok were the swordsman he used to be, he would have stopped this change at all costs. Variables beyond his control created too many risks. I'm just glad I chose to become a streamer. Yeah, right. Since he was a streamer, unexpected variables were perfect content for his LTube channel. He would surely be flustered, and his confusion would bring joy to the viewers. It felt like a vast world had opened up that he could neither imagine nor see in his swordsman days. Golem made a weird comment. Why not just say you are a Munchkin? Did I ever give away that I have the Munchkin trait? Although Jin Hyeok thought that Golem was not a competent navigator, Golem seemed to be quicker on the uptake than Jin Hyeok thought. You have acquired the mystery, God of Luck. It felt like a great blessing had settled into him. Jin Hyeok was not sure how to put it exactly, but it felt like warm, golden sunlight was enveloping him. It also felt like being wrapped up in a cozy blanket. To sum up, the feeling itself was pleasant. But he did not dare use it. He had an intuition that using it would drain all of his physical and mental energy. Well, I would know for sure only if I tried. However, now did not seem like the right time. If he were to try it, he would have to do so safely, inside the domain of the Guardian Tree, where no one could disturb him. We have completely cleared the dungeon. But the calculation of the clear reward is taking quite a while. In such cases, it is mostly due to GM's interventions. Or it could be a reward so significant that it might disrupt the server's balance. Or perhaps, something else has happened. Mr. Explainer did the usual. Jin Hyeok already knew all this, but he just casually listened to Golem. It was the editor who had to work hard, not him. You have acquired Picasso's brush as the clear reward. The owner is determined according to the contribution in clearing the dungeon. After about 3 seconds, player, Golem, has been awarded with Picasso's brush. Jin Hyeok doubted what he had just heard. How could Golem acquire it when I clearly did much better? Does that mean Golem won? He felt as if he had been struck on the head as he realized something. I didn't show anything as a streamer. If he had been a navigator, a tank, or a player from any damage-dealing class, he was sure all the contributions would have been attributed to him. However, he was a streamer, and he had not even turned on the live stream, the essence of a streamer's role. Of course, he was recording everything, but still, the highlight of a streamer was the live stream. Why did you guys give me all the contribution points? Golem yelled. He was so furious that Jin Hyeok could see his nostrils flaring and the few strands of his hair stand on end. It is clear that Chulsu was the best. Unable to contain his anger, Golem stumped on the ground. I need the GMS right here? Come out right now? Which brain-dead GM messed up distributing contribution points like this? Come out? It's obvious that the system picked Chulsu, but you guys tinkered with it so arbitrarily, which is why it took so long and caused the dungeon's mana flow to stutter? What kind of nonsense is this? And look at this? Look how messed up the exit gate is. I am going to formally raise this issue, you bastards. Golem threw a tantrum for a while, but no GMS appeared. After some time, Golem angrily said, they must be afraid to show up. But why are you so angry? Do you think this is fair? The reward is clearly a server-grade item, and it can be bound to a player. So, isn't that good for you? Golem was momentarily at a loss for words. That's true. Why are you so angry? You're acting like someone stole something from you. Regardless, this is not right. Every play should be fair to everyone, and I can't forgive such biased judgment. My pride won't allow it. Golem's anger escalated again, and he yelled again. For your information, this is my alternate character. My main character's player name is Golem Barum. My main server is Arvis. I will not let this go. I won't let anyone off the hook. After ranting for a while using colorful language, the navigator finally said, if you reverse it now, I won't make it an issue. This is still an early server, and I can overlook this as a mistake by inexperienced GMS. Then, after a while, another set of notifications came. A system error has been found. The system error is being corrected. The GMS did not show up themselves, but Picasso's brush, which had been awarded to Golem, was transferred to Jin Hyeok. Golem was still full of complaints. System error, my ass? They are just making excuses. This is not even the kind of mana flow you get from a system error message. Can you distinguish mana flow? Jin Hyeok asked, curious. Of course. If I reverse engineer the mana value, I can even find out who the GMs are. You can do that. Well, not exactly me, but Gollum Barum, Gollum said, his face turning slightly red. Why bother with an alternate character then? Jin Hyeok clicked his tongue. If you are going to show off your main character's abilities, why play as an alternate character? The more I see, the less impressive you get. I got you your reward, and you're still talking shit. What a jerk. I appreciate you handing over the item, but that's a separate issue. Don't you agree that your play this time was not very intense? That is why you handed over Picasso's brush to me. You have a knack for picking the right words to tick people off. Gollum shook his head in dismay and then stood at the exit. Well, I have gained some insight, so it's fine. I'm quite grateful to you. It would be great to play together again. Answer me. A look of earnestness appeared on Gollum's face. You inspire me quite a bit. You are the strange guy who can reignite the passion and spirit I thought I had lost. Let's play together sometimes. I will think about it, Jin Hyeok replied. Desperation began to edge into Gollum's earnestness. Please? I've learned a lot today. I promise to play more intensely from now on. I said I will think about it. When Jin Hyeok got out of the dungeon, he found himself facing an unexpected situation. n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. The CO sisters. He almost lost his calm in that instant. It felt like something in his head snapped. If it had not been for his imperial resilience, he could have actually lost his sanity. So, it's you? The CO sisters were in a dreadful state. Their bodies were covered in blood, and they were bound back to back with paper chains. At last, you show up, Gollum. And Kim Chulsu. It was the paper sorcerer, Makendra. Suddenly, the surroundings were filled with paper soldiers. I need to stay calm. Jin Hyeok tried to control his rage as he surveyed the surroundings. The paper soldiers on the paper boats were aiming arrows at him, and many paper soldiers were pointing spears at him from the bridge. There seemed to be no escape route. Far across the bridge, the bloodied Co Jia was mouthing "Run away." Thump! One of the paper soldiers struck Jia's head with the butt of its spear. She collapsed without a scream. That bastard. Jin Hyeok bit his lip hard, desperately clinging to his fading sanity. Kim Chulsu. I had said I would kill you. Makendra looked like a clown. She was wearing a pointed hat and had a face as white as if it was covered in flour, with black diamond shapes around the eyes. She also was wearing white stockings fit for a prince in a fairy tale and puffed pants. Her ridiculous appearance had not changed from before. I can't summon Alcinous anymore. Then should I summon the Thunder Dragon? However, with the Thunder Dragon, Jin Hyeok could not launch a preemptive attack. Only passive defense was possible. The mere presence of the Thunder Dragon was not enough to drive Makendra away or intimidate her. There are too many paper soldiers, and Makendra's abilities are stronger than mine right now. Haha, I can see that you are trying to think of a plan to kill me. Makendra covered her mouth and laughed. She did not seem to be hiding her thoughts as Jin Hyeok could read her status. #succumb to #fear. Chulsu, you have been a pain in my ass in more ways than one. Now, you have two choices. Makendra extended her forefinger. 1. Watch them get brutally torn apart, and then get chopped up yourself. She extended her middle finger and continued. 2. Get brutally torn apart first, and then watch them get chopped up. So, what is your choice? Spare them? Why should I do that? You killed my precious subordinate, Hylik. And my sex partner. Sex partner. Kane? You killed Kane? Room 302 in the inn run by Lucia. Don't act like you don't know what I am talking about. With a flick of Makendra's finger, one of the paper soldiers raised its spear and stabbed the kneeling Jisoo in her thigh. Jisoo forcefully suppressed her emerging scream. I can't show that I'm in pain right now. That would show that I am not intense. I can't create any variables for him. Jisoo did not scream and held it in until she eventually passed out. Makendra laughed joyously, and onlookers started to gather. I am going to kill all of you, and everyone related to you, Chulsu, Makendra loudly announced to those around. Now, all of you, witness the pathetic end of the naive brat, Chulsu. However, Makendra did not know that Jin Hyeok had always been intense. He had been preparing intensely ever since the conflict with Makendra was foreshadowed. He had just not expected it to be today. Park Terse had not taken a step outside the house Cha Jin Hyeok had provided to him. He devoted all his dedication and time to bonding with his new friend, Mr. Gobble, previously known as the Swallowing Croaker. After his special efforts, Terse had reached a level where he could communicate with Mr. Gobble to a certain extent. However, rather than just communicating, it was more about Terse understanding Mr. Gobble's inner thoughts and feelings. Those guys are probably affiliated with the Black Alliance, Mr. Gobble. Tears welled up in Terse's eyes. He could sense the experiences and pain that Mr. Gobble had suffered in the facility. I will protect you, Mr. Gobble. He put his index finger into the fishbowl and reached toward Mr. Gobble. Mr. Gobble, as if understanding his feelings, rubbed against his finger. Ah, my lovely Mr. Gobble. Terse expressed his affection by gently tapping Mr. Gobble's dorsal fin with his index finger. They kept feeding you weird and filthy stuff, didn't they, Mr. Gobble? He already knew what they were feeding it, the unidentifiable fibrous material. Terse had given all information about it to Angel Girl Song Ha-young so that she could continue researching what the material was. Today, Angel Girl is supposed to visit us, Mr. Gobble. It would be nice if there was some more good news for you. Suddenly, a person jumped out from his shadow and said, "Are you still crazy about that fish?" Terse screamed in shock. The doorbell is not just a decoration, you know. Have you ever seen a thief ring the doorbell? This is a home invasion. Thanks for the compliment. Ha Young casually sat on the sofa. Despite making these heavy movements, strangely, she made no sound. You speak so respectfully to the fish, but you speak informally to me. It's not a fish. It's Mr. Gobble. I wish you would call it by its name. Fine, Mr. Gobble. Anyway, as we suspected, Mr. Gobble and the Black Alliance are related, and it's almost certain that they are connected to the paper sorcerer Makendra. The unidentifiable fibrous material is also definitely the material her paper soldiers are made with. Ha Young despised Makendra. Due to Makendra exerting her influence around the world, the Black Rose Alliance led by Ha Young had suffered. Ha Young had been in the process of expanding the Black Rose Alliance's influence worldwide. She had set up several branches with great efforts, only for Makendra to completely destroy them. That pervert is definitely looking for something. Yeah, but let's put that aside. Why is Makendra taking out her frustration on my alliance members when she's the one who can't find what she wants? Ha Young said. Makendra had destroyed 3 branches of the Black Rose Alliance, killing dozens of overseas dispatched personnel in the process. If she's looking for information, she could do it quietly. Even thinking about her makes me furious. Did you come here to gossip? I'm a bit busy at the moment, Terse replied. You've been home for the past 3 days. What are you busy with? I have to bond with Mr. Gobble. Ha Young shook her head, thinking he had become insane. And the extracted digestive fluid. It's over there. Ha Young noticed the black briefcase. It was an artifact made of aluminum with added refrigeration functionality. Inside it were tubes shaped like blood collection tubes, half filled with green liquid. Terse called these treasure tubes. Was it difficult to extract? She asked. No. If I bring the treasure tube close to Mr. Gobble, it spits out the digestive fluid on its own. Terse demonstrated that. Wow, it does work. Yes. Mr. Gobble also feels much more comfortable. Thank you. You were raging about how barbaric it was. I guess you're fine with it now. That's because I didn't understand Mr. Gobble back then. Mr. Gobble was suffering from a disease caused by the terrible torture of being forced to eat the unidentified fibrous material continuously. It produced excessive digestive fluid. Periodically drawing out the correct amount of digestive fluid was much better for Mr. Gobble. But what are you going to do with this? Terse asked. Why do you think Makendra did this to Mr. Gobble? Are you sure it was Makendra? Terse was also angry at Makendra since she was the one who had been cruel to his cute and lovely Mr. Gobble. Yes. I am 100% certain, but I don't have any concrete evidence. But why would Makendra do this to Mr. Gobble? She must have wanted to create paper soldiers that could withstand this digestive fluid, Ha Young said as her eyes narrowed. Didn't you say those Black Alliance guys are still looking for Mr. Gobble? Yes. That's why I am hiding within the protective domain of the Guardian Tree. It's a very unfortunate reality. I want to show Mr. Gobble the sea and beautiful lakes. Well, you figure that out. Anyway, if they are still looking for Mr. Gobble, it means they have not found any alternatives to overcome this digestive fluid yet. Ha Young grinned, pleased. If we research this, we might be able to hit Makendra where it hurts. A few days ago, in a shop field located in Jongno 3GA, Mulinus, a craftsman and a one-eyed giant, lifted a small gem. I did it. Beside him, a man with a voluptuous and sensuous figure, Katrina, clapped his hands with a loud snap. I knew you'd do it. These two had been working together on quite a big project. It was an item development project conducted by the MK Foundation. It involved refining the mysterious undiluted solution Ha Young had given them into a gem. Katrina, with a broad smile, greeted someone. Uni, welcome. The newcomer was a VIP of the Trinity Club, known across the universe as the biggest spender, Money Shot. Her Earth name was Jang Michelle. She was the chairperson of the MK Foundation and the one who had commissioned this project. I heard you completed it. Kim Chulsu will be here soon, so let's talk in detail then, Michelle said. Soon after, Jin Hyok and Ha Young arrived at Mulinus's workshop. After exchanging brief greetings, Mulinus handed Jin Hyok the small gem. This is the treasure gem requested by the MK Foundation. It's a gem containing the treasure. I'm not sure why this nearly poisonous thing is called a treasure. It was named like that because Terse called the undiluted solution the treasure, though his reason for calling it that was unknown. I have turned it into a buff item that can be attached to weapon-type artifacts. Katrina's help was significant, Mulinus said. Katrina stood up, grasped the hem of his dress, covered his chest, and bowed gracefully. He was quite flirty in front of Michelle. True to his voluptuous and sensuous male physique, his pectoral muscles were imposing. But there is still a problem. What problem? What you call a treasure is technically poison. The solution was somewhat poisonous to begin with, but the refining process turned it into an actual poison. It has the characteristic of dissolving anything. It is a special poison that even dissolves substances that do not react chemically. It can melt human flesh. This small gem contains enough liquid to swallow about 5 adult men. The term swallow has a nice ring to it. Since the solution was from the swallowing croaker, Jin Hyok liked how Mulinus described it. As Jin Hyok smiled, Mulinus continued, I did my best to seal it, but some poison will inevitably leak out. Moreover, it is difficult to store for long. Katrina managed to somehow seal it with the engraved barrier for Mu. I don't need to know how it works. So, you're saying it has a shelf life? Shelf life. Mulinus was not pleased to hear his masterpiece treated like groceries, but the term shelf life seemed fitting. Yeah, well, once the shelf life expires, the gem itself will dissolve, and the treasure inside will spill out. If you're lucky, it will ruin only your inventory. In the worst case, it can also melt the holder's body. Jin Hyeok let out a deep sigh. Mulinus, you introduced me to the Korean region minor gallery. The concept of the intense man started somewhat with your foundation. Jin Hyeok reflexively recalled their first conversation. This content could also be turned into a video later, so he wanted to recall their exact conversation. Don't you know about the Korean region minor gallery? What the hell is that? Ha 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 ha, you have the same personality for your live stream and in real life. This is great. You are perfectly executing the do it my way attitude. You don't care about anything other than your live streaming, and this includes communicating with your viewers, right? Jin Hyeok frowned and continued, and as a person who knows me that well, you don't watch my live streams. What? If you watched my live streams, you wouldn't say that. Don't you know I consumed the Phoenix Heart? Mulinus was speechless. For him, watching live streams was just a hobby. It was fun but not an essential part of his daily life. If you want to keep doing business with me, subscribing to and liking my content is essential, Jin Hyeok said. Is that so? Of course. Jin Hyeok lifted the treasure gem and broke it above his head. A small amount of the gem's content, the digestive fluid of the swallowing croaker, trickled down. Mulinus recoiled in horror. What the hell are you doing? Oh wow, what a reaction. It's perfect for my video. See, I'm immune to any poison below the level of the Snake King. Michelle clapped her hands. You made exactly what I wanted. It looks good for Chulsu to use too. Pleased, she took out a thick leather pouch from her bosom. I didn't count it, but I brought my piggy bank. It is much more than what we initially talked about, Michelle said while winking at Jin Hyeok. Please show me something fun with this, Chulsu. I like your edited videos, but I prefer your live streams. You understand, right? I will keep the promise. I will keep the promise. Jin Hyeok decided to title his live stream Justice Served. In the past, titles like SSS rank this and that were trendy, but nowadays, short and impactful titles were in vogue. It worked out very well for Jin Hyeok. He started the live stream, and viewers quickly began to pour in. Notably, he had sent an invitation to Michelle, so she was the first to enter. Makendra tilted her head in confusion. Promise? What promise? You don't need to know. Ha, still so cheeky. It's quite adorable how unshaken you are. I chose the first option. 1. Watch them get brutally torn apart and then get chopped up yourself. If I choose the first option, that Makendra freak will attack the Seo sisters first. For a moment, her focus will be divided toward the sisters. Jin Hyeok seized the opportunity and swung his greatsword of Logon. Whoosh! His sword sliced through the air. Just as he expected, Makendra's abilities were much stronger than his. He had attacked her, aiming for the gap, but could not even graze her. But I achieved my objective. Jin Hyeok was not really trying to attack her. He just needed to create a slight opening. At that time, Ha Young would rescue the Seo sisters. Playing quite a clever game, aren't you? Well, fine. It's fun to crush something that squirms. Makendra went on with her rant, and Jin Hyeok continued his live stream in his own way. He gave a brief explanation as to why Ha Young was here. Fortunately, Angel Girl was hiding around here. She bears a grudge against Makendra and has been monitoring her movements. When Makendra started moving toward this palace, Angel Girl followed her here. Jin Hyeok zoomed in on the Seo sisters on the screen. Suddenly, he lost his fierceness. I don't want to see them like this n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. The Seo sisters were in an appalling condition. Such injuries were too familiar and really nothing big, but somehow, he did not want to see them. It felt like he was under some strange mental attack. Nevertheless, as a streamer, he tried to regain his fierceness. He captured the Seo sisters on screen. The paper chains that had bound them were gone, but the paper soldiers still surrounded the sisters and Ha Young. Unfortunately, they failed to escape, Jin Hyeok said to the viewers. It was not really a failure. With the sisters' injuries, expecting the group to break through the paper soldiers' encirclement and escape was never a realistic hope. But Angel Girl has a special ability. Jin Hyeok's live stream, Justice Served, had just begun. Several months ago, Song Ha Young had been contemplating which of the two traits to activate. 1. Lightspeed escape. 2. Sanctuary. Light escape was a trait that allowed one to quickly escape dangerous situations, while Sanctuary formed a kind of safe zone for players. After much thought, she had decided to consult Jin Hyeok. Why are you asking me this? He replied. I'm confident in gathering information, but how to use that information is another matter. So, why didn't you ask a ruler or Han Sairin instead of me? He frowned, a reaction she had anticipated. He is very strict with himself and others around him, she thought. His standards were eccentrically high. I must have frustrated him by not properly handling this information and asking him instead of a ruler. Jin Hyeok, as stringent with himself as he was, displayed an immense level of humility in such situations. But I know, ultimately, the decision he makes will be the best one for me. I am going to ask Sairin too. I am just curious about what a streamer would think about this, she said. Ah, really? Yes. When we play together, I have to consider your LTube channel too and how to make good content. Thanks, I guess I misunderstood you. Jin Hyuk sincerely considered the question, and his mood significantly improved. In my opinion, he recalled Ha Young before his regression. So that infuriating ability she kept using was called Light Escape, he thought. Nov. L. B /JNN. Despite coming close to it before his regression, he had never caught Ha Young because of that trait. Light Escape seems to be the most beneficial trait for you, he said. Really? So, you think Light Escape suits me better? Well, not exactly. Light Escape would be the more efficient choice for ordinary players. But for players who hunt and capture other players? I'm not so sure. The song Ha Young before Jin Hyuk's regression had ultimately been caught. Experts believed she had become overconfident in her mysterious ability, which was Light Escape, leading to her downfall. In the short term, it's very advantageous for Ha Young, effective up to the master level. However, in the realm of the Grand Masters, it's a different story. Using Light Escape was like taking a shortcut. Ultimately, the reason Ha Young did not become one of the best thieves in the universe was probably that she relied on abilities that were convenient but far from being fundamental, like Light Escape. I think Light Escape is like cancer for players, Jin Hyuk said. That bad? Yes. What do you think is the essence of being a thief? Speed and stealth. And if you master Light Escape, do you think you will train your speed and stealth when you have a trait that helps you? Are you sure that you won't rely on it instead of honing your skills? Jin Hyuk voted for the Sanctuary. Sanctuary referred to a sacred site during the 3 Han period 1, where offerings were made to the heavens. There, a ritual platform was established, and a large tree adorned with bells and drums was erected for ceremonies. It was a place of sanctuary where even criminals could not be pursued. Ultimately, such a trait is best utilized once in extreme situations to achieve maximum efficiency, Jin Hyuk said. Sanctuary was a trait that created a safe zone 7 times, each lasting 7 minutes. However, within this zone, one could neither move nor attack. It was a trait that guaranteed a total of 49 minutes of safety. Sanctuary would be used in only extreme situations, right? When you are stuck between a rock and a hard place or when you can't find a way out on your own, that is when this trait becomes your final fortress. A trump card, if you will. Ha Young saw something in Jin Hyuk's eyes. I see madness, she thought. She felt she understood why he was explaining it to her so meticulously. This was sure to become content for his future videos. Jin Hyuk, thrilled to have captured this good content, was genuinely happy. His earnestness in play once again stirred Ha Young. In such a situation, it would be best to rely on external help. 49 minutes is enough time to wait for it, Jin Hyuk continued. Wouldn't using Light Escape prevent such extreme situations in the first place? What do you think play is? Jin Hyuk shook his head in disapproval. Ha Young still had much to learn. If there are no extreme situations, is that really considered playing? And, after all, everyone has their limits. There are no Munchkin players in the world. No Munchkin players? Then what about you? Ha Young wanted to ask him that but held back. Jin Hyuk's expression said that he genuinely believed he was not particularly strong. Now, months later, Jin Hyuk uploaded the video he had recorded at that time as reference footage. Ha Young activated Sanctuary. A yellow dome materialized around her, covering her and the CO sisters. Atop the dome, a small altar fluttered in the wind with a white flag that displayed a timer. 6:57, 6:56, 6:55. Such an annoying ability. Makendra frowned. Just then, Jin Hyuk swung his greatsword of Logon. Where's your focus? Makendra moved to the side to dodge the attack, smirking. What do you plan to do with that pathetic swordsmanship? I promised to show you endless fear and despair. She stepped back, and numerous paper soldiers appeared before her, filling the bridge. Makendra snapped her fingers on the other side of the bridge. Several paper soldiers around her turned into chairs. Let's see what your little show is. You are going to experience despair in the face of overwhelming power. She talks way too much. It seems like she is quite the chatterbox, Jin Hyuk said to his viewers as he lifted his greatsword of Logon. If you guys are watching my livestream right now, come and help. Especially Mok Jae Hyen. Protect the CO sisters. We have 49 minutes left. If you use the war portal, you can make it here just in time. Contact King God General Yumi for the exact location. Jin Hyuk once again swung his swords. His attacks hit the paper soldiers but did not cause much damage. No matter how much he sliced them, they regenerated to their original form. Tisk. It's like fighting an army of immortal monsters. Each paper soldier seems to be around level 100, but their regeneration ability is too overpowered. Opinions on Kim Know-It-All TV also suggested this would be a tough battle. Has Kim Chol-soo ever openly asked his party members for help like this? He is speaking much faster than usual. This means he is in real danger. The Korean Region Minor Gallery shared similar views. Aren't the abilities of Makendra's paper soldier seriously overpowered? How can you even fight those things? Is the universe filled with such powerful beings? Seems unbalanced, if you ask me. There is some talk that fire attribute abilities are somewhat effective against them. Nope. Do you guys know that French ranker who was famous for having flame skills? He lost to Makendra too. In the face of absolute power, attributes are meaningless. Many users reveled in mocking Jin Hyuk's anticipated failure, always acting like he is the best. I couldn't stand him. Good riddance, lol. Farewell, Chulsu, you won't be missed. Ha ha ha. Are you insane? How can you spout such nonsense about Chulsu, who is fighting on the front lines for world peace? People like you should get their fingers chopped off. Yeah, right. As if. Happy face, even intense man is useless before Lord Maekendra, right? Clueless much? However, the tide of the battle began to change. Actually, I knew I would clash with Maekendra, Jin Hyeok said. After creating some distance from the paper soldiers with a swing of his sword, he caught his breath. Knowing that in not preparing would have been unwise, I will try and fight more fiercely. Jin Hyeok decided to use the treasure gem, crafted by the joint efforts of Park Terse, Katrina, and Mulinus. This small gem was like a supporting artifact that could be combined with existing items. You have applied the treasure gem, crafted, to the greatsword of Logon. Jin Hyeok swung his sword, slicing through a paper soldier. Thump! A loud striking sound echoed. It's not cutting the paper soldier. Perhaps due to the effect of the treasure gem, the greatsword had not cut the paper soldier. Instead, the paper soldier became soft and mushy. Its movements became extremely heavy and slow, like a sponge soaked in water. So, this is the effect. Jin Hyeok was surprised but did not show it. Instead, he switched his weapon. If cutting them is futile, it's better to switch to a lighter and faster hammer. Jin Hyeok pulled out the rule breaker. It was weaker in attack power but allowed for lighter and more agile movements. You have applied the treasure gem, crafted, to the rule breaker. Like a wolf leaping into a flock of sheep, Jin Hyeok swung the hammer at the paper soldiers. His attacks were not intended to deal direct damage but to inflict the negative status effects of the treasure gem. Since he was not aiming for lethal hits, his movements were quick and concise. Merely tapping the paper soldiers was effective, making the process quite efficient. Eventually, the paper soldiers began to act erratically, breaking free from Maekendra's control. Some even melted away. Then, a crucial ally appeared to deal the fatal hits. I am a fast man. Kim Jong-hyeon, who had stepped on the path to become the martial king of Korea, revealed himself. My attacks are swift and powerful. Though not typically talkative, Jong-hyeon had always wanted to help Jin Hyeok. His sincerity was to show his best on the live stream, genuinely inspired by Chulsu. He was also a devoted viewer and follower of Chulsu and drew much inspiration from him. Take my righteous fist. In my right hand dwells the dark dragon. His speech was slow, but his movements were not. Quick and agile, his physical attacks effortlessly subdued the paper soldiers, which had significantly slowed down. Look at that. The paper soldiers hit by the fist of the flaming fist are swelling up. Jin Hyeok smirked. They swelled like balloons and then burst with a bang. The paper soldiers, which had been regenerating no matter how many times they were cut a while ago, could not recover their form and dispersed in the wind. Jong Hyeon seemed quite pleased with his performance. Inspired by Lee Hyeon-song, who rose to stardom with his famous quote, "My sword will shatter your anus," Jong Hyeon delivered his long-pondered line. My fist shreds paper. Meanwhile, Jin Hyeok was content in his own way. It's not a bad idea to fight with Jong Hyeon. We have a pretty good synergy. Jin Hyeok focused only on inflicting a negative status effect, leaving the finishing blows to Jong Hyeon. He found this combination enjoyable in battle. In front of the duo of Jin Hyeok and Jong Hyeon, the paper soldiers appeared powerless. Where's that idiot who was mocking Chulsu earlier? Come out, wherever you are, lol. Probably ran away, haha. His fingers got chopped off. He doesn't know the first thing about being intense. Keep yapping please, lol. He already deleted his post? What a guy. How intense must it be for him to prepare such crafted artifacts in advance? But isn't that thing really expensive? How dare you talk about money in front of intense man? Saw the other day his net worth is over 100 trillion. For real? As unverified facts spread in real time, Jin Hyeok and Jong Hyeon had eliminated almost half of the paper soldiers. 1-3 Han period, also known as the Sam Han period, is the collective name of three confederacies, Baiyan Han, Jin Han, and Ha Han, that emerged in the 1st century BC. In the meantime, Song Ha-young once again used the sanctuary trait to buy more time. Seated in the chair, Maekendra scowled. You're quite the trickster. But how about this? She snapped her fingers again. The paper soldiers began to spin, with groups of 3 joining hands. However, Jin Hyeok simply ignored them. Standing beside Jin Hyeok, Kim Jong-hyeon asked, "Why aren't you attacking them? It's not gentlemanly to attack during a transformation." Jong Hyeon had a profound realization. I was just blindly focused on defeating the paper soldiers. He had thought he was fighting better than expected and even hoped to earn praise from the notoriously strict Jin Hyeok. I was too inadequate to earn his recognition. Jin Hyeok wanted not just to fight, but to fight stylishly. This meant he was engaging in fights that were one step further than the mere efficient fighting style that Jong Hyeon had been preoccupied with. Jong Hyeon quietly muttered to himself, fueling his fighting spirit, "I need to fight stylishly." He also stopped attacking the paper soldiers, and the battle entered a temporary lull. The paper soldiers stretched out and transformed into individual sheets of paper. The sheets then folded into heads, bodies, and legs, connecting to form new entities. The transformation looks quite impressive. A new type of monster has appeared, Jin Hyeok said. The new paper soldiers revealed themselves, twice the size of the previous ones, with their number exceeding dozens. Then, I will transform as well. Jin Hyeok pulled out a card he had been saving until now. At the summit of that path, one shall look down. For those unaware of the mythic grade card, he added a direct link about the mythic grade card to his live stream. Jin Hyeok used the effect of the back of the card to increase his level from 159 to 179. After that, he immediately utilized the ability on the front of the card to stand at the summit of that path. Those who fall and crumble, unable to reach the summit, will sing a song of despair as they face the unreachable summit. This mythic grade card allowed him to completely duplicate an ability of one targeted individual during a focused live streaming session. Jin Hyeok had chanted the real incantation, and he was now ready to say his own line for the added flair. Power of the destructive fist, grant me the strength promised to me. Since Jin Hyeok had confirmed that Martial King Zhang Haiyan's physical attacks were highly effective against the paper soldiers, copying the latter's abilities for combat was the efficient choice. This is my first time fighting with fists, so this is quite thrilling, Jin Hyeok said. Before his regression, Jin Hyeok used to extensively spar with Zhang Haiyan. He knew the Martial King's techniques better than the Martial King himself, and he had to, if he wanted to win a spar against Zhang Haiyan. Holding the treasure gem, Jin Hyeok copied Zhang Haiyan's abilities and exhibited an extraordinarily unique level of physical skill. I feel lighter, Jin Hyeok thought. His eyes reddened as he charged toward the transformed paper soldiers. I can feel the power. I can. The synergy between Broadcaster's barrier and his newly acquired physical attacks was significant. It was a new experience for him, and he felt like he were flying through the air. So, this is the physical ability of a martial artist. Jin Hyeok had just experienced a new world. With such physical capabilities, wielding a sword would take him into another realm. This was another enlightenment he had experienced through his body. As he got lost in a trance, swinging his fists, Kendra rose from her seat. A pathetic fly seems to be putting on quite a show. The paper soldiers were valuable assets for Kendra. She could not just leave them be. So, she snapped her fingers again. Now, I will face you with all my strength. The remaining paper soldiers transformed back into paper and flew toward Kendra. The papers gathered around her started to spin, then transformed into two objects. This is my sword. Kendra grasped the paper sword in her left hand. And this is my spear N/O/Val/B/C/in.C//OM. Holding a spear in her right hand, she said, nothing escapes my sword and spear. Kendra was quite cunning. She put on a show, drawing all attention to her sword and spear with fancy lines, but Jin Hyeok knew better. The most dangerous thing about her was her shoes. Those shoes made her incredibly light. Her fast and precise steps made it difficult for her opponents to properly fight her at a distance. Especially since I am in the position of a martial artist now. Closing the distance against someone possessing a weapon as long as a spear was not easy. Even if Jin Hyeok managed to close in, her sword was waiting for him. I feel like I am just a bit away from gaining more enlightenment. Regrettably, the time to stop playing the role of a martial artist came to an end soon. I will face you with all my strength too. Jin Hyeok took out the greatsword of Logon once again. You have applied the treasure gem, crafted, to the greatsword of Logon. Jin Hyeok engaged in several exchanges with Kendra and suffered various minor and major injuries to his arms and legs. Zhang Haiyan, who was fighting beside him, was in a slightly worse state. It seems like his cruciate ligament is torn. Somehow, with his muscle and willpower, Zhang Haiyan had managed to block Kendra's spear, but it was not easy. He grasped for breath. She is too fast. I know. At least Broadcaster's barrier allowed them to continue fighting her somehow. Is that all you've got to challenge me? Kendra asked. She swooped in like she had wings. Swinging her paper sword close, she inflicted a deep wound on Jin Hyeok's stomach. I shall sacrifice my stomach to take her neck. Jin Hyeok let her hit his stomach and slashed at Kendra's neck. However, she was too fast, and he could not land a proper hit. It was just a very light wound, barely noticeable. Is that all you can do, trying to take me down along with yourself? Kendra smirked. I don't need to do that to kill you. I will cut off your tongue before I kill you. Jin Hyeok shrugged and pulled out another item. The real fight was about to happen now. Isn't this what you've been searching for? It was Picasso's brush. This was the item she had been fervently searching for on the Earth server. Just so you know, it's bound to me. Jin Hyeok purposely laughed. Do you think you can take it from me if you kill me? There are plenty of ways to take it after killing you. Of course, there would be. Certainly, some players with rare abilities could extract bound items. However, capturing Jin Hyeok alive would be much easier than killing him, and that was what Jin Hyeok was aiming for. She has completely seen the gap between us now. I have succeeded in making her let her guard down. Jin Hyeok had made Kendra think of not killing him. Thanks to this, he could attack her more boldly. He landed a few more hits on her, but took more damage too. I'm feeling a bit dizzy. Jin Hyeok had lost a lot of blood. He had no idea when the others would arrive. He believed it was going to get better once Cha Jinsol came, but for now, he had to fight Kendra, assuming Jinsol was not coming. I'm not even acting. This battle is genuinely tough. Jin Hyeok poured all his strength into it. Yet, he could inflict only a few minor wounds on his opponent. It's about time to end this fight. Kendra approached him. Jin Hyeok also sensed that the moment had come. You have activated the inherent trait skill, Persevering Genius. He used the trait skill inherent in the Allrounder trait. Persevering genius significantly reduced the mental energy consumption when manifesting any traits or skills. It similarly worked on mysteries as well. You have activated the mystery, God of Luck. Suddenly, Jin Hyeok's vision swirled, and he nearly collapsed. He swung his sword, but Maekendra caught it between two fingers. The achievement effect, instant kill, has been applied. Then, he said, after a perilous journey, I have obtained great power. Unable to support himself any longer, he planted his sword on the ground and leaned on it as if it were a cane. Before him lay Maekendra, now a corpse. 7% probability is lower than I thought. Even though Jin Hyeok had successfully landed a dozen minor attacks on Maekendra, the instant kill effect had never triggered. He had no choice but to overexert himself, combining the God of Luck mystery with his attacks, and ultimately Maekendra had lost to the instant kill effect. I can't lose consciousness just yet. He still needed to do some more things. He could not forget Zhang Haiyan's cool line about his destructive fist. Being a streamer, Jin Hyeok wanted to be cooler than Zhang Haiyan. I want all players to enjoy the freedom of being a player. Although I cannot guarantee freedom to every player, at least those related to me should be free to roam the fields as they wish. Jin Hyeok painfully lifted his head and looked in the direction of Hayoung, far away. Maekendra had shattered several branches of the Black Rose Alliance. Fortunately, this served as a good pretext. And I had promised. I had vowed to ensure the freedom of my comrades who are with me. It was a solemn oath and my pledge. Hayoung looked in his direction at perfect timing. He caught her expression in a close-up. Unfortunately, the freedom and rights of my comrades were threatened. He shifted his gaze toward Maekendra. Today, I had to uphold that vow. Jin Hyeok had no recollection of what happened after that. It seemed he had fainted, leaning against his sword. The viewers of Kim Know-It-All TV were in a frenzy of excitement. They were particularly focused on Chulsu's new ability, Instant Kill. Instant Kill. That sounds so cool. So amazing. Maekendra got owned, lol. I never expected he had the Instant Kill achievement. Isn't it overpowered for a streamer to have an Instant Kill ability? A renowned user from the Korean region Minor Gallery analyzed the video in real time and posted a brief comment. This victory was not achieved due to just Instant Kill. It was possible because of Chulsu's thorough setup. There were immense details throughout the battle. I will post a detailed analysis later. Written by Encyclopedia. Furthermore, people on the Earth server were moved by Jin Hyeok's speech at the end. Wow, that was so moving. So he fought Maekendra for the Black Rose Alliance? It makes sense that Angel Girl was there. This is so crazy and so cool. Please marry me? I'm a guy. Hayoung, a direct party involved in the issue, trembled. What? She had always known that Maekendra and Jin Hyeok would eventually clash. However, she had never imagined that this was why Jin Hyeok wanted to fight Maekendra. He fought that hard for me. Jin Hyeok could have easily run away. He could have sought help from his allies of the Trinity Club. Perhaps, that could have been a better choice for him. Today, I had to uphold that vow. Still thinking about Jin Hyeok's words, Hayoung bit her lip. Now, I can't betray him. She had always resolved to stab him in the back once he lifted the curse of the golden headband, but even that determination crumbled. Tears welled up in her eyes. He cared for me, and us, to this extent. It felt like they had truly become one. She felt a sense of security at being affiliated with Jin Hyeok. Seo Jisoo and Seo Jia, who had reimagined their composure, faintly smiled. We won. Streamer Chulsu had won another battle against an invader from another server. What are you doing, Appa? Cha Jin-sol found her brother's actions a bit odd. Cha Jin Hyeok appeared much more tense than usual, sitting on the edge of the bed and shaking his legs nervously. Why are you staring at your phone like that? Wondering what he was up to, Jin-sol sat beside him and sneakily glanced at his phone screen. Jin Hyeok, who looked incredibly anxious, suddenly sprang up from his seat. I did it. Ah, you scared me? What's going on? I reached 400 million subscribers. Ah, I thought it was something more important. Jin-sol was less impressed. Everyone knew that Jin Hyeok's subscriber count would soon reach 400 million. It's not that special, right? It's not like they are giving you a gold button or something, she said. At the mention of the gold button, Jin Hyeok flinched. SSB was a universal streaming system. Although Earth had a few streamers with a few 100 million subscribers, the universe had quite a lot of them. Moreover, streamers received a silver button for reaching 100 million subscribers and a gold button for a billion. These buttons were more like medals, not having any special functions. But it still feels good. Well, if you're happy, I'm happy. Jin-sol sat back on the bed and tapped the space beside her. Come, sit down. Why? Let's monitor your old live streams together. We should check out the online community reactions and see what your subscribers are thinking, right? I am already doing that sufficiently with Wang Yumi. But Yumi asked me to help you. Did you acquire a second job that's related to this kind of stuff? Jin Hyeok was ready to scold her if she had, but fortunately, she had not. No, it's not like that, but Yumi thinks that you listen to me more. I listen to Yumi as well. She must have judged that you listen to me more than her. That seems unlikely. Jin Hyeok tilted his head in confusion but accepted it since it was coming from Yumi. The probability of the instant kill effect activating is at least 70%, no matter how you estimate it. The reason the passionate, intense, dramatic, and fierce intense man refrained from using instant kill was that he wanted a more perfect storyline for his live stream. Written by Cholsu is God. Reading a post from the Korean Region Minor Gallery, Jin Hyeok shook his head in disbelief. Does anyone actually believe this kind of bullshit? I think it's getting positive reviews. Instant kill at 70%. Jin Hyeok knew that even the powerful beings from the Arva server would not possess such an absurd ability. Wow, there is a lot of talk about the probability of the activation of my instant kill. Yumi insists we should add more to the confusion, so that they can't accurately guess the probability. Yes, making it impossible for an opponent to deduce the instant kill probability was crucial. The adversary's responses would vary depending on this percentage. What the hell are you talking about? There is no such absurd probability in the entire universe? The success probability of an overpowered ability like instant kill is at most 0.1%. Stop exaggerating Cholsu's abilities. Written by, no overpackaging please. Though the two posts said completely opposite things, both garnered as many as 50,000 likes. It seems everyone believes what they want to believe. But what is the actual probability of the activation of your instant kill? Oh, no, wait. Don't tell me. Jinsol made a blah blah noise and covered her ears. I'm afraid I might accidentally tell people. Jin Hyeok just looked at her for a while. His calm gaze made her feel somewhat embarrassed. Why are you looking at me like that? She asked. Why did you come to my room? I told you. It was Yumi's idea to. I don't think that is it. Jin Hyeok had been feeling strange emotions lately. It had all started with the Seo sisters. Getting hurt or even dying while playing was common. However, when he had seen Seo Jia and Seo Jisoo seriously injured, he was engulfed in emotions he could not understand. Even now, looking at Jinsol, he was experiencing these odd, hard-to-define emotions. Also, despite not using broadcaster's clairvoyance, he seemed to be able to read Jinsol's emotions to some extent. A lot of people died in the recent battle, members of the Black Rose Alliance and Lucia, whom you were somewhat close with. Jia and Jisoo almost died too. Yeah, I know it's normal. I know it's not a play if it is not dangerous. I know how you feel about this, but, Jinsol was cautious, worrying that bringing this up could only lead to more scolding. But I was just really worried. I thought you were going to die there. At first, she had been cautious, but soon, her suppressed emotions burst out. She could not help it. She felt she had to say this. Can't you go easy on such dangerous plays? No matter how fiercely you had prepared, the battle with Maekendra was too risky. What if the instant kill ability had not worked? Then it wouldn't have been Maekendra dying but you. You know that, right? She added. That's because you came late. Then you should have taken me with you from the start. Then you would have died at the Bridge of Agony. Jin Hyeok did not say that out loud. For some reason, I am not that angry at her. He felt he should scold her for such thoughtless words, but strangely, he was not upset. Since the regression, he felt like he was learning something new. I'd like to use broadcaster's clairvoyance on myself. Jin Hyeok became a little curious about what exactly this feeling was and about this ticklish sensation in his chest. I will try to be more careful next time, he said. Huh. I said I will be careful next time. Are you okay? Jinsol placed her hand on Jin Hyeok's forehead. Did you hurt your head or something? The server-grade item, Picasso's brush, had potentially game-breaking abilities, depending on how it was used. Picasso's brush, bound. A brush imbued with the passion of an artist who burned with an artistic soul. Everything touched by his brush became a masterpiece of the century. Item skill, retouch. Available for use, 0/3. When it is applied to an item, there is a certain probability of grade/effect enhancement. When it is applied to a player, there is a certain probability of job change and level up. Asterisk note, retouch is limited to one use per item or player and cannot be used on the holder of the item. Picasso's brush was a consumable item, and it was only usable 3 times. How could we take this from you? I refuse. The Seo sisters rejected Jin Hyeok's proposal. He sighed. Are you going to be this uncooperative? It's not about being uncooperative, but, Jisoo turned her gaze toward Jia, who then came up with a response. Shameless. Jia continued, yes, shameless? We would be shameless if we just took it from you. Don't put so much, what's that word? Pressure. Yes, don't put too much pressure on us. It should be used on players far more talented than us. You don't know what you're talking about. Jin Hyeok shook his head in disappointment. Is it easier to level up from 1 to 10 or from 100 to 101? Well, the former. Using it on overly complete players would have minimal effect, Jin Hyeok said. Until right before his regression, the highest job grade was 9 stars. There were rumors of 10-star jobs, but that was like an urban legend. Essentially, 9 stars was the limit for job grades. Using it on you guys would have a dramatic effect. And you both have enough narrative. They were like tragic heroes who worked harder than anyone but could not climb higher due to their lack of innate talent. He had already discussed everything with Yumi. This is going to be perfect content for my LTube channel. Eventually, the Seo sisters accepted his proposal, and Jin Hyeok used 2 of the 3 retouches on them. But to maximize the effect, it seems we need to use the item with the God of Luck mystery, and we need the help of the Golden Guardian tree. I have to be in top condition. I want to do it in a quiet place with no disturbances. So, when I call, Jia, come to my house first. To your house. Yes, to my house. So it's going to be just the two of us. God of Luck was a mystery too dangerous for his current self to handle. If mishandled, it could shatter his psyche. However, the exceptional effect of the mystery was worth taking the risk for. A few days later, Jia came to his house. She was wearing more makeup than usual, as they were not playing, and she had worn a white dress, which she rarely wore. When Jin Hyeok's eyes fell on the dress, she blushed. Is it bad? She asked. Yes, it's bad. Jia's face turned even redder. Your body might release filthy water while we do this, Jin Hyeok explained. That dress looks expensive. Are you sure you're okay wearing that? For some reason, Jia, whose face had turned bright red, nodded. She underwent the retouch effect and awakened as the shadow ruler. During the process, her fluttery dress almost melted into rags, and filthy water poured out of her body, but that was not important. I feel like I'm going to die. Jin Hyeok was bedridden for a whole week. This really is not something people should do, ever. About 2 weeks later, when Jisoo visited his home, she arrived in strange clothing. Sealed in a black rubber suit from head to toe, she had even worn large goggles over her face, making Jin Hyeok wonder how she could breathe. Is that a diver's suit? He asked. Something like that? Aren't you hot? Assassins must adapt to and endure extreme environments. We never know when or where our targets will give us an opportunity. That makes sense. Jin Hyeok repeated the same process for Jisoo, and she also awakened as the shadow ruler. He thought she would be happy, but it seemed she wasn't. I want to die, she said. What's wrong? Jisoo had changed into a tracksuit that Jin Hyeok had prepared in advance. The diver's suit had been unable to withstand the toxins that had seeped out of her and had burst soon after the process. Filthy water had splashed everywhere, but thankfully, the guardian tree's barrier prevented the house from being contaminated. However, due to the barrier, the filthy water had risen to their knees. Just like Jia, Jisoo did not seem particularly happy. Both sisters decided to research their new jobs and went off the grid for a few days, and Jin Hyeok found that quite gratifying. It's good to see such a thirst for knowledge. Jang Michelle was pleased with Jin Hyeok's live stream. I was on the edge of my seat watching it. I am glad the project we prepared has borne good fruit. Jin Hyeok was relieved that Michelle liked it. Though he had not checked, it seemed she had donated a considerable amount of DOS to his stream. Yes, thanks to you, my live stream reached first place in the universally trending video list, and my subscriber count has gone past 400 million, he said. That's incredibly fast. They say I have also reached the top 10 trends on the universal scale. So, which one is it? Are you first place or 10th place? Pardon. It would be nice if the person I am sponsoring is in first place. I only know that it is within the top 10. The detailed information was not disclosed. Michelle sighed, seemingly disappointed. Jin Hyeok had many conversations with her as part of SVIP management. During one of them, she made a significant remark. Did you know that Maekendra was a high-ranking officer of the Black Alliance? Yes. At this point, the Black Alliance might directly intervene. Soon, numerous war portals will be activated. Nov. L. B//JNN. Earth was soon going to lose the privileges of being a newly opened server. Although it would not be connected to a super server like Planet Arvis afterward, many powerful servers would be linked with it. Yes, I am prepared for that, Jin Hyeok said while grinning unwittingly. Stronger foes will appear incessantly. You seem to be enjoying this. Well, I'm just happy I can create good content for my YouTube channel. His heart was pounding. A few days later, indeed, many war portals began appearing around the world, connecting the Earth server to numerous servers. A cataclysm had begun, and Jin Hyeok immediately sensed someone's presence as soon as the sun came up. It could be someone related to the Black Alliance or perhaps a player who hunted other awakened players. However, it was someone completely unexpected. Zoro? Why is Zoro here? Jin Hyeok could hear the Golden Guardian Tree's voice. Usually, many crazy people ask to meet you, but this one is quite powerful. It's difficult for me to push him away. Zoro had contacted Jin Hyeok through the Guardian Tree. A man with hair cut so short it appeared almost shaved. Zoro was wearing a tight-fitting t-shirt. As always, he was quite muscular, and his physique was optimized for sword fighting. Immediately after meeting with Jin Hyeok, Zoro handed him a white envelope. Join the Instant Kill Club. The Instant Kill Club. It was an invitation. Zoro said something about a secret club of players around the universe with the instant kill ability. I had no idea this was a thing. Yes. You may not know, but those with the instant kill ability are typically targeted by the player hunters. Oh, I almost got excited just now. I guess I still haven't fully grown as a streamer. Jin Hyeok had known having this ability would attract the attention of the player hunters, players who killed other players to steal their items and abilities. However, hearing it directly from someone else made it feel different. His heart almost raced without him realizing it. Wait, no. It's perfectly normal to feel excited because I can create another piece of great content for my YouTube channel, right? There was no need to think that he had not fully grown as a streamer. And Jin Hyeok asked, it's going to be tough to handle on your own. The Black Alliance seems to be targeting you too. Looking at Zoro, Jin Hyeok noticed something strange. The Zoro before Jin Hyeok's regression was like a crazy, excited puppy that wanted to fight him, but right now, Zoro seemed completely normal. As they talked, Jin Hyeok understood the reason behind Zoro's calmness. Wait a minute. Do you see me not as a rival, but as someone to protect? Zoro flinched. I'm right. He sees me as someone to protect. Are you crazy? Jin Hyuk unconsciously said. You are. If Zoro replied something like you are weak, you need protection, Jin Hyuk was ready to draw his greatsword of Lagon right away. A streamer. Zoro moved his hand toward the dual swords strapped to his back. However, instead of drawing them, he did something else. There is a pocket on his back. Jin Hyuk did not understand why Zoro would keep his phone in his back pocket. I am your subscriber, Zoro said, showing his phone to Jin Hyuk. The phone showed that he had watched all of Jin Hyuk's videos. I also liked them all. Oh, really? You know about the streamer protection treaty, right? Yes. Some player hunters will ignore that treaty and still go for you. Instant kill is an attractive ability. The same goes for the mysteries you possess. I want to enjoy your content for a long time, as your subscriber. Jin Hyuk opened the envelope to check what was inside. It was an invitation to the Instant Kill Club. Is there a special procedure to join the club? Or any obligations I must fulfill? No special procedures are needed. The Instant Kill Club is quite exclusive, and membership is extended through only recommendations from existing members. Club members do not even know each other, except for those who have recommended each other. It's a very small club. This meant that even if Jin Hyuk joined the Instant Kill Club, he would hardly ever encounter other club members. However, if a member of the Instant Kill Club is threatened by player hunters or other players, the club will respond, and a summoning order may be issued then. After a lengthy conversation, Jin Hyuk finally decided to join the Instant Kill Club. It seemed like the club would provide plenty of opportunities for great content. In the distant future, there was a chance he could even create content involving the first reveal of the Instant Kill Club. Now that we are finished with this matter, I have something else for you, Zoro said. Whoosh! The clear sound of a sword drawing rang out. It was a really pleasant sound that Jin Hyuk had not heard in a long time, a melody that only a skilled swordsman could produce. Hearing such a crisp sound made his heart flutter. Before he knew it, Zoro's dual swords were touching his throat. I am curious about your sword skills. Me too. Zoro and Jin Hyuk headed to the garden. The guardian tree created a barrier to prevent their powers from escaping outside. Let's see the sword skills of a streamer. Zoro rapidly closed the distance between them. He's fast. Jin Hyuk's current skills were insufficient for him to block Zoro's dual sword attacks. I can't match him with pure swordsmanship. From his perspective, it was a one-sided fight, but Zoro seemed quite astonished. Didn't you say you are a streamer? Zoro asked. I am. Zoro remained silent for a while. Zoro was shocked. His sword almost touched my throat just now, Zoro thought. He is not even using broadcaster's barrier. Kim Chulsu is trying to face me with just the power of his swordsmanship. It was quite a shock to him. Even with the help of the mythic grade card, his level is only around 180. However, Chulsu's skills were not that of a level 180 streamer. Zoro had sparred with many strong opponents and could gauge someone's ability just by standing with his swords crossed. From my calculation, his level should be at least 200. Even considering they were in the domain of the guardian tree, Chulsu's skills were impressive. Didn't you say you are a streamer? Zoro asked. I am. After a moment of silence, Zoro sheathed his dual swords. I'm curious. About what? About how far you can grow as a streamer. How about we duel again on another server? I know your abilities are maximized when you are on another server. You really have watched my live streams diligently. Although Jin Hyuk had lost the duel, he was not unbearably upset. It was acceptable for a streamer to lose to a swordsman in swordsmanship. In fact, Jin Hyuk felt somewhat proud at the moment. He did watch my live streams. He is a true subscriber, Jin Hyuk thought. As you said, my power is maximized on other servers, but I am not sure if I can become stronger than I am now, Jin Hyuk replied. In other servers, his Munchkin trait would come into play. However, he would not be able to receive the buffs from the guardian tree. Simply looking at sword skills, it might be better here, Jin Hyuk said. Is that so? I am a streamer. When I go to other servers, my abilities as a streamer are amplified. Hey, Chulsu, I have a proposal for you, Zoro said. A proposal? I want to fight with you under more equal conditions. Jin Hyuk noticed the madness in Zoro's eyes. It was one of those special auras only exuded by those truly passionate about play. Curious about what Zoro was thinking, Jin Hyuk used broadcaster's clairvoyance. Hashtag get on my bus. Hashtag I will carry you. Hashtag I can make you stronger. Hashtag this guy wants to nurture me. My current level is 224, Zoro continued. Wow, I can't believe you just told me that. You are too low level. It is not a fair game. I want you to become stronger quickly. So, I know a dungeon specialized for leveling up. Training there, you can quickly reach level 200. With your mythic grade card effects, you can increase your level to 220. Zoro wiped the saliva dripping from his mouth. Then we can fight on an equal level basis. Zoro's eyes sparkled with madness. I want to see with my own eyes how strong a non-combatant class player can become. His hands trembled as if he was experiencing tremors. And I want to see it as soon as possible. Really? Jin Hyuk stroked his chin while Zoro gulped, focusing on Jin Hyuk's lips. Now, what? Zoro asked. The sun was about to set, and Jin Hyuk's and Zoro's shadows had elongated considerably. Their shadows swayed. Suddenly, black figures burst out from the shadows, taking the form of dwarves. Some of these shadowy figures held spears, while others carried ropes. They closely resembled the paper soldiers created by Makendra. This was the ability of Jia and Jisoo, who had awakened as shadow rulers, and they were inspired by Makendra. The Seo sisters called these entities shadow soldiers. 3 shadow soldiers lunged forward with shadow spears, and 2 others threw their ropes. Simultaneously, Jin Hyeok swung his greatsword of Lagon. Zoro swiftly bent backward to dodge Jin Hyeok's attacks and slashed at the approaching shadow soldiers. The shadow soldiers wielding 3 spears dispersed into smoke and vanished. Zoro swung the sword in his left hand and obliterated a flying rope aimed at him. However, he could not evade the last remaining shadow. It wrapped around him like a rope, immobilizing him. At that moment of opportunity, Jin Hyeok placed his sword against Zoro's throat and said, "If I had used God of Luck and Instant Kill together, I would have won. I thought you were going to only use your power as a swordsman. But, I am a streamer." This was a setup. Pretending to fight using only his swordsmanship skills, Jin Hyeok had lured Zoro in and distracted him. Then, using the hidden shadow soldiers, he restrained Zoro, allowing him to finish the job. A swordsman relies only on their swords, but a streamer does not. You won. Streamers are quite powerful. The Seo sisters, who were hiding in the shadows under the eaves, revealed themselves. Jisoo, who had been listening to the conversation, was curious about something. How does setting up and defeating someone off guard, leading to victory, relate to being a streamer, she thought. It seemed completely unrelated to being a streamer. It could make sense for a ruler, but not for a streamer. The Seo sisters' abilities have improved remarkably. It seems they have taken inspiration from Makendra's abilities. Players indeed learn a lot from battles they put their hearts and souls in, Zoro commented. You know the term Seo sisters. Jin Hyeok said, satisfied. Of course, I am one of your early subscribers. n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. Jia and Jisoo were amazed by their power. Did we really do it? Looks like it. If they had remained as mere shadow assassins, this feat would have been impossible. They had successfully bound a swordsman of over level 200. Although the binding lasted less than 3 seconds, in the world of combat, 3 seconds was more than enough time to decide who won or lost the fight. It seems like your job change was the right choice. It appears so. Jia and Jisoo began to harbor hope. They escaped the anxiety of potentially becoming obsolete someday. Jisoo giggled and sat down to Jin Hyeok's right. Appa, is it okay if I love you? Jia, without much to say, sat down to Jin Hyeok's left. Although she loved her sister, this was a different matter. A rival, she muttered quietly. Jin Hyeok grinned with satisfaction. Do you like being shadow rulers that much? The Seo sisters had anticipated this reaction from Jin Hyeok. Seo Jia and Seo Jisoo had learned a lot from him, the most impressive lesson of which was the attitude of being intensely dedicated to everything. When interacting with Jin Hyeok, they were equally intense and competitive. Knowing that he was somewhat crazy, they could predict his response. He is so predictable, Jisoo giggled. Have we grown a lot? She asked Jin Hyeok. Yes. Jisoo glanced at Jia. Although she loved Jia, this was a fair competition. I read the book SSS class, 101 Ways to Win a Person's Heart. Jisoo always had admirers around her. She was born beautiful, and she never needed to try hard to gain affection. However, due to her affection for Jin Hyeok, she had spent a whopping 150,000 won on a book called SSS class, 101 Ways to Win a Person's Heart. She had fallen for the marketing hype. Then pat my head, please, she said, pushing her head forward. Anyone else would have been flustered at this moment, but Jin Hyeok was no ordinary man. Is this a new assassination technique? He thought. Remaining alert, he gently stroked her head. He was excited, half expecting some bizarre assassination attempt from the shadow ruler. No assassination attempt, though. Then this must be a setup. He became more excited, expecting a lethal move later. Jia also silently pushed her head forward, wanting the same attention. You want your head patted, too. Jia nodded. Both of them are doing this. This has to be a joint attack, right? It did not seem like the attack was going to happen right now, but he was certain they would try to assassinate him eventually. Therefore, without letting his guard down, he stroked Jia's head too. They have grown so much. They are thoroughly setting up their strategies now. He felt pleased. They must have been inspired by the setups I used against Makendra and Zoro. Nov, L, B /JNN. Watching their growth was always a joy for him. But that guy earlier, he seemed pretty cool, Jisoo said. Cool. Yeah. He said he wanted to fight you properly, so he offered to help you and even send you to another server. Do you really think that's all there is to it? Jin Hyeok shrugged. Huh? Isn't it? You used broadcaster's clairvoyance, right? Jia said, confusedly tilting her head. She was questioning if he had read that man's innermost thoughts. Real madness and fake madness are different, Jin Hyeok smirked. If Zoro had been really insane, there would not have been hashtag, or something similar in his status. The question mark indicated that the madness was feigned. To be honest, I almost mistook it for real madness. However, Jin Hyeok knew. He knew what item the swordsman Zoro from the Oudal server would eventually use. The guy is indeed crazy, but not about me. He is crazy about the rule breaker I possess. Zoro seemed to be targeting the rule breaker. He can't take it from me now, which means that he perhaps needs my level to rise significantly before he can. This meant that Zoro was somewhat telling the truth when he said he wanted to fight after Jin Hyuk leveled up some more and there was less of a gap between their levels. So, you knew and still accepted the fight? Why? Jisoo said, jumping up from her seat. Jia pressed down on her sister's thigh, sat her down on the sofa, and whispered, for LTube content. Huh. The gold button. We have to go for it. Jia's eyes gleamed with real madness. Unlike the status of someone who wielded dual swords, Jia's status showed only 2 words in Jin Hyuk's broadcaster's clairvoyance. #gold button. The universally well-known Black Alliance had suffered a major blow to their prestige. Makendra's death is such a huge loss. The Black Alliance had 2 co-leaders, Sephia and Grandel, artificially created conjoined twins. They had 2 heads but shared 1 body. Sephia had the face and personality of a woman, while Grandel had those of a man. Losing Makendra is such a waste, Sephia remarked. Grandel looked towards Sephia and said, she was too obvious about her weakness. Anyone who should have known knew how to deal with her. The information brokers of the major servers were already aware of the Black Alliance's facility and its purpose. They simply did not interfere out of lack of necessity. Grandel continued, think of it as a blessing in disguise. In what way? It gave us the pretext to take over the Korean region. We lost several third-ranked rulers and significant projects under John Pritch and Humphrey Millen. Makendra's death adds to that. The Black Alliance was a universal alliance, but not a major one. A major alliance would not covet a new server like Earth. But they were not completely obscure, which made carrying out their operations not entirely easy. They had certain standards and pretenses to maintain as strong entities. That was why they had sent only a minimal force to the Earth server. Sephia grumbled and scowled at the view before her. Now that I think about it, we were supposed to acquire Picasso's brush. We invested so much in that. No need to discuss what we already know. They had bribed numerous GMS in Gaiathorn. Are you angry with me? Sephia asked. No, not at all. What I mean to say is that we have suffered enough losses already. So, Sephia could not fully grasp Grandel's words. Nor did she need to. Strategizing was Grandel's responsibility. She had swallowed Grandel, not out of preference, but for his intelligence. Her ability was to swallow things. The swallowing croaker managed at their facility had been partially implanted with Sephia's ability. Of course, Earth is not a resourceful server, nor is it overflowing with great artifacts. But it has Kim Chulsu, Grandel said. Kim Chulsu. I need you to swallow Kim Chulsu. Now that we have suffered enough, no one can complain about you taking direct action. Swallow him, take ownership of the Guardian Tree, and sell Seoul to people from the major servers. They want the land in Seoul. It's perfect for their vacation homes, especially for parents with young kids. They will be rushing to buy it. There is a big river for yachting. We can demolish the existing buildings, build vacation homes suited to these individuals' tastes, and make a fortune selling them. Wow, Sephia giggled. Are we going to be rich? I will make us rich, Sephia. They faced each other. Grandel nervously gulped, then stretched his neck out to press his lips against Sephia's. Sephia considered pushing him away but then let him be. The thought of becoming rich pleased her, and someone she had swallowed harboring affection for her seemed natural to her. After a moment, Sephia stopped him. I didn't allow you to use your tongue. With a slightly flushed face, Grandel licked his lips. When we sell our first vacation home, let me kiss you. Fast level up. Just like the title of his live stream, Jin Hyuk continued to swiftly level up. Zoro's offer to help him was indeed genuine. This is definitely a dungeon specialized for leveling up. And here I am, not even doing much as a streamer. The setting allowed the party member, Zoro, to funnel his experience points to Jin Hyuk. The buffaloes are spawning in herds again. LV 182/giant horned buffalo/horn charge. Jin Hyuk quietly observed Zoro from a corner, careful not to draw the monster's aggro. This dungeon was a large space where hundreds of buffaloes spawned at once. When Zoro swung his sword to taunt the buffaloes, hundreds of them charged at him simultaneously. With the combination of high-level and lifesteal items, Zoro is easily hunting level 180 buffaloes. Plus, his dual swords mean his attacks are incredibly fast. For a level 220 player, hunting level 180 buffaloes would not yield many experience points. However, all those experience points were being funneled to Jin Hyuk. Jin Hyuk had already reached level 170. It was as fast as leveling up in the tutorial field. This is such an easy way to level up. Why don't other streamers use it? This dungeon's name was the Buffalo Temple, a special temple created by those who worshipped buffaloes. Jin Hyuk already knew about this place. He knew that it was a leveling exclusive dungeon best suited for players from levels 150 to 200. However, he had never entered this dungeon before his regression, believing that level and experience should go hand in hand. He believed that low levels had their own unique experiences and high levels theirs, and leveling up too fast meant not going far as a player. But that's for combatant class players. Streamers should be using this place, right? Regardless of Jin Hyuk's beliefs, many players used the Buffalo Temple. Plenty of them were desperate for fast leveling. But strangely, streamers don't seem to use this place. Jin Hyuk slightly twisted his body and deflected an attack from a buffalo charging at him. He avoided strong attacks to prevent drawing the monster's aggro, using minimal movements. With so many monsters, some of the aggro seems to be getting diverted from Zoro. Since the hunting was becoming a bit boring due to its repetitive nature, Jin Hyuk was glad to maintain a certain level of tension. It seemed the number of live viewers was not dropping much either. You have leveled up. You have reached level 180. The users of the Korean region minor gallery, well aware of this Buffalo Temple, clicked their tongues in disbelief. That place is generally used by combatant class tanks, especially those specialized in defense, who want to level up fast. Explain, please. Please make it easy for newbies to understand. That dungeon is optimized for high-level, damage-dealing players to massacre buffaloes. Buffaloes are aggressive and have strong attacking power, but their defense is rubbish. Simply put, they are damage-focused monsters. They don't have any resistance to lifesteal, so a high-level damage dealer with lifesteal items can easily massacre them in large numbers. The key factor is that those monsters are damage-focused. A high-level player can take a few hits even without any lifesteal items, but it's a whole different story for the low-level players that are there to level up. Ultimately, some buffaloes would attack the low-level players. Reacting too strongly could lead to a swarm of buffalo attacks and eventually death. In the end, to survive inside this dungeon, you need to be able to easily deflect the buffalo's attacks with minimal movements. And not many low-level players can do that, physically and mentally. From Jin Hyuk's perspective, anyone could use this dungeon to level up, but his memory was slightly distorted. Not everyone could level up in the dungeon, only those with enough defensive stats to withstand the buffalo's attacks and the mental composure to handle them calmly did. In Jin Hyuk's view, it was just a place for everyone. It looks easy, though. If I go there, I can level up quickly too. Watching someone do it is always easier than actually doing it, you idiot. Yeah, I can play soccer better than Sun Heung-min when if I'm just sitting in a chair watching the game. Many users shared links to videos of incidents in the Buffalo Temple on the Korean region minor gallery. Contrary to Jin Hyuk's distorted memory, the Buffalo Temple was quite challenging. The entry was limited to 5 players, typically consisting of 4 high-level players and 1 low-level player. Only wealthy players from affluent families could afford to hire 4 high-level players. Both Zoro, who is dealing all that damage alone, and Cholsu, who seems unfazed at level 170, are crazy. Did you not watch the live stream? He is level 180 now. In just 2 days? You didn't watch the live stream for 2 whole days? You re not intense enough. Tisk, tisk. I repent. I was not intense enough. Please forgive me, Mr. Intense Man. Holy shit, Cholsu just reached level 200. How is that even possible? ISNT that the fastest level up to date? Wow, Cholsu is no longer a mid-level player. Technically, with the mythic grade card, he's essentially level 220. Jin Hyuk had indeed reached level 200 at an incredible speed, faster than even he had anticipated. This actually works, he thought. Right after he reached level 200, a notification sounded for him. Sun Heung-min is a South Korean professional footballer who plays as a forward for and captains both Premier League club Tottenham Hotspur and the South Korean national team. Often regarded as the greatest Asian footballer of all time, he is known for his speed, finishing, two-footedness and ability to link play. You have set a new universal record for leveling up the fastest in the 180 to 200 level range. You have acquired the major achievement, faster than anyone. Encyclopedia, a celebrity on the Korean region minor gallery, was exhilarated these days. Again? He did it again. Because of Kim Cholsu, Encyclopedia had become a super celebrity among the named users. He boasted the highest viewership among the users who specialized in analysis, and he had gained a multitude of followers on his personal social media account. Encyclopedia's analysis post on how Cholsu had defeated Mae Kendra and instantly killed her, detailing the thorough setup process, had garnered over 300 million views. Hence, Encyclopedia was desperate to analyze Cholsu. Cholsu has done it again. Cholsu's success was also a victory for Encyclopedia. Cholsu has reached level 200. The system is in chaos. Cholsu has received the major achievement called faster than anyone. He just registered it in the Hall of Fame. Are you serious? Is that a new universal record? Obviously. Faster than anyone was a record given to players who had leveled up the fastest for a specific range of levels. This record was mostly held by players from the Arvis server, and the current records were so extraordinary that surpassing them seemed almost impossible. Who originally held the universal record? We need you, Encyclopedia. Tell us. All hail Encyclopedia. Encyclopedia will tell us. Just wait. Everybody wanted the online community celebrity, and Encyclopedia moved his fingers with great satisfaction. Let's wait just 5 more minutes. He was extremely proud to see the other users in such eager anticipation. Although he had intended to wait at least 5 minutes before responding, he could not suppress the impulse. 15 seconds later, he was rapidly typing. Kim Cholsu has set a new record for leveling up in the 180 to 200 level range. His record, completing the level UPS in less than 48 hours, surpasses the previous one for this range, held by the Arvis server's named player Markwon, who took about 55 hours. The location was the same, the Buffalo Temple. As expected of Encyclopedia. Thumbs up. Who is this guy? How does he know everything? Wow, so, Cholsu broke Markwon's record? Who is Markwon? You don't know Markwon? He's a super name tank from the Arvis server. Actually, it is not clear if he is a tank or not, but he claims to be one. After watching Chulsu's videos from multiple angles, Encyclopedia quickly published an analytical post. 3 factors played a role in this new universal record. 1. The presence of Zoro, a dual sword-wielding damage dealer and tank. 2. The unique characteristics of the streamer job. Love, the party including only 2 members. I will write and share the detailed analysis later. It will take about 2 hours. For the next 2 hours, users eagerly sought Encyclopedia, and after completing his analysis, Encyclopedia finally posted his article. The post instantly received thousands of likes and became one of the top trending posts. Streamers receive a leveling speed adjustment based on the number of their viewers and the viewers' reactions. There is a reason streamers level up the fastest. Chulsu currently has over 400 million subscribers, and his live streams reach an impressive 80 million concurrent viewers. Typically, only 5 to 10% of a streamer's subscribers participate in live streams. However, Chulsu's live stream attracts around 20% of his subscribers, which is almost double than that of a regular streamer. This indicates a remarkably high viewer-to-subscriber ratio, suggesting that he has a large number of loyal subscribers. The question is whether a streamer can survive in the Buffalo Temple. Many streamers have attempted to level up in this dungeon. Attached links. ltube.abs/watch_. ltube.abs/watch_. As you can see in the links, most of them died in the dungeon. So, to survive in this dungeon, a streamer would need 1. The ability to focus on their live stream, 2. Defensive stats as solid as that of an average tank, 3. The ability to handle a few buffaloes on their own, and 4. The skill to stealthily take down the buffaloes without drawing aggro. Therefore, it is implicitly considered impossible, and most advanced servers tacitly stipulate a party having 5 members as an implicit rule. I did not attach separate videos, so I encourage you guys to look them up. In Chulsu's case, the elements 1, the presence of Zoro, and love, the party including only 2 members, come into play. Skipped. A damage dealer or tank can be good at both roles, but it also means neither role is exceptionally outstanding. This translates into a significant burden for the relatively lower-level player Chulsu. Chulsu will be recorded as a unique case who completely took on this burden as a streamer. Skipped. Therefore, there is no room for debate about Chulsu's record being a new universal record. I predict that Kim Chulsu's record will not be broken for at least several decades. With the hopes that Chulsu's record remains unbroken, this dedicated post is written by Kim Chulsu expert, Encyclopedia. Can someone summarize this? Summary: Chulsu is amazing. Thanks for the summary. Encyclopedia bit his fist and let out a happy scream. Normally, for a post this long, I would be getting hate comments telling me to get lost. This was a risk he had to take. Such lengthy posts were not in line with the recent trends of the online community. Being concise was the norm, otherwise, one would be mocked as a boomer. However, today was different for him. This analysis is incredible. Shouldn't we be paying to read this kind of analysis? Seriously mind-blowing. There aren't any hate comments. Instead, users were clamoring for even more analysis. For Encyclopedia, who had been in the business of commentary and analysis for 200 years, this was almost a first. Glory to Chulsu. A green light flickered in Encyclopedia's eyes. It was true madness. A new universal record after a long time. What major achievement effect will he receive? Nov. L.B//JNN. Chulsu had not yet disclosed it, but Encyclopedia's mind was already brimming with tens of thousands of possibilities. The most likely effect would be that, but there was one remaining issue. Isn't it about time for Zoro to show his true intentions? Zoro had not hesitated to go through hell to become stronger. Encyclopedia seemed to know why Zoro was helping Chulsu, and his fingers started to dance as if he were possessed. According to my prediction, an attack on Chulsu by Zoro is imminent. This is because of Zoro's. Written by Encyclopedia. You have been looking unwell lately, Choi Gapsu said. No, I'm fine. Do you need some time off? As Lilia remained silent, Gapsu heartily laughed. Normally, you would say no, thank you for worrying about me. Okay, I will give you a vacation. Would a week be enough? Thank you. No wait. Take 2 weeks. Have a good trip. Lilia received her vacation and headed to the Cherbil server. It's been a while since I've been here. For succubi, the concept of a main server was not really significant. They often wandered across numerous servers, but for some reason, many succubi had settled in the Cherbil server. It was also the hometown of Lilia and Lucia. Lilia visited an orphanage. Who are you? The orphanage director was a succubus with orange hair and round glasses. She was cautious of Lilia. I am Lucia's younger sister. The director's face lit up. Ah, you're Lucia's sister. Lucia was one of the major sponsors of this orphanage. The director led Lilia in, and they had tea together. Yes, well, as you know, the situation isn't so good. Child abductions are still common, and the social perception of succubi is not very good, the director said. Succubi were known for their seduction skills. Their allure did not discriminate, and some succubi even destroyed happy families. However, this was the deviation of a few extreme or foolish succubi. Nevertheless, the majority of people despised the entire succubus race. An unclean and filthy race. A dirty clan that ruins peaceful families. Such were the perceptions regarding succubi. Throughout their long history, succubi had faced oppression. They were also used as toys by the powerful. Even though the practice of using succubi as toys had disappeared from most servers since the Arvis server, a server advocating for justice, gained dominance as a superpower, succubi's lives were miserable until as recently as 200 years ago. Thanks to Lucia's support, over 30 children are growing up here. Even 200 years after the abolishment of the practice of using succubi as toys, many succubi still led miserable lives. That was why well-established succubi often sponsored other succubi. The only ones who helped the succubi were the succubi themselves. The reason they owned bars and inns on various servers was mostly due to this. I intend to continue that support, Lilia said. Does that mean? Rather than being happy, the director cautiously observed Lilia. There was only one reason why the donations had stopped coming. Yes. She was murdered a few days ago, Lilia said. I see. It was an all too familiar reality for the succubi. The director expressed deep condolences for Lucia's death and had a lengthy conversation with Lilia. She then introduced Lilia to the children in the orphanage. Kids, this is Aunt Lilia. She looks like Aunt Lucia. She is as pretty as Aunt Lucia. The children were quite innocent. They warmly welcomed Lilia, knowing she was Lucia's sister. Some of them could not control their instincts and tried to enchant Lilia, but it was a harmless and cute action. Lilia called each child by their name, making eye contact with them and exchanging greetings. These children are the sprouts that my sister left behind, aren't they? Lucia often used to say that she hoped the children would be happy and that they would not have to grow up in an environment like hers. To achieve that, she worked to earn money, believing that it brought happiness. I will take care of what you've left behind, Lucia. After finalizing the sponsorship agreement, Lilia took a photo with the children. To the right of a group photo of Lucia and the children hung a new one of Lilia and the children. The children in the photo on the right were older than those on the left. They are growing up healthy and well. During her vacation, Lilia devoted herself to caring for the children. She also had a brief relationship with the orphanage director. The difference between their ages was about 70 years, but that did not matter much. On the last day of their relationship, the director said to Lilia, "It seems you have someone else in your mind. Was it that obvious?" "Very. A succubus in love. Does the other person know that you love them?" "I think he might, or he might not. Or maybe he just doesn't care." "Lilia, you are truly charming. It seems that the other person doesn't realize your charm. I wish he did. If things don't work out, come to me. I really like you, Lilia. I will think about it." They shared a light kiss before saying their goodbyes. "I am going to return to my place in life now," Lilia said. "All right. I will be cheering for you from here, Lilia." Lilia returned to Cheongdam-dong. Lilia could not believe what had happened to the workshop. What's going on? It was almost like a ruin left in the wake of a war. Various artifacts and materials were scattered around, and all sorts of potions and alchemical ingredients were out of place. An explosion happened while I was researching alchemy, and I almost died. I had failed in mixing the most basic ingredients, Choi Gap-soo said. "Are you alright? You are not someone who makes such careless mistakes." It's been over 100 years since I gathered basic ingredients myself. I have always left it to secretaries or assistants, haven't I? And recently, you have been doing all that for me." Gap-soo sighed and shook his head. He continued, "The workshop is a mess without you. I tried hiring others, but they were no help. I need you, after all. I will increase your salary tenfold if you continue working for me. How about it?" "Why? Is 10 times not enough? Then I will make it 20. Lilia knew why Gap-soo was acting like this. He would not just throw around offers of 10-fold or even 20-fold increases to keep someone from leaving him. Gap-soo was generous with money on things he valued but frugal on things he deemed worthless. "I'm assuming you know about my situation," Lilia said. "Not everything, but I have a rough idea." Gap-soo did not ask for details. He believed everyone had their own problems to deal with. "I too had a relationship with a succubus when I was young. Thank you for your offer. It's nothing. You can take a couple more days off if you want." "Thank you." Lilia returned to her room and sat cross-legged. She closed her eyes and fell asleep. Then she rummaged through people's dreams, eventually finding the person she was looking for. Mr. Kim Chul-soo, this is a dream. But don't worry. It is true that I have feelings for you, but I don't intend to seduce you this way. She conveyed the message through the dream. Thank you for avenging my sister's death. But my revenge is not over yet. Makendra did not act alone. The Black Alliance has been investing a lot in the Earth Sever. They might try to eliminate you. Since I care for you and intend to carry out my revenge, I want to bring down the Black Alliance. I will help you, as a succubus. According to the Succubi Network, the Black Alliance's leader is meeting with Egan Paul in America. Around the same time, Sephia and Grandel, the leaders of the Black Alliance, met with Egan Paul. Grandel initiated the conversation. "You're Egan Paul, the top streamer on the official Earth server ranking, aren't you?" "Yes, that's me. And who might you be?" Egan was nervous. No one from the Avengers army could stop these two. If they had decided to, they could annihilate the Avengers army at any moment. They were undoubtedly a powerful force from another server. "Then you would know about Chul-soo, right?" Egan's eyes widened. "Yes, I do know him. Let me tell you something. If you have a competitor, you need to mercilessly crush them. That is the world we live in." Grandel chuckled. "I will tell you how to crush Chul-soo." After hearing everything, Egan gulped and asked with feigned fear, "If you have that much power, wouldn't it be better to do it yourself?" There are too many complications for me to get directly involved. After parting ways with Sephia and Grandel, Egan sat down with a stern face. The groveling, fearful demeanor he had shown in front of them was nowhere to be seen. Nov. L. B/JNN. What to do now? Egan wanted to surpass Cha Jin Hyok. He was confident that one day, he would become a greater streamer than Jin Hyok. It has to be me who crushes Chulsu. Him being the one who crushed Chulsu was very important to him. Egan wanted to stand above Chulsu as a streamer against a streamer. That was his new goal. Soon, Chulsu is going to face a crisis. Currently, Chulsu was receiving help from a ranker from another server. There was no immediate way to contact him, and even if there was, it was better not to do that for now. They said they were affiliated with the Black Alliance. Although Grandel had not revealed much, Egan could infer a lot from their conversation. So, they are a mid-sized alliance that is neither a superpower alliance that can do anything at will nor a small-sized alliance that acts recklessly without considering others. They always have to be cautious. That was why it seemed Grandel wanted to use Egan as a scapegoat instead of taking direct action. Sephia and Grandel had talked about swallowing Chulsu too, but Egan just assumed it was their euphemism. He made a phone call. Hey, Joseph. It's been a while. Let's have a drink. No special reason. Just friends enjoying a drink. How about it, bro? Just friends enjoying a drink. Joseph knew something had to be going on. He was certain of it. Everyone close to me is either part of the Avengers army or affiliated with their support teams. I want to share a personal connection with them, but it always ends up in business talk, which is no fun, Egan ranted. Joseph casually shrugged and sipped his wine a bit. He is indirectly letting someone know that I am not part of the Avengers army, Joseph inferred. He must be under surveillance. Joseph naturally clinked glasses with Egan and continued the conversation. With his face flushed, Egan pretended to be slightly drunk and said, "Nowadays, I don't have any secrets. Whatever I try to hide, journalist players somehow find out. Detective-type players dig it up, and even confidential documents get stolen by thieves." It seemed Egan had a secret to share. They spent most of their time reminiscing about old times, like when they got stuck in a pit they dug at the beach and had to be rescued by the firefighters, or arguing about who was the better fighter in their youth. After parting with Egan, Joseph spoke with Wang Yumi. He had administrative rights to Yumi's channel and conversed with her through administrator chat. It seems like Egan wants to convey something to Jin Hyok. He appears to be under strict surveillance. Really? Does that mean we need him to pass on the information secretly? I know just the right person for the job. Yumi went to Gapsu's workshop in Cheongdam-dong. Although getting an appointment there was usually hard, Yumi had a good relationship with Jin Hyok. So, she could visit the workshop without one. What? You didn't come to see me? Gapsu said. No, I think we need Lilia's help. After a conversation, Lilia nodded. I will enter Egan's dream and talk to him. Lilia entered Egan's dream and conversed with him. It was a very businesslike and public conversation about the schemes of the Black Alliance's leaders, Sephia and Grandel. Egan, who was sleeping, half opened his eyes, still not fully sober. So, beautiful. Lilia's face flickered in his mind. He was intoxicated by the dream for a while before slapping his cheek to come back to his senses. Egan looked puzzled. I was sure that I just dreamt of something. It felt like a dream where he had met a gorgeous woman, but he could not remember it well. He tried to recall the dream, feeling somewhat disappointed. What was that dream, Abo? What the hell is this? He was surprised to find that he had a wet dream after a long time. Faster than anyone. You have set a new universal record in the 180 to 200 level range. The holder of this great record will receive a special buff for 24 hours. Achievement effect. When this buff is activated, experience points gained are increased by 120% for 24 hours. Note, this achievement effect is one time only. After registering the achievement in the Hall of Fame and observing it, Jin Hyok heard Zoro's voice. Like I promised, I helped you level up to 200. The rate of leveling up in the Buffalo Temple slows down drastically after level 200. So, this is where we end. Hold on. Why? Check out my achievement effect. Turn on my livestream right now. True to being Jin Hyok's subscriber, Zoro skillfully tuned into his livestream. That's an incredible achievement effect. An increase of 120% is unheard of. Help me out for just another 24 hours. That's a bit shameless, don't you think? Zoro said. What do you mean? You should obviously help me. If I get stronger, won't it be more fun for you? Isn't your reason for helping me is to have a more enjoyable fight with me? That's true. Then, since it's come to this, help me level up for another 24 hours. I will make it more interesting for you, Jin Hyok said. Okay. To make the most out of the achievement effect, they decided to take a short break. Alright, let's meet again in 8 hours. Sounds good. Rest and meditation were essential for ensuring optimal conditions and efficiency. I guess I'll sleep first. A succubus appeared in Jin Hyok's dream. He almost attacked her instinctively, but he recognized the face and held back. She's appearing in my dream now? Is she actually trying to seduce me? The Lilia in the dream world was far more beautiful than the Lilia he had seen in the real world, possessing a more enchanting peach fragrance. Jin Hyok's heart started pounding. Is she going to use her seduction technique? He felt like he needed to build up more immunity to such attacks to be at ease. Considering how long the succubus had waited, she probably had prepared a lot. He was looking forward to seeing how meticulously she would attempt to seduce him. However, it did not seem like she was trying to seduce him. Instead, she was passing on information she had gotten from Egan. Is this some kind of a new seduction technique? Jin Hyuk was not sure what to make of it. Zoro is going to attack you, Lilia said in the dream. I know that. Jin Hyuk kept his guard up as they conversed. Every time Lilia spoke, the sweet scent of peaches seemed to fill his mouth. You knew. I think he is after my rule breaker. You knew that too. Lilia's eyes widened in surprise. Her usual calm and composed demeanor made this reaction seem quite unusual and a bit cute. Wow, I was right. This is a new seduction technique. Jin Hyuk quickly snapped out of it. The growing fondness he felt for Lilia indicated that this was a new seduction technique where she pretended not to seduce him while actually doing so. It's not going to stop at stealing your rule breaker. Sephia and Grandel of the Black Alliance are also making a move. Oh, right, the artificially created Siamese twins. Lilia was visibly startled. He is always intensely playing, she thought. It wasn't just direct play, he was involved in intense battles in every unseen aspect. That was probably how he had climbed to his current position. But even with such intensity, getting information about Sephia in the Earth server shouldn't have been easy. As she was trying to take over Lucia's role, Lilia became curious about how Jin Hyuk had acquired such information. How did you come to know this? Chulsu's answer was simple. Isn't that common knowledge? It shouldn't have been easy to gather such information on Earth. Sephia is pretty famous. His expression suggested that this was common knowledge to everyone. Lilia tried to put it in perspective for him. What do you think the most famous country on Earth is? The United States, right? Where are you going with this? But yes, I think so. Do you know any well-known but mid-sized company in the United States? No, why? See? It's normal not to know. Chulsu had no idea about the name of a mid-sized company owner in another region on the same server, but he knew the exact details about a mid-sized alliance leader from a different server. Additionally, he was acting like this was common sense. It seemed learning anything from Chulsu would be difficult. His skills could not be explained by sheer intensity alone. Grandel, the brain behind it all, has crafted a scheme. They are going to use Egan, Lilia said. Egan. The mention of Egan made Jin Hyuk's heart beat faster. Currently, Egan's subscriber count was 450 million, higher than Jin Hyuk's. Of course, this number was likely exaggerated. Egan is like a mountain I have been unable to climb despite all my efforts, Jin Hyuk thought. He did not quite understand. Egan was inferior to him in terms of content quality, quantity, and intensity, yet had more subscribers and views. Numbers don't lie. Jin Hyuk was unaware that numbers could indeed be misleading. Nevertheless, the mention of Egan made his eyes sparkle, and Lilia felt both happy and sad at this. He is much happier about Egan than me, she thought. Though she knew it, it was still hurtful. Hiding her disappointment, she continued, I think the Black Alliance is going to give a mission to Zoro through Egan. Not just to steal the rule breaker but to assassinate you. Jin Hyuk found it difficult to fully agree with what Lilia had just said. Would Zoro really try to kill me over this? Zoro was, in relative terms, a sensibly insane person. Like Jin Hyuk, he enjoyed having a good number of competitors around. Although it was annoying that he was thinking of taking the rule breaker, as a player who wanted to become stronger, Jin Hyuk could understand that sentiment to some extent. Maybe Zoro is helping me out because he enjoys it, but also perhaps because he feels a bit guilty. The thought of just taking the rule breaker from Jin Hyuk could prick Zoro's conscience. It seems that the rule breaker can only be upgraded with a certain method, Lilia said. Jin Hyuk was momentarily at a loss for words. Right, I forgot about that. Before Jin Hyuk's regression, the rule breaker that Zoro used was a pretty stylish black sword. In contrast, the rule breaker that Jin Hyuk used now was hammer-shaped. Jin Hyuk's rule breaker had its cute aspects, but it did not match the coolness of Zoro's rule breaker. The black sword that Zoro wielded had been so trendy that it was nicknamed the most fashionable sword in the universe. Some even called it the most beautiful sword. Nov. L. B //JNN. I think that method is going to be a part of the mission, Lilia said. In the end, Zoro is going to kill you, and I don't want you to die. Lilia bit her lip. I have already lost someone I loved. If I lose you too, I feel like I will become nothing. Is she watching a K-drama from 20 years ago? Jin Hyuk knew Lilia was not the most modern succubus, but these words were particularly cringeworthy. Normally, Jin Hyuk would have been disgusted by them. But why does she think that I will lose? I'm level 200 now. But, why does my heart feel so weird? The Seo sisters, Cha Jin-sol, and now Lilia. Talking with them stirred strange feelings in him. Something intangible seemed to be wriggling in the cosmos of his inner self, but he could not quite figure out what it was. Don't worry. I won't die. Can you promise me? I promise. It was time for Jin Hyuk to meet Zoro. Let's start leveling up. Yes, help me level up. Zoro faithfully helped Jin Hyuk level up for the next 24 hours. During those 24 hours, Jin Hyuk reached level 204. After the achievement effect time ended, Zoro showed his true colors. Hey, Chulsu, there is something I need to get from you. What is it? It would be better for you if you just hand it over willingly. So, what is it? It's your rule breaker. It's an artifact I have been searching for decades. Jin Hyeok knew this all along, but he asked for the sake of formality. Did you help me level up just to steal my rule breaker? Was there a level restriction to steal this bound item? The sensibly insane person honestly answered, I won't deny it. Egan played the role of a streamer filled with greed. Yes, I will do that. The Black Alliance's navigator opened the way to the dungeon, and Egan immediately entered the Buffalo Temple. Yes, this is the infamous Buffalo Temple where Zoro is helping Cholsu level up. I have planned a unique and fun event here. He promptly created his livestream title. Is Kim Cholsu facing his end here? Seeing the provocative title, viewers instantly flocked to the livestream. Cholsu's end? What's that about? Bullshit. This is just a clickbait. Who the hell would believe this? But it seems like Cholsu and Zoro are about to fight. Huh? Really? Even if Cholsu has reached level 200, can he really go toe-to-toe with a swordsman around level 220? If Cholsu uses the mythic grade card, his level is going to be 224. Their levels are almost equal. The chat was much hotter than usual, and Egan, as he had promised to Sephia and Grandel, proposed a mission. Zoro, I want to give you a mission to kill Cholsu. How about it? Who the hell are you? Zoro did not seem to like Egan, who had suddenly intruded into the dungeon. If Egan were not a streamer, Zoro would have already cut him down. Egan, as practiced, confidently smiled and continued, I know the upgrade recipe for the rule breaker. Zoro's expression hardened. He had been searching for the rule breaker for decades, but not because he needed it. If you kill Cholsu, I will give you the upgrade recipe, Egan said. Why would you? Cholsu is my competitor. If I can kill him, I should, don't you think? This caused an uproar in the chat. LOL, is he being serious? He can't surpass Cholsu, so he decides to kill him? I'm sure Egan has his reasons. Reasons? He is just blinded by jealousy and has lost his mind, that's all. The users insulting Egan and those praising his wise decisions clashed fiercely. Egan has way more subscribers and livestream views. Honestly, calling it jealousy is a bit of an exaggeration. Nah, it's all inflated. If you actually check the forums, Cholsu's support is overwhelming. Online forums and reality are two different things. Accept that things can be different in reality. Plenty of normal people don't go on online community stuff. It's idiots like you who think the online community is everything. So, you're saying that if someone doesn't go on an online community, they're normal? This guy's really going overboard with generalizations. This is part of Egan's grand plan as a streamer to create enjoyable content. Various conversations flew back and forth. Egan could not read everything in the exploding chat. He zoomed in on Zoro's expression. Fortunately, he captured the swordsman's contemplative and then decisive expressions. What's going to happen to Cholsu? Is he actually going to die? Let's face it. Cholsu is a level grinder right now. He's going to lose the fight. Cholsu. Think of it as bad luck. Zoro and Cholsu clashed. He is going to hit the bottom, Jin Hyeok thought. Many types of swordsmen existed, and Zoro was a pattern-type swordsman. He exchanged sword strikes with his opponent using certain patterns and habits. And next, the middle. As it was a movement all too familiar to Zoro, it flowed naturally like water. It's fast. Even though Jin Hyeok knew the pattern of Zoro's attack, blocking the sword wasn't easy. Jin Hyeok had already applied the plus 20 level effect of the mythic grade card. Here, he will either thrust at my abdomen or create distance and shoot a sharp sword aura. It's one of the two. Jin Hyeok could not accurately predict what Zoro's next move would be since the preparatory technique was the same for two different attacks. During his days as a swordsman, he had to rely purely on instinct, but now it was different. He is going to step back. As Jin Hyeok's level increased exponentially, his broadcaster's clairvoyance also became stronger. With its help, he could perceive Zoro's actions a bit more clearly and concretely. Jin Hyeok felt a bit more at ease because he knew that Zoro was about to create distance. A streamer needs to have good eyes. As soon as Jin Hyeok spoke, the situation changed rapidly, even though his intuition and broadcaster's clairvoyance had confirmed that Zoro was going to create distance. But he's coming at me. As Jin Hyeok focused on the livestream, a slight opening emerged, and Zoro did not miss it. Zoro quickly changed his original plan and closed the distance between them. He truly had the demeanor of a prominent swordsman. It was too late for Jin Hyeok to block the attack with the greatsword of Logon. Fortunately, there are no follow-up attacks after this. Zoro thrust his sharp sword. However, Jin Hyeok focused on a single point of the attack and blocked Zoro's attack with Broadcaster's Barrier. Thud. The pain is quite intense. Although it hurt, Zoro's sword was unable to penetrate Jin Hyeok's chest. It seemed that Broadcaster's Barrier had considerably improved as Jin Hyeok's level had risen considerably. Zoro stepped back for a moment and admired it. That barrier is really overpowered, isn't it? Are you sure the name of that barrier is Broadcaster's Barrier? Absolutely. That's strange. What is? I have met many streamers in the 200 level range. I have met many streamers having higher levels than me, but their Broadcaster's Barriers and your Broadcaster's Barrier are quite different. It's as if a seasoned swordsman has mastered Broadcaster's Barrier. Jin Hyeok shrugged. And your sword is not as fierce as I thought. Now, he's going to enter the second phase. Pattern-type swordsmen had the advantage of maximizing efficiency with minimal stamina, but on the flip side, they showed weakness to opponents who knew their patterns. That was why they had a certain limit to their growth. How far do you think you can grow with just your standardized patterns? Jin Hyuk asked. What? What's next? Increase your mana to boost your speed. Zoro was indeed going to increase his speed forcibly. It consumed a lot of mana, but he employed a form of dual swordsmanship that minimized stamina loss with familiar patterns. What are you planning to do about this? You have activated the skill, time-lapse recording, speed, 0.6x. Just so you know, this is 0.6x speed. It's like a 40% debuff, Jin Hyuk said. That's like a skill from a top-tier debuffer. I'm a streamer, after all. Egan, clinging to his sanity, closely watched their duel. They seem evenly matched, he thought. However, the more he watched them, the more Cholsu seemed at ease. Zoro was the more anxious one. Can we really call Cholsu a level grinder at this point? Who the hell said Cholsu was a level grinder? Do you think Zoro is giving his best? So far, he is just toying with Cholsu. What are you smoking? It looks like Zoro is the one who's serious. Are you blind? LOL. I have a feeling that Cholsu is just answering every question with I'm a streamer. After all, Jin Hyuk was good with a sword because he was a streamer. He had excellent eyes because he was a streamer. He applied debuffs comparable to that of a top-tier debuffer because he was a streamer. Were streamers always this strong? Anonymous, it turns out that the streamer job is actually an overpowered job. Zoro sighed. I didn't want to show this swordsmanship on this live stream. However, Cholsu was unexpectedly strong. He was not just strong for a level 220 streamer, even for Zoro, a level 220 swordsman, Jin Hyuk was extraordinarily powerful. It appeared that Jin Hyuk had already fully assimilated the power enhancements that came with his rapid level UPS. He was definitely not a level grinder. Is this what true talent and genius look like? Zoro thought. He was very disappointed. If it weren't for the situation, I would have wholeheartedly supported your true talent. Given a few more years or even months, Cholsu would undoubtedly have become stronger than him. The fact that Zoro would not be able to see such a formidable player grow was regrettable. Zoro took a stance with his dual swords, while a black tiger made of mana writhed behind him. I am revealing my final attack for the first time. Jin Hyuk held the rule breaker in his left hand and took the same stance as Zoro. Zoro grimaced as he recited the sword technique. To sing of the Emperor's might. To sing of the Emperor's might. Jin Hyuk repeated the same words. Even as he gathered his mana, Zoro was flabbergasted. Does he think imitating my technique will work? There is nothing to fear. There is nothing to fear. Zoro leaned slightly forward and sprung like a coil, instantly closing the distance. The Song of the Black Tiger. As Zoro swung his sword, two black tigers made of mana, baring their sharp teeth, lunged toward Jin Hyuk. Jin Hyuk did the same thing. The Song of the Black Tiger. Do you think imitating me will work? Zoro shouted in frustration. He was very disappointed. In a critical situation, clumsily copying someone else's technique was useless. One needed to block with a well-practiced technique, even if that technique was not powerful. Cholsu's current choice was wrong on so many levels. I feel foolish for having thought you were a true talent. You might as well die like this. Seeing Cholsu's foolish choice, Zoro felt he would have no regrets killing the streamer. With the wildly rampaging black tigers, Zoro swung his sword again. What? Something completely unexpected happened. What the hell? As Jin Hyuk had surpassed level 200, Broadcaster's clairvoyance had gained a new ability. Imitation. A skilled broadcaster should be able to understand and relay the actions of their subject more accurately. To deeply understand the subject, it is necessary to imitate their actions. Becoming the subject and acting as them is the best way to analyze and understand them from multiple angles. This reminded Jin Hyuk of the effect of his mythic grade card, to stand at the summit of that path. Isn't this a bit redundant? Jin Hyuk would be somewhat disappointed if his new ability and the ability of the mythic grade card were similar. He did not think his audience would appreciate the same type of performance. Still, I should give it a try. He was not sure if imitation was more efficient than the mythic grade card, but efficiency was not everything. Jin Hyuk was a streamer, not a swordsman. As a streamer, his priority was to produce good content and give a more impressive performance. Imitating his skill should be easy. Jin Hyuk had already experienced Zoro's sword technique several times. From Zoro's perspective, this would be Jin Hyuk's first encounter with that sword technique. However, in reality, that wasn't the case. Jin Hyuk had experienced the Song of the Black Tiger technique several times before his regression. It was a sword technique that had given Jin Hyuk a painful defeat, so he had spent a long time studying how to counter it. It works. It felt as comfortable as perfectly fitted clothes. Apparently, Jin Hyuk's compatibility with the imitation skill was quite good. Black tigers created with his mana started to appear behind him. Why do I have 3 tigers when Zoro only has 2? 5 black tigers tangled and fought each other. Zoro's black tigers were stronger individually, but Jin Hyuk had the upper hand in numbers. Why does this seem to work so well? The black tigers Jin Hyuk created handled Zoro's troublesome black tigers. Hence, Jin Hyuk only needed to focus on Zoro's sword. Wow, he's really fast. This was the advantage a pattern-type swordsman enjoyed in battles. While they lacked adaptability in certain situations, they displayed consistent performance. Jin Hyuk also drew his sword, lightly deflecting Zoro's attack. I will just deflect the path of the sword. Jin Hyuk was planning on using Broadcaster's barrier on the attacks that could not be deflected. Suddenly, the trajectory of Zoro's sword changed. Zoro threw the sword in his right hand on the ground. Jin Hyeok's sword cut through nothing but air. I knew how you would react like that, Zoro said. He shifted the sword in his left hand to his right. Then he rotated half a turn, swinging his sword from right to left. The rotational force added to the fierceness of the blade. I haven't seen this pattern before. Jin Hyeok's greatsword of Logon could not keep up with Zoro's attack speed. Whoosh! Zoro's sword struck him in the neck, and Jin Hyeok felt dizzy. He could feel his body collapsing. Wow, it's been a while since I felt this powerless. The Song of the Black Tiger is the sword of instant kill, Zoro said. Jin Hyeok faced death once again. The Song of the Black Tiger was an ability that maximized the probability of instant kill. If the player could accurately strike a vital point for a critical hit, it would nearly always result in an instant kill with almost 100% probability. However, due to the large movements and the high risk of counterattack associated with this ability, it could not be used recklessly. Zoro looked down at the fallen Chulsu. Just like you thought of your thorough setup, so did I, he thought. He had not expected to use this setup against Chulsu, a streamer who had recently leveled up to 200. You read my patterns too quickly as if you had fought me several times before. That was both a strength and a weakness for Chulsu. Zoro glanced back and spoke to Egan. I made him think he had read all my moves. So, Chulsu became too confident in his attacks. You can say that Chulsu was complacent, and I took that opportunity to execute my sword technique. Zoro explained his thought process to Egan. This was also a way to ask for the upgrade recipe of the rule breaker as the mission reward. However, instead of replying to Zoro, Egan pointed behind him. Look. Zoro hastily moved to dodge an attack coming from behind him. Jin Hyeok had gotten up and swung his sword. You're indeed fast. I thought I could at least hit you from behind. At that moment, Zoro realized something. Extra life. Yeah, you said that you've been watching my live stream from the beginning, but how could you forget that? Zoro chuckled in disbelief. I was so blinded by the rule breaker that I missed the basics, he thought. I gotta say, your sword hurts like a bitch, Jin Hyeok said with a smile. This time, I will painlessly end your life for good. I don't think I can let you do that. What? You see, I've got my content for the day. Jin Hyeok rotated his arm. He had staged his death and fully demonstrated his newly acquired imitation skill. With a streamer's eye, I can see exactly how the Song of the Black Tiger ability works. You might be doing it intuitively, but I see it concretely. I can even see how the skill maximizes the effect of instant kill. The Black Tiger absorbed the surrounding energy like a black hole. Its sharp teeth and claws weren't really that important. How should I explain it for you to understand? Jin Hyeok continued. Zoro could not just charge in and kill Jin Hyeok. He felt that his fate was telling him to stop and listen. Imagine there are threads around a person, many connected strands. Oh, think of a marionette with strings attached. I think it's easier that way. Zoro realized Jin Hyeok was trying to teach him something, and his heart fluttered. The energy of the Black Tiger cuts the strings attached to the arms, legs, and head. That maximizes the chances of instant kill activating. If you use instant kill when all the strings are cut, the opponent will die no matter what. However, the strings reconnect instantly, so timing the ability is tricky, Jin Hyeok explained, still smiling. Now that I've taught you the principle, consider this as a payback for helping me. Jin Hyeok closed the distance with Zoro and swung his sword. The swords clashed. Clang! At that moment, Zoro sensed something was off. His sword is much heavier? This bastard was hiding his true power. Jin Hyeok smirked and said, this is how a streamer hides their power. He activated the Munchkin trait, which could be activated only on other servers. Kim Naotalp's chat was ablaze. What the hell? What just happened? At the moment of Chulsu's death, numerous viewers had cried, laughed, enjoyed, and mourned. When he had revived due to extra life, some were relieved, thinking that Chulsu always had a plan, and others boasted that they knew it all along. Even though all viewers were watching the same situation, a variety of reactions were inevitable. However, right now, the reactions were almost unanimous. What the? Why is Chulsu dominating? It looks like Chulsu is much stronger. Chulsu's greatsword of Logon relentlessly pressured Zoro. Zoro appeared to be struggling just to fend off Chulsu's attack. Wait, did Chulsu go easy on Zoro because of his content? Did he just die for his content? Who the hell would do that? Well, there's Chulsu to start. The viewers poured out numerous opinions on how this could be possible, and Chulsu gave them the answer. This is how a streamer hides their power? Wow, is that really possible? How can a streamer hide their power against a swordsman? This is a truly magnificent performance. As time passed, Zoro became drenched in sweat. Wow, look at that delicate swordsmanship. How can he be a streamer? He's more like a swordsman. Seems slow and smooth, but actually super fast. Wang Yumi forgot her role as a storyteller and became immersed in watching Jin Hyeok's swordsmanship. It's beautiful. Unlike Zoro, who was tense all over, Jin Hyeok was relaxed. He moved lightly and quickly, yet sharply targeted Zoro's weaknesses. N/O/vel/B/in.C//OM. I think Chulsu is blocking the attacks that he can't deflect with Broadcaster's barrier while attacking Zoro continuously. He can attack and defend at the same time. Seems overpowered to me. A heated discussion ensued on how this could be possible, and the viewers reached a conclusion. Of course, a streamer should be capable of both defending and attacking. Tanks and damage-dealing players expressed relative feelings of deprivation. How is this fair? So unfair, lol. I'm speechless. I put my soul into becoming a tank, and there is a streamer who can defend better than me. This is proof that the Earth server GMS totally failed at balancing difficulty. I feel so deprived. I don't want to play anymore. Honestly, isn't this way too unfair for other players? If you feel it's unfair, imagine how Zoro feels right now. You think you're more aggrieved than Zoro? LOL. Jin Hyuk dominated Zoro, feeling elated. It's so good to have a rough idea of when instant kill will trigger. Zoro was a player whose skills were often overrated due to his possession of the instant kill ability. His opponents were naturally cautious against instant kill, making it hard for them to fully unleash their abilities against him. Jin Hyuk started to have some regrets about his past battles with Zoro. I should have just fought without worrying about his instant kill ability. The probability of it triggering seems low anyway. Being overly concerned about Zoro's instant kill had been one of the reasons for his past failures. Well, even considering all that, I have now surpassed my past self. Jin Hyuk's heart started pounding. Before his regression, even if he did not worry about the instant kill ability, he could not have dominated Zoro like he was doing right now. Of course, Jin Hyuk was reaping the benefits of the time-lapse recording skill, but that too was a part of his abilities. If the levels are matched, it is not too difficult to take on a swordsman. The fact that Zoro was a pattern-type swordsman played a part in it, but despite that, this achievement was encouraging. Victory seemed certain within a few minutes. Then, I can safely say that I have become much stronger than I was in the past. Jin Hyuk wondered whether, with this rate of growth, retirement was really necessary. At this point, even discussing retirement seemed meaningless. He seriously considered not retiring at all. What do I need to do to not retire at all? Jin Hyuk had wanted to stop becoming stronger, but now he had a different plan. This is crazy. A streamer from the Earth server is dominating a top swordsman from another server, and it's a low-level streamer at that. Are we all being fooled here? Are Chulsu and Zoro collaborating for a staged live stream? This is totally scripted, lol. If you can't understand it, it's scripted. Wow, is there anything real in your world? Yumi clenched her fist and began typing rapidly. Mr. Intense Man has opened a new horizon for us. Advancing toward uncharted territory was challenging. However, it was different when there was a leader who could pioneer the way for the others. Chulsu was becoming a leader for Earth's players. He was the standard and the benchmark. Everyone can play like Chulsu, Yumi said with a bright smile. Her fingers continued to move busily. Our goal is to be like Kim Chulsu. I agree. Minus 22,222. Minus 333,333. After today, the overall level of the Earth server is going to rise significantly. Yumi was certain. Zoro lost both his swords. One had broken, and the other had left his powerless hands. He gasped for breath as he kneeled on one leg. You really were hiding your true strength. I am a streamer, after all. Zoro felt a profound sense of defeat. While I was distracted by the rule breaker and forgot about his extra life, Kim Chulsu was making thorough calculations and setups for his live stream. Chulsu had been fighting on a level above him. Zoro had felt after just a couple of clashes that Chulsu was hiding his true power. Even while leveling up to level 204, Chulsu had meticulously concealed his true self. Zoro wondered if Chulsu had yet to reveal all his abilities even now. I was rambling on about how Chulsu was a true talent, while I didn't even know anything about him. Zoro had no choice but to acknowledge his complete defeat. I never thought I would lose to a player who just reached level 200, especially a non-combatant class player. Zoro closed his eyes. Kill me? What if I don't want to? Is this also part of your performance? I was going to kill you. I am also interested in knowing about how to upgrade the rule breaker. How about I make you a deal? Jin Hyuk was not particularly interested in whether Zoro lived or died. His primary concern was acquiring the most stylish sword in the universe. It seemed like Egan Paul knew somewhat about the upgrade recipe, but that was not enough. I really want to upgrade the rule breaker. How about you trade your life for the information you know? Jin Hyuk said. Zoro had been researching the rule breaker for decades. Jin Hyuk judged that he would definitely need Zoro to upgrade his rule breaker perfectly. Yet, Zoro remained unmoved. It's only fair that I offer my life since I aimed for yours. Several heated exchanges followed. Eventually, Jin Hyuk said, I hope you don't regret your decision. I don't. Are you saying that you'd be okay with not being able to see how much stronger I become? Jin Hyuk snorted. What? I am only around level 200 right now, and I consider myself a level grinder at the moment. Level grinder? You consider yourself a level grinder? In Zoro's eyes, Jin Hyuk was far from being just a level grinder. Isn't that obvious? My leveling speed was the fastest in the entire universe. I didn't even have time to get used to this. It was only thanks to his memories as a swordsman that Jin Hyuk was able to draw out even this much power. Zoro was speechless for a while. He realized that standards differed from person to person and that his standards were different from Jin Hyuk's. He also realized that Jin Hyuk's standards were probably the right ones. So what do you think will happen when I level up even more and when I am no longer a level grinder? Jin Hyuk asked. Aren't you curious? Don't you want to see? Wow, the audacity? LOL. But it seems like Zoro is getting convinced. How is he getting convinced by that? LOL? Chulsu's reasoning behind his persuasion is a bit weird. Haha. I am going to become incredibly strong, you know, Jin Hyeok said. That confidence is insane, LOL. But we all know he's not talking out of his ass. Honestly, I'm also curious about how strong he can get. Finally, the defeated Zoro replied, what do I need to do? Jin Hyeok's words made Zoro want to live. The swordsman yearned to witness Chulsu's growth with his eyes. However, Zoro believed that everything came with a price, hence, he had thought that for attempting to kill Chulsu, he needed to pay with his life. No, wait. I will first steal the upgrade recipe of the rule breaker from that guy. Hold on a second. Zoro walked toward Egan. Egan frantically waved his hands. Wait. I'm just Astria. It was an unfortunate event for Egan. After torturing Egan for a while, Zoro said, are you still not going to give me the upgrade recipe? Egan could not speak properly, with his lips swollen and several teeth broken. I never said I wouldn't tell. What a resilient player. I never said I was being resilient. Egan wanted to yell it, but his body wouldn't obey. Arg. After giving Egan some more horrific treatment, Zoro finally obtained the upgrade recipe. He then handed the paper with the recipe to Jin Hyeok. It took some time because he's tight-lipped. Egan wanted to curse Zoro but couldn't. All he could do was lay on the ground, groaning. I'd say that's enough to get him talking. I'm just surprised Egan isn't dead. Honestly, I would spill everything after getting tortured like that. Zoro grabbed Egan by the collar and lifted him. Who sent you? What? You are not going to tell me. Right before another catastrophe occurred, Jin Hyeok intervened. You can find it in Egan's livestream. I think their names were Sephia and Grandel. They introduced themselves as the heads of the Black Alliance. Stubborn guy. He's refusing to talk till the end, Zoro said while letting Egan go. I was not being stubborn, you damn bastard. Egan felt wronged, but he could not express his grievances in the face of brutal force. Do you think that's the complete recipe? Jin Hyeok asked. What? They're the leaders of the Black Alliance. They would never hand over the complete recipe. This must be just a part of it. That might be true. To get the complete recipe, we need to find Sephia or Sophia, or whatever the hell her name is. Jin Hyeok announced through his own livestream and Egan's, you, the Siamese twins, I will be the one to kill you. Do you wish to delete your avatar, player name, Gollum? Gollum was an alternative character that the great navigator Gollum Barum had created to enjoy playing in the New Earth server. That character had now been deleted. Gollum Barum, the navigator belonging to the Desert Alliance in the strongest server, Arvis, had returned. Marshmallow, the Vice Alliance leader of the Desert Alliance, welcomed Gollum Barum's return. Why are you back? You said your main character was not fun anymore. Most of the members of the Desert Alliance had at least one alternative character. The minimum requirement to create an alternative character was achieving level 250 on the main character. I met someone who reminded me of my initial passion, Gollum Barum said. Really? On the Earth server? Yes. Marshmallow incredulously laughed. He could not believe that someone from a lower-tier server like Earth had inspired Gollum Barum. I think it's less about someone amazing inspiring you and more about you finding something to get inspired. No, it's not like that. Kim Chulsu. He gave me many inspirations, showed me a side of myself that I had forgotten, Gollum Barum replied. Kim Chulsu? That name sounds familiar. You will know soon enough. It won't take long. Wow, you think so highly of him. Yes, he was the real deal. Maybe someday, Gollum Barum hesitated before adding, he might even surpass you. What's his job? Streamer. Streamer. Marshmallow burst out laughing. Has he received a gold button yet? Not yet. Currently, he has about 400 million subscribers n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. And you think he will surpass me? Marshmallow shook his head in disbelief. When I was awakened, I already had 300 million subscribers. By the time I reached level 10, it was already 400 million. That's thanks to your parents. Isn't that also a talent? Marshmallow's parents were high-level rankers of the previous generation. They were not just any rankers, but those from the Arvis server. Just by being their son, Marshmallow had drawn 300 million subscribers from across the universe. Well, anyway, if the great navigator speaks so highly of him, I should at least remember his name. What was it again? Kim Chulsu. Remember it. Kim Chulsu. All right, I'll remember. Do you have any dungeons you would like to send me to? Marshmallow satisfactorily smiled. He didn't think much of the player Kim Chulsu, but it was encouraging that the great navigator, who had hit a growth limit and found no more joy in playing as his main character, had regained interest in his job. Hey, let's make a Q&A video to celebrate the great navigator's return. It will get good views. It would be great content for his LTube channel. Encyclopedia was engulfed with a great shock. He felt as if his entire body had suddenly turned cold. This was in stark contrast to the chat of the Korean region Minor Gallery and Kim Know-It-All TV, which were ablaze right now. What the? He blankly stared at the screen for a while before furiously ruffling his hair. The precision of Chulsu's analysis is a secondary issue. While it was surprising that Chulsu had explained the principles of the Song of the Black Tiger, that was still understandable. The real issue was Chulsu's imitation ability. There were definitely 3 of them. They were black tigers of almost the same quality as the ones materialized by Zoro. Overwhelmed by the shock, Encyclopedia banged on the door of the house next door. What do you want? His neighbor was his childhood friend, known by the player name Marshmallow. Marshmallow and Encyclopedia, who had been close friends since childhood, were still very close. Wearing a marshmallow-shaped hat and pajamas, Marshmallow opened the door. Why are you making such a racket? Hey, you have the imitation ability, right? Imitation. Marshmallow tilted his head in confusion. After thinking for a while, he finally remembered. Ah, the one I used when I was 2 years old. Yes, that one. Most streamers of the Arvis server had the imitation ability. Even if they did not have innate talents like Marshmallow, they usually mastered imitation at an intermediate level. How accurately can you replicate an opponent's skills? Encyclopedia asked. It depends on what the opponent's skill is. A skill that can nearly raise the probability of instant kill activation to 100%. Man, there aren't many of those in the entire universe. What was his name? Zoro, wasn't it? I think he uses it. Yes, that one. How accurately can you imitate it? Why would a streamer replicate that? Just tell me. How accurately can you do it? Encyclopedia yelled. Marshmallow covered his ears. Why are you yelling so early in the morning? Geez. Please tell me. Are you that desperate? Yes, I am. Then call me Hyung. Hyung. Wow, you really are desperate. The marshmallow-shaped hat on Marshmallow tilted slightly. Say it again. Okay, Hyung. Wow, you're serious. Eventually, Marshmallow answered, I guess I can mimic a similar shape or something. Can you produce the same effect as Zoro does? Are you crazy? That's not imitation. That's copying. Even I can't do that easily, right? So you're saying that it's not supposed to be easy, right? Marshmallow straightened his hat. Seeing Encyclopedia's demeanor, he too became more serious. Did anyone copy such a skill with imitation? Yes. Who is he? What does he do? Does he have a specialized job? Nope, he is just a streamer. What? A streamer used imitation to copy a skill of that grade perfectly. Even more impressive. In some aspects, it was superior to Zoro's skill. You're talking nonsense. How is that even possible? Encyclopedia showed him a recorded video. After watching the video, Marshmallow incredulously laughed and asked, and there is no sign of any editing done to this video. Nope, this is the original. And I also saw it live. Marshmallow looked at Encyclopedia with disbelief. Yo, what the hell is going on? How is this possible? So, I'm assuming you don't know either. Imitation is not supposed to work like this. Marshmallow looked at the video for a long time before asking, what's this guy's name? Kim Chulsu. Kim Chulsu. A spark of interest appeared in Marshmallow's eyes. Encyclopedia would realize why Marshmallow looked so interested only a few days later. It is like a mysterious power. As Chulsu already has experience copying an opponent's abilities through the Mythic Grade card's ability several times, we can only infer that it maximized the imitation ability's effect. However, it is difficult to consider this a perfect analysis. It might also be interpreted as the application of the all-rounder trait, but producing such an effect with just the all-rounder trait alone would be hard. Skipped. So, I have to be a bit cautious writing this, but it could be that Chulsu has already acquired the legendary Munchkin trait, which is only spoken in legends. Written by Encyclopedia. Jin Hyeok also saw Encyclopedia's post on the Korean region minor gallery. Numerous users fiercely clashed with each other over the mysterious trait called Munchkin. It was the hottest topic of recent controversies, with viewers and comments skyrocketing on the post. Other posts related to Chulsu were also being posted in online communities all the time. Jin Hyeok smirked. This was great content for his LTube channel. He started his live stream. Munchkin. The title of the live stream was simple. Jin Hyeok met with Wang Yumi after a long time and filmed a video in the form of an interview. Wow, the Munchkin trait? Just hearing about it makes my heart swell with excitement. Does such a trait really exist? Yumi asked. Jin Hyeok could not tell if she had used a special skill, but colorful question marks kept appearing and disappearing above her head. Soon after, a emote popped up. Hidden behind the round glasses, her eyes were filled with madness. Jin Hyeok had always felt that she was kind of scary. If such a trait exists, I would like to have it too, Jin Hyeok answered. According to my research, there has been only one player in history with the Munchkin trait. Jin Hyeok tilted his head in confusion. Nov, L, B / JNN. Where did she get that information? I never heard of the Munchkin trait even before my regression. Known as the sexiest demon king in the universe, Garbino. He is the only demon to have ruled Arvis? They say he possessed the Munchkin trait. Jin Hyeok had never heard of that name before. It seemed to him like she had picked up some weird information from somewhere. His name sounds like the word garbage. So, you are saying that the almighty intense man does not have the Munchkin trait. _ I think I might go crazy with all those emotes. Yes, Jin Hyeok answered. Yumi was leading this live stream, and she had planned the content. After the simple interview, what followed was the Maejang Lake dungeon clear in Paju. This dungeon was known to be extremely difficult, and only a few alliances had been able to clear it. I've been here quite a lot before my regression. Jin Hyeok had visited this place several times during his days as a swordsman, so he cleared the Maejang Lake dungeon without much difficulty. There was a lot of fog here, which made it hard to see. He also got a bit wet during the clear process, and his clothes were torn here and there, but overall, the dungeon clear was not too difficult. Let's check out my viewers' reactions. Jin Hyuk had solo cleared the dungeon, but the reactions seemed a bit underwhelming. Oi, oi, solo clear is expected from our great intense man. I can't believe I'm not surprised anymore by Chulsu clearing a dungeon all by himself. Guys, even if it's Chulsu, it's still a solo clear? I think that only 5 alliances in Korea have cleared the Maejang Lake dungeon. The reactions on Kim Know-It-All TV made it clear that a simple solo clear had its limits. Jin Hyuk needed to clear a dungeon with a difficulty level that he could not deal with on his own, but that was honestly a tough task even for him. Soloing such an easy dungeon was not particularly good content for a streamer. However, recovering from such lackluster content was precisely the skill of a great streamer, and in that sense, Yumi possessed exceptional ability. He is so hot. I can't stop looking at him. Crying face. Did you see his dreamy face emerging from the fog? I was done right there. Huff, huff. Look at Chulsu's jawline. Dear rain, please don't stop pouring. Don't let his clothes dry. I want to buy Chulsu's washboard ABS. Everyone, watch Chulsu's videos twice, no, 3 times, no, 100 times. Even though the deceiver's mask hid Jin Hyuk's face, the viewers kept saying he was handsome. Why do they want my clothes not to dry? Standing? Does that mean what I think it means? Thirsty, what's that supposed to mean? Why would they feel thirsty watching me? Back when he had first started his LTube channel, he did not even know what Hako 1 meant, but now he was different. Having grown into a streamer worthy of recognition, he had the deciphering skill to understand these terms, but it was still hard to understand why these viewers were using those words in the first place. During a brief rest, Yumi explained to him, I have used some filters and lighting. No matter how much you hide your face, you can't hide everything. Today's weather is really great, and the lake is quite a romantic place, so the shots came out incredibly well. The number of likes on Kim Know-It-All TV caught Jin Hyuk's eye, 600,000. It was an astonishing number. In contrast, the number of likes on his actual live stream was only 200,000. Wow, Yumi is amazing. Clearly, Yumi possessed something he did not. However, he still found it hard to grasp what she meant by the shots coming out incredibly well. By the way, are you really not going to reveal your face? Yumi asked. I'm considering it. You know, I can see what you're thinking right now, she said. Jin Hyuk's eyes met Yumi's. It felt a bit scary, as if she could see right through him. You're envious of the number of likes on my live stream, right? She asked. And you're jealous of how lively my chat is. Despite the livestream being paused, the comments were still pouring in like crazy. This was happening even though they weren't in the middle of intense combat? Please show us your face, Chulsu. I will offer you my entire bank account. Crying face? It's so cold outside. I just want to be in his arms. I'm so jealous of Yumi right now. I want to see his face too. I was stunned by the silhouette of Chulsu's body line reflected in the light earlier. Crying face. Yumi said with a smug look on her face, if you reveal your true face, you might be able to beat me. That's a bit. If people wanted to find Jin Hyuk, they could. Skilled players could most definitely find him without much difficulty. People had even deciphered Jin Hyuk's weird drawing of Gaiathorn, so the thought that they were unable to find him was nonsense. However, having his face revealed to the public was a different issue. When one's face was completely exposed, there tended to be more negatives than positives. Do you see my lively chat window and the number of likes? Yumi said, adjusting her round glasses. Smug. I win? Oh, my deceiver's mask is broken for some reason. For the first time ever, Jin Hyuk live-streamed in the third-person perspective, revealing his face. Can I also achieve 600,000 likes with this? His heart pounded with anticipation. Yo, WTF? This is just too unfair. God is fair. Chulsu's intestines must be ugly. I totally understand Ellie's reactions now. I had criticized it as lacking plausibility, but I regret it now. The number of likes on Jin Hyuk's livestream skyrocketed, but so did the number of dislikes. If he just did vodcasts, I think it would have been a success too. The likes of Kang Ian-woo are made for vodcasts, not me. I don't think I will be that successful. They're seeing me too favorably. Right now, I feel like I've been hit by a 300 km/h KTX train too. I can't even deny that he is my new bias now. He is so sexy, beautiful, cool, pretty, and handsome. Oh my lord. His face is the most intense part of him. Jin Hyuk did not know how his looks related to his intensity, but the number of likes on his live stream was increasing rapidly. Oh, he loved that the like count had already surpassed 400,000. At this point, he really wanted to open the chat window on his live stream, but doing too much at once could lead to disaster, so he opted not to. You have reached 600 million subscribers. Huh. Jin Hyuk was genuinely surprised. In fact, after he had surpassed 300 million subscribers, his subscriber count growth had significantly slowed down. The recent content with Zoro had sped things up a bit, but not to this extent. Did SSP throw a huge exposure event my way? What's going on? Above Yumi's head, the symbol and small fireworks appeared. The intense man has finally revealed his true self. You have reached 700 million subscribers. What? Jin Hyuk had not done anything particularly intense, yet he had gained another 100 million subscribers. Is this really happening? Jin Hyuk was a bit skeptical. Thank you guys for the 700 million subscribers. His face reveal was definitely not the reason for such a rapid increase in his subscriber count. Jin Hyeok wondered if the storyteller Yumi had something to do with it, but he couldn't be sure. Yumi was beyond his understanding. It was much easier to just accept and adapt. You have reached 800 million subscribers. Wait a minute. At this rate, I might be able to get the gold button. I've just reached 800 million subscribers. Thank you so much. Time for a reaction to celebrate. Yumi said. @@. Jin Hyeok did not know much, but doing as Yumi said often led to success. Please show us a sword dance? Maybe with that new song of the Black Tiger skill you acquired? Oh wait. Let me sprinkle some water on you first. She scooped up lake water in a bucket and splashed it on him. Now we're ready. Jin Hyeok didn't understand why she had poured the water, but he remembered Zoro's movements and swung his sword a few times. Fog. Yumi had manipulated something to create fog. 4 black tigers rose behind Jin Hyeok, and he swung his sword a few times toward the sky before wrapping up. He is so amazing. Where is that? I want to go there now. Chulsu is insane. Wow, so intense. Can a live stream be this graceful? You have reached 900 million subscribers. You have reached 1 billion subscribers. Wow, what is going on? Chulsu's face reveal heated up the entire universe. Across different servers, races, and languages, the discussions were predominantly about Chulsu's looks, albeit in various expressions. Wow, Cha Jinsol covered her mouth as she browsed through various online communities. Yeah, he is good looking. Even Jinsol acknowledged his good looks, which meant that Jin Hyeok was indeed exceptionally handsome. Jinsol had grown up seeing him, so she did not feel it much, but she was aware that her brother was considered attractive. But to this extent. Is he handsome enough to stir up the entire universe like this? Had I really been so unaware of it before? I don't think it's just because of his face, Jinsol thought. The image Jin Hyeok had built over time as the passionate intense man, the heroic strides he had taken breathlessly, and the added production from Yumi, all had played a crucial role in making Jin Hyeok look this exceptionally handsome. The romantic atmosphere of the Meijang Lake and the fog were also used aptly. It wasn't just one thing. Many factors had played a crucial role in making Chulsu the hottest and trendiest person in the universe. During the stream, his clothes had been completely soaked, revealing his physique. He had a strangely excited expression, the reason for which was his envy toward the number of Yumi's likes. Moreover, Yumi had cleverly edited the stream to show his captivating smile while he was checking the number of his likes and how he had been delighted like a child at the increasing subscriber count. This is why I stan Chulsu. I'm not usually into promoting streamers, but please, if you have time, watch Chulsu's videos. Posts promoting Chulsu flooded various online platforms. But it seems like you don't really care about all this stuff, Jinsol said. What are you talking about? Jin Hyeok was just lying on the bed, idly wiggling his toes. He was constantly refreshing the page to check the number of his subscribers. It had already surpassed 1.3 billion. I think everyone will notice you if you even step 1 foot outside, she said. Well, I can always use the deceiver's mask. That's true, Jinsol thought. But really, how are you this calm? She asked. What do you mean? You must have received like 300 million proposals by now. Really? Do you even check the online community reactions? No, I am busy watching my number of subscribers go up. Jinsol shook her head. It seemed her brother was not grasping how popular he had gotten. She felt a little bit annoyed by his nonchalance. Suddenly, Jin Hyeok asked, Hey, am I really that handsome? 1 hako in Korea means an unpopular streamer, usually with less than 10 viewers. 2 KTX or Korea Train Express is South Korea's high-speed rail system.